Throw check.
Check.
6.
No good.
Oh, you got me that time. Nice hand, nice hand, nice
Will
hand.
the Thrill has overlooked his hand,
What
folks.
the heck just happened?
He said he had 2 6s, Vince. Didn't realize he had 7s and 6s.
Oh, boy.
He had the best hand.
This is just an absolute shock here. Didn't see his cards. He mucks it.
Well, because he didn't table his cards. He didn't turn his hand up.
Oh, you got me.
He just said he had 2
Nice
6s
hand,
and mucked his hand. His hand is dead. Tony Dunst getting a gift right there with a big bow on it.
This is a major mistake by a major player. This is startling.
Well, Vince, even the greatest players make mistakes sometimes. We saw it right there by Will the Thrill. Unbelievable.
Stay tuned. More from Jacksonville coming up.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I find Will Fela fun to play with.
I warned you not to bluff that ace. You like chin nuts?
A lot of people find Will very obnoxious.
Fred Goldberg money. Buddy, I slow rolled him. I didn't see a 4. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
And I think Will doesn't care that they find him obnoxious.
Yeah, and plus they know they can't do to me. You don't listen. I try to tell you, no good, buddy. You won't be here long with me to your right, bitch. Don't worry. They can't say nothing, they can't do nothing, because they know I'll just come right back at them, and they don't want that.
I'm not trying to take anything away from his play, but you remember Will Fela, the man, before you remember Will Fela, the poker player.
Tony Dunst asked his mind today. That I promise you, if someone's making him go to the rail, it's going to be the Thrill. Love to outplay the Dunster.
Now, Will the Thrill outplayed himself that last hand by laying down the best hand. I'm still shocked by that, Vince.
Button's right.
You know, I just wonder if he was thinking about the other hand that he lost with the 2 kings where he mucked that hand. We know it was a good lay down, but it still might be playing on his mind where he might have thought he had the best hand. I don't know.
But Mike, we've been here for 10 years now on the World Poker Tour, and we have seen great poker, right?
Well, you're right, Vince. And now our viewers can see some more great poker because if they join ClubWPT.com, they'll become a VIP member and they'll have special access to former episodes on the World Poker Tour, whether it be season 10, season 1, or whatever they want to watch.
That's very true. You get all the VIP benefits, and you only pay $19.95 a month, okay? So you can play unlimited poker. You also have a shot at winning a seat at one of the major WPT events. We've seen it done, and they've taken home big bucks.
No question about it, so folks. So sign up for ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go.
Well, we've seen some great poker, but a moment ago, we saw some weak poker when Will folded the best hand.
All right, this has been folded around to Sean, the chip leader. He's got about 3.6 million in chips with just a 7-3, Mike.
Yeah, really not much of a hand, but he's going to raise it, it looks like, just to try to pick up the blinds and antes here.
Yeah, 65,000 into Darren with just a Jack-8. But he kind of knows what's happening here. He's going to make the call. So a 7-3 up against a Jack-8. And there's an 8 on the flop and a 7.
Well, Sean has flopped bottom pair. Darren has flopped middle pair and a gut shot straight draw, as you can see.
And Sean's going to come out with a continuation bet. It looks like 80,000 with his 7s. And Darren, of course, with the 8s. And a straight draw is going to make the call.
And now a jack comes off.
Now,
So now Darren has 2 pair.
but Sean first to act is not going to slow down. He's getting more chips out, it looks like. Yep. 160,000 into Darren.
Even though Darren's got 2 pair, he's frozen here because there's a possible straight out there and a possible flush, as you can
Can't
see.
have that many chips, though, Mike. You just fire here and just gamble.
I think you do just what he's doing. You make the call with 2 pair and the straight flush draw.
All right, he's in front, and the river card helps neither player.
King of clubs comes off. An all-in bet by Sean Kunix. What a play this is. And even though Darren has 2 pair, he's fearful his opponent's got a flush, a straight. Just wouldn't think he would make this kind of play with 2 pair or trips with a possible flush and straight out there. But I know one thing. You're sitting in Darren's seat. Just a tough, tough, tough call to make here for all your dough. If he's got the straight or flush, you're reporting to the rail and you're out of here in 6th place.
Well, this could be the turning point for Darren if he should make this It would be a spectacular call. He would double up.
Well, you only call this if you think your opponent's bluffing,
Oh.
Vince. That's all.
He's gonna lay it down.
Just too much pressure.
Yeah,
you
with
can't
pressure.
do it for all your chips. I don't blame Darren for laying that hand down, but you just got to take your hat off to this Ohio State Buckeye. He played that hand with the precision of the Ohio State marching band, I can tell you that.
Brilliantly done.
We had a stacked table tonight here at the Best Bet Open, but let's take a look back in World Poker Tour history at another loaded table and its unlikely outcome in this WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river! Who's gonna get lucky?
The final table of the Season 3 Jack Binion World Poker Open in Mississippi featured a Mount Rushmore of poker greats, including a young Michael Mizrachi, 5-time finalist Scotty Wynn, 2-time champion Daniel Negreanu, and the great Chow Jang. Negreanu, full of confidence from 2 previous wins in Season 3, commanded the table, knocking out Michael Mizrachi on a miracle card, then dispatching Scotty Wynn to the rail. But it would not be the kings of poker who would write this story, but a 23-year-old Cinderella named John Stolzman. With his father cheering him on, the young philosophy major from the University of Wisconsin would hold his own against poker's best.
I'm all in.
Beating Daniel Negreanu in a huge pot.
It's a 6! Wow!
And then sending the Player of the Year home in 3rd place. With the great veteran Chow Jang still to defeat,
I call him. He's calling him. He's done it.
John Stolzman would finally complete this astonishing victory,
Here's the river. John Stoltzman has done it, Vince.
winning $1.4 million and ending the greatest upset in WPT history by calling home to say he had etched his name forever on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, that's the dream of all players, to get your name etched on that Champions Cup. No doubt about it. One player at this table has done that. Will the Thrill Fela going for his 2nd WPT title tonight.
Right now, Sean Kunix, 39-year-old, is the chip leader with 3.9. He's playing some bold poker here this evening. Back to the table we go. Quick fold by James Calderero. And now the short stack. Daniel Buzgon has a hand, ace-queen.
You know, he's on the short stack at this table, just the kind of hand you're looking for when you don't have many chips. In my mind, you're just going to ship it right here.
He is from Malton, New Jersey, 27 years old.
He's got less than 10 big blinds. I just get it in there.
I'm all in.
And he does so.
He's going to shove Will the Thrill out. And now Tony Dunst with an attractive king, jack of clubs with a button.
Yeah, Tony might think the guy's a little desperate here.
285.
Might be moving all in with any kind of hand.
I'm all in.
Now, Tony Dunst has gone all in himself. Doesn't just make the call, wants to shut everybody else out.
I'm not that
Everybody
big.
else folds.
Wow.
So ace-queen up against king-jack.
Well, Tony could afford to make the call, which is why he did, I'm sure, but now he's going to have to get lucky to win the pot.
Such a real hand for 9 blinds.
I'm tight. I'm in my cave, man. I'm buried in there.
Tony put him on a much wider range, which is possibly true. He could have moved in with a much weaker hand, but he didn't.
Well, the flop comes up 10-9-3. That is good for Buzgon.
Well, he didn't want to pair his queen now because that would give Tony a straight.
hit a queen.
He didn't want to see any kind of paint come out there.
Tony would love to hit his card, but it's not going to happen for Tony there as a 4 of spades on the turn.
Daniel just has to dodge a face card. He doesn't want to see any paint come out there, Vince. It's the only way he can lose. If a paint comes up, it does not, as the 3 of spade hits on the river. Daniel Buzgon going to double up.
Nice hand, Dan.
Thank you.
A little hit there for Tony Dunst.
But let me say this about Daniel Buzgon, Vince.
Nice hand, Dan.
Thank you.
We keep talking about Will the Thrill, who's the Player of the Year leader right now. If Daniel Buzgon wins this tournament, he'll be taking the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race.
And with that hand, we've run out of time in our first hour of extended coverage. Mike, what are your thoughts on tonight's action?
Well, my first thought is I can't wait to see the conclusion of this final table. It is going to be a good one, but the player that's impressed me the most at this final table is the Buckeye, the 37-year-old businessman from Columbus, Ohio, Sean Kunix. He came to this final table as chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that with good play, with some great bluffs. Right now, he's marching with the precision of the Ohio State marching band, and that's saying something.
I absolutely agree. Sean has been extremely aggressive tonight. Vince, what are your thoughts?
Well, I tell you, 3 of these guys just can't get themselves out of the Jacksonville swamp tonight. And we're talking about the New Yorker, Will the Thrill, misstepping here tonight. Tony Dunst, kind of conservative. He can't make it happen either. And the young gun, Darren Elias, hasn't been able to make anything happen here either. And Daniel Buzgon, our other player of the year candidate, has a little momentum now after that hand with our raw deal man, Tony Dunst. Buzz hasn't gone yet, but, you know, the 2 chip leaders are pushing these guys around. It should be very interesting.
Thank you, guys. Join us next time from Jacksonville for more of Season 10 coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Florida, the newest stop on the tour has exploded on the scene as the remaining players battle for the last regular season WPT title. The action continues next, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Wow! Unbelievable!
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Mike and Vince, we still have 6 players left. What are your thoughts on this final table?
Well, my first thought, Marinella, is we have youth, we have experience. 4 out of these 6 players have been at a WPT final table before. Will the Thrill Fela, of course, going for his 2nd WPT title this season. Our own Mr. Raw Deal, Tony Dunst, still alive fighting for this title. But the guy that's impressed me the most so far at this final table was the guy who's the chip leader coming to the final table. That is Sean Kunix. He's a 37-year-old businessman from Columbus, Ohio. The Buckeye is doing it right now.
Well, Mike, you're right. There's 2 guys that are pushing the other guys around. There is James Calderero from right here in Florida. He got into it early on. He won a big pot from the young gun, Darren Elias, who was off to a pretty slow start. I expect to hear a lot more from Darren before this one is through. And of course, there is Daniel Buzgon. You remember him from Brigada earlier this season. He's got a little momentum going. If he wins here tonight, he could take the lead for WPT Player of the Year away from Will the Thrill Fela. But the play of the night so far was when Will the Thrill, the Tony Soprano wannabe, had a brain cramp, didn't realize he had 2 pair. He folded the winning hand against our raw deal man, Tony Dunst. Just incredible that he did that. So let's see if Will can come back from that fiasco. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you, guys. There's obviously still great poker ahead. We have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Sean Kunix, with $4.3 million in chips. James Calderero in 2nd place with $2.3 million. They're the lone 2 amateurs at the table, yet they're sitting in 1st and 2nd place. Pretty good stuff by them.
All right, the antes of 5,000 blinds are 20 and 40.
I like to play with.
Play goes to Tony Dunst, the raw deal here on the World Poker Tour. He's going to quickly fold his hand.
Action over to the chip leader, Sean Kunix. Been very aggressive tonight at this final table. He's got a massive chip lead. He's going to raise it here with a Jack-10, just continuing to apply pressure to everybody.
Darren and James both going away. Now Mr. Buzgon with a king-queen.
Now he just gets away from it.
Okay.
And now it's up to Will the Thrill Fela from Long Island.
And he picks up Queen Jack. He's in the big blind, but he's on the short stack.
It's going in.
What do you think? I'm not worried about that.
He's a great, entertaining player to watch. That is Will the Thrill.
Nothing's gone right for Will the Thrill so far since he's made this final table. But Vince, you got to hand it to this guy. He has been the leader of the WPT Player of the Year standings most all the years. He lost it in the last tournament. He said, I'm going to get it back. To do it, he had to come in at least 8th place in this event, and he did it.
Don't forget, he took off to go to another tournament in Monte Carlo, got knocked out of that, and had the guts to say, hey, get me back there in time. I want in. So it's nice to see that all that effort has paid off.
Has paid off. He's taking the lead for the Player of the Year race. Now got to decide what to do here in the short stack. He just makes the call. So he doesn't move all in with the Queen Jack, so we're going to have a flop here.
Doesn't have any more chips left, Mike. Here's the flop.
The flop comes 10, 9, 7 of clubs. Good flop for Will.
He's gone all in a quick call by Sean, who has 10s.
Well, Sean's got him out flopped as he's got top pair here. He also has a straight flush draw, but Will has a bigger flush draw.
All I need is the 3 of clubs. You hear what I'm saying?
need the 8
3 of clubs. Or you could just put up an 8. A red 8 will do.
Not the 8 of clubs, as Sean says. That would give him a straight
Just
flush.
put up a 3 of clubs and end it.
So Will the Thrill,
3 of clubs and
the
end
Tony
it.
Soprano wannabe, dying for the right card to double up.
Well, Vince, sometimes when you make a bonehead play somewhere along the final table like Will did earlier, the poker gods punish you. Will they punish Will here and not help him?
Ace of spades, no help for Will the Thrill.
He needs to catch a king, a queen, an 8 that's not the 8 of clubs or any other club to stay alive in this tournament.
A lot of outs to win the pot. Can he catch something?
Last card coming up. Can Will do it?
Nope. 5 of diamonds comes off. So Will the Thrill Fela is not going to capture a second WPT title tonight. Nothing went right for the guy. Out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, the Thrill is gone for Will. Takes home $54,000. He's always fun to watch. And right now he's going over to Matt Savage to commiserate.
Well, it just wasn't your day today. Talk about that last hand.
Well, you know, I had a tough spot there. I didn't know if I was going to get a better chance to look at better cards. Every hand I was looking at was a 3, a 5, a deuce. And he's raising every hand. I think I have the best hand, but I wanted to see a flop. And make a long story short, the best flop I could pretty much see from my hand came, and he had top pair. So
you're back in the lead for Player of the Year.
Yeah.
But there is a kid sitting at the table right now, Daniel Buzgon, that can take the lead back again from you. What do you think?
He's got a good shot. You know, he's getting smashed by the deck right now, so you never know what happens. But I play as good as I could play. You know, that's all I could do is try to get it in good. I couldn't get a hand at the right time. You know, blinds are really big right now, so.
One more event. We'll see you at the World Poker Championship.
Thank you, everybody.
And there you have it, Will the Thrill Fela out in 6th place. I have to say I am so surprised to see that he was the first player eliminated tonight. However, he does have the lead in the Player of the Year race. But if Daniel Buzgon takes this title, he will overtake Will. Plenty more to come, including my 5 questions with British pro and brand new WPT champ, James Dempsey. And the Royal Flush Girl is having fun here in Florida. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Stick around.
Yeah, I would definitely consider myself a poker player first and a commentator second.
On the front.
Let's break it down. Definitely always a goal of mine to make an episode as a player. I grew up watching the World Poker Tour. It's pretty surreal to go from the guy who's on his couch in his parents' house watching to the show to the guy who's a part of it and now playing on it. It's very surreal.
So we want to congratulate Tony for making this final table. See if we can get lucky and take down the title. Going to need some luck because right now he's sitting in last place. As you can see, our chip leader, Sean Koenig, just continues to increase his chip lead.
Yeah, he is playing tough here tonight. 5-handed poker, Darren Elias with a pair of deuces. And he is going to raise, makes it 85,000 to go. Calderero and Buzgon going out, as well as Tony Dunst. Now it's around to the chip leader, Sean Koenig, who's got an uneventful 8-7.
Now he's looking over there at his opponent's stack size. And he's winning every hand he's playing so far, so why not play again?
Yep, he's going to speculate and make the call. And the flop comes up ace 10-6. No help for Shawnee checks.
Well, he's got a gut shot straight draw, but does check. And here comes what might be a nice continuation bet here for Darren Elias with just 2 deuces. But Sean calls him with the gut shot straight draw.
In a flash. And now a 5 of spades gives an open-ended straight draw for Sean. He's checking again. And Darren slowing down.
And a 4 comes off. Look at this. Sean Koenig has made the best hand possible. An 8 high straight. How good is this guy running?
It is beautiful. Now the problem is, how much do you bet? You
All
want to
in.
get some money, but look at this. He overbets with an all-in bet, I believe.
Well, you're right, Vince. Because the guy checked on the turn, you know he doesn't have that strong of a hand, so you want to extract chips from him. Why not bet a smaller amount the guy might call you with?
You must not even have an ace there, Darren. Damn.
I did not have an ace.
Damn it. Well, it makes me feel better about shoving. I had a monster.
I believe you.
Darren escaping right there. There's the Will the Thrill.
To be on these sidelines right now, guys. Unfortunately, this is where I'm standing. This is called the Losers Lounge. I don't like the Losers Lounge, but this is where we're at.
So we're dealing with it right now. We'll be back for the championship, though, and it won't be in the loser's lounge, I promise you that. Coming back with vengeance.
Those guys are on the plane by now. He has a lot of class by sticking around, showing his personality.
Well, the truth is he wants to see if Buzgon goes by him in the Player of the Year status. Man. That's why he's here. Don't worry.
Right. All right, Calderero out. And there's Buzgon. He is folding out onto Tony Dunst. King 3 of hearts.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's going to push with this.
Well, he has moved all in with the King 3.
Right behind him, our chip leader.
Timing is
fold.
everything.
Darren now.
How much is it?
Ace 9. That is callable.
Tough decision here for Darren, no doubt about it. It's one of those very marginal, you do or you don't. Tough decision.
I call.
Tony's trying to talk him out of it. It's not going to work. Darren's making this call.
Well, what a nice call by Darren Elias. That's why the pros respect this guy. He's just got a great feel for the game.
Call there. It's too bad. If I lose this, I won't have even gotten to play any poker.
Well, what's unusual, if Tony loses this pot, he'll have lost about every pot tonight. The only pot he won, he didn't even have the best hand.
Here's the flop. Can Tony outdraw his man here with a King 3? Here we go. It is a 10-6-5. Not good for Tony Dunst. Ace high in front there for Darren.
You know, Tony needs to catch a king or a 3 to take the lead. 2 runners to make a straight or a flush would do it for him, but he needs help.
Well, the queen comes off, so we are down to the river. Tony Dunst must catch a king or a 3 to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, the dapper-dressed Tony Dunst will be out in 5th place.
River card is a deuce of diamonds.
Well, congrats all around. Nice showing for our own Tony Dunst in this tournament, but just not meant to be tonight. He is going to finish in 5th place.
Well, Mike, he never really got any hands, no momentum to go with, but what an effort for our very own raw deal, Tony Dunst. He's out in 5th place, going to take home $66,000. He's excited to watch, and right now, he's over to talk to Matt.
Tony, a 5th place finish today. How disappointing is this for you?
More disappointing than the finish is the fact that I didn't really get to play any poker. It was just kind of like lose a bunch of hands in a row with one exception and then bust, so not a lot happened.
All right, well, back to the booth, but I'm sure you're going to be back in another final table.
Good Thanks, job, Matt.
Tony. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Tony Dunst out in 5th place. He's had a great run here in Jacksonville, Florida, and we are all very proud of him. Coming up, my 5 questions with British pro and brand new WPT champ, James Dempsey. You and Mike Sexton, who would win? Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open continues. Stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Best Bet Jacksonville.
Earlier this season in Las Vegas, British pro James Dempsey captured a WPT title in his very first WPT event. James has always been a fan of the World Poker Tour, as well as a certain Mike Sexton catchphrase, as I learned in this edition of 5 Questions. Why is Bingo Bango Bongo the best poker line
It's the
ever?
absolute best. I started playing poker 10 years ago, and I used to watch the WPT, me and my brother, and it was just one of Sexton's great lines. And when someone used to flop gin, he'd go, bingo, bango, bongo. I used to love it all the time.
Oh, bingo, bango, bongo!
And it just stuck with me ever since. He doesn't even say it anymore, and I was very upset, but he gave me a bingo, bango, bongo Bellagio.
Just for you personally?
Just for me.
James Dempsey, bingo, bango, bongo, he takes down the pot.
I was like, that was it.
That was gold. Now, you won the very first WPT event you played in. What's your secret?
Run good.
Luck box?
Just run good.
Oh, it's the 10!
It's the 10, he done it! James Dempsey has done it!
Just love the game, and the game will reward you. And that's important.
You reigned victorious.
Yeah, I'm the king. I'm the king of the Bellagio for at least another month.
Now, you've done some commentating in the world of poker. Did you learn anything from it?
Just everyone's terrible.
James Dempsey will be alongside me commentating.
That was brilliant. There's 5 players. You've chosen the best poker player with the most chips. And you thought, this is the guy I'm going to go after.
How has that helped your game?
They never helped my game. It's helped me make some enemies.
And he keeps attacking for no reason.
Attacking, you take it personally. I'm not attacking, you're a lovely guy. Why does everyone get so personal when people tell them they're terrible at poker?
Think
it's a game,
that
man.
You're not a lovely guy.
It's a game.
You can see how they play. They're absolutely terrible.
No one's going to want to hire you. What is he doing?
I'm a good commentator.
What a donkey!
Yeah, but that's what people want to hear. Like, he's terrible. I want to hear, oh, yeah, I suppose you could do that, those reasons, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Just say they're terrible. Like, it's fine.
What's the difference between playing poker in Europe and playing poker in the States?
Everyone's a bit crazier in Europe. It's weird. You play against the good players, and they're just a lot more aggressive pre-flop. And then you get, like, a lot of crazy, like, Spanish and French and Italian people who just sit there for 3 hours and just go berserk in one hand. They're just like, I've had enough of this. And they just start raising turns, just go berserk for like an hour.
Serious question. Heads up.
Okay,
You and Mike Sexton, who would win?
I'd win. Bash him up.
Thanks for trying to be humble for a millisecond.
Bash him up. Bash him up.
You and Vince, heads up. Who would win?
He just looks too cool, doesn't he? So I'd probably just like tremble. I'd be like, can't beat this guy. He deserves it. I feel like he might win.
So you'd win against Sexton, you'd lose against Vince Van
Yeah,
Patten.
Mike. I think he's too jaded with the game. He's been playing it too long. You know, Vince just seems like he'd just be like, oh yeah, I enjoy life, whatever happens, and then it'll just come to him. That's what happens. You know, you just gotta love the game.
He doesn't know me too well.
Oh boy. Me neither. I have to play this guy some heads up here. No, I think James Dempsey is so good for the poker world. The guy's just got great sense of humor. We played some golf with him this week.
Yep.
Vance, we sure enjoyed that for sure.
He was awful. And he doesn't mind you telling the truth there. And he was just,
oh it's good to have a pigeon on the golf course, though, you know.
He's off like an ATM, but he is fun to play with.
Okay, action on Sean Kunix here. Got the ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, quick fold by Daniel. And Sean with an ace-7 is going to raise, makes it 100,000. Darren out. Calderero has called with a queen, jack. Flop is 6-6 deuce. Helps neither player. They both check.
Now a 10 comes off.
James going to check again, yielding to the chip leader, Sean Kunix.
Well, Sean thinks the ace-high is the best hand now. His opponent checked twice, and indeed it is.
125, and that's going to
I had
do
the
it.
best hand. Huh? I had the best hand. Yeah, he did. I had a hand off.
Good bet on the turn there by Sean.
39 years old, second WPT final. He was 6th at the Festa Al Lago.
Well, there you see his father-in-law, Terry Ryan, rooting the son-in-law in. Vince, we should say that he's also playing with a broken collarbone. Got in an accident. He and his son on a quad runner, but broken collarbone not stopping him from playing this tournament.
Well, the blinds are going up to 25 and 50, and now our chip leader, Sean, with a queen 10 of hearts. Will make it 125 to go. Right behind him, though, Darren with an ace-9 of spades.
The ace-9 worked well when they knocked Tony Dunst out of this tournament with it, so he is going to play it again.
Okay, the other guys fold. So ace-9 versus queen 10. Here's the first 3. And it comes up king 5. That's a 4 flush for Sean.
He's going to check it.
Raised before the flop and checks the 4 flush.
It's gone check.
6 of spades helps neither player on the turn. And here comes Sean. Got a ton of chips in front of him. He's got momentum, and he's got a bet. Looks like 250,000.
And look at this, Vince. Darren Elias. He's going to make this call with just an ace-high. Believes it's the best hand, and it is the best hand. That's why you got to love this guy. His poker instincts are just terrific. Now a 9 comes off, so Darren improves his hand to kings and 9s.
Sean slows down. He checks it.
Now here's a spot where I would probably just check it down, Vince, even though you like to make a value bet. But if your opponent check raises you here, you may have to muck the 9s. And what's he going to pay you off with? Will he pay you off with 2 6s or a small pair if that's what he has? I don't know.
Well, he's not doing what you would do and I would do. He is going to bet it, try to get a value bet. But of course, we know Sean doesn't have anything.
Value bet indeed. There's almost 850,000 in the pot, yet he's only betting 175,000.
TC fly bet.
Nice hand, buddy.
But Sean doesn't get tricky. He folds the hand. Darren will take that down and look like a genius.
I can tell you, folks, this guy's got the respect of all the poker pros. They really like this guy's game.
The best hand.
I think there's something to be said about enjoying what you do. The charity event at the Bay was a lot of fun. They call it the Titans of Silicon Valley. I think they were executives for internet companies. Helmuth was doing the commentary. I think Negreanu made the final table with me. The rest of it were the executives. They beat us. the amateurs ended up taking. I know when to take it seriously and when to have fun with it, and today's business.
Well, business indeed. Right now, Darren sitting in third place, looking to take down his first WPT title tonight. So it is all business for him, but Sean Kunig's well out in front, as you can see.
Action's going to go right back on Darren Elias. He was 5th at Borgata this season. What a talent, and this time he's got King 9, and he will raise, makes it 105,000. Calderero out.
Around to Daniel Buzgon. He finished 3rd earlier this season at Borgata. Could take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race if he wins here tonight, but goes out here.
Sean Kunig with a Queen Jack will make the call. So we have King 9 up against Queen Jack, and there's the flop, and it is a queen on the flop, Queen 10-4. But they're all spades.
Sean is going to check the top pair. Darren, as you can see, has the flush draw with the gut shot straight draw.
He's going to bet 110,000. Sean with top pair, no flush.
Oh, but look at this. It's going to be the check raised by Sean, Vince. Yes, it is. He has check raised him to 275,000. But Darren, with the double drawing kind of hand, is going to make the call. Now, kind of hand that's scary, because even if you make a spade flush, you're not really thrilled with the 9 of spade. Now the 10 comes off, which pairs the boards. Sean's still out in front with the queens, but he's going to check them.
Scary card sometimes.
Look at this. Darren is reaching for chips, Vince. Most players would just snap check behind him to get the free draw at the flush or the straight, but not this guy. He is betting out 425,000, going to put the pressure on the chip leader.
That is one bold move by the 25-year-old.
Well, you're scared the guy was slow playing you with a flush. Maybe he's got queens with a bigger kicker. Maybe he made 3 10s on the turn, where you're essentially drawing dead. And Sean is going to give it up. But salute this guy, Darren Elias, for making that bet on the turn to win that pot.
Now that Tony Dunst is no longer at the final table, he has found his way back to his command center. Hear his critique of tonight's play in a new edition of The Raw Deal. And the Royal Flush Girls having fun here in Florida. Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Stick around. Welcome back to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss as Tony Dunst had a first-hand look at this final table from a player's perspective. And now that he is back in the booth, he is ready to give his 2 cents on this edition of The Raw Deal.
You know, it's always been my dream to play my way onto a WPT final table and lose every hand once I got there. I mean, seriously, the only hand I won, I wasn't even supposed to win. Fortunately for me, Will Fela didn't want Player of the Year quite bad enough to examine how his hole cards match up with those on the board. But beyond that, I was mostly forced to sit and watch everyone else play poker while my stack evaporated in front of me. And the man I watched the closest at this final table is Darren Elias. Although many of you may be oblivious to Elias, he is well known and unanimously respected among his peers. He built his reputation as a successful online player, and this is his 2nd WPT final table this season. However, Darren is still without a win in a major live tournament, though many considered him the favorite coming into tonight's competition. Several of Darren's battles have come against chip leader Sean Kunig, and although Darren hasn't been able to extract a large degree of chips from him, I think the skill edge is increasingly apparent the more you watch the two of them play. Their first conflict is pretty straightforward. Darren bets his pair of 2s on an ace-high flop, and Sean decides to call with a gut shot and likely has some intention to bluff on future streets if he misses. Instead, Sean gets a run out giving him the stone nuts, leading him to move in for Darren's stack, which is about 2.5 times the size of the pot. I doubt Sean thinks he's being called often, but I don't blame him for taking one big shot at eliminating Darren. Sean and Darren's second hand together further demonstrates Darren's skill. It begins with Darren just calling pre-flop instead of moving in. This being done because Daniel Buzgon is on a much shorter stack, creating severe payout jump implications for busting to the larger stack of Sean. On the flop, we see Darren check behind to control the size of the pot with his ace high, and then he calls on the turn when his hand is still good. His intention was likely to call once and fold to another bet on most rivers, but he finds a helpful 9, and when Sean checks, Darren goes for thin value with a small bet, likely because he can sense Sean's weakness. Their last hand makes me think that Darren believes he has a pretty good read on Sean. The pre-flop raise and flop bet are pretty standard, but the check raise from Sean would cause many players to fold a king-high gutshot straight and 9-high flush draw. Instead, Darren feels he can best represent a very strong hand by just calling, and that if his hand doesn't improve on the turn, he'll be able to take the pot away with some cards. As it happens, he gets a fairly useful bluff card, and his half pot bet on.
Well, it's about a $500,000 bet.
I call.
And he's going to make this
Wow,
call.
Sean is gambling here with a jack high. I mean, that's when you think you're running good, folks. When you call an all-in bet with just a jack high there, you are gambling.
Sean's feeling good. And can his intuition be right? Here comes the first 3 and a 9 on the flop. That is good for Buzgon. He is out in front with a pair of 9s. 9-6-5 on the flop. No real help for Sean Kunix. Here comes the turn.
7 of spade comes off. Buzgon has the king of spades, so he blocks the flush draw.
Down to the river we go. And a 5 on the river pairs the board.
So Daniel Buzgon doubling up. And remember, if he wins this tournament, he will take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race.
Sean's still out in front. Plays a lot of hands.
And he is a player. He is not a hen on her eggs in terms of his chips here, no doubt about it. He may be chip leader, but his chips are in action.
All right, now Darren Elias with a king-jack has raised to 105. Calderero out. Daniel Buzgon with just a 9-7. Won't call. Only one to beat is Sean. And he's got, well, miserable-looking 5-deuce. But he's going to cap his cards with that soccer player, superhero, whatever the heck it is.
Well, however this comes out, I'm not crazy about this. Colin raising with a 5-deuce offsuit.
He's going to speculate. Maybe he'll get lucky. Wow, he's got big possibilities.
Yep. Flop the open end straight draw. He's going to check it.
Darren hitting nothing there, but continuation bet with the king high, of course, 110.
I would think Sean would check raise here. But he's not. He's just calling here. And he's been playing very aggressive. I think a check raise would have won him this pot. Let's see what happens. Now a king comes off where Darren has 2 kings and will be going nowhere. And now all of a sudden, Sean Kunix is reaching for chips. And this hand is being played very puzzling in my mind by Sean Kunix.
Well, he is going to bet, looks like 275,000. Darren, of course, hitting the kings there.
Darren trying to sort all this out. And the guy called me on the flop, and now all of a sudden he's going to lead out on the turn. Why? I don't see Darren going anywhere here.
No, he's made the call. And down to the river we go. Can Sean hit his straight? No, it's a 7 of diamonds.
Well, obviously the only way Sean could win this pot's to bluff at it. He's just throwing up the white flag, Vince.
Well, I don't blame him. He's
Can't
checking.
possibly win by checking here with a 5 high. This is a very peculiar played hand by Sean Kunix.
He called anyhow, I believe. But anyway, Darren going to make the bet. 575, and that is a wrap for Sean Kunix, our chip leader, who's starting to get whittled away a little bit.
Well, Vince, in my mind, he misplayed every street on that hand. Called a raise before the flop with a 5-deuce offsuit. Flopped the open end straight, and then check called instead of check raised, and then let out on the turn for some strange reason when the king hit. But nevertheless, he maintains the chip lead.
Okay, on to the next hand. Calderero from Venice, Florida, gonna fold. He's been very quiet as of late. Now Daniel Buzgon with an attractive ace-jack. And he will make it 110 to go. Doesn't go all in this time. Has enough chips to not have to do that. Now Sean behind him with a 5-3.
Well, we saw him play the 5-deuce last time. Now he's gonna call a raise with the 5-3 offsuit. Just not crazy about these plays.
Plays almost anything. Can't put him on a hand. The flop comes up 10-9 deuce.
And he's also got a lot of heart to bluff when he doesn't have anything, but
no help to either player here.
Just not sure you're supposed to be dipping into your chip lead with hands like this.
Well, they both check. Here comes the turn. 8 of diamonds. That gives an open-ended straight draw, though, to Buzgon. Nothing for Sean, but Sean's going to bet 200,000.
Well, Daniel Buzgon has the best hand and the best draw, but it doesn't look like much when your opponent's betting. He doesn't have that much invested in the pot so far. Do you really want to gamble here? Or you're going to have to maybe catch a straight to win the pot? Nope, he's going to lay it down.
So Sean Kunitz, a sigh of relief for him. Finally, one of his speculative hands pays off.
Well, it pays off because he fired there, Vince, with the 5-3.
Yeah.
But he is stacking the chips. But his chips are not sitting on those stacks, folks. He's getting them in the pot with these very marginal hands. Let's see if that holds up for him.
All right. Now it's on Daniel again with that very good king-queen of hearts. Last time he made a nice raise, but didn't go all in.
All in.
Let's see if he does differently. Yes, he does. This time he's going to push all in. Sean out.
I think you have to. With the blinds this size and his stack size.
Darren out. Oh boy, but Calderero from Florida, he's picked up a solid one. Ace-jack.
7 1/4. I call.
Oh yeah, he's going to call. He's going to love this.
He's out in front with the ace high, so nice call by James there. Buzgon is going to have to get some help, or he is going to be eliminated in 4th place.
And here comes the flop. The flop comes up 2 pair for Calderero. A thing of beauty.
At least it's the jack of hearts. So many possibilities.
Well, Daniel can catch a 10, which would give him an ace high straight. Also hit 2 runners to make a flush. Could come king, king, and queen, queen, but he is up against it right now.
Yeah, Buzgon in trouble. Okay, turn card coming up.
Oh, the 7 of hearts comes off.
That's a 4 flush there for Buzgon.
I am good at runner flushes.
James is thinking, oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. I flopped the top 2 pair. And this guy still got a lot of outs.
Down to the river, but Buzgon's not going to get into 4 clubs.
Well, that's going to do it for Daniel Buzgon. We saw him finish 3rd earlier this season at Borgata. Tonight he finishes 4th. Nice tournament for him. But the buzz is gone.
Yes, it is. For Daniel Buzgon, 94,000 for his 4th place finish. He was on the short stack all night, played it really well. But it's down to 3 players right now, and Daniel Buzgon over to talk to Matt Savage.
Daniel short stacked much of the final table. Are you happy with this finish?
I guess. I mean, coming in with only, what, 570, didn't expect much, so I guess this is a decent result.
Well, with this finish, you are catching up on Player of the Year, even though Will's still ahead of you. But you have one more event to go, the championship. We'll see you there.
I don't know. He's a good friend of mine. Maybe I'll just give it to him. I don't think so.
All right, buddy. All right, we'll see you again. Marianella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Daniel Buzgon has been eliminated in 4th place, though he has picked up 600 Player of the Year points, putting him in 3rd, but not quite enough to overtake Will the Thrill Fela. WPT's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open continues right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
We have a lot going on at Best Bet Jacksonville. The games are terrific. We've got lots of poker, tournament, and cash. We have got a race book that is just beyond any other one that I've seen.
Good job.
We've got great sushi. Our sushi bar and our sushi chefs are tremendous.
The Best Bet Poker Room has been incredible. Everything's brand new, it's fresh. It just looks really awesome inside.
Here, poker's our business, so we go the extra step to take care of our players.
Well, Mike, we have been having a great time all week here in Jacksonville. I mean, they have shown us such great hospitality. We went to the dog races. We went to that crazy restaurant where you ate the alligator. And, well, you didn't. You had a steak. We've been having a good time.
Just a great time in Jacksonville here. But it was a great experience for our ClubWPT.com qualifier, Greg Lee.
Oh, that is true. Greg Lee won his seat on ClubWPT.com, went for the big bucks, got to play in the room with the big guys. Didn't happen for him, but he also got to enjoy some fun things. Got to party with the Royal Flush Girls. Not too bad.
Well, when you become a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you also get other great benefits, such as the Entertainment Savers Guide. You get to play all the online poker you want, and you can win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, as well as seats to WPT events, just like Greg. And it's only $19.95 a month.
Yeah.
The price is right. You can't do better than that. Can't do better than that.
It is a great deal. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on clubwpt.com. Back to the table we go.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Sean Koenig's out in front.
It was easy.
He's got
it wouldn't
4
be
million.
any fun.
Darren Elias with 2.9, and it's action on Darren. He's got an attractive 8-6 of hearts. He will raise to 110. James Calderero behind him with a pair of 4s. Will make the call. And now Sean Koenig with an ace-deuce.
Well, he's going to play too, Vince. He just plays anything. I don't like calling with ace baby cards, offsuit cards, when it's been raised and called in front of me, but I'm not Sean Koenig, and he's flopped 2 pair aces and deuces here. Wow.
And a 4 flush by Darren Elias. This could heat up. Calderero now has checked. Sean gonna bet 275,000.
Oh, Darren raised before the flop. So Sean obviously hoping that he's just got 2 aces with a big kicker.
Well, he's called it. James getting out of the way. So 2 pair for Sean. Just doesn't want to see a heart show up. But of course a heart shows up. 3 of hearts, making Darren a flush.
Well, I don't think you're going to put your opponent on a heart here. He raised before the flop. He didn't raise on the flop, which you think he would have done if he had a flush draw. I think Sean's putting him on 2 aces with a big kicker, and that's what I'd be doing too here.
Well, he is going to bet, going to find out where he is. 400,000. And Darren now.
Well, let's see how he plays it here. He's just calling, does not raise with the flush. Sort of camouflaging the strength of it a little bit here. But also taking a chance in my mind in case another heart comes off or the board pairs. But that doesn't happen as the 5 of diamonds hits on the river. And the way this hand has been played, no doubt Sean thinks he's got the best hand with aces up.
Yep, and he is first to play, and he's getting chips out to bet, it appears. Yeah, he's going to stick out 700,000. Healthy bet.
Now, the only thing Darren's thinking about here is, do I raise or do I just call? There is a chance his opponent could have a bigger flush.
I call.
And he is just going to call. He shows him the flush and takes down the pot. Sean a little bit shocked that he didn't win that pot because he never got raised during that whole hand after the flop. And with that pot, folks, we have a new chip leader at this table for the first time tonight. Darren Elias has overtaken Sean Koenig for the chip lead.
Right now, the antes are going up to 10,000, blinds going to 30 and 60,000. 3-handed poker at the best bet in Jacksonville continues. Action's going to James Calderero. And he has to fold the 10-4. Sean Koenig now with just a 10-6. Let's see what he does with that. Well, he's going to play it, just calls.
Well, Vince, I am absolutely convinced that Sean Koenig might have been the guy that coined the phrase, any 2 will do when you're playing hold and poke. This guy plays anything.
Darren's not going to raise with his 9-7, but he gets 7s.
Flop comes ace 7-3 with 2 hearts.
Nothing hitting there for Sean. He checks. Now Darren has hit the 7s. And he's getting out betting chips, 80,000.
Sean, of course, has no hand, no draw, no nothing. But that doesn't stop him from check raising.
Whoa. He certainly does. Makes it 225.
And look at this. Darren Elias has made the call with 2 7s. Most players would just insta-fold when they got check raised there, thinking their opponent's got 2 aces. But now the jack of hearts comes off. So Sean does have a flush draw. Now Sean looking back in his hand. Now, when a guy does that, looks like he's always got a heart in his hand. We're checking to see if he has one. And it's gone check, check here. And now the ace comes off.
Helps neither player.
So Sean knows the only way he could win this pot is to bluff at it, and he's doing it. He's
go.
betting $500,000 here. And Vince, because of that turn card and river card, very tough in my mind for Darren to make this call here.
Well, this would absolutely break Sean if Darren should call this. This would just destroy him. This would be a great call, but no, he is not going to call. Sean's going to pick this one up with absolute zip and pick. Beautifully done.
And with that pot, Sean Koenig retakes the chip lead.
And that smile is when you bluff. Not when you win, it's when you win with a bluff.
I'll tell you one thing about Sean Kunix, Vince. He earns a lot of his pots by betting on the river with no hands, and he has done it time and time again, and it's paying off for him. Really, really showing some heart.
All right now he is raised with an ace-9 to 150. Darren out. Calderero now looks at a king-10.
And this guy's been very quiet since early on at this final table, yet he's raising here, Vince.
Wow. He makes it 375 with the king high.
Because this guy hadn't made many moves. If you're sitting in Sean's seat, all of a sudden that ace-9 dwindles up, and he's going to throw it away.
That's a big laydown for you, James.
What do you think? Think that was a dead hand?
It was a big laydown.
So finally, Sean had the best hand and junked it.
Well, you're right. That's because James has been colder than the maitre d' at a French restaurant all night long. So when he raises, got to get away. Well, that is Angelique at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And you can actually meet them in person when you visit us out here on the World Poker Tour. All right, on to the next hand. Darren Elias with an ace-8, the button, and makes it 125. Calderero with just 10-8.
And he's got nothing, but he won the last hand without having the best hand, so maybe he'll do it here. He makes the call.
And Sean now with a king, 3 of diamonds.
Well, we know Sean's not going anywhere. He plays any 2 card. We've seen that.
We have 3-handed action here. And we are flopping.
Now flop comes 9-7-3.
Well, that's open-ended straight draw there for Calderero. That's a pair of 3s for Sean.
Well, both players check.
And nothing for Darren. And look who's betting.
Well, he's got really the worst hand of the 3.
He's got a bet. 160. He's got position. That's what he's got. And Calderero just calls.
And why not call with bottom pair when 2 other players have bet and called already?
Yeah, this is getting interesting.
Sean doing it with the 2 3s. Oh, the 6 comes off. James has made the best hand possible, the 10 high straight.
And he's going to check it.
Well, what he's saying right now is, please somebody bet at this pot. I've got the best hand possible. There's no flush draw out there. Nothing. I love it. And here he comes, Sean Kunix, diving in there.
$500,000, Mike.
For $500,000.
And Darren has now an open-ended straight draw. And look at this. He's going to put his action in there.
He's gambling a bit here in my mind. Makes the call here with just the open-end straight draw. Unfortunately for him, he is drawing dead as the cards lie.
You got the nuts. You got 2 guys playing nutty in front of you. What do? You just sit on it?
You're going to raise here in this spot, even though there's no flush draw out there.
Got to protect your hand, I guess.
You know, somebody might have flopped 3 3s. Somebody might have 2 pair. You just don't want to give him a free card that can beat you.
An additional 600. He loses Sean. He loses Darren. But that's a good pot for Calderero.
Got a new chip leader, baby.
James takes down a monster pot right there. And with it, Vince, for the first time tonight, he's the chip leader at the final table.
Certainly is. The local from Florida has taken the chip lead here in Jacksonville.
James Calderero has taken down a big pot, and with that hand, we have come to the end of this hour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Guys, what are your thoughts on the action so far?
Well, Marinella, what we're seeing is an amazing final with that last pot. James Calderero has taken the chip lead at one point or another. All 3 of these guys have had the chip lead. This is just terrific poker. They're not playing for 3rd place, 2nd place. These guys are all playing to win.
That is true. And James is actually a local from Venice, Florida. Very impressive, but they're all playing loose. How about this Sean Kunix? The guy looks at more hands than a manicurist. That's the way he plays. It's fun to watch.
And Mike, what do you think about Darren Elias?
Well, Darren Elias is just stoic. He's the pro that all the poker pros on tour have so much respect for his game and his play. Don't count this guy out, even though he's not the chip leader anymore.
Thank you, guys. We really do have a great competition here. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Here in in Jacksonville, Florida, our last stop on the regular season becomes an extraordinary battle to be the best. Another name will be added to the Champions Cup tonight, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's Season 10 coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who has been away on maternity leave. As we begin our third hour of extended coverage here in Florida, I'm joined, as always, by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, we have 3 players left and a great competition.
Well, you're right, Marinella. This is a great competition because all 3 of these guys have had the chip lead at one time or another in this three-handed battle going for this title. We've got 2 businessmen, 1 young pro. The businessmen are James Calderero, our chip leader, Sean Kunix, also a businessman from Columbus, Ohio, fighting it out against this young pro, Darren Elias, that is truly highly respected by all top poker pros. This is a great competition. All of them fighting for pots, making moves, bluffing. They are playing to win tonight.
That is so true, Mike. These guys are playing looser than a soccer mom drinking eggnog. They just don't care. They're splashing it around. They are very impressive. They're taking down all the big names. First, it was Sean Kunix, sending Player of the Year frontrunner Will the Thrill Fela to the rail. And Darren Elias took out our own raw deal man, Tony Dunst.
The river's a deuce.
And finally, James Calderero eliminated our other Player of the Year candidate, Daniel Buzgon. The buzz is gone, and we've got 3 players left fighting it out for this title.
And Marinella, we know that this is going to be your last stop while you're filling in for Kimberly Lansing, where she's been out on maternity leaves. And I just want to say, from both Vince and I, how much we've enjoyed working with you. You're a real pro, and truly, it's been an honor to work with you. We hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, guys. It has been an honor working with you and sitting in for Kimberly. I know she's excited to return, but I'm glad I got to be here for this one. But now it's time to get back to the task at hand, and that's crowning our next WPT champion. Cards are about ready to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
Well, as you can see, Mike, James Calderero from Venice, Florida, a businessman in real estate, 46 years old, is the chip leader with close to $4.9 million in chips.
Well, James has 2 WPT cashes. He also finished 13th in the 2009 main event at the World Series of Poker, where he cashed in $633,000. So the guy's been at big-time poker events before. He knows what he's doing.
All right, and he's at 10,000 blinds, 30 and 60. James out Sean.
That's 8 drinks.
Queen 5 has called. Now Darren Elias has picked up a pair of 8s.
Yep, got the 2 snowmen. And he is going to 3-bet this.
Yep, he is going to make the raise, makes it 200,000. And Sean likes his Queen 5 of hearts, is going to make this call. So action starting fast again. Here we go, 8s versus Queen 5. And the flop comes up a queen, just like that. Great for Sean.
Sean out in front with 2 queens.
And he's going to check.
Darren checks behind. What a check there with 2 8s by Darren.
9 on the turn.
And it's a 9 of hearts. Sean has a flush draw as well as 4 hearts. And again, it goes check, check.
Check, check.
Darren Elias just seems to know when not to get involved. Now the 6 of hearts comes off, giving Sean a flush. Just incredible, the feel that Darren Elias has.
And Sean is going to come out of the woodwork and finally bet it, 250,000.
Now Darren's certainly going to pay this off because it wasn't bet on the flop or the turn. So he's going to get shown a flush. So another daring pre-flop raise call by Sean Kunix pays off.
Sean Kunix, 39 years old, out of Columbus, Ohio. A family man. It's his 2nd WPT final table.
Yeah, he's a big Ohio State Buckeye fan. And right now, he's earned a few Buckeye leaves to put on his hat. I can tell you that, the way he's played at this final table.
And right there's the Royal Flush Girls social bar. And look at this, Will the Thrill enjoying that moment.
Well, Vince, he's enjoying it because he knows with Daniel Buzgon going out in 4th place, he's once again the leader of the WPT Player of the Year going into the final event, the WPT Championship.
All right, back to the table. Action on Sean. He's got a 5-3 of spades, and he's going to raise to 150. Darren behind him with ace-3 will make this call. And now James Calderero, our chip leader, also going to call with an ace-4.
Vince, I never thought I would say it, but Sean Kunix makes Gus Hansen and Phil Ivey look like tight players.
He does. He plays loose.
Flop comes 5, deuce, deuce. Sean has flopped the best hand. He's got 5s up. Both the other two players have a wheel draw, a straight draw.
They both check into Sean. And Sean, who raised before the flop, gonna make a continuation bet with the 5s. Looks like 275,000.
Well, Darren with the gut shot straight draw. Looks like he's gonna make the call here, Vince.
He is gonna speculate.
And indeed he is. And James also has a gut shot wheel draw, but he's gonna give his up and let these two guys fight it out.
Going to the turn. And it is a queen of clubs. No help to either player. Sean's going to slow down. They both check.
And a 4 comes up.
Oh, my.
This gives Darren a wheel.
There was a miracle card on the river. This could hurt. On Darren first. He's going to make a bet. 625.
Well, it's a healthy bet, too. As you said, 625,000. And the way this hand was played, Vince, it'd be tough for Sean to get away from this 2 5s. He knows his opponent called on the flop. Now, what did he have? Did he have a straight draw? Did he have a flush draw? Would he bet 2 4s on the river? Unlikely. He would just check it down.
I call.
Whoa.
And Sean has made the call, and Darren's going to show him the straight and take down the pot. And a nice pot it is.
Nice suck out again.
That is brutal.
What a 6 suck out again.
Yeah, Sean is muttering to himself.
I love my call, though.
Says he got sucked out on, but had he bet on the turn, he'd have won that pot instead of lost it.
Might want to rethink that. Great call, though.
Our third hour of coverage from Jacksonville, Florida is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including a look at what the Royal Flush Girls discovered here in Jacksonville. A brand new installment of WPT's Ones to Watch, and Tony Dunst telling it like it is in The Raw Deal. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
This week in Jacksonville, we learned what all the Royal Flush Girls were good at. We went golfing, and Tuba crushed the balls in the course. And then we went to the dog races.
I need to bet.
And Brittany bet on some dogs and won all the money. And Jeannie went surfing, was really good at it with her athletic self. And I won the poker tournament against James Dempsey. We had an amazing time here in Jacksonville, and I look forward to coming here next year.
And Vince, we've had some great experiences down here in Jacksonville during this tournament, other than playing in it, where we both busted out. But,
Thank you.
You know, we've gone out and played some golf. We've gone to the dog races, went to some amazing restaurants.
Yeah, we actually ate alligator paws. Remember that? You ate a steak, but I had to eat the alligator paw.
Yeah, but you don't have to spend a fortune to have a great poker experience. You can become a Club WPT VIP member and gain all the benefits from that.
That is true, Mike. We have a guy, Greg Lee, who plays on ClubWPT.com, and sure enough, he won his way into the big time. Now, he didn't make money, but he had a shot, and he also had a great time.
Well, VIP members get unlimited poker. You can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You have access to past WPT episodes and other great benefits.
It is a great deal. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on ClubWPT.com. Back to the table we go.
Now, there you see our two chip leaders, Darren Elias in first place, James Calderero in second place, and right now Sean Kunix on the short stack. He came to this final table as the big chip leader. He is now in third place.
All right, Darren Elias, the 25-year-old from New Jersey, has ace-queen. He's going to make it 125. Calderero out.
Well, Vince, win or lose tonight, you got to be impressed with Darren Elias's play. I can tell you that.
Sean now with a jack-9 of hearts. He is on the short stack now.
Well, going to cost him 125 to make the call, but he's raising to $500,000 here.
Oh, boy, this guy mixes up his game.
I got a feeling it's not going to work here.
Well, Darren with a real hand, and there he goes, all in.
And snap call by Sean Kunix, and he proudly displays the jack-9. You can see Darren just a little bit shocked that the guy was so anxious to get his money in with that hand.
I think Sean felt he was pot committed. Just feels the hand out. He's going to go with it. And this guy was the chip leader for so long, and right now he is in trouble.
So the Buckeye needs help here.
Go Bucks!
Jack-9 against ace-queen. Here we go.
And it comes 7-7 deuce with 2 hearts.
That helps.
So there you see, Sean has flopped a flush draw.
Yeah, Sean has a shot.
Well, he can take the lead with a jack or a 9. He'll win the pot if a heart comes off.
4th Street is, no, not good for Sean. It's a 6, no heart.
So Darren Elias out in front. If the ace high holds up, he'll be the big chip leader playing heads up for the title. Can Sean Koenig catch a heart, a jack, or a 9?
Here we go.
Everybody on their feet. Here's the river card. The 3 of hearts.
Oh boy.
Sean Koenig has outdrawn Darren Elias on the river. He made the heart flush to win that pot. Go Bucks, he says. And I can tell you, they're thrilled in Columbus, Ohio right now.
Wow, the Buckeyes can suck out too, baby.
Oh. Notice he was just using the left arm
Nice hand.
to do his shouting and cheering with, because he's broken his right collarbone. So he can't raise the right arm up, but he can sure use it to push chips in the pot. We've seen that. There he gambled with the jack-9, and it paid off
He
for
is
him.
delirious. He is happy. Well done. His dream of becoming a WPT champion on the line, but it's a diamond.
And that's going to do it for the Buckeye.
I am very proud to be back here again. Honestly, I can truly tell you, going this deep was purely heart.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yes.
3 weeks ago, my son and I got on a quad runner. We went up a hill, it really wasn't that big, and it flipped up in the air. I had just enough time to take my right arm, and I don't know how, by the grace of God, my adrenaline was pumping as it came down over the top of us. And I can't even imagine if I wasn't able to stop it. The experience that I've been through in the past year really gave me a lot of humility. I'm very humbled by my life and the fortune that I've been given, and just the ability to be sitting here again. It's a great privilege. It's very fortunate.
Oh, that is one lucky guy.
Well, fortunate in life, and certainly fortunate on that last hand to make the flush on the river to stay alive in this tournament. And it's anybody's game here, Vince. Everybody's got chips to play with. It'll be interesting to see how this one comes out.
James Calderero is the chip leader. He's going to fold that hand.
And he knows these two guys like to clash about every pot, so why not just sit back and let them battle it out for a while?
Sean Koenig plays almost anything. He is going to call with his 8-5. Darren with a 5 deuce, also content to see a flop. But look at this flop, 5-4-3. They both have 5s.
Both players have flop top pair. Sean's got the best kicker, but Darren has the open end straight draw.
Sean is checked, and Darren is going to bet this 80,000.
And Sean makes the call.
4th Street is a 5. Look at that. They both got sets. Sean's going to check it.
Well, this could spell big, big trouble for Darren Elias here. Any card that doesn't give him a straight or pair of the board comes off of there, he's going to lose a lot of money with these 3 5s.
Darren plunging away again, 225 and a quick call.
Sean very anxious to get his money in there, of course. Why wouldn't you with 3 5s?
What is the river card? A queen of diamonds.
Both players have 3 5s, but Sean has him out-kicked, as we say.
Sean is going to trap again with the check.
Call.
Look at this.
Well, he never took a bet with the 3 5s, yet he's going to win the pot because he has his opponent out-kicked. Darren can't believe this pot was never raised somewhere along the way, but
nevertheless, Sean Koenig, the businessman from Ohio, is back.
I would say so. Back in a big way with that hand. Sean Koenig is once again our chip leader. Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open.
This season, Dan O'Brien and William Reynolds made their actions heard both on and off the felt, as you'll see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
I love to grind. I'm a sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to watch.
I was always the talker back in school, and I was scolded for talking, but now I get paid to talk from time to time.
I'm here with ones to watch, Dan O'Brien, Will Reynolds. Guys, thanks a lot for joining me here in the booth today.
One of the best things about this season on the World Poker Tour has just been commentating.
Well, live stream is actually very new to poker. It's only really developed over the last year, so people can essentially get it as it's happening.
You can see the whole cards, and you have two competent commentators in the booths discussing different strategies, being analytical, breaking everything down. I like Sharon's check, honestly. It seems like Tommy maybe has something up his sleeve when he's checking back.
It's definitely helpful to hear just really good poker information and to start training your mind to think the way that top players think.
Dan O'Brien's a very entertaining guy.
He plays well, but he's had a little bit too much success this year for my liking.
Some of the best moments are when people are just playing just awful poker, and I can just sit there from my pulpit and just tell everyone how bad they're playing.
I can't say enough how much I dislike that 3-bet to 5-bet.
Dan has no filter, and so it's kind of interesting to hear him talk.
I think to be a good commentator, you just have to be honest and willing to speak your mind.
It's up to the commentator to really tell a story.
Will's just a total clown, a lot of fun to work with.
Now, Venus has chips to get a little saucy himself. We can see some 3-bets.
Saucy.
Think they're going to throw that sauce back and forth at each other?
Yeah, I sure hope so. You know, that's what makes a good story.
What is this sauce?
Dan, you getting in on this sauce or what's up?
It's sauce time.
Like you guys have been hitting the sauce.
Who will be boss sauce?
Will Reynolds is kind of the complete package.
He's really happy, he's really upbeat, and he's also a very smart player.
He's kind of thinking that one step ahead, that one level further.
That's when mistakes just keep getting amplified. When you're out of position, all hand, you know, he got fooled by the delay C-bet.
We have a lot of fun in there.
This is so Bush League. We all should have been ready. And we're back.
I love doing commentary.
Luckily, I have Will to kind of disperse your insanity a little bit.
Hey, when you have Will trying to tone down the insanity, you have a terrible, terrible plan.
Well, Vince, the ones to watch are tough young players. These guys do great on the live streaming, and that could be the future of the poker world, where you actually get to watch the whole tournament live as it takes place and see the cards as these players are playing them.
Well, it is fun. And right now we have a great battle going on here at the best bet. Sean Koenig is now the chip leader again. Sean has folded. Darren Elias picks up ace-king of clubs, big slick. And he's going to pop it to 150. And Calderero with a pair of tens.
Well, this is a huge hand in a three-handed poker game as well. So, Vince, it's not going to shock me to see all the dough go in right here, right now.
Well, Calderero has raised. Makes it 375 to go.
Small one.
There's the push all in, and of course it's being called.
And the classic race situation, the two overcards versus the under pair, happens all the time in poker tournaments. Both these guys are nodding their heads. They know one of them is going to get lucky and win this pot. The other is going to take a serious blow. Well, Darren Elias had the chip lead just a while back. Now his tournament life is on the line. If he doesn't get lucky and catch something here, he'll be out in third place.
Here come the first three, and that is a good one for Calderero. Nothing hitting for Darren Elias with his ace-king. It was 9-5 deuce. Calderero still out in front. Here comes the turn.
Well, a 7 comes off, so we are down to the river. Darren Elias must catch an ace or a king, or it's tapioca pudding for him.
Yeah, he would be our third place finisher. Can the 25-year-old spike the right card? No, not to be. It's a 6 of clubs.
So the young whiz kid, Darren Elias, 25-year-old tough pro out of Montclair, New Jersey, is sort of stunned right now, Vince, but he is out in third place. A good sport. Just wasn't meant to be, I guess, for him tonight.
He'll take home $147,000. He has respect already by the entire poker world. But right now, Darren Elias out in third place. Over to talk to Matt Savage.
Darren, a couple tough beats there at the end. Give me your thoughts.
Well, it's unfortunate. His last hands kind of played themselves, so it's part of the game, but it was hurt.
All right, I'm sure we'll see you again. Good job. All right, back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. With Darren Elias out in third place, we are now heads up with James Calderero and Sean Koenig getting ready to battle for the title. WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open heads-up action is next on the World Poker Tour.
minus him.
Son of a. There it is. Byron, great job, bro.
Nice, man.
Welcome back to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss as Tony Dunst had a first-hand look at this final table from a player's perspective. And now that he is back in the booth, he is ready to give his 2 cents in this edition of The Raw Deal.
If you had asked me going into the final table who I thought was going to get heads up, I wouldn't have picked Sean and James. In fact, I would have told you that there wasn't even going to be a heads-up match because I was going to get a massive chip lead four-handed, then super cooler everyone by making an 8-high straight flush against a flush and 2 full houses. Easy game. Unfortunately for me, final tables are just about the only thing on television that don't play out according to a script. I got knocked out in 5th and barely got to play a hand. It was all rather anticlimactic after a thrilling and chaotic tournament where I had to extensively battle with the game's top talent, and often against the 2 men we now find heads up for the title.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah.
I even made current chip leader Sean healthy by making a pretty bad check shove against him with King 7 on a 10-9-8 blind versus blind hand where I raised from the small and he called with Jack 10 in the big. Sean never really lost the momentum from that point on. Although he's not a full-blown professional player, he's been a regular in the high-stakes tournaments for years, and he finished 6th at the Festa El Lago in Season 8. He's also a successful businessman and a guy that clearly enjoys himself on the tables, so I don't think he was feeling too much pressure throughout the tournament. The only player left to stop him is James Calderero, another man who made his money outside poker, but also has generated a respectable list of cashes, including finishing 13th in the World Series main event in 2009. So what do I anticipate in a heads-up match between these two? I think these 2 guys will do more calling from the big blind than re-raising. The re-raise wars you see at many final tables are often between younger, internet-trained players who have it ingrained in their minds that playing out of position is playing at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, James and Sean both seem pretty comfortable with the idea of just calling out of position, especially when getting a good price. I think Sean will be the more aggressive of the 2, not only because I think his game is naturally that way, but also because I think he's emboldened by having held the chip lead for so much of recent play. And I think if Sean wins the tournament and gets a bit too celebratory, an old school East Coast guy like James might just come over and give that broken shoulder of Sean a nice good squeeze. I can remember a moment when I certainly wanted to.
Well, for years, the wise guys in poker said, you can't win it unless you're one of us. Amateurs can't win. Well, we are getting proven wrong here in Jacksonville. We have 2 businessmen going after this title.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
What a moment, and out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls. We have Tuba, Brittany, Jeannie, and Angelique.
Beautiful girls, beautiful cash, and it's all on the line.
Every poker player's dream come true right here.
In addition to all that cash on the table, the winner gets that $25,000 entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season, where they can win millions more. And perhaps more important to these guys, Vince, as businessmen, is that the winner gets their name on the WPT Champions Cup. That is something that's a dream come true for all poker players, amateur or pro.
That is just something that can't be bought.
Well, Vince, what a battle it's come down to. We started this final table with 4 pro players and 2 business owners. It's the 2 business owners fighting it out for this title. The pros are gone, but make no mistake, folks, it is not a fluke. These 2 guys are real poker players. They came to this final table in 1st and 2nd chip position, and they're the ones fighting it out for the title. And Vince, I'll tell you one thing, these guys have both shown me a lot of heart at this final table. They're not afraid to bet. 3-bet hands, bluff on hands. Most amateurs, you'd think, have to have cards before they do any betting. Not these guys.
Let's just do this together.
I like this style. Now they're going for the drink. It looks like a quaint little Mexican drink they call tequila.
Well, there you go, Vince. Maybe that's the answer. That's what we missed out on this tournament. We got broke. We didn't have the shots.
My kind of poker players, these guys. You know, another thing about these guys is that they're two veterans at the table. You've got a 46-year-old and you've got a 39-year-old playing against each other. Used to be a young man's game.
Vince, it's nice to see the young whippersnappers finally missing out on a final table. Let the middle-aged guys go at it once.
All right, right now, Calderero with an ace-5 of spades has raised to 180. And Sean Kunix
Nice job,
with a
James.
queen-9 says, I'm content to fold. Take that pot.
We might be showing a lot of hands.
Yeah.
Me and you now, let's just dance.
Let's have fun.
Absolutely. That's what I like to do anyway.
Fun.
Yep.
They look like they're having fun, and they're going after big bucks here.
Why wouldn't they be having fun? They're playing heads up for a title out here on the World Poker Tour.
By this time with the button, Sean has a 10-8 of hearts. And he will raise, makes it 155 to go. James with a jack-9 with a re-raise.
He's got a 3-bet it here with just a jack-9 and a quick call by Sean.
I call.
So obviously the tequila is taking effect. Both men
gambling up here.
Yeah.
Now flop comes ace-jack-4 with 2 hearts. James has got the best hand with 2 jacks.
And he's going to bet at 350.
But Sean has the flush draw. I think when you hit a flush draw, you just have to raise it here. You don't have to worry about hitting the heart if your man goes away.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. He makes it $1 million to go.
And I'll tell you, if you're sitting in James' seat, you just can't stand the heat with just 2 jacks here. You think your opponent's got an ace in this situation.
Whoa.
He gives it up.
You are correct.
Nice raise by Sean Kunix to take down that pot.
Good end.
I like the way he played that one.
Oh, and that is a bluffer's laugh, of course. Kind of like a hyena.
Oh, yeah? My wife calls me Sparky, like Chevy Chase.
His wife calls him Sparky. Now, Vince, if he wins this tournament, she's going to call him Mr. Sparky.
All right, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 at this point. Action on the guy from Venice, Florida, James Calderero. He's got a pair of 4s, and he will raise, makes it 240 to go.
Now Sean Kunix with a decent hand, King 10 of spade, playing heads up. He is certainly going to make the call to see a flop.
And he does so. So 4 up against King 10. And the first 3 cards, there's a 10. On the flop, 10, 8, 5. They both check, though. 3 of hearts on the turn. And finally, Sean can't take it anymore. He's got top pair. And he's getting betting chips out. It looks like a 225 bet.
225,000.
Calderero with just a pair of 4s.
Essentially, all it can beat is a bluff right now. He's going to call him with the 2 4s. As the cards lie, must catch a 4 to have the best hand. And he does.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable.
Well, but even though it is a 4, there's 3 hearts and a 3-card possible straight out there.
Oh, and Sean, the victim, is going to have to act first, and he's getting betting chips out again. 275.
Well, look at this. James, who's made 3 4s on the river. Apparently not afraid of the flush of the straight because he is raising it here.
Good job. Those hearts helped you, buddy.
Wow, that's a good laydown. Didn't even think about it. Got top pair. Like just a beautiful laydown.
Well, daring raise, in my opinion, there with a possible flush and straight out there. What are you going to get called with if it doesn't beat you?
Well, they are splashing around, and right now, James Calderero in the heads-up battle. Twice as much as Sean. 6.3 up against 3.2. Line still 40 and 80. Back down to the felt we go. Action on Sean. And this time he's got a real solid one. Ace-queen.
You'll be going nowhere with this hand.
And he's going to make it 215 to go. James with just a 6-3 of spades can afford to speculate, and he does. Ace queen, 6-3.
Now flop comes 7-4 deuce. Different suits. James has the gut shot straight draw, but checks.
Yeah, Sean now with nothing really hitting there, but a continuation bet, a solid 250.
Look at this. James just calling with the gut shot straight draw. I can see check raising here. I'm not sure about the call. Now a king comes off.
Helps neither player. Again, Calderero is going to check. Sean Koenigs, you gotta just give this guy respect for his heart in the game. He
Sure
has
do.
nothing. He just keeps plunging away, and it's going to work again.
Good
That
hand.
was the hand, baby.
Was that the one?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was trying hard. He gave me a turn card.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
There's no flush draw out there, though. Oh, now there is, you're saying.
I like the way these guys play. Fearless poker. These guys don't have to hit hands. They bet nevertheless. On to the next one. James this time with a nothing 3 deuce of clubs. Just calling. And the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000.
Well, stop the presses. Finally, a hand nobody raised.
No raise.
Sean happy to see a free flop here with his king deuce offsuit. And what a flop it is for him as he flops kings and deuces.
And he's going to try to trap. He checks, but James not going to fall into the trap. He checks as well. 5 of hearts on the turn.
Well, 3 hearts out there now.
Neither player has a heart. But Sean with his 2 pair now has to bet. 175,000.
Look at this, a daring call by James here. He doesn't have a heart. He's only got bottom pair here. And the heart comes off. The ace of hearts comes off. Sean is going to check. Whoa, that is showing some style right there. The insta-bet right there when the 4th heart came off. He's just hoping his opponent doesn't have a heart. That's the case. And now it's tough to call the 2 pair events.
375, he's bet into Sean, and it's
See,
going to
no
work.
tanking, no tanking.
You suck down.
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Oh, don't. You don't want to look.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Well, there you see it.
I like it.
Put the salt and the pepper in the shaker, mix it all around, put it into the cuts. That's exactly what Calderero just did.
He showed him the
done.
bluff.
Oh, yeah. Great action here in Jacksonville. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
I'm not trying to be any celebrity or nothing. I just want to play poker and collect money.
The hell is this? It's 100 light, I can feel it.
I like to make the most fun out of it. If I'm at any kind of table.
You just locked it in for the rest of your life.
I locked it in from the day I was born.
I want to have laughing and joking, and I hate to just sit there with the, it doesn't make sense to me. Why are you here?
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
If you don't have a good time, you shouldn't play it.
Well, I love that philosophy. Have a good time or don't play. Makes sense to me, Vince. And look at these 2 players almost dead even in chip count.
That is right. Lines of 50 and 100. Action on Sean Koenigs from Columbus, Ohio. His 2nd WPT final table. He's got 7-4. He's made the call. Now James with a king 7.
He says, okay, let's go.
Yeah, why not? Hey, buddy's calling and stuff like that. Let's try something different again. He might hit a pair of 4s or something.
The flop comes up. Jack 6-4.
How was that for forecasting? Said he might make a pair of 4s. That's exactly what he's done.
They both checking a 10 on the turn. And now this time James is going to bet 150, and it's been quickly called by the 4s.
And the 9 comes off, and it goes
King
check,
high.
check. And 2 4s are going to win this pot.
I told you I had a pair of 4s.
James all excited about that.
Hey, I had a 7 kicker.
It's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. Will the Thrill out there.
Aldo, come on, man!
Hey, I don't know what's taking so long. He won't gamble.
Oh, boy. Those might be the most false words ever said on the World Poker Tour, that Sean Koenigs won't gamble.
And a watch.
And a watch, he wants something.
Will the Thrill just pleased with his week, made some money. Retook the lead for the WPT Player of the Year point standing, so he's happy, especially happy sitting among the Royal Flush Girls. How can you blame him?
He is enjoying himself. Back to the action we go. Calderero with a pair of 3s. Raises to 275. And Sean will go away.
Eyebrow again?
That eyebrow twitched.
It's the same
like
hand with the eyebrow the last time. You're going to see. I'll get him.
Both guys feeling the effects of the Mexican drink.
You're a good man,
They
James.
imbibed
Yes,
from
I am.
4.
That's part of my problem, though. But
Me too.
Very talkative bunch. And here we go.
Think it's
Sean
waiting for
with
the
a
blind to go up?
6-4 of hearts. moves it to 200.
400.
Calderero making it 400 with an ace-9 and a quick call by Sean.
So here we go, big pot brewing right now. Over 800,000 in there.
Me and James about to get in a pissing match.
Ace-9 up against 6-4. Here's the flop. Pair of 10s and a 5-4 flush again for Sean.
And a continuation bet here by James.
And 600,000.
And we saw Sean raise with the flush draw earlier to win the pot and take it away from James, but this time he just calls.
You buying him?
After I win this pot, I am.
Here comes 4th Street.
A 5 comes off, so 10s and 5s out there now.
James going to check it.
But Sean, look at this, Vince. He didn't raise on the flop with the flush draw. Now there's 2 pair out there, and now he's betting.
Yeah, 650 with the 4 flush. That's all he's got.
I'll show you this one, James, because I feel bad for you.
Actually, just wants to show it to him
that's a
because he
tell.
wants them to go away, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Hot draw?
No, it's 6 hearts.
Remember a moment ago, James showed him a bluff. Now the table is turned.
It's a 6 high.
He's showing the bluff.
6 high.
You forgot the rabbit hunt.
Rabbit.
Well, they're going to take a look at the card and look at this.
It's a heart.
Kid, talk to me.
Wow.
Sean would have made the flush to win that pot.
So good lay down there for Calderero.
What a donkey.
Say it. Still doing the blinds?
Still 50 and 100.
Right now, Sean Kunix is higher than Charlie Sheen in the hot air balloon. Just enjoying this great moment.
Why not? They don't come around often.
275.
This time, James has a queen 10. He's going to move it up to 275,000. Sean with a king 10 of spades.
I call.
Getting very serious all of a sudden, makes the call. Queen 10 versus king 10. And here is the flop.
Let's come 4-4-3. No help to either player, and it goes check, check.
Turn card will be a 10.
Just a beautiful card for Sean.
300.
Call.
Because he has the best hand. He has his opponent out-kicked, as we say.
Check, 300, quick call. Down to the river we go.
And a deuce comes off. Again, Sean checks, and James got to think he's got the best hand now with 10s. At least I would think so.
Big bet's coming.
I like that table talk. Big bet. Someone usually you don't want a big bet.
How much?
But this is the bet. 650. Little does he know, he's in a terrible place here. That would be James Calderero.
James thinks he's got the best hand. Right now he's wanting the guy to call. You see he proudly turns up the queen 10,
baby.
But it's not good enough.
Holy James. Oh my God, that was sick, James. That was sick.
Tequila has kicked in officially. And that's all I can say.
I pissed my pants on that one. I wasn't going to say that on TV.
A little too much information there, but he is going good right now.
He's a funny mother chicken.
Well, James is enjoying it, even though he lost a big pot there. And as you can see, Sean Kunix has taken a huge chip lead in this battle, 8.2 million to 1.3.
I've seen people come back from a lot less.
I'm coming
you
back.
Fight, baby.
I'm definitely coming
you
back.
Fight.
You just made this last a little longer than I wanted to.
Fight.
Sean Kunix was 1 card away from being eliminated with 3 players remaining.
I'm all in.
And look at this,
Are
Calderero
you really?
with ace 8
And I'm
has
only
gone
got
all
100
in.
grand invested. Let's see.
This could do it here.
Sean's got a pair of 3s.
How much? Count it down, baby. Can you believe it? I actually have a hand. He's got a lot of loot, though.
Well, James has been whittled away. He's only got 1.2.
Sean has 8.2 million.
How much?
If he plays and loses this pot, he'll still have a huge chip lead.
1.3 for the championship. Son of a gun.
With a whole mother chicken.
I actually don't want it to end yet. Everyone in the world would call with this hand. It's embarrassing. We're on national TV, and I'm going to fold this for Will.
No.
You see these 2 red 3s?
Pretty shocking.
Yep.
Well, it's
I'm
shocking
too afraid.
considering all the hands we've seen him play so far tonight. Well, Vince, I don't know if it's the liquor or the pain pills for Sean, but for a guy gambling as much as him to throw a pair away there when he could win the title is sort of surprising.
Well, for years we've been telling people you don't call off your money with a little pair.
But not this guy. He plays every pot.
But look at this. Sean has picked up threes again.
I'm all in.
And this time he moves in with them.
Yeah.
He's going to put the pressure on his opponent.
Well, I see one card. It looks pretty nice.
That's a good one.
It's not that good. Jack of diamonds.
Wow. I see the other one. I don't even know if it's suited. I call.
He is calling it.
I got threes again. 2 hands in a row.
And James Calderero called with Jack 10 of diamonds.
So the money could have been in the last spot with the 2 threes versus the 2 overcards. It wasn't, but it's in there now with them.
James.
You know what to do, right?
Whatever happens, James.
Sean Kunix, 39 years old, the businessman from Columbus, Ohio, on the verge of taking down a WPT title.
Everybody on their feet. Sean wins this pot, he'll be our champion.
Here we go.
All right, let's see the flop.
Here comes the flop.
Hold your breath.
A 3, right on the flop. It is not over, though. James can catch 2 running diamonds to win, 2 runners to make a straight to win, and it could come a 4 and a 6 where they'd split the
8
pot.
of diamonds would be a nice card. 8 of diamonds. 8 of diamonds is a good card.
How about that? Sean folded 2 threes the last time. This time he's all in with them, and he flops 3 threes.
An extreme long shot there for James, and it's a 9.
A 9 comes off, so it is not over.
Hold that
James
horse.
can catch an 8 to win this pot. He'll make a straight if an 8 comes out there. He must catch 1 to stay alive.
He's got a 4 outer. Let's see what happens. Down to the river.
All right, let's see the river. 8 of diamonds. 8 of diamonds. River.
It's a 6, so that's going to do it. Sean Kunix from Columbus, Ohio, has done it, Mitch. Came to the final table as chip leader, and he's taken the title.
Oh, he's done beautifully. He dropped the threes when he wasn't going to hit. He took the threes, took advantage. He's our champion. Congratulations.
And he's over to see his father-in-law, Terry Ryan, shaking his hand, saying, Sean, you know, you made it to this final table before. You didn't do it. This time you did. And you see the emotion of Sean Kunix right there, how much this title meant to him. Folks, those are tears of joy.
They seem pretty happy, the fact that he won. Maybe you guys are friends. And,
Absolutely. I'm glad he won. I mean, it was me or him, and I feel, nothing but I'm happy he won it. I mean, of course, I wanted to win it, and I didn't. I took second, and it is what it is.
All right, well, congratulations on your finish.
Thank you.
Mike, over to you.
Well, we're with the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open champion, Sean Kunix. Sean, you came to this final table as the chip leader. Vince and I thought you took it to him all night long. You were the most aggressive player at the table. Was that your strategy to go for it all night?
Yes, it was.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a good strategy. Your timing was impeccable there. And I'll tell you got to be very proud of the way you played all week long this week.
Yep. Thank you very much for everything. It's very humbling.
Well, in addition to all the cash that you're taking home, you get a $25,000 entry into the WPT World Championship. But probably just as important or more so to you is you get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup with all the legends of the World Poker Tour.
Thank you for everything.
Okay, the Buckeye did it. Marinella, back to you.
Thank you, Mike. An emotional and memorable night for Sean Kunix. He was aggressive from the beginning, and he was confident that he was going to take this down, and that he did. Congratulations to Sean Kunix, the Season 10 WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open champion. Kimberly Lansing will be joining the WPT next time as we travel to Vegas for the $100,000 Super High Roller event at Bellagio. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for the fantastic time I had sitting in for Kimberly, and of course, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
At At Bellagio, the biggest buy-in in World Poker Tour history means the stakes tonight for one player have literally never been higher. It's the WPT Super High Roller from the World Championship, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome, everybody, to the Bellagio in Las Vegas. I'm Kimberly Lansing. High stakes and high reward have been a hallmark of the WPT since its inception a decade ago, but tonight we're about to witness something unique in our history. 2 days ago, the WPT Super High Roller from the World Championship began with 27 individuals, all willing to part with a stunning $100,000 each for a chance to take their seat tonight in the WPT arena. What kind of player has the confidence to risk a small fortune on their poker playing ability? Well, for some perspective on the huge stakes here tonight, let's turn to the WPT's own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, first of all, Kimberly, welcome back. We are glad that you're back. We missed you. It's great to have you back with us.
Well, it's great to be back. I missed you too as well. Mike, you're up first. Are the players in the Super High Roller supermen or just plain nuts?
Well, I'm sure some people would say these guys are crazy to put up this kind of money to enter a poker tournament. But let me say how much respect I have for all players that have the heart and the gamble to put up $100,000 to play in a poker tournament. It really tells me that they're not afraid to put their money up and play the best of the best, because that's what you face in these big buy-in events, no question about it. They've got confidence in their game that they can get to the finish line and take down the first place prize. I salute them all.
I do too, a lot of pressure. And Vince, how about the fact that we have 6 players tonight, but only 5 places get paid? I mean, what would it feel like to make it this far, invest so much, and go home with nothing?
Well, Kimberly, that's going to be brutal because you don't make anything. You'll be at the final table. But these guys are great champions. They have poker faces. But believe me, underneath, they'll be blowing up like the Octomom's lips, you know. But truly, they are tougher than a Denny steak, these guys. To put up this kind of money and take a shot, one of them will be victorious. Who will it be?
As I mentioned, it was 2 days ago that the WPT Super High Roller began, and our cameras were there to capture the high-stakes journey of every big name who put up the big bucks. The beginning of a Super High Roller event tends to start slowly. Players like to wait around to see who's going to register and if it's worth their while to play.
I buy in early because I like to play. You know, I'm paying $100,000. I want to get my money's worth.
The field started small but quickly grew as poker pros such as high-stakes player Phil Galfond, WPT champion and Season 9 Super High Roller third-place finisher Daniel Negreanu, and ones to watch David Doc Sands took their seats along amateurs Robert Zepp's, retired businessman Bill Klein, and Roger Sipple. As play got underway in the first level, 21 players had registered, with lots of WPT regulars ponying up the $100,000 buy-in to take their shot at what was expected to be a huge prize pool. Phil Galfond drew first blood when his flop set of 10s held up against Clemenceau Calixto's pair of aces and flush draw. Clemenceau was busted soon after by Bill Klein, becoming the first player to lose $100,000. Another early casualty was Daniel Negreanu.
Hey, Tom, you got 30 on you? What? You gotta re-enter.
Wasting no time, Daniel decided to re-enter the event. Hoping to avoid those annoying ATM fees, he asked his fellow players for a little help.
Yeah, this is my last 75 I'm borrowing. Get in. Where am I at, boss? I really wanted to change seats, and that cost me $100,000. But basically, every time I've been in a hand so far, someone has had the nuts, and it wasn't me. So hoping to switch that up.
Last year's bubble boy, Kerry Katz, was busted by young gun Brian Hastings. As play continued, the field was joined by British poker pro CM Trickett and rejoined by Kerry Katz, who fired his second bullet. Daniel continued to have a difficult day,
hearts. That's the dirty way to do it.
Busting again to Phil Galfond.
All right. Good luck, guys.
When his ace-queen failed to improve against Phil's pocket queens.
2's enough for me.
And the eliminations kept coming. Season 9 Super High Roller winner Eric Seidel knocked out Jason Mercier, who had won a 100K event here at the Bellagio during the 5 Diamond Series. Two-time WPT finalist Tom Marchese was disappointed to see Justin Bonomo turn over 2 pair to bust him from the tournament. Sam Trickett busted Season 7 Player of the Year Elke Grospellier. And Robert Zeps was busted by French player Jean-Noel Thorel. Shaking off his early elimination, Tom Marchese felt optimistic about re-entering and returning to the field.
These 100Ks in the re-entry format, they're pretty crazy because, like, for me, I busted pretty deep in the day. And I actually just went home and I was just ready to be done with it. And then some friends convinced me to come back and that there was value. So I just took a shower and came back. We'll see if it works out or not.
After busting late in the day to Tom Marchese, Andrew Roble decided to give it another shot.
One time wasn't enough.
As play ended for the day, 19 remained. Justin Bonomo was in first place with over 1.4 million, followed closely by Jean-Noel with 1.2. Stakes have never been higher as our extended coverage of the WPT Super High Roller continues. Stay tuned.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. With registration open till the start of Day 2, all eyes were on who would show up or who would fire their second bullet and make it $200,000 to play. Season 10 LAPC runner-up Doc Sand summed up what goes into the decision-making process for playing an event with such a high buy-in.
These 100Ks are definitely challenging. You know, it's a great experience because you get to play against all the elite players. It's also a good mix of amateurs, to be fair. You know, there are a lot of guys who just come in and play the 100K because, you know, it's a big buy-in tournament. It keeps them interested. It's a 3-day tournament, whereas they might not want to play a 7-day tournament. So it's a good mix of amateurs and pros, and it's, you know, a really good test. If you think you're one of the better players, you got to be hopping in the 100Ks and competing with the best.
With registration closed, Poker Pro Sorel Mitzi had joined, and Clemenceau had rejoined the field, both with hopes to be among the final 5 players that made it into the money.
Well, I think the high-stakes poker tournaments are becoming popular because the guys that have a lot of money like to play for high stakes. You know, this tournament was 34 players. That's what you had to beat to gain over $1 million in profits. And you know, so when you play a small field of players like that, you know, you feel like you have a much better chance to win, greater chance to get to the final table, and obviously that's why these guys enjoy these small field, big buy-in tournaments.
The remaining players included some of the best high-stakes pros in the world. They included Jason Mercier, Sam Trickett, Dan Shack, and Phil Galfond. Plus a strong mix of amateur players like Roger Sipple and equity trader Dan Perper. Just 1 hour into the day, Sorel Mitzi busted out before he even finished his lunch. With the field down to 18, the remaining players combined to 2 tables as the tension in the room rose dramatically. Jean-Noel Thorel, who ended Day 1 among the chip leaders, put his tournament life on the line against Andrew Roble when he went all in on the turn with the nut flush draw. After some deliberation, Roble made the call with trip kings. The 2 of spades on the river did not improve Jean-Noel's hand, and he was sent to the rail. Also joining Jean-Noel was Dan Shack, who was busted by young pro Dan Smith. Dan Perper ate into Andrew Roble's chip lead when he doubled through him with pocket kings against Roble's ace-king. Brian Hastings busted Jason Mercier when his ace-king held up against Jason's ace-jack. Dan Perper continued his climb up the chip count when he busted Kerry Katz. Kerry was sent home down $200,000. Perper, an amateur player, had won a 5K event at the Bellagio event in December and decided to roll it over to this event for an even bigger payday. So far, so good for the Illinois native. After check raising the turn with a pair of aces, Clemenceau was quickly called by Tom Marchese, who had a pair of aces with a better kicker. No help on the river knocked Clemenceau out of the tournament for the second time. Doc Sands took Clemenceau's empty seat, and Tom welcomed him to the table by busting him out. Tom's decision to re-enter the tournament was definitely paying off. Doc was quickly joined by Justin Smith and Phil Goffin.
Bigger events like these, it's really, what I prefer to do. Good luck to you.
Phil. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
With Brian Hastings' 10th place finish, the final 9 combined to one table. The remaining players included 7 seasoned professionals and 2 amateur players who had shown they had what it takes to compete with the best. Daniel Perper took a huge pot away from Justin Bonomo when his flop set of aces bested Justin's flop set of 5s. He continued his strong play when he took a pot off of Sam Trickett.
275? It is. I call.
3 queens.
Whose trip queens were beat by Dan Straight. Sam busted soon after to Andrew Roble. A season 9 repeat was not in the cards as Eric Seidel was busted by Justin Bonomo. Dan Smith busted in 7th place as the TV table bubble boy, ending play for the day, but he would not have the distinction of being the money bubble boy. That person would be decided at the final table, as only 5 of the 6 players would cash in this event, creating the most brutal money bubble moment in WPT history. Quite a field. Mike and Vince, how do you see this playing out?
Well, Kimberly, the dynamic alone that only 5 guys are going to make the money out of 6 players is going to make this an extremely exciting final to watch. No doubt about it. But a couple intriguing things to me. Number one, we've got a player at this final table who made the final table of the first ever WPT event here at Bellagio 10 years ago. He finished second in that event to Gus Hansen. I'm talking about John Juanda. Going to be interesting to see if he can get across the finish line and take down a WPT title tonight.
Well, before he can take it down, Mike, he's got to show up. Johnny Juanda is not here at the final table yet.
First place over $1.3 million. The guy is not even here. Just incredible to me.
It is incredible.
But you do blind the guy off and ante him off. So however long that takes for him to go broke. But my pick's going to be a young, tough pro who really excels in these ultra high-end buy-in events. Justin Bonomo, he's my pick to win.
And Vince, your predictions?
Okay, and Kimberly, I'm going to go with the guy that we've seen a couple times on the World Poker Tour final table. That's Thomas Marchese. He is tough. He's overdue. I think he has a shot tonight.
All right, thanks, guys. Before we get started, let's turn it over to our WPT Live Updates correspondent, Jess Wellman. We're lucky to have Jess with us tonight. She's been following this tournament since it began for WPT.com, and right now she's down on the floor with Daniel Perper.
Thanks, Kim. Dan, you're the unknown factor at this final table. Tell me, who are you and how did you get here?
Well, I'm not really anybody. I'm a guy who loves math, and I used to watch poker all the time on TV when WPT first started airing, and I have 3 kids at home who really wanted to see me on TV. So, hi guys, got their wish. And yeah, I got here because I won a tournament here in December and decided to roll the dice and parlay it into this and see how I could compete against the best.
Well, you took your shot and it certainly worked out well for you. You're chip leader going into this final table. How excited are you to be here?
Very. I'm incredibly excited, yeah.
All right, we'll let you take your seat and get things underway. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Kim.
Thank you, Jess. The biggest money bubble in WPT history is about to take place as 5 men have taken their seats hoping to take home $1.3 million and avoid being sent home empty-handed. And will John Juanda finally arrive to take his shot at this huge prize pool? Plenty more to come from the WPT Super High Roller, including a brand new installment of Ones to Watch featuring LAPC runner-up David Doc Sands. Plus, we'll check out the WPT Player of the Year standings. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and
find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship. This is the biggest buy-in event in the history of the World Poker Tour. And Vince, there's real drama in the room tonight because one of these 6 guys is walking out of here with nada, busted.
Glad it's not you and I.
Well, there you see the money breakdown. The winner going to take home $1.3 million, and the guy in 6th place who's going to finish on the money bubble is going home with nothing. The final 6 of the Super High Roller event about to get underway at the final table. But Vince, let's point out that only 5 of them are sitting at the table.
Well, Mike, you know, I don't think we've ever seen this before. Everyone knows about Phil Hellmuth. He likes to come in late, you know, he shows off that way, a big entrance. But this is not John Juanda's style necessarily. We know he's kind of a shy guy, introverted, doesn't play to the cameras, never has. I'm sure he's going to show up. I think the over and under is about a half an hour. What do you think, Mike?
Well, maybe he's going to let somebody go broke first before he comes in the room so he can make sure to get a payday.
All right, Andy's 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. Thomas Marchese first to play. He's got ace-7 of spades, and he has raised to 100,000. Right next to him is Daniel Perper.
Well, Daniel, one of the 2 amateurs at this table, successful businessman and options trader, actually won a tournament, a $5,000 no-limit tournament at Bellagio here in December. He took that prize money and parlayed it into this tournament. And a wise move. He's a chip leader right now.
He's made it 240 with a raise. Justin Bonomo out. Now Andrew Roble, very tough young pro, is going to fold as well. Round to Bill Klein.
All in.
And he's going all in with this. Marchese out.
Well, he's starting on a short stack, but he's 4-bet all in. Well, this guy is an incredible man, an incredible story. He is donating 100% of whatever he wins tonight to charity. 50% goes to cystic fibrosis. The other 50% goes to the Shea Therapeutic Riding Center. And what's even more remarkable, Vince, is that if he goes out busted in 6th place, he's still going to contribute another $100,000 to those charities.
Well, you would think he'd be tighter than Arnold Schwarzenegger's turtleneck, but not so. And look at this, he's getting the call by Dan Perper.
Well, it was the tall stack against the short stack.
There you go. Jack 10 of hearts is called. Bill Klein's King Queen of Hearts.
He's thrilled to be here. Bill's played on high-stakes poker before. His son Billy's here, daughter Whitney in the house, a lot of friends. They've come over to watch him, but right now they're holding their breath to see if his King-Queen holds up.
He's 64 years old. He's got to sweat the very first hand.
Vince, the guy plays golf over 200 days a year, he said.
Well, look at this flop. 9, 7, 6 of diamonds. Neither player has a diamond. Inside straight draw there for Perper, though. Let's take a look at the turn.
Well, a 7 comes off. So Daniel needs an 8, a 10, or a jack, or Bill Klein is going to double up on deal number 1.
Will the philanthropist hold out here and make this work for him? Let's go to the river.
Well, it's a king. Well, he drives it right down the middle of that hole, Vince. No doubt about it. He's doubled up on deal number 1. His motto is every day is a great day.
Every day is a great day.
And give back, and give back. And certainly he's doing that tonight by donating whatever he wins tonight to charity.
That is beautiful.
You got to salute the guy.
Yes.
Just terrific.
I've been very blessed in my life. I had cancer in 2003. I've been a cancer survivor. Every day is a great day. We've been financially blessed.
All in.
You got to give back. You got to get in there and pitch in. You can't let somebody else do it. And I always try to talk to the poker players and say, hey, I don't expect you to give your winnings away. But, you know, it doesn't hurt to give a couple of bucks here and a couple of bucks there and help out where you can. Everybody should do that.
Well, that is a great attitude by Bill Klein. It is a pleasure to have him at the final table here tonight. And you know what? He was almost eliminated just there, and that means that John Juanda would have made the money by not even showing up. Pretty incredible. Well, Justin Bonomo has raised to 100,000.
I think it's a daring thing John's doing. He's starting in 5th chip position. He's not even here.
Here he comes, ladies.
Oh, here he is. John Juanda in the house. Well, John's a former track star. You saw him sort of sprinting to the table there, but a little bit late.
It's dead, but I guess you could look at it, huh?
Juanda's hand is dead at this point.
The rule in tournament poker is you have to be in your seat before the last card is dealt. He wasn't.
There's been a raise. Now, Bill Klein, who has called with King Queen. Now, Juanda, look at this. John Juanda is waiting, even though his hand is dead.
Well, he wants a ruling.
Even though they were the one who stopped him.
Marchese out. John's starting to complain here. Oh, my goodness. He's got kings. The wonder. He's sickened by that.
Well, he sure is. You see the steam coming off John's head, though. I bet on that.
I didn't see any cards.
Oh, that's what you get for showing up late.
Oh, boy, the track star out of the blocks now, I can tell you.
But we have two-way action here. Here's the flop, ace, queen, 6. So Bill Klein actually out in front with queens. Bonomo with nothing.
Bonomo making the continuation bet here.
150,000.
Yeah, he's going to represent 2 aces, and that's what Bill thinks he's got, so he gets out of the way. So Bonomo picks up the pot.
You have aces, Justin? 'Cause if you did, you got cheated.
Why, do you have like queens or something?
Don't worry, I only have 2 kings.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But this is incredible because John Juanda, the mystery guest, showed up late, had kings, and that would have been out in front, of course.
And with that hand, Andrew Robo's now taking the chip lead by not playing a pot yet because Daniel Perper's gone down a little bit in chips.
Action right back on Justin Bonomo from Fairfax, Virginia. Only 26 years old. He's going to fold this one. And now Andrew Roble peeks down at a 7 deuce. Not going to play. Bill Klein also folding. Around to John Juanda, who must be steaming. And he goes out. And now 3-time WPT finalist. They call him the Big Cheese. Tom Casey is going to raise in the small blind with nothing. Makes it 135. And Daniel Perper is going to go out.
Yeah, Tom Marchese, terrific young player, highly respected by his peers.
He's from Parsippany, New Jersey. He's only 24 years old, but he's a phenomenon.
Bellagio has always been the setting for high-stakes drama, as you can see in this WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river! Who's gonna get lucky?
There it is! It is over! Wow!
Oh my God!
At age 23, Antonio Esfandiari had made his first WPT final table.
Antonio knocks out the legendary Phil Hellmuth.
Show some class and shake my hand, kid. No, don't do the waving that.
I always do the wave.
At age 25, he had won a WPT title,
Antonio stands up and shows the 2 aces. He's got the goods, folks.
earning millions to put him atop the poker world. But it would be another 7 years before Antonio Esfandiari would make another final table, and older and wiser, he was determined to make it count. Playing brilliantly, the former magician would execute a sterling bluff.
To pull the trigger for all your money with no hand in this spot.
Can he possibly fire 3 times?
Mullen.
I don't think you bluffed me twice.
The magician saws the woman in half!
Dodge the outs of his opponents.
Are you trying to give me a heart attack?
And finally defeat his friend Andrew Roble.
Can he get it?
For his second win.
Welcome back, Antonio. You have done it.
Silencing the critics and putting the magician once again among the game's very best. A 7-year drought ended with a reign inscribed for a second time on the WPT Champions Cup.
Oh boy, what great memories we have seen over the years.
Well, Antonio Esfandiari, certainly one of the great players and great characters out here on the World Poker Tour. And action on Andrew Roble, 25-year-old poker pro. Very tough, looks down to 2 queens.
The pair of ladies.
Now Andrew's the chip leader and now picks up a monster hand.
And he likes it, and he's going to bump it to 140 to go. Bill Klein now peeking down at an ace-9. Won't play that. Now into John Juanda. No. Marchese out.
And Daniel Perper. Him and Justin out as well, so.
Victory.
Andrew Roble picking up that pot.
But you want more when you got queens and you only get the blinds and antes. That's disappointing.
You're watching Season 10 of the WPT.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide, which offers hundreds of dollars in discounts. And remember, you can also win your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes. Join today at clubwpt.com.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. Super high roller in Las Vegas. And Mike, we've been doing the World Poker Tour now for 10 years, and we've seen some great moments. We've seen the greatest players of all time make moves you can't believe. I mean, it's part of poker history that we get to see time and time again.
Well, you're right, Vince. And now our viewers at home can relive all that great WPT action if they so desire by becoming a member and joining ClubWPT.com. For just $19.95 a month, you not only get to play all the poker you want, you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes. You also get access to former episodes. It's just a great perk.
And one of those moments was you playing at the final table at Bay 101. That was fantastic. So, you know, why not join today? You get all these benefits. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the action. Well, there you see our chip leader, Andrew Roble. 25-year-old poker pro, got $3.4 million here. Won for his first WPT title. The last time we saw Andrew Roble, he finished second to Antonio Esfandiari right here at Bellagio.
That is right. And Bill Klein has moved up his chip stack, but he's still the short stack. He's got about 1.3 actions on him. He folds his hand. John Juanda now with an 8-deuce won't play, and now it's on Tom Marchese. They call him the Big Cheese from Parsippany, New Jersey, and he's going to raise with it, Mike. Makes it 100,000 to go.
Well, Daniel Perper quickly calling him.
With Ace-Jack. Bonomo out. And now Andrew Roble with a King-5.
Well, Andrew Roble's got the chip lead. He's getting priced in to make this call, and he does so. Three-way action here.
Here come the first three.
Well, no help to anybody as it comes 7-6-6.
Andrew Roble first to check. Now Tom Marchese.
Marchese going to make the continuation bet here, even though he's only got king high.
Yeah, 135. Dan Perper going away. And now Andrew Roble also won't play, so nicely done with the continuation bet with king high for Thomas Marchese.
Folks, you're witnessing the power of betting in poker. Tom Marchese demonstrating it beautifully right there.
Let's go, Tom.
Well, there's his good buddy Doc Sands, his girlfriend Erica, rooting him on.
Yeah, the Big Cheese making things work for his third time here at a WPT final table.
The last time the Bellagio held 100K here in December, I stone bubbled, missing the money by one spot. The feeling of bubbling 100K is kind of just like pure devastation. For a 30-minute period, your mind's just like racing. It's like, what could I have done differently? It's like, oh, how do I just win this hand? So going to bed last night, I'm definitely slightly anxious because I don't want to do it again, especially on national TV.
Well, he is great. He's always smiling. He's a phenomenal poker player. Nice guy. Nice to see him doing so well here.
I can't be that afraid of bubbling, Vince. He's betting with king 8 offsuits.
All right, we have a full by Juanda, and now Tom Marchese with a pair of threes. Going to bump it up to 100,000. Dan out, as is Justin Bonomo.
And Roble out as well.
Down to Bill Klein. Looks down at an ace, 8 of spades.
Bill Klein, the retired businessman, plays golf over 200 days a year.
64 years old. He's got his family here tonight, and he's got a decision to make right now.
All in.
Wow. There you go.
It's all in here with an ace-8.
Gonna put the pressure on Marchese, and no, the Big Cheese can't play. Nicely done by Bill.
Now, Vince, let me ask you a question. These other guys know that this guy's giving all his money away to charity. Even if he loses, he's matching another 100,000 to give to charity. Meaning, obviously, money's no object for this guy. So to try to put pressure on him or to drive him out of a pot because you might be thinking the guy's afraid of his money, don't put Bill Klein in that category.
No,
he doesn't fall in it.
No, but he's playing pretty smart right now. He's betting it off. He's not calling it off. He's a pretty wise poker player, it seems. Like the way he's playing. He's got nice momentum so far. He's got some chips now. There are no such thing as amateurs in the poker world anymore. They're all good. All right, back to this hand. Marchese folding. Now it's on Daniel, and he's got a pair of 8s.
He's the other so-called amateur at the table.
Well, he's made it 110,000 to go. Justin out.
And Daniel, successful businessman, was inspired by Andy Frankenberger, who's a derivatives trader that became our WPT Player of the Year last year. And Daniel says, if he can do it, I can do it.
And Andrew Roble now. He's got 10, 8 of spades. Looks like he's going to splash around here a little bit. He's going to raise it. Makes it 280.
Just shows you how aggressive these young guys are.
Bill Klein out, and now John Juanda looking down at the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces. What a time to get them. He's going to repop it, makes it a $500,000. Dan Perper with the eights quickly going away. Back on Roble.
And it's only a $220,000 raise, and the pot's got like $900,000 in it. So even though Roble's only got a 10-8, he's actually about getting priced in to make this call.
And look at Roble. He is going to make this call. He looks a little like a poor man's Matt Damon in a way, doesn't he?
Well, he won't be poor if he wins this tournament. He'll have $1.3 million more.
Here's the flop. Not good for Roble as a 9-9-5 shows up. And John Juanda.
It's a good flop for John. Never going to put your opponent on a 9 in this spot. Just wouldn't think he'd call a 4-bet with a 9 in his hand. So he's got 2 aces. Figures he's got the best hand. If the guy's got a pair of 5s, you're just going out of here with the 2 aces.
This is John Juanda's 7th final WPT table. Just incredible. And he's picked up aces. Will it be his night tonight? He's going to stick out 455.
I think the jig is up here for Roble.
You would think. And yes, it is. He is going to fold the hand. So nicely done by John Juanda, the veteran. Take it down that pot.
Plenty more to come from the WPT Super High Roller, including a brand new installment of WPT's Ones to Watch. As our extended coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship continues. Stick around.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Mitch, by Paul Mitchell. Because style isn't born, it's groomed. Visit MitchTheMan.com.
I'm Jeannie. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. I love the Bellagio. It's beautiful. It's very classy. The High Roller Suite was incredible. It was beautiful and just over the top. Great view. The view right at the fountains. It was a perfect view of Vegas. And it's just a beautiful suite. It would be a dream to be able to get to stay there for one night.
And they're the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. They're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself.
All right, Will the Thrill Fela is the leader of the WPT Player of the Year standings, as you can see. One event to go, the WPT World Championship event here at Bellagio. This event, however, does not count for WPT Player of the Year standings.
Right now, we got a great battle going on here at Bellagio. Andrew Roble is the chip leader with 2.8. To the felt we go. Daniel Perper from Illinois, the family man.
Yeah, Big Ten guy, Vince. Was actually the Big Ten Bowler of the Year once. Pretty impressive.
Quickly folds his hand. Justin Bonomo out. And now Andrew Roble.
Well, we just saw Andrew get burned with a 10-8 a minute ago. Now he's got the 9-6 of clubs, so he likes these middling suit cards. That's obvious.
Yeah, he's going to raise with that 9-6. Makes it 100,000. And now into Bill Klein. And he's got a pretty attractive ace-queen. Bill's 64 years old. So-called amateur player. He's got his family here tonight. He's a philanthropist.
And he also knows these young guys play very aggressive poker and could raise on any 2 cards.
All in.
And he's going all in here.
He doesn't care, Mike. He's got to push with that ace. John Juanda with a king-jack behind him. Gets out of the way. Big cheese folding. And Roble also going to fold.
So there you go. Bill Klein taking down that pot by moving all in. Vince, normally it's the young aggressive players that are pushing guys around, but...
Running us over.
Yeah, not going to push these old guys around here.
Yes, he is. He's playing strong poker. Lives in Laguna Hills, California. Not intimidated so far by these young guys. On this hand, Bill quickly folds.
Over to John Juanda. Very tough, high-stakes player. Great tournament success. He goes out.
Yeah, Tom Marchese now is going to raise with a 6-4 of hearts to 100,000. Daniel Perper, though, Mike, look at this, has king-queen.
Yeah, Daniel from Highland Park, Illinois. Going to re-raise it here.
He makes it 140. Justin Bonomo out. Now Andrew Roble. Roble out, and Marchese wanting no part of it. Daniel Perper.
So one of the 2 amateurs at this table, so-called amateurs. Daniel Perper taking down that pot.
All right, action going to John Juanda. With a quick fold. Big cheese now with a pair of deuces. This is Tom Marchese's 3rd time at a final table. He's going to raise to 100. Dan Perper out. Bonomo hasn't played a hand since the Monkeys broke up.
Well, don't criticize Bonomo, Vince. This is the 4th time the guy's played a $100,000 buy-in tournament. He's cashed the other 3 times.
Andrew Roble, though, with a big hand, ace-queen. And yes, he will call it. And now we're on to Bill. He's out.
Just calls. Roble not re-raising with the ace-queen. So we're going to see a flop here.
Yep, deuces versus ace-queen. We are flopping.
Oh, what a flop for Roble. Ace, ace, 4.
Beautiful for Andrew Roble, and he's going to try to trap. He checks.
Yeah, these are the 2 youngest players at the table going at it here.
Marchese with the deuces is going to bet. He's going to fall in the trap. 85,000.
Look at this. Roble not raising again, just calling here.
He's going to give a little massage. He's going to milk the Holstein.
Oh, and now he can milk him a lot as he's got aces full.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, he's going to check again.
And now there's no card Tom can catch to win this pot.
Oh, but the big cheese, he's got heart. He's betting again, 155 with absolutely zip and pip.
And he knows it's the only way he can win this pot is to bet, but obviously it's not going to work because Roble's got aces full.
Do you repop or do you just keep milking slowly?
He's just going to call again. I really like this play by Roble.
That's right.
Just give your opponent a chance to keep on betting if he wants to.
River card coming up, a 10 of diamonds. Andrew again first to act. Will the milking continue? Yes. Yes, and Marchese now. Oh, he's going to check. He finally gives it up.
Well, Marchese knows he's beat.
Oh, the big cheese here just molded. And he molds away Andrew Roble. Nicely done.
That's some bad thoughts probably creeping into the big cheese's mind now. He went out in the bubble the last time he played a 100K tournament and bluffing his money off there. He might be thinking, whoa, don't let me go down that path again.
At the LAPC this year, we saw Season 10 Once to Watch David Doc Sands almost take down a WPT title. How this young champion balances a normal life and the extremes of poker is all in this edition of Ones to Watch.
That's what I'm saying, dog. Yeah. We're the ones to watch.
I love the grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
We're the ones to watch.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to watch.
Doc Sands.
Doc's a tough player.
From what I heard, he plays a little bit crazy sometimes.
100K is a lot of money. You know, I got second in the last 100K at the Bellagio, so it's a huge buy-in tournament.
No, this is a lot of money.
Felt like I had a decent edge over the field.
Doc Sands has been a successful poker player for a while.
I try to diversify, you know, my assets, and some of my investments are high risk, like the 100K, and some of them are low risk, like a savings account.
He seems like another person with like balance.
Part of playing poker is taking high variance spots when you feel like you have an advantage.
I think once your bankroll is a healthy bankroll and you can play these high buy-in events, you're okay if you lose this. It's not a big deal at all.
As soon as my entry fee is paid for, I just think of the chips I have and the big blinds that I'm dealing with. And that would be the way I thought of it if it was a $10 tournament or a $100,000 tournament.
I like Doc Sands as a person a lot. And his fiance, Erica, you know, both playing poker and both doing so well. It's kind of a cute little bond they have.
It's great that Erica plays poker a lot too, because she's really able to empathize with the ups and downs. She's just super supportive when I'm playing.
And, you know, he seems really supportive of her. And I'm gonna be honest, I mean, I've dated a few poker players here and there, and usually that relationship doesn't work out too well. But I mean, they seem to have made it work.
I think one thing that enables Erica and I to keep a pretty good perspective is that we enjoy doing a lot of things outside of poker. We share a passion for our dog. We have a little Maltese named Coco. We do a lot of hiking, biking, skiing, and we also like to travel, and we really like to eat good food and cook. I think we have a really diverse range of interests, and it's one thing that helps someone stay grounded in the poker world.
They're a cute couple.
I'm happy for him. He bought her like sick wedding ring. It's like 70, 80, I don't even know how much it is, but it's beautiful.
I love Erica, and she's a great life companion. I'm very lucky to have her.
Well, those two, both terrific poker players, but Vince, tell me the truth. Do you think they have any chance with all the bad beat stories they're going to be telling each other in the next 10, 20 years?
Gonna be tough to get through dessert at the restaurants.
Well, both great players. Both made it deep in the 2011 main event of the World Series of Poker, finishing in the top 30. Incredible.
They are an impressive couple. But back to this battle, as you can see. Roble now this chip leader still with $3 million. action on the big cheese, Tom Casey. And now he's just fed up. He quickly folds.
And the big cheese worried about becoming Swiss cheese again here, Vince.
Into Daniel Perper. He's going to squeeze out a queen 3. Won't play that mess. Justin Bonomo is going to pop it up with an ace 10. Makes it 100,000. Andrew Lobel folds his hand. Bill Klein going out.
Over to John Juanda.
Oh boy.
Got 2 kings.
Just amazing.
Remember the hand they didn't let him play when he picked up 2 kings, when he was late getting to the table. Then he picked up aces to more than double up, and now he's got kings.
He's raised to 300, and he's going to get the action by Bonomo. So a big pot. John Juanda with the kings, and the flop is a 10-5-7.
With 2 spades. So this could spell big trouble for Justin Bonomo. He's got top pair and top kicker, but Juanda with the best hand right now with 2 kings.
Yeah, you got the solid overpair. Juanda with his 7th time at a WPT final tables, never taken a title, and he's going to push all in.
You saw the eyebrows go up for Bonomo there, because his tournament life is now on the line. What do you do here? $263,000 in real cash, the difference between 6th and 5th.
I call.
But he's gambling.
Yep.
He's making the call here, and he's going to need help, or he's going to be our 6th place finisher.
No doubt about it. Bonomo's mohawk just spiked up a little bit more there when he saw those kings. Well, you can't blame Bonomo for calling this.
It's just hard to get away from this hand.
And here we go. We got 10s up against kings with 2 cards to go.
You can feel the drama now, folks, because the 6th place finisher gets nothing after putting up 100,000 and making it all the way down to the final 6. Vince, this is essentially a $263,000 real money turning river card here. That's what's at stake for these guys, at least that much.
Can Justin Bonomo get lucky on the turn? Let's take a look. No, it's a 7, pairs the board. So Justin Bonomo out of Fairfax, Virginia, in big trouble. Needs to hit an ace or a 10. Final card appearing. Can John Juanda's hand hold up?
Well, it's a 9. So that's going to do it for Justin Bonomo. The tough pro out of Toronto falls short tonight on the bubble. Unfortunately for him, he takes home nothing.
Oh, boy. Well, Justin, got to pick up nothing. Took a loss in this tournament. Over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Justin, you made it back to the final table, but you weren't able to improve on your 5th place finish from last year. How disappointing is it to get back here and miss out on the money?
It sucks. I mean, there's not really much other way to put it.
You are having an incredible year, though, and this is just another deep run and a great list of results, so you have to feel good about that.
Yeah, the World Series is coming up, so hopefully I'll do well there. You know, I can't complain too much. Life is good.
Well, best of luck at the World Series, Justin.
Well, we've seen it all at this final table so far tonight. The drama that the 6th place finisher got nothing. That would be Justin Bonomo, who just was eliminated in 6th place, created tremendous drama to this final table. But we've seen it all, Vince. John Juanda didn't even show up when the tournament started. No. The short stack doubled up before Juanda even got in his seat. And now it was Juanda that just busted Justin Bonomo to take the chip lead.
It's been pretty amazing, Micah, but I'll tell you something. These guys have a lot of class. They are gamblers, and the way Justin Bonomo took that hit, walked away, I mean, he didn't fall to the ground, go into the fetal position and start moaning, woe is me. He didn't take a deck of cards and throw it at the players. No, he had class. He's a true gambler. I feel sorry for him, but we're down to 5. And what's your prediction?
Well, we've got 2 young pros, 2 recreational players, and an old school pro fighting it out for this title. I'm going with old school. I'm taking John Juanda to win.
Okay, it'll be good, Kimberly. I don't know who's going to win, but very interesting.
Well, guys, it may seem like we've seen it all, but the best is yet to come. I promise you that. So join us next time from Bellagio for more of Season 10 coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the WPT Championship. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Jessica Wellman, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, top players from around the world ponied up $100,000 to play in the biggest buy-in event we've ever held. The WPT Super High Roller from the World Championship continues next, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship. This remarkable tournament, unique in our history, featured 27 men, all of who risked a minimum of $100,000 each for a shot at beating the best players in the world. Now that we have reached the final table, let's turn quickly to Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to bring us up to speed.
Well, Kimberly, it's been an amazing final table so far. We had the drama of the guy who finishing in 6th position, busting out of the bubble, getting nothing. He's gone, so look for play to speed up now. But it's come down to 5 players, 2 young pros, very tough, 2 amateur players, recreational, wealthy guys that just entered this tournament for the fun of it, and 1 old school pro in John Juanda, who made the first final table in the history of the World Poker Tour 10 years ago right here at Bellagio. Tonight, I look for Juanda to take down this high roller title.
Well, Mike, it is great to see John Juanda back at the final table on a World Poker Tour event. I tell you something, I respect these guys to put up $100,000 to play in an event. You know, they are true gamblers. Actually, maybe most of them are true gamblers. Maybe the rest of them went to the doctor, and the doctor said, okay, you got 6 months to live. Take a shot with some money. I don't know for sure, but I'm very impressed with these guys. This is a lot of fun.
We have word the cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see John Juanda well out in front with nearly $4.7 million, and Larobo in second place with $3.4 million. The winner going to take home $1.3 million. John, of course, finishing in our first final table, runner-up to Gus Hansen 10 years ago. Get back to the film.
And he's 5,000 blinds, 25 and 50. A quick fold by John Juanda. And now Tom Marchese, the big cheese, with an ace-queen, is going to raise it up to 100,000. Right behind him, Daniel Perper from Illinois with a 10-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, we got 2 amateurs at this table. He's one of them, an options trader. But he did win a $5,000 tournament here at Bellagio back in December. He decided to take that money and enter this tournament, and it's a wise decision.
Well, he is going to raise with the 10-8. Andrew Roble out. Bill Klein, the philanthropist, going away. So back on big cheese.
Now what do you do if you're Tom Marchese? An amateur is 3-bet you. All of a sudden your ace-queen has shrunk up a little.
Yep, he knows Perper's a pretty tight player, but you still have ace-queen.
All in.
And there you go. The big cheese is going to try to slice up the Perper.
Wow. What a bet by Tom Marchese. He's going to take it down.
Yep, and Perper has to fold the hand.
Well, Perper went to the University of Illinois as a computer science major. He was the Big Ten Bowler of the Year once, but right there, you might say a gutter ball, Vince.
Well, he took a shot there. Just so happened Big Cheese had the big hand, and that's going to give him migraines. Poor Perper. You know, Perper said, I want to make the final table here, of course, because I want my 3 kids to watch me play poker on TV. He's done so.
Be proud of Papa.
Yeah. All right, back to this hand. Couple quick folds, and now John Juanda looks at a pair of kings. Can you believe it again?
Just incredible. Already at this final table. This is the 3rd time he's had 2 kings. We had aces one time also.
Well, he has raised to 120. Everybody runs away from John Juanda.
Kings again?
How did you know? John gonna take this.
Pocket kings again.
Started out in 5th chip position at this final table, but now he's the big chip leader.
As you can see, John Juanda.
This is my hand here? It's dead, but I guess you could look at it, huh?
Was not there to start the tournament. He finally sits down. His hand is dead. He looks at a pair of kings.
Well, Vince, if your hand is dead and they rule you can't play it, why look at it and aggravate yourself? Just muck it.
Well, he did aggravate himself, but right now, he's back on top with a smile. What a poker player he is. He's a chip leader at this point, close to $4.7 million.
They were saying, John, that you made the final table of the first WPT ever. During your walk-in, that's what they were announcing.
Oh, you're old.
How can you imagine?
Yep.
Roble and Marchese were 14 and 15 years old.
Yeah.
When John Juanda made a first final table on the World Poker Tour, finishing runner-up to Gus Hansen in that tournament, but think how young these other guys were.
That's right. Okay, this hand John's going to fold. And now Tom Marchese with a 9-10 of clubs, going to make it 100,000. He is relentless. He powers through poker. Okay, and Dan Perper's going to call with the queen-jack. Roble out.
Just can't get over it. These guys were Cub Scouts when he made that final table.
Look at this. Bill Klein is going to splash with a 9-3 of spades. So a couple callers. Here's the flop.
And flop comes ace, 8, deuce. No help to anybody.
And the philanthropist, Bill Klein, first to play. He's going to check it. Marchese now.
Marchese going to take the lead, as we say. He is going to fire out, even though he hit none of that flop.
130, Daniel out, and so is Bill Klein. So the big cheese just making his own way happen here with bets and continuation bets and power poker.
Plenty more to come from the WPT Super High Roller, including another installment of 5 questions with our own raw deal analyst, Tony Dunst. Plus, we'll check the WPT Player of the Year standings, as well as Tony Dunst breaks down tonight's action in a new edition of the Raw Deal. As our extended coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT Super High Roller, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. There is no greater sweat in poker than the money bubble, and Tony Dunst is ready to break it down in this edition of the Raw Deal.
Once upon a time, $10,000 was a great deal of money for someone to spend buying into a poker tournament. It was also the largest sum of money someone could invest in a poker tournament, even if they wanted to play for more, as no casino had yet dared to attempt a higher buy-in. But the super high roller tournaments of today make one thing clear. 10K tournaments are just child's play for broke asses. The escalation of stakes is really no surprise to anyone that's observed the poker industry over the last decade. The WPT got the ball rolling in Season 1 when they announced that their championship event would have a $25,000 buy-in, the highest no-limit entrance fee at the time. In Season 9, the WPT and the Bellagio got together to hold the first ever $100,000 event on US soil. Eric Seidel won the event, obviously, but in 2011, that was a foregone conclusion before the event started. This year, they upped the ante by making it a re-entry event.
I gotta re-enter.
Allowing players to bust and buy back in for another $100,000.
One time wasn't enough.
Also known as 4 chips. Casinos and poker tours are always in competition to draw the most eyes and entrants to their events. The best pros are always lusting for higher stakes so they can win all the money faster. And the ultra-rich are rarely given the opportunity to play for a sum that's only semi-irrelevant. The edge businessmen like Bill Klein and Daniel Perper have in these events is that at the end of the day, their financial state remains constant. Winning or losing will change nothing about their lifestyle, which can almost never be said for any professional poker player in a super high roller. But what is surprising about these astronomical events is the consistent level of interest. The first time such an event was attempted was at the Aussie Millions in 2009, and it drew 23 players. Now in 2012, there are 4 events of such a buy-in around the world, and all of them are getting at least 3 tables of players only a year after Black Friday evaporated a great deal of money in the poker economy.
You know, life is short. Go for the gusto. If you can afford it, I say, take a shot at it and go for it.
Because of their size, events of this buy-in usually don't generate a first prize all that higher than a usual 10K tournament. But what they do create is an incredible bubble moment. Our unfortunate bubble boy in this tournament was Justin Bonomo, who missed out on over $250,000 by busting in 6th. It's common for play around the bubble or a substantial pay increase to be altered by the real money implications of being the next to bust.
Because people are going to be sitting back, hoping to get in the money.
But rarely is the bubble itself for an amount of money that could buy a house. Or 5 houses in Vegas.
Well, Tony's right about one thing. It's amazing how many high buy-in events there are around the world these days. $100,000 or more.
And right now, their chip leader, John Juwanda, 7th time at a WPT final table. He's never taken down the title yet. Can it be his night tonight? We will see. Action going to Andrew Roble. Quick fold by him.
Well, last time we saw Andrew at the final table, we finished 2nd to Antonio Esfandiari right here at Bellagio.
Bill Klein now. He's going to raise with just a Jack-7. Makes it 100 to go. Juanda out. Big cheese going out as well. On to Perper. And Perper, with just a Jack-10, is going to make the call.
The two businessmen going at it here. Both have Jack high. Flop Queen 8-5. Look at this, Vince. He is getting out chips to lead out and bet into the pre-flop raiser. Something you don't see often.
Very interesting. 135.
You can see Bill Klein's mind just whirring away here, saying, hey, I raised before the flop. Why is this guy betting now?
Yeah, he is confused by this.
He only has a Jack-7, but what he's thinking is, if I move in on the guy, can he call me?
Well, he's going to get away from the hand. Nicely done by Daniel Perper. Taking the pot with Jack high.
Yeah, went to University of Illinois. Was a computer science major. Now an option trader and a partner in an investment firm. Successful businessman playing out here on the WPT.
Yeah, 5 players remain here at Bellagio. Bill, first one to play right now. He's looking down at a 7-3. Quickly folds the hand. John Juanda with an ace-4.
He's got the chip lead. He's got an ace high, so he's going to raise it.
Yeah, makes it 120 to go. Tom Marchese out. Now Daniel Perper.
Or how about Daniel? He married a wife, and her name is Danielle.
What?
So you got Daniel and Danielle. You got 3 kids.
Wow.
He loves to spend time with his family, so that's one of his hobbies. Poker and basketball, his other 2 hobbies. What if you can take him in hoops, Vince?
I doubt it, huh?
Huh?
Doubt
He's
it.
a bowler of the year.
Bowler, hoops. I don't know. He looks like a good athlete, actually, really.
You're being modest, Vince. You can take him easy in the hoops. Get him on the court.
My bones are creaking just thinking about it. Look at this. With ace-6, he is raised. Andrew Roble with a pair of 8s.
Vince, the pot's been raised and re-raised. What would you do with a mid-pair right here? I believe I'd just muck him.
So he's going to get out.
I think you have to in that case. Juanda out as well, so a nice 3-bet with an ace-6 right there. And we're seeing some good aggressive play by this guy, Vince.
His game is starting to heat up as you see Doc Sands and Erica enjoying the moment.
I'm a partner at an investment firm that primarily trades equity options. I think a lot of the risk management decisions and thinking about variance, that's what's made me successful at my job, and I think it's a huge part of what's made me successful in some of the poker tournaments that I played. When I read the Andy Frankenberger article in Card Player, a lot of the details about his career were very similar to me. I was like, wow, this could be me. And that was part of what was pretty interesting and compelling to get me playing a little bit more.
Vince, what do you think of these new players? Risk variance, risk this, that, variance, all that.
I don't even understand the word. All I know is...
You just look at your cards and bet, don't you?
Shoving all in, my friend. That's it. Back to the felt we go as 5 players remain at Bellagio. A quick fold by Daniel Perper. And now Andrew Roble with Jack-7 is going to raise. 130 to go. Bill Klein now. Folding, John out.
Everybody playing pretty aggressive here.
Tom Marchese now with a King-Jack.
We call it trouble hand. Even if you hit a king or a jack on the flop and your opponent keeps betting, you're afraid he's got ace-king or ace-jack.
Good point, but it's not scaring off the big cheese. He has made the call, and here's the flop.
Well, flop comes queen, jack, 5, all spades. Tom has flopped a pair and a king-high flush draw. He is checked. And I'm guessing to check raise in case Roble fires at this pot with his jacks. He doesn't, he checks them.
Well, the turn pairs the board, pair of 5s.
Well, again, Tom checks.
Roble now with jacks and 5s. And he's going to check.
What a check by Roble there.
Good restraint, and an ace of spades on the river, giving Marchese the big cheese. This nut flush, and he's going to bet it.
He figures that Roble's probably got ace high in his hand, meaning he's got aces up here, and we'll probably call him.
Roble with jacks and 5s.
Roland thinking about calling with the jacks because just doesn't think Marchese would bet out with 2 aces. He'd just check it down here. So he's got a flush or nothing. At least I'm sure that's what Roble is figuring out right now. There's Roble's girlfriend sweating him on here.
Yeah, but he's up against Thomas Marchese, the big cheese, who is tougher than the chicken parm at the Olive Garden. So you got to think twice.
He's wincing, and he throws his hand away. Good lay down by Roble there.
Big Cheese strikes again. Hitting the flush, raking in the chips. Right now, it's still John Jawanda, who is the chip leader. Marchese in the middle of the pack with about 2.3 million. Here we go again. Right back on Marchese. Marchese has a uneventful queen 3, first position, quick fold. Daniel Perper now with an 8-6 of diamonds. Please speculate.
Daniel came to this final table as our chip leader. He's now sitting in 4th place.
He's 37 years old. Wow, he's made it 130 to go. Around to Andrew Roble, who has a real hand, pair of jacks. Finally, Roble picks up a real hand. He is re-raised, going to 310. And now it's into Bill Klein, who has a little pair of 3s here.
Well, the pot's been raised and re-raised to him.
Certainly has.
I know Bill's on the short stack here. Wants to make something happen, but not sure this is the time you want to do it with 2 3s.
All in.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
He has misstepped there. Bill Klein's gone all in. Wanda out. Perper out. But a quick snap call, of course, by Andrew Roble with the jacks. Bill Klein's going to hate it.
You saw Bill wince right there. Just didn't like this.
Open just over there.
Particular timing of him moving all in, Vince, against a raise and a re-raise in front of him in that spot. But
I refuse to stand up early, though.
Well, he's been aggressive all night. It's been working, but this time just gets out of line.
That's actually the trick to hit him.
That's optimism.
Bill Klein, the 64-year-old philanthropist, in a lot of trouble.
I got a straight flush draw and hearts going. What are you talking about?
Let's put out some hearts, make it exciting for TV. maybe like deuce 4 or 5 of hearts or something, but no 3. That ruins the excitement.
All right, here comes the first 3. And look at this.
3 right on the flop. It's come ace, deuce, 3.
Just amazing. A set for Bill Klein. He has outflopped Andrew Roble. And Roble looks sick.
5. Oh, I need a straight draw.
Could this be the night for Bill Klein? Things are happening so far. He's still got to sweat out a couple cards.
And it's a jack on the turn.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Complete disaster as a jack hits on the turn.
Now I'm going to stand up.
This hand was made for
Well,
TV.
he can stand up because Marchese folded a 3.
The right hand was on top to begin with.
Bill Klein, drawing dead, going to be our 5th place finisher.
I folded queen 3.
Well, that's a 7. That's going to do it for the likable Bill Klein. He's such a super guy, contributing the entire $263,000 to charity. His motto is every day is a great day, and to give back, and give back some more. Really enjoying life now and giving back, and you got to really appreciate guys like this.
Well, he is a generous guy. He's out in 5th place, and he's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Bill, you came in short, but you managed to double up, make the money, and you may be out, but we've got $260,000 going to a great cause, right?
They'll be split between 2 charities, right? Between cystic fibrosis and the Shea Therapeutic Writing Center, which is located in San Juan Capistrano. I got to say, this was a well-run tournament. Love the World Poker Tour. The guys I played with, great guys. I've had respect for them. I have more respect. They're great people. It was fun playing with them. Could have used 1 more 3, I think, at the end, but that's the way life goes. And all I know is when I grow up, I want to be me.
Sounds like you had an amazing time. I hope we see you again next year.
You will. You will, definitely. Thanks again. Thanks for having me.
Congratulations, Bill.
Appreciate it.
Kim, over to you.
What a cool guy. Love him. Bill Klein out in 5th place. WPT's coverage of the final table from Bellagio continues with 4 players right after this.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Mitch, by Paul Mitchell. Because style isn't born, it's groomed. Visit MitchTheMan.com.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller. And Vince, as you know, these players had to put up $100,000 each to enter this tournament. Now that's a huge amount of money. But $100,000 is the same amount of money that ClubWPT.com pays out to its players every month.
That is true. It's pretty amazing. You know, if you play on ClubWPT.com, you get to play for your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes all the time. You get to play all the poker you want. Plus, there's other benefits. You get this Entertainment Savers Guide. Plus, you get to play real poker online.
Yeah, and don't forget, you get access to former WPT episodes for just $19.95
Great poker moments. Remember you, Bay 101 final table, getting outdrawn by Mike the Mouth down to the river.
Oh, man!
just horrendous. Horrible, but you can see that. You can see Mike get outdrawn. So go out today, join clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Let's get back to the action.
Yes, I shouldn't have reminded you of that.
Vince, did you have to? Let's go to something else. How about the WPT Player of the Year race? Will the Thrill Fela out in front, as you can see, with one event to go, the WPT World Championship. Can he hold on and take down the Player of the Year title?
He might. And right now you can see with our super high roller, John Juwanda, out in second place here with 4.4. Our new chip leaders, Andrew Rober with 5.2. We got a great battle going on here at Bellagio. Let's go back down to the felt. These are 10,000, blinds 30 and 60. All right, action going to Daniel Perper from Highland Park, Illinois, first to play. He's going to fold his hand. Now the chip leader, Andrew, with a king, jack of spades. Will pop it, makes it 130 to go.
Everybody going to raise with that hand on the button, especially if you're chip leader.
Now, John Juwanda has looked at only one card, I believe. It's an ace of hearts.
It's not a requirement to look at two. You don't even have to look at one. Just get your chips in there.
Yeah.
We play with guys, man. It's a bet in the dark.
That is true. 400,000 with just seeing the ace.
Well, this way you got one to sweat in case the guy calls you.
Tom Marchese out, and Andrew will make this call, so peeky time there for John. Flop comes up queen, 8-3. Here we go, John. Squeeze it out. It's a jack of clubs. Nothing hitting on that flop. He's first to play.
And he's got the best hand with ace high, but do you lead out and bet?
Of course you do. Betting 435.
If your opponent raised you, what do you do then?
And Roble is going to respect that bet. He folds.
A good continuation bet there by Juwanda.
See two cards.
That looks like you want to show one card at least.
No, I want to see two cards.
John,
I forgot.
he is giggling like a man that had just ace high.
Macau style.
He says it's Macau style.
Both John and Roble have been down to Macau to play in those ultra high stakes cash games.
All right, right back on it. Action on John. He's going to look at... Oh, he's doing it again, Mike. Only one card. Again, John Juwanda, just looking at ace, has raised to 145. Timeout. Oh, boy, there could be big problems. Daniel Perper has picked up a real big hand. Pair of kings. Perper, the option trader, 37 years old, family man.
Well, he's on the short stack, man, so I'm expecting him just to come over the top and probably just put it all in.
I'm all in.
That's exactly what he's doing. He has gone all in. Roble out.
Well, John looking down at the second card now, the 10 of diamonds, so he's got ace-10 suited.
Yeah, not a bad hand.
Yeah, but do you want to put another 1.3 million in the pot with this hand? When your opponent's all in, he could have ace-queen, ace-king where you'd be dominated. Your best hope is if he's got like 2 sevens where you're in a race, but pretty big gamble to take.
I would have liked my hand better if you a big blind. Small blind. But I don't think I can fold this hand, especially this suited.
Looks like he might get sucked in. And yes, he does. He is making the call.
I raised 10.
Oh, John disgusted with himself now.
Well, great spot for Perper to double up here.
Kings have been holding up like so many times.
That is true.
Have you
The Kings have been very solid, holding up.
Well, Perper says just let him hold up one more time.
There's Perper's dad in the audience, sweating his son.
And he can't even look.
No.
Vince, as you know, every time you have kings and you're all in, the guy's got an ace. Seems like the first card out is an ace, but...
Don't jinx the man.
I'm not jinxing him. I'm not jinxing you, Daniel. Ignore what I said.
I think you just jinxed him. We will see.
2 diamonds.
Here comes the flop. Did Mike Sexton jinx Perper? Not yet. It's a 10-8 deuce. Good for Perper.
Well, it helps Juwanda a little bit. He's got 2 10s now. But Perper well out in front with the 2 kings.
Staying stoic. Here comes the turn card. 8. That pairs the board. Also good for Dan Perper.
Well, Perper in great shape to double up here and make a race out of this thing.
There's John Juwanda's family hoping against hope. That
Ace of hearts.
John should hit. He says ace of hearts, and he gets
And
an
an
ace
ace
of
comes
hearts.
up on the river.
Oh, boy.
Heartbreak for Daniel Perper right there. He shakes his head in frustration.
Sorry, buddy.
Like most everybody would, but good sport. Shakes hands all around, but Vince, right now, his stomach's got to be like a washer on high speed.
Thank you.
I can tell you, it is going in circles. Got to be sick to go out like that.
Well, the pain continues here at Bellagio. He'll pick up $393,000. He's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Dan, you got it in with the best of it, and it just didn't work out for you. But you have to feel good about how you've done in this tough field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I played really well. Didn't really have the cards go my way today, obviously. It was the first real hand I picked up and could have easily doubled up, and instead I'm out. So what can you do?
Exactly. Are we going to be seeing more of you on the poker circuit in the future?
Hopefully. I'm not going to be playing a lot of tournaments, but hopefully you'll see me anyway.
Well, it's an amazing start. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kimberly, back to you.
From chip leader to busting in fourth place, recreational player Daniel Perper. More to come from the WPT Super High Roller, including another installment of 5 questions with our own raw deal analyst, Tony Dunst.
What's the biggest mistake guys make with women?
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller.
Well, there you see our 3 remaining players. John Juanda, the old school guy out in front with $6.2 million. The 2 young guns, Andrew Roble, Tom Marchese, sitting in second and third place.
We are watching 3 of the gutsiest gamblers in the world. They put up $100,000 to enter this event, and they're going after this title here tonight.
Yes, let me correct you. Tom Marchese and Andrew Roble put in $200,000. Both of these guys got busted and rebought into this tournament.
John Juanda with a queen jack, first to act. Gonna raise, makes it 140. Now big cheese. Wow. With an ace-8 has re-raised to 370. And now Roble. It's just an ace-jack. Actually just the best hand, but what to do?
When the pot's been raised and re-raised, you normally just automatically muck the ace-jack. You got nothing invested, you could just get out and let them fight it out where one of them might knock the other guy out. But not if you're Andrew Roble. He is going to 4-bet.
I guess they don't want me to play.
What a play by Roble.
An aggressive 25-year-old's gonna make it work. Juanda and the big cheese going away.
You know, just a great read by Roble there. The 4-bet with the ace-jack.
This is a $100,000 buy under re-entry tournament, which means if you get knocked out, you can buy back in and give it another go. And I busted out of this tournament with about 1 level left in the rebuy period. I was pretty upset. I was on my way walking out of the Bellagio, and I thought, might as well give it another go. So came back, rebought, and then now I'm at the final table.
One time wasn't enough.
Yeah, I feel confident. I've never won a tournament. I think I might be due. But at the same point in time in poker, there's only so much you can do. You can just play your best, and the rest is in the hands of the poker gods.
Oh, I love that story. He was on his way out, and he sucked back in, and now he's doing great.
Well, incredible. Tom Marchese still in the tournament. Rebought in the second day also. So neither one of these guys were going to buy back in. They both decided to do it, and what a prudent decision it was for both of them.
Well, look at this hand, Mike. Oh, my goodness. A raise by Juanda, and now Thomas Marchese picks up aces. The best hand in poker. Let's watch Master Big Cheese go to work here. He's looking real serious. This is kill time. Let's see the raise. Yep, 345 to go.
Yeah, he's just hoping Roble 4-bets this time like he did the last hand. Won that pot without a flop, but
Roble's got queen jack of clubs. He would not want to get out of line here. Oh, but he is going to lay it down. Good for him. Now it's back on Juanda.
yeah, you'd like to see a flop with this kind of hand, but
Juanda could afford it, but no, he's going to make a great laydown. Doesn't want to get more involved. And the big cheese, Tom Marchese, not getting quite the action he wanted with aces.
Sam, why didn't you 4-bet me there? There you see the chip counts. 3 players left. Juanda and Roble pretty close to the same, a little over $5 million in chips. Marchese right now sitting in third place.
A little disgusted he couldn't knock someone off with those aces, but this time with a 9-8, going to make it 120.
I'll tell you, the guy stays aggressive. You got to take your hat off to him for that.
Andrew out, but Juanda is going to make this call with a Jack-9. So 8-9 up against Jack-9, the flopper. Look at this. John Juanda has flopped a straight.
King, Queen, 10 with 2 spades.
And he has checked it.
Well, does Marchese make the continuation bet like he's been doing all day? There's your answer, yes.
How much?
And he's not going to like it.
175. Juanda flopping the straight. Just a thing of beauty. You dig the hole. You put the leaves over it, Mike. You wait for the sucker to fall into it.
Well, Juanda's just thinking, do I just call him here and let him lead again? Or do I just go ahead and raise here and hope he's got something like kings and tens or an ace-king, or he's going to stick it all in there?
He makes it 5:20 to go. Big cheese folds. So there you go. Just flop a straight, push cheese out, take down another pot.
You shouldn't show me a deuce.
Yeah, the big cheese looking discouraged here. His chips slipping away. John Juanda looking good as 3 players remain here at the WPT Super High Roller from Bellagio. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action from the World Poker Tour.
Not a sorry situation.
The WPT is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch the latest episodes online, get a free subscription to the WPT magazine, and so much more. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Ivy. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. One of my favorite shows in Vegas. Oh, Bellagio seems to find talent from all over the world. I love acrobatics, stunts, and amazing dancers.
We have 235 people that work at O, 85 artists and musicians, and the rest are staff and technicians that take care of all of the artists.
My favorite part of O is the synchronized swimming. It's amazing how people just dive into the water and stay there forever and do the formation. I think that's fantastic. It's my favorite.
Our O stage is 1.5 million gallons of water, and we do have lifts in the show that can go anywhere from a dry stage where it looks like a normal stage to a big pool where they're 17 feet deep. The show's been here for 14 years, and it's still the most sought-after ticket in Las Vegas.
You have to see it. It's beautiful.
As you can see, the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar enjoying the evening as 3 players remain.
The O show really is tremendous. I happen to like the gymnastics and the diving in the show the best. 36 former Olympians in the O show.
Well, Mike, it's incredible. You know, Scotty Wynn actually was one of those divers before he started playing poker, of course.
I don't think so, Vince.
Scotty with the gold chains, and oh, he was great back in the day.
He'd never get up from the bottom if he went down with the chains.
The felt we go. The big cheese, Tom Marchese, first to act, and he is going to raise. Makes it 120 to go. Andrew out.
All these guys have been at multiple WPT final tables. It's John Juanda's 7th final table. He was at our first ever final table in season 1. Finished second to Gus Hansen there.
John's call with Queen 3. The flop comes up King, King 9. No help to either player. John is going to check.
Well, here comes the continuation bet that Marchese makes 100% of the time.
70,000 with just ace high.
But look at this. The savvy veteran looks like he's getting out raising chips, Vince.
How much? 70?
With just a Queen 3 offsuit.
Well, perhaps. Inquiring how much? John Juanda?
Unbelievable.
Oh, he is going to raise.
What a play by Juanda.
Makes it 150 back into the big cheese's face.
Oh, you gotta love Marchese. He just feels like he's being had here.
Yeah, still got ace high. You think to yourself, wait a second, if Juanda really did have a king, is he going to re-raise at this point? Probably not. So maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's going to pop it. No! He's going to believe John Juanda, and Juanda's going to take that pot with a bluff.
I think the first checker is that I should have done something about.
Like what?
Like not folded.
Casey realizing His pocket was just picked there.
It was a tell when Juanda deliberately showed the camera he was bluffing. Beautiful.
Earlier this week, I got to turn the tables and break down our very own raw deal analyst, Tony Dunst, in this edition of 5 Questions. What was it like to make a WPT final table in Jacksonville?
Actually going deep in the tournament, playing against a lot of other really thoughtful players was very interesting. But the finals table itself was something of a letdown because I pretty much showed up, lost every hand I played, and then was eliminated in 5th. And the only hand that really was of interest was when Will Fela accidentally mucked the best hand to me, which is just strange, and I'm sure might make for great segment material, but everything else was very straightforward.
What has the experience of being the raw deal host been like for you?
It's been a great time. Essentially, I was just given a segment where I was allowed to watch poker footage and then try and create a combination of educational material and a bunch of sarcastic quips about most of the people that I know and grew up with. What the hell is going on here? And that's all I could think when watching Vanessa play her top pair against Andrew's pocket queen. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. It's been really fun to both write and perform that segment, plus all the additional duties that come with the job and socializing with WPT staff, being there for all the events on the tour and getting to see all the various stops. I mean, I've just had a great time.
As a spectator, what 6 players would be at your dream final table?
Absolute top talent. If you take like a Jason Mercier, you take like an Elke. And then if you wanted wild entertainment value, you have to have like a Phil Hellmuth, a Will Fela, maybe a Dwight Pilgrim in there to really shake things up. And who am I going to use my 6th pick on? I would have to be the spectator/commentator, so I'll take a combination of the two and go with Lucky Chewy.
Away from the table, you're known as being a ladies' man. What's the biggest mistake guys make with women?
I would say the biggest mistake guys make is not trying. Most are afraid to go and approach a woman or go talk to a girl that they find attractive. But if you don't go and actually try and sort of work out what works for you and what doesn't, then you'll never get any better at that. You'll never become more comfortable at it. And I think what women really respond to is a guy who's comfortable with himself and comfortable speaking to them and just doesn't make a big deal of the fact that they're speaking to an attractive woman. Your confidence in your performance in just about anything is usually a result of the practice you've put into it.
There's been a lot of talk lately about the appropriate dress for a final table. Give me your thoughts.
I think that poker should not have a dress code, save for, TV final table type things, and that even then it should be mild, just pants, a collared shirt of some kind, and shoes that aren't sandals. Potential sponsors, and really the whole of media is about presentation. And if the outside world views poker as this collection of gamblers who, even when the stakes are high and they're there at a televised final table, look like bums, there's no real incentive to invest in our industry. I think a lot of young players are so focused on what's happening on the table that they're not quite aware that our game is larger and broader than that, and that the health of the industry affects their bottom line at the end of the day. I would encourage people to become aware of the presentation aspect and how professionalism can help us all.
Well, I certainly agree with what Tony says about appearance and professionalism of the young players in poker. Now, Vance, I don't know if you can remember back when you were single. Is that the way you approached and handled your women?
Oh, I was completely different, but let's not go back there.
And here's our 3 remaining players. John Juan is still out front.
I'm gonna be honest with you, you're gonna see it later anyway. One of the time I had monster.
Yeah, I know. I think
I'm not gonna say which one.
But it wasn't the last time. I wanted to say that, Johnny. He's a very crafty guy. All right, to the felt we go. Andrew Roble now with a king-queen. He's got the button. He's got a nice hand. And he's got a raise. 130 to go. John out.
Andrew Roble said he's never won a poker tournament. Desperately wants to win one. We saw him finish second right here at Bellagio to Antonio Esfandiari. I can tell you one thing, folks. He plays in high-stakes cash games, the biggest in the world down in Macau, with Juanda.
Look at this. Casey has picked up ace, king of diamonds, and there's going to be a re-raise here. It makes it 3-10 to go. Now, Roble. This has piqued his interest. He's saying, wait a second, this guy's short-stacked.
Be careful here, because I can assure you, Marchese going nowhere here.
Oh, no.
Look at this. He's going to set him all in.
Yep.
Well, Tom makes the snap call, and Roble is dominated. It's ace-king versus king-queen. A great opportunity for Marchese to double up and get right back in the thick of things.
And the big cheese is smelling good at this point. Ace King versus King Queen. You gotta love it. Doc Sands and his girlfriend.
Doc and Erica sweating on their man, Tom Marchese here.
We are flopping, and look at this flop. 3 5s.
So far, so good for Marchese.
5 on the turn.
For Roble to win this pot, he must catch a queen. Nothing else will do.
King.
A king would give him a split. He'd be happy to see that.
Here we go with 4th Street. It's not a king.
Well, there's a jack.
That's enough paint. No more paint.
He'll be happy to see the board pair jacks also. So any paint, and Roble can escape this pot. He wins with a queen. He ties if a jack or a king comes up.
A black card.
Oh, he would love this. Get the right card right here. Here's the river card. No, it's a deuce of clubs. And Thomas, the big cheese Marchese, will sweep that pot.
Well, Doc Sands in the house cheering his buddy on, the big cheese.
He's only 24 years old. He's from Parsippany, New Jersey. It's his 3rd attempt at a final table on the World Poker Tour. Right back in the action. Now John Jawanda with an ace-6. He's got the button, he's got savvy, and he's got a raise. 140 to go. Tom Marchese going out, and now Roble. Got Jack 10.
And he's going to make the call.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Ace-6 versus Jack 10, and there's a pair of jacks for Roble, but there's 3 spades out there.
It sure is. The nut flush draw for Jawanda. Roble out in front with 2 jacks at the moment.
And Roble has checked. Wanda with the continuation bet with the ace of spades, 185.
It's going to be interesting to see how Roble plays this hand.
Yeah, you got the jacks. No spade, though, but you're going to call. Wanda gulping there. Here's the turn card. 7, it pairs the board.
And Roble has checked again. Well, Jawanda checks his flush draw right behind him.
Will be a 10 of hearts.
Nice card for Roble there. Absolutely has to feel like he's got the best hand right now, unless Jawanda was completely slow playing a monster.
He's getting that bet and chips. 320 bets.
And he's saying, any chance this guy could have a 5-6 in his hand, or some kind of straight draw where my ace high would be the best hand? Could he have the king of spade?
Well, John Jawanda is 40 years old. He's originally from Indonesia, and we've seen him over the years so many times on the WPT. Consistent, great player, and he's going to fold, makes the right move there.
He knows all he can beat is a bluff. He gives it up, and a good lay down by him.
Yeah, Andrew Roble taking that pot.
Well, Vince, what a night of poker it's been. How about it for the 2 amateur players, Bill Klein and Daniel Perper? These guys fought it out with the best pros in the world, got to this final table, finished in 4th and 5th place, but a great effort on their part. But when the smoke is cleared, Vince, it is 3 tough pros fighting it out for Bellagio's super high roller title.
It is exciting, 1.3 million going to the winner. John Jawanda is our chip leader. It's going to be a great conclusion of a great event.
Please join us next time for the conclusion of the $100,000 buy-in WPT Super High Roller. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Jessica Wellman, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, we find out which player's 6-figure investment will yield a 7-figure payday in the biggest buy-in event we've ever held. The conclusion of the WPT Super High Roller is tonight, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's Season 10 coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship. I'm Kimberly Lansing. As we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Las Vegas, I'm joined, as always, by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton And Vince Van Patten. Guys, it takes a special type of player willing to put up $100,000 to play in a poker game. So now that we're in the money, how has the game changed among these remaining elite players?
Well, Kimberly, you're right. It does take a special player to put up $100,000 to buy into a poker tournament. You've got to have heart, and you've got to have confidence in your poker skills that you can get the job done. Our three remaining players certainly fall into that category. Two tough young pros, and Andrew Robo and Tom Marchese, and an old school pro, our chip leader, John Juanda, who made the first ever WPT final table in history right here at Bellagio 10 years ago. Could tonight be the first night that he wins a WPT event?
It will be fascinating. Don't forget, these are the true gamblers in the world at Bellagio tonight, and they're big names too. Andrew Roble has made a WPT final table. The Big Cheese, Thomas Marchese, 3 times now on a World Poker Tour final table. And then, of course, John Juanda. You know, he is so great. 6 times at a final table, but he has never been a champion. He always slinks off into the night a little, you know, disappointed because he's not the champion. Can this be different for him tonight? We will see.
Thank you, guys. Tonight, we'll find out which player has what it takes to take down the WPT Super High Roller. Cards are about ready to fly, so let's get down to the phone.
There you see what they're playing for. The winner going to take home $1.3 million. The runner-up, $822,000, and third place, $526,000. Great payday for all of them. And there you can see John Juanda out in front with $6.2 million. Here we go.
All right, antes are 10,000, blinds are 40 and 80. Action going on the man we know as the Big Cheese, Tom Marchese, out of Parsippany, New Jersey, 24 years old. He's got Queen 6.
Well, just a nothing hand, but he's on the button, and good players like to raise on the button, and he's doing it.
Yep, makes it 175 to go. Andrew Roble, the 25-year-old from Vermont, going away for John Juanda.
That's 180. How do I make it 175? Okay.
Well, Juanda going to defend in the big blind with just an 8-6 offsuit.
So Queen 6 up against 8-6. Here we go.
And flop comes 5-4-3 with 2 spades. John checks his open-end straight draw, and Marchese with the same open-end straight draw, he's going to make a bet.
Yeah, Marchese's going to bet at 175. Juanda liking this action. He's not going anywhere. Makes the call.
And the green card for Juanda is a 7. Give him the nuts and get Marchese broke, but a deuce comes off. Both players have a 6 high straight. But notice Juanda's got the 6 of spade. He's got a straight flush draw, so he is on the free roll, as we say.
Yep, got the straight and the spade draw. And he is going to bet at 250,000.
And he's going to bet it because he's hoping Marchese has an ace in his hand, which would give him a lower straight and a hand he might not be able to get away from.
Also 3 spades out there, so it is danger time. Marchese will make this call. Both got the same hand at this point. Let's see if a spade comes up. Nope.
And the nondescript 9 of diamonds comes off.
John Juanda going to make a bet, like $500,000.
Yep. Pot's got 1.2 million in it. He bets 500,000. Action on Marchese now. Obviously, he knows that there's an outside chance that Juanda could have a flush here, where 6 high straight isn't any good, but certainly he's going to call this.
All in.
Whoa.
Forget about calling. He's moved all in. Unbelievable. Now, even though Juanda's got a 6 high straight, he's afraid his opponent's got a flush, and he throws the hand away. What a bet by Marchese there. Look at that. He showed the queen of diamonds. Now, in Juanda's mind, he knows he's been had.
Right there, Marchese showing the queen of diamonds, and the Big Cheese now in second chip position. John Juanda's still in front with 5.1, but Big Cheese coming on. Beautifully done.
I can feel the steam coming off Juanda's head right now for throwing that hand away. Even though we know he would have split the pot, but he doesn't know it. He thinks he got robbed.
This hand, Marchese's already raised with a nothing 10-3 of diamonds. Andrew's gone out. John Juanda now with a real hand, ace-jack. And he's going to move it up to 510.
Says, pal, think you're going to bluff me the last pot and get away with it this time? I don't think so. Let me 3-bet you right here.
Big Cheese, though, has to be feeling good after that last hand, but Might have got a little too sloppy with this one. Hasn't folded yet, though. Wait a second. He's not going to just call. He is going to raise with 10-3.
This is incredible. He just outplayed Juanda the last hand. Going to try to outplay him here. Only has a 10-3.
Big Cheese is looser than a schoolgirl after confession.
Well,
awful line.
He has 4-bet him here with a 10-3. And all of a sudden, you think you have a premium hand here with the ace-jack. And now you get 4-bet, and it just shrinks up into nothing. But Juanda going to make the call, wants to see a flop. So here we go. These two guys going to war. Now flop queen 7-7, no help to anybody. Juanda checks. Marchese has been relentless with his continuation bets. He's done it 100% of the time. He gets the last bet in before the flop. And he's doing it here.
He certainly is with absolutely nothing. Zip and pip 10-3. He is betting 550.
And the pot's got 1.9 million in it. So because of that prize, Juanda may continue to get involved, but the way the hand's played, it's hard to keep playing ace-jack, folks. And he lays it down, and in back-to-back pots, Tom Marchese has outplayed the old-school veteran, John Juanda.
Oh, man, the Big Cheese has great poker instincts. He's only 24 years old, but he's one of the best in the world.
Our third hour of coverage of the WPT Super High Roller event is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come. Plus, Tony Dunst giving his no-holds-bar analysis in the raw deal. It's all when we return to the WPT Super High Roller, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around. Welcome back to our extended coverage of the final table of the WPT Super High Roller. Riding high off his final table appearance at Jacksonville, Tony Dunst is ready to give these players a piece of his mind in this edition of the Raw Deal.
The rules of poker state that when two players have the same hand, they share the pot. But Tom Marchese plays by nobody's rules but his own, and he sure as hell doesn't know how to share. Let's break him down. It's starting to become cliche for a poker commentator to lavish praise on the play of Tom Marchese, but few hands demonstrate the depth of his hand reading and ability to think outside the box quite like this one does. And all of it against one of the best players we've watched on the WPT over the years, John Juanda. The hand begins with Tom opening queen 6 on the button in a three-handed game.
Andrew Roble going away.
And John making a looser call from the big with 8-6 off. When both players flop an open-ended draw with overcards, it's no surprise that the action goes check, bet, call. The turn is the 2 of spades, completing both the straight and flush draw on the flop. It's on this street that Tom is able to begin narrowing John's range of holdings. When John leads out for about 1/3 pot, Tom starts eliminating certain possible holdings. He likely discounts flushes because he thinks stronger draws may either check raise or lead on the flop. He knows John doesn't have an ace because leading it on the spade is overplaying it. And he knows if John had a strong hand on the draw-heavy flop, he would almost always raise, and certainly never lead on a card that completed both draws. Tom calls the turn bet, and we see an irrelevant 9 of diamonds on the river. John goes with another small-sized lead, a bet of 500K that's about 40% of pot. On top of narrowing down John's range, Tom is also considering what the bet size communicates, and seemingly comes to the conclusion that John's line and sizing is congruent with a medium-strength hand. He determines the most likely medium-strength hand for John is the 6 high straight. Realizing that just calling will almost always result in a chop pot, Tom goes for the route less traveled. He turns a hand with substantial showdown value into a bluff by shoving,
all in,
knowing that John will have difficulty calling when there's a possible flush or better straight out. As it turns out, John doesn't even think about it, and his cards are in the muck about half a second after the raise. So next time you make a big fold on the river and your opponent makes this smile,
the Big Cheese just robbing these guys blind,
you know what's just happened.
Well, certainly that play worked out for Marchese there, but you just wonder, had Juanda had a flush, he'd have been scratching his head. What was I thinking, moving all in there?
Well, he's playing great. Tom Marchese, the Big Cheese, is the chip leader with 5.7 million. This time he's got king 6, and he's raised it to 175. Andrew Roble folding.
Well, certainly Marchese has been the most aggressive player at this table. No doubt about that.
Well, John Jawanda has called with a 4 or 5 of spades. Here we go with the flop, and look at this. Jawanda with a 4 flush and a pair. Jawanda's check. Marchese's betting 225.
Well, you're going to see a check raise here. You got a pair and a flush draw. You're just putting all your dough in with it. You can't be drawing dead no matter what your opponent has.
Well, you're right. Makes it 725 to go.
Now, he knows the 2 6s would be good if he puts Jawanda on a drawing hand, meaning a straight draw or a flush draw, and that's apparently what he's done because he's called the $500,000 raise.
He's going to get stubborn. He's sticking around. Here's the turn card. It's not a spade. Queen doesn't help either player. Andrew Roble has gone a little quiet, gets up from the table. John looks over.
Roble getting a little loving in here while these two guys are clashing. Jawanda is going to check. And look at this. Now, folks, Marchese is not betting here because he thinks he's bluffing. He's betting because he thinks he's got the best hand. He has put Jawanda on a drawing hand, and if he doesn't have the queen of spade, he knows his 2 6s are the best hand.
Marchese's bet 700,000. Is it time for Jawanda to come over the top? We will see. John Jawanda once sold Bibles door to door before poker, and now he's trying to figure out this hand. He's making this call. He'd love to catch his flush. Down to the river we go. Will he catch the flush? No.
The board pairs queens. Jawanda checks.
Sure.
Well, Marchese is going to check also and win the pot with 2 6s. Unbelievable. And Jawanda is saying to himself, wow, look at this guy. He called my $500,000 raise on the flop, and then he bet $700,000 on the turn. How'd this guy know?
Oh, boy, Jawanda's saying, who is this guy? Young punk.
I can tell you what he's saying. He's saying, this kid plays above the rim. I got to go a little higher if I want to get a rebound off of him, that's for sure. Woo! We are seeing some poker.
Well, the big cheese is reading Jawanda perfectly.
But I'm telling you, both those players fought for that pot. You just can't do it any better than that. He won the first 2 pots without having the best hand, and he won that one by getting a value bet in after he got raised $500,000 more and called him with middle pair and then bet it on the turn.
I was there. All right, Tom Marchese this time going to raise. Roble taking another break. Jawanda's got to be steaming with a 9-6 of hearts. Going to make the call, though. Tom Marchese, big cheese, way out in front now with close to $8.4 million in chips. Here's the flop, and look at this flop.
Now it's come ace, king, queen.
Jawanda's flopped the flush, and he's going to check.
Yeah, this is pretty much a cold deck here.
And big cheese has flopped a straight, and he's going to bet 225.
Obviously, you're going to bet with a straight here.
This is just revenge time, perhaps, for John Jawanda.
Well, it's going to be time for him to double up, Vince. Expect him to raise here. I expect Marchese to get the money in.
Well, he has raised it.
And you can't blame him if he does. He's just run into a cold deck, as we say.
Jawanda has made it 7-10 to go.
The hand sort of plays itself.
There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And that's our buddy William Reynolds, the adventurer, the poker player.
Yeah, he's ones to watch this year on the World Poker Tour, but as you said, likes to climb mountains and do everything.
Yeah, interesting guy, and he's best buddies here with Big Cheese. And
all in.
Call. Big Cheese has gone all in, a quick call, of course, by John Jawanda.
Well, Big Cheese can just start counting out how much Jawanda has because he's doubled him up, drawing dead.
Unless something ridiculous happens.
Can come a royal flush.
John Jawanda going to double up here unless it comes jack of hearts, 10 of hearts, then they would split the pot.
Yeah, let's do that.
And there's John Jawanda's family. And William Reynolds sweating out jack of hearts.
And that's his sister, Vince. And when Jawanda was young, playing out on the tour and made some money, he took that money and put his sister through college.
To the turn.
Yeah, that seemed right.
And a 9 of diamonds on the turn. That's going to wrap it up. John Jawanda's going to take home this pot. 6 of clubs.
Not quite.
The money didn't go in on the flop. It was going in on the turn. Just a cooler, as we say in poker. You can't get away from either hand. Jawanda doubling up there.
Yes, it is payback time for John Jawanda, 40 years old. Going after his first title here. He could become a WPT champion, and that's going to get him closer to that goal. Right back on John.
At least party.
This time, he has an ace-7. The blinds are up to 50 and 100,000. John's going to make it 240 to go. Big Cheese going to take a little break.
Well, Robo, who's been sitting back watching these two guys clash for quite a while now, he's going to make the call with the Jack-8 of clubs.
Will it be John Jawanda's night for the first time ever on the WPT to be a champion? This time he hits the flop, hits an ace. Andrew has checked. And John with the aces looks like he's getting out the continuation bet. Yeah, 395.
Now, Robo knows that he's going to bet no matter what he has. If he's got king, queen, if he's got 2 4s. You're fearful your opponent's got an ace, but you just can't give up every time the guy makes a continuation bet.
So you suggest a call?
No. I'm saying it's a tough decision with middle pair here.
All right, well, he's calling it.
And what makes it tough is you not only have to face this bet, the guy bets on the turn and the river. What do you do now with 2 8s? A 9 comes off. That's a good card for Jawanda because he now has an open-end straight draw to go along with his top pair.
Roble has checked, and I'm surprised at this check. John Jawanda checking there.
Oh, and an 8 comes off on the river. The joker for Roble right there. He's made 3 8s. He's going to win this pot.
Oh, wow, he's going to try to trap here, it appears. He's checked it. Trying to sucker Jawanda into a bet.
I don't see Jawanda betting here either. He's trying to figure out what could the guy have where he'd pay me off. And I don't see anything.
Oh, he's going to slow down.
And wisely so, as Robo shows him 3 8s. Jawanda getting very unlucky on the river there, but saying to himself, I should have bet the turn.
Slow roll, shoulder jack.
So things are turning. Everybody's had a shot. Andrew Roble on the short stack, going to pick up that one, and he needed it.
I mean, I can't have just a jack, right? Like, I have to have Jack-8 or Ace-Jack or
Andrew Roble, the poker pro out of Burlington, Vermont, 25 years old, gonna pick up that pot. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action from the WPT Super High Roller.
More to come from Bellagio. Stick around.
When you become a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to our past episodes and your chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller. You know, Vince, these players had to put up $100,000 each to play in this tournament, and that's a huge amount of money. But $100,000 is also the same amount that ClubWPT.com pays out to its players in cash and prizes.
You know what? It's the best bargain in poker. For $19.95 a month, you get to play on ClubWPT.com, and you get the Entertainment Savers Guide. Also, you get to play real poker online.
And don't forget that you have access to former episodes, and you get all that for $19.95 a month.
Anyway, it is a bargain. Join today, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Let's get back down to the action.
Well, the blinds are 50 and 100. It's time John Jawanda first to play with the button. He's got a queen 9 of clubs. And he's getting out, raising chips.
Well, can't play him for raising on the button here. Most players would do it.
230,000 to go into Tom.
Marchese, he just hates to give up a pot.
Tom's got king 5, and he's going to take a break.
He lets it go reluctantly.
And now Andrew Roble. This is Andrew's 17th WPT tournament. 6 cashes already.
Yeah, he's going to defend out of the big blind.
Plays in the biggest games in the world in Macau. And there's the flop. It's an ace, Jack-8.
His highest finish previous to this was second to Antonio Esfandiari right here at Bellagio's 5-diamond tournament.
Andrew hits jacks. They both check, though. Turn cards a 6 of clubs. Doesn't help either player. Andrew now gonna get out chips. Yep, he's gonna bet 300,000 into John, who has an inside straight draw. That's about it.
Well, he can only win the pot with a 10 as the cards lie.
But he is gonna speculate.
Well, he's gambling here. You wonder about that. Maybe he thinks he's gonna win the pot with a 9 or a queen as well as a 10.
River card, deuce of clubs helps neither player.
You might think Andrew Roble made a straight draw on the turn. Maybe he's got a 7-9 or a 5-7, but here's a case if I was Andrew, I would check on the river. In case my opponent had a draw in hand, I'd want him to bet on the river, where I could pick him off, but by leading out, you don't figure to make any money.
Well, he's gonna bet 600,000. And John Jawanda, who we saw play 10 years ago at our very first tournament, Bellagio. Finished second to Gus Hansen. Is back. It's good to see him back. And right now, he's been pushed around by these young pros.
I'm gonna regret this one.
And he's going to push himself out of this hand. Wisely done. Andrew Roble taking the pot.
Not easy to push around John Juanda. The guy's got 5 World Series of Poker bracelets. He was the European World Series of Poker champion back in 2008. Won the best all-around player numerous times. He's got over $11 million in career earnings. Impressive. Now that's impressive, too, for Will the Thrill Fela. He's out in front in the WPT Player of the Year standings. Can he hold him off with one event to go, the WPT World Championship?
Yeah, Will, the wannabe gangster from New York. He's a character, colorful. But let's go back to these three. Thomas Marchese has folded. Andrew Roble now. Oh, he's got the weapons of mass destruction. How do you like that? And he's going to raise with him. Makes it 250 to go. John behind him's got a pair of 9s.
The small blind raises. You got 2 9s in the big blind. You're obviously going to re-raise.
750.
Oh, whoa. John's made it 750.
You're just not going to get away from this hand, I don't think. Just the dream scenario for Andrew Roble. The guy has 3 bet you here, and you're looking down at 2 aces.
Well, do you push now, or do you just call?
All in.
Well, there's your answer.
I think he's going to push.
He's going to push, and I don't see Juanda getting away from this hand, folks. I mean, your opponent has to have a giant pair for you not to have the best hand here.
Call.
You got to do it. He's calling, and he's going to hate it.
Yeah, you make the same play with 2 7s or 2 8s or ace-queen. Unfortunately for Juanda, the guy's got the overpair, and Juanda's going to be out in 3rd place unless he gets some help here.
Yeah, John Juanda, 20 WPT cashes, his 7th time at the final table on the World Poker Tour. His back is up against the wall right now.
Insurance.
Well, it's really up against it because he can't make a flush to win the pot either. They both have the same suits in their pairs.
Well, John Juanda, he used to sell Bibles door to door. Now he needs a prayer, and that's for sure. Let's see if he gets it on the flop.
5 4 3 is the flop. Juanda needs a 9 to win the pot. If it comes 2 runners to make a straight, they would split the pot. If he doesn't get some help, the former track star will be running out of here in 3rd place.
No help there. It's a king of hearts on the turn. Andrew Roble 1 card away from pushing out the great John Juanda out of the WPT Super High Roller. There's Andrew's girlfriend sweating her man. River card coming up. Juanda, can you hit the 2 outer? Let's see.
Let's see the river.
Nope, it's a 3. So that's going to do it for John Juanda. 10 seasons ago at our first WPT ever final table, John Juanda finished 2nd. Here it is, 10 seasons later, finishing 3rd tonight. Going to take home $526,000 for his efforts. But tonight, the young guns schooled the old school guy.
John Juanda, always a pleasure to watch him play. He's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
John, another deep run for you on the World Poker Tour. I know it's not a first-place finish, but are you happy with the result?
It's a little disappointing, not because I finished 3rd, but I'm just not very happy with the way I played. I could have played better.
You're one of the big names in the game. You were here at the first event in Season 1. You're here again in Season 10. You know what it takes to succeed. Of these 2 guys, who do you think has what it takes to take down the title?
They're both very tough players, but I've played with Andrew Roble a lot. We play a lot in the cash game in Macau, and he's an awesome player, and also a very good friend. So if I have to pick one guy, then yeah, I'll go with Andrew.
All right, thanks, John, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Kimberly, over to you.
Thanks, Jess. With John Juanda out in 3rd place, we're now heads up with Tom Marchese and Andrew Roble getting ready to battle for the title. WPT Super High Roller Heads Up Action is next on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Mitch, by Paul Mitchell. Because style isn't born, it's groomed. Visit MitchTheMan.com.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Yeah. And with the money, out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. We have Brittany, we have Tuba, Ivy, and Jeannie looking absolutely gorgeous tonight. And they're bringing out the spoils for the victors and putting it on the table, Mike.
Well, these 2 guys are going to share in over $2.1 million between them. Pretty impressive stuff. Two youngest players to come to this final table are now playing heads up for the title.
That is right. I have goldfish that are older than these guys. 25-year-old Andrew Roble from Burlington, Vermont, up against the big cheese, Thomas Marchese, 24 years old from Parsippany, New Jersey. Also two guys that had to re-enter this event, and now they're going to play heads up, Mike. Just extraordinary.
Incredible that they had the heart to rebuy, but pretty amazing at this young age that they had the money to do it. $100,000 buy-in, and they rebought. Both have $200,000 invested.
This is going to be an amazing battle for a very prestigious title.
Heads up action here at the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship is about to get underway between Tom Marchese and Andrew Roble. During the break, Jessica Wellman had a chance to speak with both players.
Andrew, we've seen you heads up under the Bellagio lights before. It didn't work out for you last time, and I know you've had trouble hitting the major title, but it seems like this might be your chance.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to 2 players. Tom actually busted me out of the tournament already before I rebought. And I was like, well, I might as well give it another go. And it turned out to be a good decision.
It certainly has, and maybe you'll get your shot to get back at Tom here for a title.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
You've certainly been here before, and you have a lot of experience on your side. You were one of the players who re-entered into this event. Did you feel like that experience made it worth giving it another go in this tournament?
Not necessarily. I actually busted out right after dinner break, and I just took a shower and got back at midnight, played the last 2 levels, and ran it up.
All right, best of luck to you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, you gotta love the casualness of these guys. They're just gonna, you get busted out, throw in another $100,000.
Oh, yeah. Go take a shower, come back and fire again. Now, as we start out the heads-up battle, these players are about dead even in chip count, about as close as you'll ever see when a heads-up battle starts.
Well, it's 75, 150. Roble has raised with 7-3. Marchese with a pair of 5s. Will he pop it? No, elects just to call. Interesting.
Yeah, many players would re-raise with the small pair there. Flop, jack, 9, deuce, all diamonds. Both players have a flush draw. Andrews, of course, is higher, but Marchese right now with the best hand with 2 5s.
But he has checked it, and Roble is going to bet it $500,000.
Vince, here's a case where you call in this spot, and you really don't know what you want. You may have the best hand with 2 5s. If you catch a flush, it might be good, but your opponent might have a bigger flush. You don't know what you want.
Well, a king of hearts on the turn. Is that what you want? No, he checks, apparently. And Roble now going to check behind him. All right, they're playing nice. Down to the river we go. It's a 3. That gives Roble a pair of 3s.
Well, that's a good card for Marchese. He might not know it, but his opponent won't have to bluff at the pot at the river. He can check down 2 3s. That's exactly what's happened.
They both
and he's
check.
going to win with 2 5s. Amazingly, had that been a 4 instead of a 3, there's a chance Roble would have bet on the river because it would have been the only chance for him to win the pot, and he might have won it by betting. As it is, Marchese takes down the pot.
All right, now the action's on Andrew. This time he's got a pretty decent hand. King Jack.
And he raises with the King Jack like everybody would do.
400,000. Marchese with just a King 4.
Vince, everybody wouldn't do this.
Huh.
Re-raise over $1 million with a King 4 offsuit. And he just understands getting the last bet in before the flop and betting on the flop is just a powerful play in poker. And it really puts such pressure on your opponents that unless they hit a good flop, they just give up the pot to you.
And Andrew Roble is going to make the call.
In this case, both players have flopped 2 kings, so this time it could backfire on Marchese. He is out-kicked, as we say, and this pot could spell big trouble for him.
Yeah, and he's coming out to bet, hitting his kings with the worst kicker, $700,000. Roble not going to repop, though, just going to call him along. Turn card.
3 of diamonds comes off.
No help from Marchese. Big Cheese is thinking to himself, what did he call me with? Do I have kicker problems? Yeah, Big Cheese slows down, checks.
Well, obviously he's hoping Roble's got 2 queens or a jack 10, some kind of straight draw.
And Roble, though, not going to waste an opportunity. He's putting chips out there, $1.2 million.
Well, you see Marchese getting up there. Says, what's going on here? If this guy's got this hand beat, Wouldn't he re-raise me before the flop, or wouldn't he raise me on the flop?
Wow, he's going to get the action. Marchese has called. Big Cheese in a lot of trouble right now. River card.
Oh, an ace comes off. Now, believe it or not, that might be the card to save Marchese money here. I guarantee you, Roble does not like that ace. Tom checks just in case his opponent had ace-10 or ace-jack or ace-queen. He now knows his 2 kings are no good.
Yeah, and Roble not going to go with the value bet. He checks as well.
I don't blame him. I'd have checked it down too, but Roble going to win this pot. 2 kings with the jack kicker. And with that pot, that puts Roble well out in front now in this heads-up battle.
The 25-year-old out of Burlington, Vermont, the poker pro who plays around the world, taking down a good one.
Well, Vince, can you just sense the frustration setting in on Tom Marchese right now? He's starting to wear his emotions on his sleeves. He's pretty cool, but you can just see, it appears to me, frustration setting in.
The Big Cheese is slowly melting away here, Mike. And the antes are 25,000. Blinds are going up to 100 and 200. Action going to Roble, and he's got a real hand. Pair of 10s.
He keeps catching hands like this. He's going to be all right. I might call him the big rat that ate up the big cheese.
Makes it 400,000 to go. Marchese with just a 7-4 diamonds.
All in.
Whoa, he's taking a shot, maybe at the wrong time.
Oh, dear.
And a quick call by Andrew.
Well, not the time to move all in here.
Oh, I got the unders.
And Andrew Roble on the verge of taking down his first tournament ever.
I like my side, to be honest.
Diamonds are lucky.
Which is hard to believe, as much money as he's won playing poker, that the guy's never won a poker tournament. Right now, in great shape to do just that. If the 2-10 stand up, Roble will be our champion.
7-4 diamonds, man. Diamonds are forever.
William Reynolds, the adventurer, Big Cheese's friend, roots him on.
He's going to need a lot of help here, Vince. He is really in bad shape.
Well, the flop comes up ace, queen, 6.
I'm sure you're rooting for a sweat, too.
Red 5.
That's fair.
Tom Marchese must catch 2 runners to make a straight or 2 runners in a combination of a 7 and a 4. Otherwise, it's tapioca pudding for him.
Yeah, the Big Cheese getting
Oh, dear.
sliced and diced right here.
Guess I could have waited for a slightly better hand.
Here comes the turn.
Well, the 3 comes off, so he's still alive.
There's a little hope.
He can catch a 5 on the river and make a straight and win this pot.
It's always a sweat in poker, right? It's always a sweat. There are outs.
Well, as long as it's not the 5 of spade, of course, because that would give Roble a flush. You know, Andrew Roble's thinking it's never easy. Why couldn't I close him out on the turn?
If this 5 comes up, it'll be another Bellagio miracle. Here we go to the river. Will he hit the 5?
Let's see a river card.
He did it! Unbelievable! He hit the 2 runners to make the straight. Tom Marchese lives on. Well, Andrew Roble can't swallow a BB right now.
Ooh.
Hey,
Recount.
settle down.
What are we? Unbelievable. That's
Wow.
crazy. That's crazy, Mike.
Unbelievable is right. No question about it. Lady Luck shining on Tom Marchese that hand, that's for sure.
Unbelievable.
He stays alive.
It ain't easy being cheesy. It ain't easy being cheesy. You gotta work hard for that. See all that money on the table? Those are cheesy bucks. Cheesy bucks, no one else's bucks.
This is going to continue. Stay with us. The heads-up battle will not go away. We're coming back in just a moment on the World Poker Tour.
Back in the game. Back in the game.
That's the biggest suck out we've seen in years.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
This $100,000 event is going to be like something you've never seen.
Yeah, does anyone have 100 in their pocket? I'll get back to you in like 10 minutes.
When we started the field, we had about 15 players, and I'd never seen half of them. And I've seen a lot of poker players, so that was pretty amazing. Naturally, we were texting and calling everybody, and more of them kept coming and coming. It's going to be a pretty special event.
Well, special event indeed, no doubt about it. There you see the winner going to take home $1.3 million, the runner-up over $800,000, and it's come down to the 2 youngest players that started this final table, Tom Marchese Andrew Roble. And as you can see, they're about dead even in chip count right now.
The antes are 25,000 blinds. 125 and 250. Here we go. Roble with a queen 10 of hearts has raised, makes it 500,000 to go. But Tom, Big Cheese, has ace jack of diamonds.
That's a big hand playing heads-up poker. Marchese knows it, and he's going to re-raise.
Yep, going to 1.2 million.
But Roble going to fight for the pot. He makes the call, so we're going to see a flop here.
2.5 million chip pot developing.
Now flop comes jack, 7 deuce, all spades. Nice flop for Marchese, and then he's got top pair with top kicker.
Yep, and he's coming out with the bet. 1.2. Andrew, nothing hitting there for him.
He's got no hand, no draw, yet he is reaching for chips to try to win this pot.
Well, you're right. He's going to try to bluff it. He has re-raised. He makes it 2.5 million.
All in.
Oh, wow. Right back in your face, Andrew.
He's going all in because they had ace jack, but had he had ace king, ace queen, ace 10, he'd have mucked that hand. Well, that's the first pot that we've seen Roble make a move with no hand in that spot, and it cost him. He got burned, Vince. He better go back to his tactics of just waiting on a hand before he starts putting in a lot of chips.
He was burnt like the fried chalupa at Taco Bell.
Well, you got to admire the play, though. A lot of hands his opponent would have thrown away right there.
All in.
Andrew Roble now says all in with just 10-8.
How much is it?
Tom's got a pretty good queen 10. Well, Andrew has just passed the pain threshold. He says if this guy has to take runner to beat me, I'm also just pushing now with nothing hands. And now, big decision for Big Cheese.
He knows he could gamble here. He'll still have the chip lead if he plays the pot and loses it, but still, do you want to give your opponent another 2.4 million with just a queen 10?
Well, he will be a hero if he should make this call on his hand. Hold up.
I call.
Oh, he's going to love himself.
Wow.
He's called. And now he's in a great position to take this title.
What a call by Tom Marchese right there. Has his opponent dominated. It's queen 10 versus 10-8, but Vince, I promise you, not a lot of players would have made that call of an all-in bet with queen 10.
No.
In this situation.
Like he could see right through the cards, boy. What a nice call.
Well, Roble got very unlucky a little while back. Perhaps he'll get lucky here to stay alive.
Finish him, Cheese.
He got the suck out of a lifetime. That is Tom Big Cheese Marchese, and now he's on the verge of taking down this title. Can Andrew get revenge with an 8? Can he do it?
The flop is 8.
He's flopped flip 8.
Oh my gosh.
It's come 8-8-7. And right there,
Unreal.
you see some poker justice, folks. No doubt about it.
Happy days for the Robles. He stays cool.
Show us the turn.
Well, one more time. Marchese has to hit 2 runners to win the pot. Doesn't happen here.
No, it does not.
No, that's going to do it. Roble going to double up here. No card. Marchese can catch to win the pot.
No rhyme or reason out here tonight.
You think a guy's supposed to be rewarded for making a call like that.
Yeah.
Instead, he's punished.
He is punished.
This is great. This is awesome.
Andrew Roble's girlfriend there, trying to cheer him on, and why not?
Just as long as he wins.
He knows there's a lot of big malls in Las Vegas he can do some nice shopping in if he wins this tournament.
That's how dirty this game can be. The deck can take you and roll you.
Oh, nice comeback for Andrew.
And even after losing that pot, you see Marchese still out in front, 8 million to 5.6 million.
This is an incredible seesaw battle of heads-up competition at Bellagio.
So we've seen the poker guys bless both of these guys so far when they've had all their money in as a big dog.
And Roble this time moves it up, raises, makes it a $500,000 with ace-4. Right behind him, the Big Cheese has got a real hand, a mid-pair, pair of 8s. Then he's going to re-raise, going to 1.2 million.
See what Roble does here, but you might think it's the kind of hand a guy can get away from here. You still have over 5 million left if he throws it away now, but.
All in.
Wow.
Oh, he's gone all in.
Voice cracking, goes all in, and a quick call by Big Cheese.
I don't like this all-in bet by Roble. Even if his opponent's got queen jack or king queen, He's only a $1.50 underdog. There's virtually no hand he can beat.
Let's try the same flop. 8-8-7.
And the ones he can beat, he's still not much of a favorite in. So, not fond of this play, but let's see if it works out for Roble.
You just got to think it doesn't make sense. He's pushed a little too hard, and right now he's on the verge of losing. Here's the flop.
An 8 right on the flop. Marchese has hit 3 8s. And now Andrew Roble must catch 2 runners to win this. He must catch a deuce and a 3 to make a straight. Obviously, a 6-7 would give him a straight also.
6-7.
He needs to hit 2 runners. Nothing else will do. Must make a straight to win.
But we can't have 2 beats like that.
Well, we saw Marchese do it earlier.
Yeah, we did, but...
Can Roble do it? A jack comes off. Tom Marchese has done it, Vince. He is our champion.
The Big Cheese is the winner here at Bellagio. The $100,000 super high roller. Congratulations, Big Cheese.
You got to feel good for Tom, but you got to feel very sad for Andrew Roble, who was so close to winning this tournament.
That is the heartbreak of all heartbreaks for Andrew Roble, who played impeccably. And he's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Andrew, you took one of the roughest beats we've seen in a while. Vince Van Patten said it's the worst he's seen on the tour in years, but you handled it like a pro, and you couldn't really see on your face what was going on in your mind. What went through your head during that hand?
When the hand's all in, I try not to think about it. There's still play left afterwards, just so I'm emotionally ready to play the next hand, regardless of what happens. So there was still, a lot of chips left, a lot of play left after that, so I just moved down to the next hand.
All right, now we go to Mike Sexton with our new super high roller champion, Tom Marchese.
Well, tonight, the Big Cheese gets all the cheese. Tom Marchese, our champion. Tom, obviously, the destiny hand at this final table is when you hit the 2 runners to make the straight to stay alive. Did you think right there the destiny was on your side and you were going to do it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you get a ton of momentum when you hit runners like that. So once I hit that, I was feeling pretty good about my chances.
Well, Vince and I and about everyone else was wowed when you made that call, the all-in bet with the Queen 10. You got outdrawn in that hand, but really, that was just a phenomenal call. What a read you made there.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I guess I just normally call in that spot, so I gave it the call there.
Okay, well, the winner of the WPT Super High Roller at Bellagio, Tom Marchese. Kimberly, back to you.
A little bit of luck and a whole lot of skill. Congratulations to Tom Marchese, the winner of the Season 10 WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship. We'll return next week with the biggest event of the year, the season-ending WPT World Championship. On behalf of Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Jessica Wellman, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The kid is number 1. I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Las Vegas, it's the most prestigious event of the year as the World Poker Tour caps its historic 10th season at the WPT World Championship. This is the big one, and it starts now only on the World Poker Tour.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
It was 10 seasons ago when Alan Gehring defeated a field of stars to win the very first WPT World Championship. And since that time, the prestige of winning this event has grown to a place nearly unrivaled in poker. Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome to Bellagio for the season-ending $25,000 entry WPT World Championship. From Carlos Mortenson's magnificent win to David Chu's remarkable comeback, to David Williams' emotional victory to last season's crowning of Scott Seaver, the WPT World Championship has been both a defining moment and an indelible memory to those who love the game. 10 years of history that have only increased the mystique and power of the WPT World Championship, which is why the world's best
once more beat a path to Bellagio in the quest to be named the very best.
Players, we want to wish all of you the very best in your quest to make it to the final table. So let's shuffle up and deal.
Season 10 WPT champions joined players from around the world as they hit the felt at Bellagio, with the goal of having their name being the final one etched on the WPT Champions Cup this season. The Royal Flush Girls checked out the field, and with 100,000 in starting chips, you might expect the action to start off slow. But players were splashing around in the first level. Two-time WPT champ Daniel Negreanu found himself in a tight spot after he 3-bet a set of jacks and was 4-bet by pro Cliff Josephy, aka Johnny Backs.
You obviously have something good. This is the most retarded situation ever. This guy and this guy both were going crazy, and now it comes with that. All right, buddy, you win. What is going on here? Juanda, they got me folding middle set. Just folding middle set for fun.
Daniel showed his jacks, and Backs later tweeted he did have aces, and the Season 3 WPT Player of the Year was spot on with his fold. The WPT Player of the Year race was also on the line this week, with a number of Season 10 champions and finalists in contention to pass current point leader and WPT champ Will Fayella with a strong finish.
I truly believe I'm going to be Player of the Year and bring it in Atlanta.
And while Will the Thrill was chipping up, WPT champs Sean Jazayeri, Eric Seidel, and Phil Locke made an early exit.
All right, buddy, win all the money.
98 players would survive the day, including WPT Player of the Year contenders Will Fayella, Joe Sirach, and Vanessa Selbs, but leading the way was two-time WPT finalist Steve O'Dwyer.
Just keep running good. There's no secrets as long as you keep getting the nuts.
WPT's Mike Sexton greeted players as they arrived on day 2.
Drill ready to go.
Your new player that just registered.
Grinder was partying hard last night, the Grinder.
Me never.
And fresh players entered the field as registration would remain open until day 3, and the Royal Flush Girls spotted some new faces, including top British pros Jake Cody, Sam Trickett, and Season 10 WPT Ireland champ Dave Shallow.
I like races set anyway because I'm not very good early on. Like everyone else makes better hands than me. So.
Also joining the mix were Martin Dignafe, who won this title in Season 2, Season 8 WPT World Champion David Williams, looking to run it back, and the reigning champion Scott Seaver.
Every tournament's a tough tournament, but the championship is a special tournament because it's really the best of the best that come out for this one.
With so much on the line, players were faced with tough decisions, and Vanessa Russo put WPT Player of the Year contender Daniel Buzgon to the test when she put him all in. Daniel held a full house.
It sucks so much.
But he thought long and hard before finally making the call, and Vanessa was beyond shocked when she saw that Daniel took so long to make this call against her.
I don't know. I don't have any words for that. I guess I had a lot of credibility. I don't know.
While Daniel Buzgon doubled up, cards were not as kind to Vanessa Selbst, Daniel Negreanu, and Season 10 champs Morten Christensen and James Dempsey, as their tournament runs would come to an end. Day 2 ended with 94 players, including 12 Season 10 WPT champs, of which Renat Bogdanov, Tony Roberto, and Matt Juttelstad cracked the top 10, but the day belonged to two-time WPT champ Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, who finished well above the competition.
Anything can happen with me. I could be out tomorrow or have $1 million.
On day 3, players were ready for battle in hopes of making the last final table of Season 10.
I ain't going anywhere today.
But Legends of Poker champ Will Fayella's fight would come to an early end as he was no longer in control of his Player of the Year destiny.
I'm sweating profusely right now. There were 13 people that could still pass me for Player of the Year. I'm really hoping they don't, but, you know, it is what it is. Let it land where it's supposed to. I absolutely did everything I could do to win it.
Will would not be alone on the rail, as past champs Scott Seaver and Martin Dignafe would join the long list of players to fall on day 3. And with all the bust outs,
Hey.
big names would fill the empty seats as a number of pros made a late arrival at Bellagio to contend for this title.
First time registering day 3 of the tournament.
The World Poker Tour Championship event. I might want more than a bracelet. And I love bracelets.
Registration was now closed with a total of 152 players and an over $3.6 million prize pool. While Jason Mercier, Faraz Jaka, and Phil Hellmuth were unable to gain any momentum, two-time WPT champ Antonio Esfandiari was off and running in his bid for a second final table this season.
It's the easiest day I've ever had at work.
WPT Player of the Year contender Joe Sirach made a run during the last level of the day,
Give your bluff if I have
winning a big pot off Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and then Joe's aces held when he faded an open-ended straight draw to double through Brock Parker. 44 players would survive the day, with WPT champs Nick Schulman and Guillaume Darcourt making a move up the leaderboard, but the top spot belonged to three-time WPT finalist Kurt Kohlberg with over 900,000 in chips.
You know, it's all good right now. I got absolutely no complaints.
With so many talented players in the running, who will make the most prestigious final table of the year? Find out when we return with more from the WPT World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the World Poker Tour's extended coverage of the season-ending WPT World Championship, where an elite field battled for the coveted 6 seats at the final table.
Day 4 marked the halfway point in the tournament. Yes! And while the 44 remaining players took aim at adding their name to the WPT Champions Cup, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi knew there was still work to do. As the Royal Flush Girls checked out the action, the Grinder wasted no time in building a stack and was a one-man wrecking crew as he eliminated WPT Ones to Watch and Player of the Year contender Doc Sands, Season 6 WPT World Champion David Chu, and Season 10 Grand Prix de Paris champ Matthew Waxman. While German pro Marvin Rettenmeier was not scoring the big knockouts, his chip count was also moving in a positive direction. Looking to play a big pot, British high-stakes pro Sam Trickett 5-bet all-in, holding ace-jack, but was quickly called by Hafiz Khan with kings. The board brought no help, and Hafiz raked in a monster pot to make him one of the chip leaders. Now crippled, Sam moved his last chips in and was busted by Season 4 WPT champ Nick Schulman. The Season 10 champs, still in the field, also proved they were here to win a second title when WPT Venice Grand Prix champ Renat Bogdanov took out Day 3 chip leader Kurt Kohlberg. Then Bay 101 champion Moon Kim got his chips in.
That's some bad news.
And eliminated three-time WPT finalist Noah Schwartz. With the money bubble looming, 3 two-time WPT champs got all their chips in pre-flop. Antonio Esfandiari held King and Jack, Jonathan Little with Ace-King, and Michael the Grinder Mizrachi had them both covered, holding Queen Jack of Diamonds. The flop was blank, but a queen on the turn gave the Grinder the best hand as he sent both Jonathan and Antonio to the rail, short of cashing in the WPT World Championship. The day would end on the money bubble with 19 players left. Tough pro Hafiz Khan led the way, but close on his heels was Mad Marvin Rettenmeier and a talented field looking to become the WPT World Champion. The WPT Player of the Year race was also heating up as Joe Sirach was closing in on current leader Will the Thrill Fayella.
Moon at my table, I think he has a chance. So yeah, it should be a fun sweat for him.
Day 5 would begin on the money bubble, and chip leader Hafiz Khan was relaxed as he chatted with Tuba, one of the Royal Flush girls, before the start of play.
Like, nobody wants to be the guy that bubbles, like, doesn't get the money. I'm not that nervous because I've kind of been nervous.
A far cry from the position he was in 1 season ago, where he busted on the bubble in the Season 9 WPT World Championship. When play began, all eyes were on the short stacks, French businessman Philippe Catorza and pro Josh Aurier. Philippe got his 5 big blind stack in on the very first hand and doubled through German pro Mad Marvin Rettenmeier. A few hands later, Josh Aurier got his short stack in with ace-jack and was called by Marvin with pocket kings. A king on the turn gave Marvin a set, but Josh a straight draw.
More outs than I had before.
Josh was unable to hit on the river as he was eliminated 1 short of making the money at Bellagio. The remaining 18 players settled into their seats, but not for long, as Season 8 WPT Bucharest champ Guillaume Darcourt would fall in 18th place. The grinder knocked out last season's WPT World Championship runner-up Farzad Banyadi, and Season 10 WPT Venice Grand Prix champ Renat Bogdanov was eliminated in 16th place. Now, with 15 players left, Joe Sirach had secured the point lead in the WPT Player of the Year race, surpassing Will Fiala. And Joe was now in control of his own destiny, as only 2 players in this field, WPT champions Matt Juttelstad and Moon Kim, were still drawing live to potentially pass him. But the 2 Season 10 champs would clash, and Moon would send Matt to the rail in 13th place.
Every day, every table is extremely tough. There are very few bad players in this thing, so it was a pretty tough grind.
Joe Sirach's run at a 3rd final table this season would be cut short when he found himself on the losing end of a race against chip leader Marvin Rettenmeier. Joe's 10th place finish cemented the Player of the Year lead and the end of a remarkable season.
Played pretty well this tournament, I guess. Nothing too stupid. Seemed to work out.
After a few more hands, play concluded for the night with 9 players left. WPT champ Moon Kim finished in the middle of the pack and still in the hunt for the WPT Player of the Year. But it was German pro Marvin Rettenmeier who led the way into the last day of play before the final table.
Yeah, loving it.
On day 6, the final 9 players would battle for the elusive 6 seats at the WPT final table and the last shot of the season to add their name to the Champions Cup. The day started with a bang when pro Hafiz Khan moved all in with ace-king and was called by chip leader Marvin Rettenmeier holding jacks. After a blank flop, Hafiz picked up more outs on the turn, but was unable to connect on the river as he would be the 9th place finisher at the WPT World Championship. Mad Marvin was then looking to score yet another knockout when he called the all-in of young pro Trevor Pope. Though Marvin was ahead, Trevor spiked a king on the flop, and his hand only improved when he made a flush on the river to double up. And Trevor knew survival was crucial, so close to the final table. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, who knows a thing or two about being on the WPT stage, got 1 step closer to his 5th final table when he eliminated Will Wilkinson in 8th place. With 7 players left, it looked like tough pro Steve O'Dwyer would be the one shut out of the final table when he shoved all in with ace-8 and Mizrachi called with pocket jacks. The grinder was looking good after a queen-high flop. A 10 on the turn gave Steve straight outs in addition to an overcard. And on the river, Steve spiked the ace he needed to double up on the TV bubble. And the chips kept flying as a 3-way pot was developing between the grinder, Mad Marvin, and Bay 101 champ Moon Kim. Marvin made a large 3-bet, and Moon went all in over the top. The grinder thought for a while before folding, and Marvin instantly called with pocket 9s. Moon was hoping to pair one of his overcards, but
failed to do so, as he would find himself out on the TV bubble in 7th place, short of catching Joe Sirach in the Player of the Year race, but passing $1 million in winnings during season 10. So the most prestigious final table of the season was set with a fearless young pro, 2 WPT champions, and 3 European players, all taking dead aim at the $1.2 million first place prize and the distinction to be named the Season 10 WPT World Champion. So now we are down to an international final table of outstanding players, as we have come to expect at the WPT World Championship. But for what might happen next, let's turn to 2 men who have been side by side for 10 seasons here on the WPT. Yes, you guessed it, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Hey, Mike, it's German pro Mad Marvin Rettenmaier holding a commanding chip lead. Now, I know you know Marvin well. Will he continue to apply pressure on his opponents at this final table?
Well, Kimberly, Mad Marvin has played phenomenal poker up to this stage in the tournament, and I expect him to keep his foot on their throats and continue to apply pressure to everyone. And in addition to his massive chip lead, he's got another advantage, and he's got a position over the guy sitting in 2nd place right now, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi. So it looks like all the stars are aligned for Mad Marvin Rettenmaier. Certainly, he is the favorite tonight, no doubt about it, to win.
Speaking of the Grinder, Vince, it's fantastic to see Champions Club members Michael the Grinder Mizrachi and Nick Schulman back at a WPT final table. Rate their chances here tonight.
Well, Kimberly, a few years back, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi was the hottest player in poker. He was hotter than my cousin's Rolex, believe me. He was winning everything. He was bluffing. He was lying. He was happy-go-lucky. But then it stopped. It kind of stopped. He went on a little sabbatical. We missed him. Where did he go? And now he's back. And he's hungry to win this title. He can do it. He has a lot of chips. But along with him, we have Nick Schulman. And years back, season 4, he won an event as the youngest player ever on the World Poker Tour. Well, he has some chips here tonight, and he wants to win this. He's a pool hall hustler. He can play pool with anyone, and he can also play poker really well. And right now, Jess Wellman, who does our WPT live updates all week long, is over to talk with Mad Marvin.
Thanks, Vince. Marvin, you're the big stack at one of the most prestigious final tables of the year. With this big chip lead, is there added pressure to take down the title?
I guess there's a little added pressure, but yeah, I'm super pumped and I'm excited and I'm trying to get there.
You are excited because it is such a big thing for you. You have a lot of results, but to win something this big, what would it mean to you?
It would mean everything. Like, I've been traveling the circuit for like 2 years now, and I still don't have that big title, although I have like so many decent scores. But yeah, I'm missing that big title, and I hope I can make it work today.
Well, best of luck. I hope the hard work pays off.
Thank you.
Kimberly, over to you.
All right, thanks, Jess. Which one of these talented players will earn the distinction of being named the final champion of Season 10? The battle for the WPT World Championship title continues right after this.
Winning at Bellagio is a very special thing. It's got a lot of prestige.
I mean, I've won other tournaments, but they don't have the attachment that comes with being the WPT season champion.
1.2 million is a lot to my bankroll. I mean, it's a lot to anyone. I mean, it's $1 million.
Final of the World Poker Tour Championship. It's a dream for every player.
I've seen the trophy, and I really, really want it. I want my name on there.
You know, all the best players come out to play this tournament, and it's the biggest buy-in of the World Poker Tour. If you make a final table, definitely this one you want to make, the 25K championship.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Las Vegas. We're at Bellagio for the season-ending WPT World Championship. We started 7 days ago with 152 of the toughest players from around the world, all of whom put up $25,000 each to enter this tournament. We are now down to our final 6 players. With me, as always, in the booth, my buddy Vince Van Patten.
Thank you, Mike. What a week it has been. High-stakes poker on the biggest stage on the World Poker Tour, the championship. We are ready to go. The antes will start at 5,000, the blinds 30 and 60.
There you see the chip counts. Mad Marvin Rettenmaier well out in front with 6.7 million in chips. The Grinder sitting in 2nd place. There's the prize money. The winner tonight going to take home about 1.2 million. And if you noticed, there's about $1 million difference between the guy that wins this tournament and the guy that goes out in 6th place. So big money on the line here.
All right, action has started. A quick fold by Nick Schulman and Trevor Pope. And now it's around to the businessman, Philippe Catorza from Paris, France. They call him the Hammer. He's 49 years old, and he has raised with ace-9.
Lone amateur at the table going to try to fight it out against these top pros.
Michael the Grinder out. And now it's on to the German, Marvin Rettenmeier.
Action on Marvin in the small
He's
blind.
dressed for a snowstorm with a little happy scarf. And he's going to fold his hand. Now it's on Steve O'Dwyer, poker pro out of Ireland. He goes away.
Well, there you go. Philippe Cartoza taking down pot number one. He's got quite a rooting section here. They're all decked out in his own T-shirts. They have come to support their man, the French, here in force.
Gosh, he's only been playing for 3 years. Just amazing. He takes that first spot tonight. Action on the grinder. Quick fold by him. Now the German, Rettenmeier, looks at a queen 10. He is the chip leader. He's only 25 years old. And look at this. He is going to raise.
Yeah, when you have as big a chip lead as he does, you're going to raise and put pressure on with these kind of hands for sure.
At 125. Steve O'Dwyer out. Nick Schulman, WPT champion, has a pair of sixes.
Now, this is one player at the table that Mad Marvin will not be able to intimidate. And there you see Nick Schulman moving all in over the top.
All you can eat, as they used to say back in the old world of poker. Pope out, the businessman.
Just has a king-8 offsuit, certainly not going to call.
He will not. Now back on the German. He also folds.
So Nick Schulman, terrific player. There's his rail. Some of the best pool players in the world sitting right there, I might add, including WPT champion John Hennigan. Nick Schulman, amazing pool player himself, but phenomenal poker player.
Well, I've definitely grown up in the poker scene.
It's the 5 of spades. Nick Schulman, at 21 years young, has captured the World Poker Finals Championship.
I have won a WPT title ages ago, 7 years ago, I think. So, you know, maybe it comes in sevens, they say.
You know, Nick, he's been around for such a long time and been beating the highest stakes games in tournaments and cash for such a long time.
Poker's evolved, and it's gotten a lot tougher, but it's also made me reach levels that I probably never would have reached otherwise. A lot of young players that come in, they're using new things, and I learn from that, and I try to add it to my own game. My goal is to always try to be competitive.
Nick Schulman, 27 years old, spends a lot of time in New York, plays in the biggest cash games in the world, and he's playing good tonight.
This guy is phenomenal. He is a star in the poker world, no doubt about it. And a cool cucumber at the table.
Yeah, he is tough. He folds this hand now. Trevor Pope from Wisconsin, 25 years old. And now in the background, you see his friend who's dressed up like a pope.
Around at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, a man dressed as a pope, rooting Trevor Pope on here tonight.
And he's going to raise with a queen 10, makes it 135 to go. Philippe's out, and now it's around to the grinder from Florida. Used to be the hottest player on the circuit, of course. He's got the family, he's got the wife here, he's got 6-4 of hearts.
Grinder loves these kind of hands.
Loves it.
That's why people love the grinder. Loves to play these kind of hands and any other two cards for them.
All right, he is called now the German chip leader with a 6-5 of spades. He elects to fold the Irishman. Steve out. So two-way action, Mike, between the Pope and the grinder. Here's the flop.
Now flop comes king 4-3. Continuation bet coming up here, as you can see.
By Trevor Pope. Yep. The Pope has bet 125. The grinder picked up a piece of that. He's going to make the call.
The grinder has second pair here. He's got the 2 4s.
All right, to the turn we go.
Well, an ace comes off. Obviously no help to either player, but Trevor Pope was going to try to represent that he might have an ace in his hand here. He is going to bet yet again. This is a very good bet by Trevor Pope here.
230,000. He's only been playing for a few years, and he's putting the heat on the grinder.
Well, the grinder was hoping he had ace, queen, ace, jack, something like that, where his 4s were the best hand. But when the guy bets again on the turn, he's got to let it go. Just a very good bet by Trevor Pope there.
Looks like there is a quick break in the action, but we've got plenty more in store from the WPT World Championship, including a send-off to the Season 10 ones to watch.
And the whole table was like, it was very exciting.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com, Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Bellagio and the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Well, Mike, we really should talk about Harley Shepard, who's from Dayton, Ohio, who really had the Club WPT VIP experience right here at the WPT World Championship.
Well, Vince, it's great to see a guy from Ohio win a seat here at Bellagio, especially from my hometown of Dayton, Ohio. And in addition to winning a seat into this tournament, he got to hang out with the Royal Flush Girls. I actually had dinner with him one night with an array of WPT champions. But probably best of all for Harley was that he won the $25,000 entry and got to compete in the WPT World Championship and play against some of the best players in the world.
You got so much to offer, so many events to win, seats. It's a great club.
Now, I think we should tell our viewers that you too can experience the Club WPT VIP experience. All you have to do is check out ClubWPT.com. Go on there, and for $19.95 a month, you get all the benefits. You get to play all the poker you want. You have your chance of winning a piece of the $100,000 in cash and prizes every month on the World Poker Tour. You also have a chance to win a seat in a World Poker Tour Season 11 event.
Yeah, so sign up today for a free 2-week trial. See how you like it. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, just getting started here at Bellagio. 6 players remain, and the German Marvin Rettenmeier is out in front with over $6 million. Everybody else has okay chips. The blinds are 30 and 60 to Steve O'Dwyer, the Irishman. He's got a king-jack. Steve's a poker pro, 30 years old, and it looks like he's getting out raising chips. Yes, he is, Mike.
Actually, the son of a military man. Graduated from East Carolina and went over to Ireland and moved to Dublin. Play online poker.
What did you start the day with?
$2 million.
Now look at this. Nick is out, but Trevor the Pope, a player that's only been playing a few years, has a pair of 10s.
Come on.
Just not fooling around with them, moving all in with the 2 10s.
The Parisian goes out. So does Grinder, the German now. Marvin Rettenmeier looking at a queen 7. He won't play that. Back on the Irishman. Steve O'Dwyer won't play. The Pope is going to forgive his opponents. He says, I don't mind you folding. I needed the cash. Rake it in.
Trevor Pope's fans are all wearing the sunglasses. He's actually got a Pope costume look-alike man sitting over there with the Royal Flush Girls.
Yeah.
It's not really a Pope outfit. I think it's a Cardinal outfit.
Close enough.
Doesn't the Pope wear white?
What do we know? We've been in poker games too long. All right, back to this hand. Nick Schulman, one of the finest young players in the world today from New York, looks down at a queen 10. He's raised, makes it 125 to go. The Pope out. The businessman out. The Grinder not going to play.
And the Mad Marvin.
He's got a big hand. Ace Queen. Marvin Rettenmeier, 25 years old. He's been traveling the poker circuit for a couple years. And he's not going to pop it, just calling. Now Steve O'Dwyer.
From the small blind.
He folds. So we've got Ace Queen up against Nick Schulman's Queen 10. Wow, Schulman picking up the 10s just like that.
Nice flop for Nick Schulman.
Action on Marvin. A quick check by him. Back to Nick. What a place to be, because it looks like a continuation automatic bet, but when you pick up 10s with a nice queen kicker, it's a great disguise. He bets 160.
Look at this. Mad Marvin.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looking to get fancy here with a raise. Makes it 425. Just suspecting Schulman made a continuation bet with nothing, but we know more.
I think Nick is going to stand for that since he's flop top pair here.
Whoa.
And he's just going to come right over the top for it all. This guy's got plenty of heart. Don't worry about that. Moves in. Marvin moves out. Nick Schulman taking down that pot.
Life on the poker tournament circuit has both tremendous highs and lows. This season, we've been following 7 charismatic young pros as they set out to make a name for themselves, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
I love the grind, the sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a once to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Was to watch.
My favorite moments so far on the World Poker Tour Season 10.
Favorite moments.
Favorite moments?
Without a doubt, Bellagio 5 Diamond, because that's the only stop I've had success at.
One of my favorite moments this season definitely has to be when I hit the Royal Flush, day 1 of the Hard Rock 10K. And the table was like, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it was very exciting.
Well, I'm kind of biased, you know. My favorite part of the season was definitely getting second in LAPC. It was a fun run. I had a lot of friends there on the rail, and just a great experience making my first WPT final table.
Fela 5! Unbelievable! Lightning on the river!
Being at the top of the ones to watch leaderboard is a great honor, and you know, we had a really talented group of people. I knew it was going to be a competitive year, and very happy to finish on top.
I think I have a very bright future in poker. Gotten a lot of experience this season on the WPT. I think I have good things in store.
I still want it, I still have that drive, and I still try to play good poker. And I still beat myself up every time I don't, and I think that's part of what makes me a good player.
You know, 1 minute I'm looking at all the World Poker Tour stops for next season and thinking, oh, I want to go there, I want to go there. And then, you know, the next minute I'm like, I kind of want to take a break. You know, something totally outside of poker sounds kind of refreshing and nice at this point.
We're just going to continue to play high buy-in tournaments. As long as I feel like I'm an elite player, I'll just try to rack up the winnings.
For me, I was a once to watch this season, and if you were watching closely, you saw that I just got crushed, so that's just how it goes sometimes. Hopefully I'll be able to pick it up and continue. I definitely want to pursue commentating. If those things worked out, that'll be great as well.
See any gold bracelets on my wrist? See any WPT titles in my trophy case? No.
Good game.
I have to keep working hard until the trophy case starts to fill up. I have my worries and woes. The game is still going. Where it stops, nobody knows.
The Season 10 ones to watch have had a successful season. Matt Marafiotti cashed in 3 events, but it's David Doc Sands who finished the season on top of the ones to watch leaderboard thanks to his second place finish at the LAPC. We thank the ones to watch for letting the WPT cameras peek into their lives, and we wish them continued success in their careers. We will be watching. Action's ready to resume here at Bellagio, so let's get back down to the Felds.
Well, congratulations to Doc Sands for beating out all the rest of the ones to watch in Season 10.
All right, back to the action. A couple folds around to Nick Schulman. And he also won't play this hand into Trevor Pope from Wisconsin, 25 years old, now living in Vegas. He folds, and now the businessman from France with a so-called tight image, and so far he has played pretty tight.
This guy has lived on the short stack. When we were on the money bubble with 19 players left, the guy just had 5 big blinds left, yet he managed to survive and get all the way down to this final table. Incredible.
He's got ace-jack this time. He's going to make it 130 to go. Now the grinder squeezes a 10-3 of diamonds. Mike Mizrachi, 2-time WPT champion. What is he up to here?
Well, certainly he's one of the most creative players in poker, and that's a polite way of saying he likes to play a lot of pots and put a lot of pressure on his opponents. And there you see him re-raising here with just a 10-3.
He is making a move. Back on Philippe, and he says, I don't care.
Oh, he says, Tappy.
I spit on your raise.
He's all in. He's obviously seen some tape of the grinder.
$1 million?
Total discomfort of the grinder.
Well, grinder just posturing here now. 0 chance he's calling another 900,000 here with this hand.
He's saying back in the day this used to work.
Even amateurs outplay me now. What is going on here?
Oh boy, game's getting tough, and he's got to fold the hand. Philippe is going to take it. The hammer.
Philippe's railbird's going crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, and here it comes, Vince. And there it is. Boom goes the hammer.
Oh, this is great. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action from Bellagio in just a moment. The Royal Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Mitch, by Paul Mitchell. Because style isn't born, it's groomed. Visit MitchTheMan.com.
What's happening, everybody?
I'm Tuba. I'm one of the Royal Flush girls. What I love about Bellagio is the pools. There are so many of them. They're gorgeous. Just stunning, stunningly beautiful. When we're in our little bikinis and just the sun is hitting us so hard, the pool was refreshing. Bellagio is an amazing experience.
Well, Bellagio is an amazing experience. Great if you like to play poker, but also great if you just like to lay out by the pool.
It certainly is. And right now you see the German Marvin Rettenmeier is the chip leader, but Nick Schulman, a WPT champion, is now in second chip position. He's got an ace-8 this time. He elects to fold. Trevor Pope now also folding. Now the businessman Philippe Courtois from Paris peeks at a king-queen. And he is going to raise, makes it 130 to go.
Open the pot to 130,000.
Over to the grinder. You can see he reluctantly folds.
Yep, and now Marvin Rettenmeier with a nothing hand, also folding.
Down to Steve O'Dwyer. Steve graduated from East Carolina, moved to Dublin, gained citizenship there. He's done very well over there playing poker. Actually finished second at a non-televised WPT event in Venice earlier this year. The guy's on a roll.
He's going to call with king-9, so king-queen up against king-9. The flop comes up ace-5-4, no help to either player. Action on Steve.
And he checks.
And Philippe, he's only been playing poker for 3 years, just incredible. And he's played impeccably so far tonight. He's going to make the bet, continuation bet, 240 it looks like.
Nice bet by the Frenchman. He's going to take down this pot. So the lone businessman doing very well. And his fans, the hammer. I love those fans of his.
This is a great group of people, I tell you. And they got the T-shirts matching saying short stack master.
He has proven that to be the case this week. Seemingly every day he ends the day on the short stack. On the money bubble. He only had 5 big blinds left, yet here he is at the final table, fighting it out for this title.
All right, 3 quick folds around to Nick Schulman. He's got the button. He's got a 9-10 of clubs. Suited connector. Used to be the youngest player that ever won a WPT event at 21 years old. Now
won at Foxwoods.
Elects to fold. With position, now Trevor Pope with an ace-8. In the small blind, he's saying, can I steal this businessman's money right now with the raise? Not just going to call. He is going to raise, makes it 145. Interestingly enough, Philippe with a decent hand as well, ace-7. Sometimes you just feel like the guy's trying to steal your money.
We saw Philippe 4-bet the grinder all in a minute ago with ace-jack.
Look at this, back over the top by Philippe with an ace-7. He's made it 325. The hammer. Putting it down. And now the Pope looking at him.
Yep, staring him down. Tough decision here when you have an ace-8 offsuit here.
I think he's just saying to himself, how do I get a tan like that?
You know, against a pro player, good chance Trevor Pope might play this hand, but against an amateur player, if they re-raise, you give them credit for a strong hand. He may just lay it down, Vince, not get involved.
He's going to fold it.
What a play by the Frenchman. He is not intimidated by these pros at this table, and boom goes the hammer again.
Every time I push my stack, I want to win. Before the bubble was very short stack, I have 5 big blind, and I double for the first hand, and that saved me.
One out. Yes. J'ai pas le down.
You know, poker, you never know. You can have one chip, one shell, like they say. I never spew the chips, and I always try to fight, try to take the good decision, and try to survive, even if I'm short stack.
Yes! Well, he is impressive right now. He is taking it to the pros.
Well, a lot of work to be done if the Frenchman wants to take the title back home overseas.
Well, the antes have gone up to 10,000 blinds, a 40 and 80. Here we go. Action on Marvin. And Marvin, still the chip lead, is going to fold. Steve O'Dwyer also out.
Over to the tough pro, Nick Schulman, going for his second WPT title tonight.
He won't play that. Now it's into Trevor Pope. Trevor with the button and an ace-3. And he's looking over. Whoa, he's going to push all in. Philippe now with 1. Oh, no, I'll take that back. 2 jacks.
All in.
And he's gone all in also.
Over the top, like he should. Grinder out. Oh, and the Pope is saying, forgive me, I have sinned.
Well, he said I have to draw out to win. He's right about that.
I have pushed with ace high.
And unfortunate for him, the grinder folded an ace, so his outs are limited, as you can see by the percentages there. Philippe about a 3-to-1 favorite to win this pot and eliminate the Pope.
Can he knock the Pope man out?
Oh, boy. Well, we got the Pope over there sweating and praying.
Just boom, right in the flop.
We got the Hammer people. Know their man's out in front with the 2 jacks.
Ace 2-9.
Everybody on their feet.
Here's the flop.
Here it comes.
Well, the flop comes up queen, 5 deuce. An inside straight draw there for Trevor Pope.
6 o'clock.
He needs an ace or a 4.
Just 4 right at turn.
Could also hit 2 running clubs to win the pot, but looking for an ace or a 4. Philippe's jack's out in front.
Oh, boy.
It is not over, though. It's the jack of clubs. So Philippe has 3 jacks. Trevor Pope needs to catch a 4 or a club. That's not the queen of clubs.
Oh, man. The Pope has a prayer. Down to the river we go.
Well, Philippe can't even look. He's just pacing around nervously. To say ours, there it is. He pumps his fist. The hammer comes down. It's high fives all around for the Frenchman as he eliminates Trevor Pope from his tournament.
Well, the Pope says, holy cow, I'm out of here by a businessman. Oh, and the hammer songs start to go.
Oh, they're rocking and rolling at Bellagio tonight as the Frenchman eliminates Trevor Pope.
Just like that, the Pope has to go to heaven. He's out in 6th place, gonna pick up $155,000, and sadly, he's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Trevor, 6th place finish may not be exactly what you were hoping for today, but are you proud of yourself for making your first final table at the biggest one of the season?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any complaints. This is obviously a good finish. Final table's final table. I don't expect to be the last one I make, but you know, sometimes things go in your favor, sometimes they don't. It's one of those things that didn't, and I can only look forward to the future.
Exactly, and you can look forward to what I'm sure is going to be a lot of fun tonight with this guy going out to celebrate with you. You got great friends and a great result, so congratulations
Thank
for
you.
that.
I appreciate it.
Kimberly, over to you.
Amen.
With Trevor Pope out in 6th place, that marks the end of our first hour of coverage from the WPT World Championship. But before we go, Mike and Vince, what can we look forward to when action continues?
Well, Kimberly, I look forward to a great finish. What a tournament we've had so far. Our chip leader still Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer, but his stack is going down just a little bit. The 2 guys that impressed me the most have been the lone amateur at the table, the businessman from France, Philippe Catorza, as well as WPT champion Nick Schulman. Those are the only 2 guys on the rise. The other 3 guys have gone down.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Mike, but I tell you something, Kimberly, I don't know how we continue a poker tournament when we've lost the Pope. How do we do that? But we will, because we still have the Frenchman. He's the hammer. We have a pool shark, Nick Schulman. We have a grinder, and we have a madman at the table, so this should be good.
Thank you, gentlemen. Be sure to join us next time with more from the season-ending WPT World Championship. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Jessica Wellman, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at Bellagio, money and pride, prestige, and history are all on the line as a $1.2 million first-place prize goes to the newest WPT World Champion. Continuing coverage of our World Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
For 10 years, the WPT World Championship has attracted an elite field of champions from around the world. And this season, 152 of the best players from across the globe came to Las Vegas to battle for prestige and fortune. And now, after 7 days of intense play, we're down to our final 5 players. Let's turn to our very own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to fill us in on where we stand in this historic season-ending event. Guys, has the action been going as you expected?
Well, Kimberly, it really hasn't gone as I expected. I really thought that between the Grinder and Mad Marvin, that they would completely dominate and control the action here, where one of them raised virtually every pot. That just hasn't happened yet. The two guys that impressed me the most so far at this final table are the only two guys left whose stack have gone up. That's WPT champion Nick Schulman and the lone businessman at the table from France, Philippe Catorza. These guys are going in the right direction. The other three going in the wrong direction. 5 left.
And Vince, who do you foresee dominating play when the game starts back up?
Well, Kimberly, there's no domination at this table. These guys are just surviving. They are struggling to stick around, but it is good because we have the Madman. He has a lot of chips, but they call him the Madman, but he's not really, doesn't seem mad.
Mad Marvin, not the Madman.
Mad Marvin, okay. And then we have the Grinder playing well. Nick Schulman, always tough. But then, of course, the guy that's shocking everyone is the Frenchman, who is on a roll tonight. I should say Baguette, and he's doing quite well. They call him the Hammer, and he's hammering these guys this evening.
Thanks, guys. The energy in the room is electric as we get closer to naming the final WPT champion of Season 10. Looks like the game is ready to resume, so let's get back down to the felt.
There you see our chip leader, Mad Marvin Redmeyer, with $6.3 million in chips. Nick Schulman in second place. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight, taking home about $1.2 million and getting his name engraved on the coveted WPT Champions Cup.
All right, Andy's at 10,000, blinds are 40 and 80,000. Let's go to the Grinder. A quick fold by him. And now the chip leader from Germany, Marvin Rettenmeyer, has a pair of deuces. And he's getting out raising chips. He's got that scarf like he's watched too many holiday movies. And he's going to raise. Makes it 165,000 to go. But look at the Steve behind him with a pair of aces. Owen. The Irishman goes all in with the weapons of mass destruction.
Well, Steve O'Dwyer, tough pro, ran really good the last year or so. Graduated from East Carolina, now lives in Dublin, Ireland. Got Irish citizenship, tearing up the European circuit. Right now he's got 2 aces and is hoping somebody comes in the pot.
No one so far. Marvin thinking this out. He's got deuces. Usually you don't want to call off with a little pair.
He doesn't want to give another $855,000 to this tough player, Steve O'Dwyer.
Oh, that's right. Steve O'Dwyer going to win the pot for the Irishman. Oh, he got a little Lucky Charms there. He rakes in the chips.
Quite an international table we've got here tonight. The Frenchman, the German. O'Dwyer now living in Dublin, Ireland.
Right now it's on the Parisian, Philippe Catorza.
Yeah, he's the lone amateur at this table, fighting it out against 4 really tough pro players.
Well, Catorza has folded, and now the Grinder with the pair of deuces. Gonna raise to 200,000 to go. Into Mad Marvin. Who has a nothing hand, 8-3, ejects that. And now Steve O'Dwyer also folding.
Did you start the hand with Mike?
Now it's on Nick Schulman, and look at this, he's got a mid-pair, pair of 7s.
Nick Schulman, phenomenal poker player. A good all-around player, plays all games extremely well, and has been very successful in the highest stakes cash games.
Won a WPT event when he was 21 years old.
He was the youngest player ever at that time to win one.
And he's just gonna call this, Mike. Wow, a deuce just like that, 3 of a kind for the Grinder.
King, a deuce, a dream flop for the Grinder. Schulman gonna check here.
Oh, it's so great when you have a little pair and you flop a set.
And the Grinder reaching for chips.
Yep, he's gonna stick out a bet of 120,000.
Well, Nick's got to figure out now, does he really have a hand, or is he just making the normal continuation bet here with something like ace-10, ace-jack?
Nick's got the mid-pair, but the Grinder with a set.
Well, mid-pair is the toughest hand to play in no-limit hold'em. Well, here's the reason why. What do you do now?
Gonna donate a little bit. Going to the turn, Jack of Hearts. No help for Nick. Nick will check again. The Grinder now 31 years old. A big opportunity here. Do you chase him away with a bet?
410.
Well, he bets 410, and Nick runs away. Smartly done. The Grinder.
Going for his 3rd WPT title tonight. That would time with Carlos Mortensen and Gus Hansen as the winningest player in WPT history.
I love playing poker. I love the roller coaster rides. I love the action.
The Grinder is one of the toughest players in the world. It's all about his image and presence at the table.
definitely very aggressive. He doesn't mind putting the chips in the middle.
Had a tremendous amount of success in the World Poker Tour and other poker events for a long time.
I've won 2 World Poker Tour titles. When you get all these championships, you win all this, I look at it as work. Just play my game, just stay focused, and just do what I do best, grind.
Well, what he does best is fire at those pots, I can tell you that. He plays a lot of hands, has a great feel for the game, and his success over the last 5-6 years has been incredible.
Well, look at this. Picking up a pair of 10s right now makes it 200,000. Oh, Marvin's got a big hand here. Ace, king of diamonds.
Well, it's a premium hand, no doubt about it, especially against a player like the Grinder, who could have anything.
Marvin with big slick, gonna pop it up. Goes to 485. Now look at this, the Irishman has an ace king as well, not suited, of course.
Well, Dwyer's on the short stack here. You just want to go ahead and make a stand.
Whoa.
And he's moving all in here.
Yes, he is going to push it with the ace king. And look at this, the Grinder. He's going back over the top with the 10s.
He's gone all in also.
Yeah.
And now Mad Marvin, what's he going to do?
He has a big decision now.
Well, just incredible. The action in this pot, certainly a key moment in this tournament.
Now it's on Marvin. Ace king of diamonds, 2 guys back over the top, all in, all in.
Well, obviously, as both players well covered,
For
good
9
gamble
for
here
win.
and win a monster pot.
Tie this.
Well, they call him Mad Marvin.
For 9.
Will he play insanely here? It appears like he will. He is making the call. So Steve O'Dwyer, the American that went to Ireland, he needs a little luck right here. Otherwise, he'll be out of this tournament.
He needs a lot of luck. To win this pot, he's going to have to make a flush to win it. Very unlikely. And it's a dream scenario for the Grinder, as both opponents have the same hand. An ace-king. And because of that, the Grinder about a 60% favorite to win this pot.
Oh, I can see diamonds everywhere. Oh my God.
Everybody on their feet here. What a moment this is in the Season 10 WPT World Championship. And here comes the flop. It's come Jack, 9-3. So far, so good for the Grinder.
Yeah, pretty safe for Michael Mizrachi, the Grinder. His 10's out in front right now.
Well, there's his 2 brothers over there sweating him in.
Let's see the turn.
Here comes the turn card for spades.
The Grinder has to dodge 1 more card, the river card, an ace or a king. If he does so, he just that quick becomes our chip leader.
Well, the Grinder could knock out the Irishman. His hand holds up.
Show me the river.
There's the river card.
It's a deuce. The Grinder has done it. He has won a monster pot here. Steve O'Dwyer is eliminated in 5th place. We're down to 4 players. And the Grinder, going for his 3rd WPT title, is in great shape to do it, Vince.
Just incredible. But right now we have to say goodbye to Steve O'Dwyer. Played pretty tight, found an opportunity, didn't work out. He's going to take home $192,000 here at the WPT World Championship, and he's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Steve, that was a pretty crazy 3-way all-in. Grinder calls. When Marvin starts to think, what's going through your head?
Don't have ace-king. Don't have any aces or kings. You know, that's about it.
Rough to lose to a coin flip, but you have had an amazing 9-10 months of poker.
Yeah.
What's been going on with your game? Are you changing something, doing something differently?
I don't think so. Just running pretty good. Not as well as I would have liked to have run today, but, you know.
I was going to say, if recent performance is any indication, you're going to be back at a final table in no time.
Hopefully this summer I'll make a few.
Yeah. All right. Congratulations, Steve. Kimberly, back to you.
Big hand for the Grinder, vaulting him into the chip lead. So with Steve O'Dwyer out in 5th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the WPT World Championship, including Tony Dunst breaking it all down in the raw deal and a special edition of 5 questions.
I'll give you one Phil Ivey story. He's gonna hate this too.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
For the 10th consecutive year, we're hosting the WPT World Championship here at Bellagio, and it brings out the greatest poker players in the world.
Bellagio is definitely like my second home. There's no better place, the greatest staff, I get the best tournament director, and I just love everybody in this place.
The Bellagio is where the biggest cash game in the world is played, and it just is a place that feels great to win at.
It's over. Quadley has done it. Winning the World Poker Tour Championship here at Bellagio, you've beat the best of the best. They can never take it away from you.
Oh, man.
Well, there you see the grinder, Michael Maserati, out in front with $5.8 million in chips. And Vince, you know he would love nothing more than to add his name for a third time to the WPT Champions Cup.
That is true. Right now, the ante stand 10,000 blinds are 50 and 100. To the felt we go. The Frenchman with a quick fold. Now Michael the grinder, who is the chip leader at this point, peeks down at a 3 deuce of hearts. He's got the button. He's got momentum.
Grinder likes to play so many hands when he's at the table. And here's one that most guys just might muck automatically, but the grinder is going to raise it up here with a little 3 deuce.
He's got guts because he's got talent. You do that with nothing hands, play a lot of hands. Mad Marvin going away. Now Nick Schulman, who has an ace-3.
Now this is not the kind of hand that you're fond of when a guy raises in front of you. But Nick is playing the player. He's not necessarily playing the hand here. He knows the grinder can raise with any 2 cards. And here comes the flop. Ace, queen, 7 with 2 clubs. Nick Schulman out in front with the 2 aces, and he checks.
Will the grinder make the automatic continuation bet? Just hoping against hope that your opponent didn't hit. Yes.
Well, he has to win the pot because he has the worst possible hand right now.
225 into Schulman.
And Nick gonna make the call here with the top pair.
Little gentle okie-dokie call. You hate that when you're betting with nothing, as the grinder just did. 6 of spades right there on the turn. Nick Schulman out in front with the aces.
But it's a weak ace, as we say.
Gonna check it again. Now the grinder.
Will he fire another shell at this pot? Well, he's the grinder. Of course he's gonna fire again.
He's the Floridian from Miami. Tough, tough player. He's saying maybe Nick has second pair. I can chase him away, but no. Bet of 460,000 into Schulman.
I bet sometimes you get going downhill and you just can't slow down. That's the case with the grinder here, but Nick's got a tough decision. And look at this. He is moving all in with this weak ace hand.
And he's saying, I'm from New York. Forget about it. It's all going in.
Well, grinder was hoping he had something like 2 queens and would get away from the hand.
Grinder has to fold his hand.
You can show the ace-4 hearts. All right.
You're in the ballpark. No sense of lying, right?
That is a great read by the grinder because Nick had an ace-3 there. What good poker there by Nick Schulman.
Well, you know, Mike, we keep reminiscing about Season 10, how great it is, and it has been. But how about all the Club WPT VIP members that have won seats into tournaments all season long?
Yeah, you're right, Vince. It's been so great to see these players parlay their entry into real money winnings out here on the World Poker Tour.
Remember, at the Bay 101 Shooting Star Club WPT VIP member John Davies scored $5,000 for knocking out Bounty and WPT champion Joe Tehan.
Yeah, then VIP member Butch Velour made a deep run at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, finishing in 20th place and taking home over $25,000. And how about Club WPT VIP member Artie Rodriguez? He made a dream come true when he made it all the way to the final table at Jacksonville.
Anybody can win. Not to say that I'm just anybody, but I'm just a regular guy, and I'm here playing with the big boys and trying to show them a few things.
Well, that is the great thing about ClubWPT.com. For just $19.95 a month, that's nothing, right? You get to play all the poker you want. You have your chance of winning a piece of the $100,000 they're giving away in cash and prizes every month. Plus, you can win your way into a World Poker Tour event.
Sign up now for a free 2-week trial. Check it out. See how you like it. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi on a big comeback here tonight on the WPT. He's our chip leader with over $5 million. Let's go to the felt. Our former chip leader from Germany, Marvin Rettenmeyer, is first to play. He's got a pair of 5s.
Yeah, and Marvin came to this final table with a huge chip lead.
Let's see what Mad Marvin does.
He's now sitting in second place, but he's going to raise it up here with the speed limit hand. the 2-5.
Makes it 205,000 to go. Schulman and the Frenchman Philippe go away. And now it's around to the grinder, who has an interesting looking ace-3 of diamonds.
He's got the same hand Nick Schulman just beat him with, an ace-3, and he's made the call. And he's flopped 2 diamonds. It's come 9-8-7 with 2 diamonds. The nut flush draw for the grinder. Sure, his plan is to check raise all in right here.
The grinder's going to check into the German, who also checks behind him, but then catches the straight as a 6 of heart appears.
What a check by Mad Marvin right there. Had he bet that grinder would have come over the top of the nut flush draw.
Mizrachi coming out with the bet of 300,000 with the flush draw.
Now, Mad Marvin knows that the grinder has to have a 10 in his hand for him to be beat right now.
But he has called it.
And now the board pairs 9, so another scare card for Mad Marvin. And that now a full house is possible, as well as a 10 high straight.
Mizrachi going to check down. Nothing appeared for him.
Mad Marvin figures his straight is the best hand right now after the grinder checked. So he's going to make a wager.
Yep. Wants a little value, perhaps 365,000. And the grinder with absolutely nothing at this point. Hand just didn't materialize, but wow, he's getting chips out. He has raised this.
1 million.
He makes it $1 million. Oh.
Unbelievable. And what pressure on Mad Marvin right now. Yes, he's got a straight, but his opponent has check raised him on the river when there's a pair out there and a bigger straight possibility. And Mad Marvin trying to figure it out. He said, would the guy really raise me back here if he just had a 10 in his hand? I don't know. Meaning to Mad Marvin, the guy's going to have a full house or he's just bluffing. You've got to decide which one of those things it is. And he is going to make the call with the 9-eye straight. And folks, let me tell you, this is a very tough call to make. What a call by Mad Marvin. And he is going to win this pot and regain the chip lead.
That is excellent poker by the Madman as the German flag gets waved at Bellagio. 4 players remain. Mad Marvin out in front as the chip leader when we continue here on the World Poker Tour.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more coverage of the WPT World Championship.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Mitch, by Paul Mitchell. Because style isn't born, it's groomed. Visit MitchTheMan.com.
The WPT World Championship title was not the only thing on the line this week at Bellagio. The WPT Player of the Year race was highly contested until the very end when Joe Sirach was able to snatch the distinction from point leader Will the Thrill Fela with his 10th place finish in this very event. During the last break, Mike Sexton presented Joe with the WPT Player of the Year trophy.
A lot of players win titles out here on the World Poker Tour, but only one can outperform the rest over the course of a season. And that player wins the most prestigious award that we have on the World Poker Tour, the WPT Player of the Year. I'm proud to introduce to you the Season 10 Player of the Year, Joe Sirach from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Joe, this season we had the closest and most intense race in the history of our Player of the Year races. You and Will the Thrill Fela battled it out down the stretch. You went seesaw back and forth with a few tournaments to go. And to win this award, you had to finish in the top 10 in 3 out of the last 4 tournaments. Nobody's ever done that. Tell us about your emotions and how you feel about winning the WPT Player of the Year award.
Well, I'm very excited, obviously. It was pretty crazy just playing a couple of these, doing well in them, and then Will taking the lead back. I didn't think I was going to take it back. You know, I had to finish like top 15 in this one, and somehow I pulled it off.
Yeah, you actually finished 10th in this tournament, the WPT World Championship, to win the Player of the Year title. Congratulations to you, and best of luck next season in defending this title.
Thanks, Mike.
Once again, congratulations to Joe Sirach, the Season 10 WPT Player of the Year. Action's ready to start back up, so let's get back to the call to action with Mike and Vince.
All right, as 4 players remain, the German Mad Marvin out in front with 6.7 million in chips. And the Frenchman Philippe Cartorza is now the short stack at the table. First action goes to Marvin as he quickly folds. And Nick Schulman picking up a pair of 5s.
Yep, he's now got the speed limit hand. He's going to raise it. 215,000 to go.
Philippe going out. Michael the grinder, this time with an ace-8.
Yeah, the grinder likes to see flops. We know that, so he makes the call, and we're going to have a flop.
And the flop comes up queen, 8-5. Look at this, a set for Nick Schulman, just like that, 3 5s.
Grinder's got middle pair with top kicker and checks.
Schulman flopping a set. Happy days are here again. He's gonna bet him, not gonna play it sneaky. Come right out with a bet of 240,000.
There you can see the anguish look on the grinder's face. Hard to throw down middle pair with top kicker when the guy would make a continuation bet most all the time. So the grinder does make the call.
Yeah, investing deeper into trouble. Jack of clubs on the turn. 3 clubs out there now.
And now the grinder looks like he's going to lead out here. Make what we call a blocking bet here.
Yep, 350,000.
Possible flush, possible straight out there. Nick does have 3 5s. Obviously going to make the call here, but it does slow him down, as you can see.
All right, going to the last card. It's a 9 of diamonds. More trouble there, potentially. You know, grinder did not hit.
Well, grinder just got 2 8s. He knows once he's called on the turn, he's beat. The 2 8s are no good.
And he has checked it, and Schulman now.
Well, Schulman just afraid
Yeah.
his opponent could have a straight or a flush and have him beat. Didn't think he could get paid off otherwise, and he's probably right about that. Going to take down the pot, though, with the 3 5s.
Yep. Nick Schulman, 27 years old, spends a lot of time in New York, LA, Las Vegas. He's a business owner. And there you see the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
You know, there are 2 of the best poker players in the world sitting there, too. Eugene Ketcheloff, WPT champion, and Vanessa Selbst, who many say is the best woman player in the world, and I say she's one of the top players in the world, man or woman, Vanessa Selbst.
Yeah, she is tough. Okay, Andes are going up to 20,000, blind 60 and 120. And there's a raise by Nick Schulman with ace-10, and now it's on the Frenchman, Philippe, who picks up 2 queens. And he's going all in with them like he should.
Well, he has gone all in with him.
Grinder looks down at an ace-deuce, gets out of their way, as does Marvin. Back on Nick Schulman. Now, you got to think to yourself, wait a second. The Frenchman is tighter than Rosie O'Donnell's dried-up wetsuit. Should I call with his ace-10?
Well, I think you get away from this hand, Vince. You'd only be in a race if the guy had 2 9s or 2 8s. Any other hand he's got is going to have you beat. This is not the kind of guy going to raise with king, queen, or king, jack.
No, he has only shown superior cards tonight when he plays. But it is tempting. Get rid of the Frenchman if he should get lucky.
Hammer time? It's hammer time?
Nick wants the Frenchman to talk.
It's hammer time. I don't know.
I don't know. He's got the ladies, the queens.
Oh, Nick Schulman makes that call for another 1.3 million. I'm surprised. He's shaking his head now. I shouldn't have called that. He normally doesn't make those kind of mistakes, but it might not be a mistake. He could end up busting the Frenchman. Let's see what happens.
The Hammer Rail Birds loving this moment.
The Hammer looking to put a bonk in the back of the head of the WPT champion, Nick Schulman.
Pair of queens up against ace-10. Here we go. Oh! 4 queens for the Frenchman.
Even Nick Schulman smiling at that. 4 of a kind on the flop. Nick Schulman drawing completely dead and made an ace-high straight, Vince. Nick made the ace-high straight. Ran into quad queens. And it's high fives for the Frenchman.
Philippe Cartorza going to double up with 4 queens as he gets the kisses and the spoils. And here comes the hammer.
There is the hammer.
Oh, the Frenchman's been quiet up to that hand, but he is back in a big way. We're coming back in just a moment here on the WPT.
I'm Jeannie, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Well, there you see Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer well out in front with 7.4 million. The other players all have between 2.2 and 2.8 million.
All right, four-handed poker continues, and it's on the man from Paris, France, Philippe Cartorza. He's got king, queen.
Yep, he's the lone amateur at the table fighting these 3 tough pros, and I mean tough with a capital T.
He makes it 260 into the grinder. Who's going to fold it? Now Mad Marvin with Jack 5 also going away. Nick Schulman now going to pick up a pair of 9s.
And he's got the mid-pair hand, but he also recognizes he's up against the tightest player at the table. He just got burned a minute ago, remember, with the ace-10, which I felt was a mistake for him to put another 1.3 million in that pot against this guy. So it's got to be on his mind, but not too much. He's moving all in here.
Yeah, he's going to put the pressure on Philippe, a non-professional who's only been playing poker for 3 years, but he's played really well so far, and he gets away from this hand.
Yeah, Philippe goes out, so the pool player straight in right there with the all-in bet to take it down. There you see Scott Seaver in the house watching this final table. He won this tournament 1 year ago. Scott, highly educated, well-respected poker player. Only wishes he was back here defending his title at this final table.
All right, the play goes to Marvin. This time, horrible hand of Jack 3, but he doesn't care. He's going to make it 250 to go. Schulman out.
And Philippe out, but the grinder, he's what we call a defender. He doesn't like to give up his big blind. Here he's got King Jack, makes the call.
Yep, he likes his hand.
Going to see a flop here. He's flopped the ace-high straight draw as it comes ace-queen 9.
Neither player has a pair. Grinder going to check.
And Marvin going to make a continuation bet here, looks like. Indeed he is.
Yeah, he is going to make a bet of 230,000.
The grinder makes the call here.
Turn card 7 of hearts helps neither player. Grinder will check again. And Mad Marvin checking as well. 7 on the river, pairs the board. Neither player has a pair.
Grinder has the best hand, as you can see.
250.
And he's going to bet. I'm not sure if he's betting for value, for a blocking bet, to try to get his opponent off like 2 3s or 2 4s, for example. Well, whatever it is, he takes down the pot.
Yeah.
What's the bet to turn?
It works out for Michael Mizrachi as Marvin smiles and puts up the white flag.
Season 10 has been a milestone on the WPT, and all season long, both myself and Marianella Pereira had a chance to sit down with some of the most dynamic players in the game. But sometimes there's more than meets the eye. So check out this unseen footage in a special edition of 5 Questions. What is with your hairdo? I don't know how I feel about this.
Well, I was in Cannes, or Cannes, however you say it. I get different answers from everybody in France.
Cannes, it's actually Cannes.
I believe whatever you say. I was in Cannes, south of France. I'm watching all these French fries get all these chips. And I'm saying to myself, what is it? What is it? And all of a sudden it hit me. I see their hairdo. And everybody's got this French comb over. Haven't lost a tournament since I've had the French comb over.
What about a lady?
They love it. Oh my God, they go crazy.
All right, James, we're gonna need your undivided attention here.
This is gonna take a while, guys, by the way. This is gonna take a while.
Foie gras addict. Are you really addicted to goose liver?
I love it. I love it like my unborn children. Like,
You love it like a fat kid loves cake?
I guess they love cake, right?
They do.
I mean,
It's a 50-cent thing.
yeah, I'm not type of fitty, so.
I give you one Phil Ivey story. He's gonna hate this too.
Okay, tell us.
He's gonna hate this. He was really pissed when he lost the main event when he got to the final table. So when he got interviewed and everything, he kept his poker face. But when we went out, he was like, it was the first time I ever seen him upset about poker. Usually he got ice in his veins, like for real, for real. It was the first time I ever seen him mad about poker. He was heated, y'all. He was heated. I said, oh, he's human.
If Phil Hellmuth is a dog, then what's Phil Ivey?
Phil Ivey's a lion. He's very strong.
What
very
animal
impressive.
would Gus be?
Gus would be a hawk.
A hawk,
A
yeah.
hawk.
This is good.
And then there's people like Max Pescatori.
Yes.
These people are scavengers. They're the worst, like the hyenas.
What is Tony G then? What are you?
I'm a big whale. I'm the greatest of them all.
I played in a $100,000 Bellagio high roller. We made the final table.
And you took 3rd in that tournament. I actually had a piece of you and never got paid out. That's.
I owe you. What do I owe
Yeah,
you? I owe you like $100.
I think you owe me like 30 cents, actually.
I think I owe you something.
No, really. I think
Well,
it was
I don't
30
know. I
cents.
think it was like 100.
No, I'm not taking your money.
Okay, it's for the baby.
Just answer my next question.
Did you just try putting $100 bill
I
on my shirt, by the way? Into a pregnant woman's shirt.
I know, that's so, I've been at the clubs too much.
Well, Vince, unlike some people think, top players do have a sense of humor at times.
Oh, they do. Great characters here on the World Poker Tour. And as you can see right now, the chip leader from Germany, Marvin Rettenmeier, out in front with 6.7 million in chips. To Philippe, he quickly folds a Jack-10 of spades. Kind of surprising.
And the grinder got the 2 snowmen, the 2 8s. And obviously, he is going to play this hand.
Yep, he's going to make it 250,000 into Mad Marvin, who is going to peek down at a pair of 5s.
I better be a little careful here.
He's been raised already.
Marvin.
Wow.
Yeah. Throw caution to the wind. He's moved all in with the 2 5s. Nick Schulman going out. Back to the grinder, and what a decision he has. Now, the grinder is a gambler, folks. He likes to gamble for big pots. This is his shot where he could take the chip lead. If he played this hand and wins it,
90% sure of the best hand.
you can see he wants to play it.
Wait, that's 2 outs.
He's looking around at the stack sizes. Money jumps substantially from here, from 4th to 3rd to 2nd to 1st. Normally, grinder thinks about nothing but the win, but tough decision for the grinder here.
Well, it is. Pretty solid pair of 8s. This would be a great call.
Well, there's 2 brothers staring intently. The grinder knows his tournament life on the line. If he calls and loses this pot, he'd be out of here in 4th place.
Can Mad Marvin get away with this?
I know your exact hand, too.
Wow.
He's got the grinder talking to himself.
It's gambling.
He desperately wants to win his 3rd WPT title and would have a great shot to do it if he could make this call, Vince.
Checking out everyone's chip stack, exactly where he is.
Go for it all.
Do you go for it all, grinder?
Usually he does. That's why he's won all his titles, because he's not afraid to gamble, take shots, and play big pots.
I'm not even sure. It's embarrassing.
Well, he's going to make the wrong fold.
Wow.
Very big pair.
And Mad Marvin, happy to hear he said he laid down a big pair.
Yeah, Mad Marvin gets away with it. Did not show the little pair. He didn't rub the salt in the wound. And right now, the grinder, not knowing if he was right or wrong.
Man, he's over talking to his brothers and WPT champ Chino Ream, saying, well, that's what I had, boys. I don't know if I did right or wrong.
I had 2 8s. I had pocket 8s.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide. I save hundreds of dollars on everything from dining out, shopping, entertainment, and vacations with my family. Check it out, clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
They call me Matt Marvin. I have no idea why. Well, I guess some would say I'm a little mad, yeah. I definitely like to go out and have a good time, but I also take my job serious. There's no better feeling than to win a live tournament, but I still don't have that huge title. I hope I can do it tonight.
Mad Marvin desperately looking to put his name on the WPT Champions Cup, and Vince, the guy's got a great shot to do it.
He does, and you know, he's a fun guy to watch. He's happy-go-lucky, a great talent, and he's winning here tonight. Action goes to Mad Marvin, who looks down at a Jack-10 of clubs.
Yes, I was at a special poker tournament in London at the Playboy Club, and this guy was playing the guitar, serenaded the Playboy bunnies. It was fantastic.
That is nice. All right, he likes his hand, makes it 250 to go, Nick out. And now the Frenchman Philippe also going out. It's up to the grinder, who has a pair of 6s. And he's just gonna call it. So 6s for the grinder, and Marvin, Jack-10 of clubs. And the flop comes up Queen 7-3, 4 flush from Mad Marvin.
Not only a 4 flush, the kind of hand that you're just not afraid to get your chips in there with.
The grinder with the 6s is going to bet 225,000.
Yeah, he leads right out and bets into the pre-flop raiser, something you don't see often. And Marvin just calling with the flush draw. That also a little surprising. You'd think he might raise with that hand. Now a 9 comes off. And this gives Mad Marvin an open-in straight draw and a flush draw.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities, but the grinder still with the 6s. Looks like he's going to stick out another bet. Yes.
And lead out yet again.
420.
Well, Mad Marvin's got the perfect semi-bluff hand, as we say. Open-in straight draw and a flush draw. Meaning you raise here in this spot, and you don't care if you get called or not normally.
I'm all in.
And he's done it. He's put the pressure on the grinder right here for all his dough with the flush draw and the straight draw.
And this is a disaster for the grinder. You got 6s. You don't even have a club. The guy comes back over the top. That is brutal. And he is squirming in his seat right now. What to do?
Well, we saw Grinder lay down 2 8s a minute ago when he had the best hand against this guy. And just by looking at him, you just get the feeling he thinks he might have the best hand here with the 2 6s. And he does.
He does, but what pressure he's getting put on him. He can't take that heat, and the grinder has to fold the 6s. There is Mad Marvin's girlfriend, Leanne, waving the flag, rooting her man on.
And Mad Marvin just continuing to increase his chip lead.
Yeah, he is plunging ahead, well out in front now. He's starting to live up to his Madman title.
It's time to get more analysis on tonight's play from Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
There's a common misconception in poker that flips are bad. People often say they didn't want to take a flip for their stack, or that they knew they were in a flip but folded anyway.
I know it's a flip.
Precisely. But today I'm here to argue in favor of flips, which I feel have been unfairly vilified by nits everywhere. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. Now let's make one thing clear. Michael Mizrachi is no nit, and he is well known as a guy that battles for a high percentage of pots he plays. That's why it's all the more shocking to see him pass up a great opportunity just because he thinks he might be flipping.
90% sure of the best hand.
There's a number of problems with passing up potential coin flip scenarios in tournaments. The first is that in many tournament scenarios, you're getting too good a price to fold. Let's just pretend the grinder somehow knows Marvin has ace-king here. He's getting a price of $3.35 million to $2.65 million on the call, which is about 1.25 to 1. And that's just with a single raise before the flop. Based on the math alone, the grinder is a pretty clear call. The second problem is that Mizrachi's hand is actually about a 54% favorite against overcards, so he's both giving up the best hand and giving away equity. The third problem is that sometimes people hallucinate flips that aren't actually there and end up passing up a huge opportunity as a result. Players often end up folding hands that are simply too strong against their opponent's shoving ranges, hands that will be in a dominating position some percent of the time instead of just flipping. That's precisely what happens to the grinder here, where his opponent will not only be shoving a ton of overcards, but also every smaller pair. Additionally, it's possible Marvin might make a small re-raise with his biggest pairs to induce Mizrachi to push, so the shove may actually weight Marvin's range towards smaller pairs, making the fold even worse.
I'm not even sure I'm folding. It's embarrassing.
So don't believe all that propaganda you've heard about flips being bad. In fact, get your coins out right now and start practicing. After all, the damn things always end up deciding who wins anyway.
Well, it seems like coin flips end up deciding who wins, but great players don't like to race for all their money. They think that they can win a lot more chips by slowly grinding it up, stealing blinds and ante, and I'm sure that thought came into the grinder's mind as he folded those 2 8s.
All right, back to the action. At the WPT World Championship, a couple folds, and now it's on Mad Marvin, who has another mid-pair, pair of 8s.
Yeah, that's the battle of the blinds here. Mad Marvin in the small blind, got the big chip lead, so he's going to raise it.
Yes, he does. He makes it 280 to go. Nick Schulman, though, with an ace-5.
Well, he knows the big chip lead could be raising with any 2 cards here. He's picked up an ace-high. And even though he's in second chip position, he is going with it. He's moved all in here. And a snap called by Mad Marvin, and Nick Schulman knows he's in trouble. Just that quickly. The guy going for his second WPT title tonight, Nick Schulman, could be out of here in 4th place. So if the 2 snowmen hold up for Mad Marvin, he'll be a substantial chip leader with 3 players left. Nick Schulman needs help to stay alive.
Nick getting up from the table. Mad Marvin smiling, enjoying this moment. He would love to knock out this WPT champion, Nick Schulman. Here's the flop. King Jack deuce. This is good for Mad Marvin. His 8 still out in front.
Now, people at home may be wondering why Nick moved all in there, but he's going to win that 80–90% of the time by moving all in over the top.
Well, Nick picks up a 5 there, pairs the 5s on the turn.
Most of the time, Mad Marvin not going to have anywhere near a good hand as 2 8s, but right now must catch an ace or a 5 to win, or he's out of here in 4th place.
Yes, he needs to suck out right here. Can Nick do it?
The pool player on the verge of scratching on the 8 ball.
Here we go, Mike.
It's a 3. So Nick Schulman not going to get his second WPT title tonight. Goes out in 4th place. Back to New York with a 4th place finish.
Yeah, he's a great player. Going to take home $256,000. Loves to gamble, but he will not be our WPT champ this year. Right now, he's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Nick, the turning point for you at this final table seemed to be that hand with Philippe Torza. What made you decide to go with the ace-10 there?
I just thought he was maybe a little card dead, getting a little desperate. I thought I might have him dominated, but, you know, in retrospect, maybe I never do. It's probably a bad call. I don't know.
Other than that, were you happy with how you played tonight?
Yeah, I think I played pretty well this last hand. He's opening almost every hand in that spot. You know, I could have called. I mean, it's just sometimes it doesn't go your way. I'm all right with it.
Exactly. We've seen you plenty of times before. It was great seeing you back again tonight. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Kimberly, over to you.
What a calm guy. Nick Schulman out in 4th place. And with that hand, we conclude our 2nd hour of coverage from the WPT World Championship. So Mike and Vince, analyze the play we've seen thus far and tell us what we should keep an eye on when play resumes.
Well, Kimberly, what we're seeing now is possibly the rise of a new superstar in the poker world. I'm talking about Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer. He is in total command right now after just eliminated Nick Schulman from this tournament. He's the man to beat here, no doubt about it.
Well, it's interesting. He's finally living up to his nickname, the Madman. He is playing mad poker now. He's starting to splash it around, torture these guys. But what about the Frenchman? He is starting to butter up his croissant there. He's playing good. They call him the Hammer. And then, of course, we have the Grinder. He's going after his 3rd WPT title. Can he do it?
All right, gentlemen, this should be an exciting conclusion as we gear up to add the final name of Season 10 to the WPT Champions Cup. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the WPT World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Jessica Wellman, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Las Vegas, a new world champion will be crowned as we reach the culmination of the historic 10th season on the World Poker Tour. The dramatic conclusion of the WPT World Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
For 10 seasons, the WPT World Championship has stood out as one of the most prestigious titles in poker. A title that can define a player's career. A title that everyone wants to win. But in recent years, it has been the young, talented American pros who have dominated this event. In Season 7, 21-year-old Yevgeny Timoshenko ran over the table on his way to victory. In season 8, an emotional David Williams finally crossed the finish line with a major title. And last season, Scott Seaver cemented his place among the best when he was named WPT World Champion. This season, once again, it's the young generation putting on a show in a bid for this ultimate WPT title. Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten are standing by to bring us all the action. But before we start, gentlemen, break down our remaining players.
Well, Kimberly, fascinating final table so far. It's come down to 2 pros and 1 amateur fighting it out for this title. But to me, what I've seen so far is perhaps the rise of a new superstar in the poker world. 25-year-old Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer is the dominating chip leader with 3 players left. He's the guy to beat here. He's just wiping them out right now.
He is very tough, but let's not forget about Philippe the Frenchman. He's got the crowd behind him. They call him the Hammer, and he's been hammering these guys all night long. But we also have, of course, Michael, the Grinder Mizrachi, going after his 3rd WPT title. He can do it. This will be good.
Thanks, guys. The WPT Champions Cup is primed for the addition of the final name of Season 10. So let's get back to the action here at the WPT World Championship.
Well, there you see the massive chip lead of Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer from Germany, 11.5 million in chips. The other 2 guys don't have 2 million. Winner tonight getting 1.2 million.
All right, Andy's 25,000, blind 75 and 150. Here we go. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi first to play.
The Grinder going for his 3rd WPT title tonight. That would time with Carlos Mortensen and Gus Hansen as the winningest players ever on the World Poker Tour. In the meantime, we've got an all-in bet here.
Mad Marvin's just going to push with just 10 high. Philippe going to look at a king 10 of spades. And he's going to make the call.
Wow, he's made the snap call here with king 10. Now, Mad Marvin surprised that a guy that everybody says plays so tight would put all his chips in there with king 10. Marvin obviously been playing very aggressive, and the Frenchman just not going to be pushed around by Mad Marvin or the Grinder.
Philippe has made a solid call with king 10 of spades. Let's see if he can outflop the chip leader. Yes, it's a 6-6-4. That's good for Philippe.
The king eye still good. Mad Marvin gonna have to catch a 9 or 2 runners to make a straight or a flush.
Big turn card coming up. It's a queen of spades. Also good for the Frenchman, Philippe.
So Mad Marvin must catch a 9 to win the pot. Nothing else will do.
The river. Oh, it's gonna hurt so bad.
Down to the river. Can Mad Marvin suck out? No, a 4 spades on the river. Philippe Catorza, the amateur player, only been playing poker for 3 years, gonna take down this pot and double up.
The Hammer's real loving it right now. His nickname is the Hammer, and they put the hammer down every time he wins a pot.
Oh, they are one happy bunch. Oh, there's the hammer, Mike.
Whoa.
Gives me goosebumps.
Love that hammer. But I love that call. Not an easy call to make with a king 10 for your tournament life.
World Poker Tour and TV Infos, of course, we love it, and we see the famous player playing, so learn about how they play, and we dream to be there, and today it's happened.
Yes.
Money, okay, of course it's nice. Now it's big money. My money, I make it on my work.
Oh, really?
Here, I want my pleasure. I want to be a champion. It's for that I play.
That means he's a rich guy, Vince. That's what that means.
Has a good attitude at the table, plays real solid poker.
And they just doubled up that last hand off of Mad Marvin. Mad Marvin still out in front here, but sort of shocked that the amateur would make such a snap call with a king 10 for all his dough.
All right, Philippe has a pair of 8s.
And he's up against 2 very tough pros here. For him to win this title, he's gonna have to play well and catch well.
350 to go. Mizrachi out. Mad Marvin. Let's squeeze the cards with him. Ooh, pair of 5s.
Marvin better be careful here. He's gone all in.
Call. And a quick call by Philippe.
And a snap call by Philippe, and he has his opponent dominated.
2-8, 2-5.
This will be an extreme hit for Mad Marvin here. If he loses this pot, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
The Frenchman who started out in 6th place will be the chip leader if he wins this pot.
Lucky Philippe. Can he stay lucky with the flop? Here we go.
Well, king 9-7, 2 spades. Mad Marvin needs a 5.
Marvin looking sick right now.
Well, the board pairs kings. We are down to the river. And if Mad Marvin doesn't catch a 5, The amateur businessman from France will be the chip leader.
Can Philippe do it? Yes, he does.
There you go. Incredible. Time and time again, the Frenchman has gone all in. He has won the pot, but Vince, he's had the best hand every time he's moved all in. Every time.
Oh, boy, Mad Marvin feeling the pain.
Well, Vince, the guy spewed off a whole lot of chips right there.
Oh, Mike, it's happening again. There it is. Oh, yes. So wonderful how they do that hammer thing.
Well, Vince, the crowd's stunned right now, as they should be. The amateur from France who came into this final table in last place by a long margin is now the chip leader with 3 players left fighting it out for this title. And in 10 seasons on the World Poker Tour, only 3 other players have come from 6th place to 1st place to win a tournament, but we've never had an amateur win this tournament.
Philippe, 49 years old. Big upset in the making right now. Action going to the grinder, though.
I'm all in.
But looks down at 3s and goes all in.
He's on the distant short stack here. Can't blame him for going all in here.
Man's got ace-10.
I call.
And he's going to make this call. Philippe gets out of their way. So another all-in and another call. Ace-10 for Marvin.
This one I care about.
Up against the pair of 3s for the grinder.
Well, the grinder's got to win this race, or he'll be out in 3rd place.
Madman's so excited his pants are falling down.
Not much has gone right for these guys at this final table here. At least lately anyway, but something's going to go right for one of them right here. Here comes the flop. Ace and a 10 right on the flop. It's come ace, queen, 10, all spades. The grinder does have the 3 of spade. If a spade comes up, the grinder makes a flush.
No, I haven't.
And we'll take the
Everybody
lead.
was so happy.
The grinder looking for a 3 or a spade.
To the turn we go. Let's take a look.
A 10, it's over. A full house for Mad Marvin. That's going to do it for 2-time WPT champion Michael the Grinder Mizrachi. Going to be out in 3rd place.
Always a pleasure to watch the grinder back in great form. He played very heroically tonight. Going to take home $424,000. The grinder grinded out of Bellagio. Over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Michael, it seemed like things just weren't going your way there at the end. Was it tough having Marvin on your left this table?
Well, I knew coming in I was in a horrible seat. So, I thought I did my best what I could do with my chip stack. And if I win the flip there, you never know.
Well, now, it's no 3rd title, but we hadn't seen you in a few years, and it was great to see you back at the WPT table. Were you happy to make it back?
Well, yeah, I'm glad to be back, but I just I haven't played many tournaments, and I just take a lot of breaks. And, I'll start playing as many as I can now, and hopefully I'll have a great season 11.
All right, thanks, Michael.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Kimberly, over to you.
All right, with Michael Mizrachi out in 3rd place, we're close to crowning the Season 10 WPT World Champion. Will be Marvin Rettenmeyer or Philippe Petorza, who takes down the most prestigious title of the season. We've got plenty more in store from the WPT World Championship, including a final word on the season from Tony Dunst in The Raw Deal, and a tribute to the WPT champions of Season 10 in a Champions Cup moment. There's a lot going on, so stay tuned.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And right now, out come the spectacular Royal Flush Girls. Brittany, Tuba, Ivy, and Jeannie.
Well, just incredible. Over $2 million is what these 2 guys are going to take back overseas with them, Vince.
They will also get their name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup with all the champions over 10 years. What an honor. And right now, one of these guys will become our champion here at Bellagio.
Heads-up play for the WPT World Championship title is about to get started between Marvin Rettenmeyer and Philippe Petorza. During the break, Jess Wellman had a chance to speak with both players.
Marvin, you came in as chip leader, now you're chip leader going into heads-up play. What's going to stop you from taking this thing down?
I hope nothing. I mean, it looks really good right now. I only have like smallest chip lead, but I feel pretty comfortable going into the heads up.
You've got this great group behind you.
Yes,
Is their energy a real difference?
Yes, very energy, and Guillaume Darcourt is my energy. He's always near me. It's like my brother, and he pushed me. He's so happy that when I win, it's like he's winning. So everybody is happy for me.
All right, good luck, Philippe.
Thank you.
So much on the line as we go into our final heads-up battle of the season.
Yeah, the winner going to take home $1.2 million and get his name on the WPT Champions Cup. The runner-up going to take home $800,000. Mad Marvin looking for his first big-time poker tournament title. He could do it if he can win this heads-up battle. But the lone amateur who came into the final table in 6th chip position with a great shot to take the title as well.
All right, to the play we go. Philippe, he's got king, queen. He's raised to 300,000. And Marvin has called. Here's the flop.
Yeah, Jack 8-3 all clubs. As you can see, Mad Marvin has a flush draw and a good shot straight draw.
They both check. And then the 10 on the turn hits Mad Marvin. Pair of 10s.
His opponent now has an open-ended straight draw, as you can see.
And Philippe has checked. Marvin gonna bet with the 10s. 275.
Now remember, Philippe raised before the flop. He checked on the flop and the turn, and now he's gonna raise it here, Vince.
Very sneaky. Makes it 775.
When a guy checks a couple times and then raises you just think he's got a monster hand, but Marvin has made the call because he has a flush draw and a straight draw and a pair of 10s.
River card is a 5 of spade, no flush. Philippe has nothing but king high. Does he have the heart to bet this?
The continued bluff goes on here by the Frenchman.
Weaker players would check on the river. They wouldn't continue the larceny, but the Frenchman's doing it. With a bet of 875, can he push Madman out?
That's Mad Marvin's girlfriend over there. Wonder if she'll scream out, "Call him, call him."
This would be the call of the night.
One of the calls of the year, I can tell you. It's just not something you expect out of an amateur player in the first hand of the heads-up battle here.
Mad Marvin saying, does this guy have the gall to bet without a hand? And he's going out. Look at this. Philippe is going to show it.
The Frenchman showed him the bluff.
He's put the salt in the water, stirring it up, throwing it into that deep wound of Mad Marvin. And that's going to sting. There you see Joe Sirach. He's the WPT Player of the Year, Season 10 at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And there's also Faraz Jaka in his Liberace outfit, looking good.
Faraz, the Season 8 WPT Player of the Year. So big-time players sweating out this final table.
Philippe now with almost twice as much in chips. That's the way it's going right now. Back to the table.
Wow, a bluff on deal number 1 of this heads-up battle.
I love that the Frenchman showed it to him, shaking the Madman up. This time, Mad Marvin has an 8-7, and he's raising it to 300,000. And Philippe is going to look down at, oh my goodness, the pair of queens. He's got the ladies, and look at this. He's going to play it sneaky, just calling. Here's the flop.
Oh, and it may work out very well for him, as his opponent has flopped top pair, and he's got an overpair.
Yep, they both check here. Turn card is a 9 of clubs. So now it's on Philippe to act first. He's got that big overpair. Tried to trap earlier, but now he's got a bet. Looks like 475.
I am in shock that Mad Marvin did not bet that flop with the top pair. Now he's got an open-end straight draw to go with this pair. But it's like he just smells a rat in the kitchen here.
Wow, look at this. He's just gonna call. Not gonna get fancy with it. He respects Philippe. Down to the river we go, and look at this. Oh, man.
Queen on the river. This gives Philippe 3 queens. Now, yes, there's a possible straight out there, but Philippe will be going nowhere. Except to the center of the pot with his chips here.
Oh, boy. That's 1.3 million. And now Mad Marvin has got to figure this out. Can he lay down this hand? No, he doesn't. He calls it, and he's going to pay for it.
Well, he's made the call here.
Oh, look at the look.
Quad Doms, he said. 3 queens. Give me the money. Just incredible run this guy's having here at this final table.
Oh, here come the Philippe guys with the hammer.
Now, Vince, he shows you that you don't have to be a top pro to win out here in the World Poker Tour or to even compete with these pros. He has done it all night long. Playing well, catching well. And I don't care if you're pro or amateur, that's a tough combination to beat.
Mike, he's only been playing poker for 3 years, but he's playing high level. And now the blinds are going up to 125, 250. Action on Philippe Catorza.
Picks up another pretty good hand here.
Queen Jack of clubs. He's getting out, raising chips, makes it 550 to go. And Mad Marvin has got to be tilting off a little bit. And this time he's got an ace-4 of diamonds.
I'm all in.
He's lost half his chips at this heads-up battle. He's putting the other half in right here.
I am surprised at this
snap call by the Frenchman here. Mad Marvin has the best hand, and again, he's saying, wow, this guy called over 3 million with queen high. Could the upset be complete after this hand? It will be if Philippe can help his hand.
Philippe, a little bit of a dog, but going for the kill here. He wants the WPT World Championship. He sees it's a possibility, but he's still behind at this point.
Well, if Mad Marvin wins this pot, we'll be virtually dead even in chip count in this heads-up battle. If the Frenchman wins, he'll be our champion.
Will the hammer get lucky on the flop? Let's take a peek. No.
An ace right on the flop, but also a queen. You saw Philippe get so excited when he saw the queen, and then got de-excited when he saw the ace.
Yeah, Mad Marvin hitting his aces on the flop.
Mad Marvin just standing on the sideline, holding his breath. The eight of diamonds comes up. That means the jack of diamonds will not help Philippe, as it will give Mad Marvin a flush. He must catch a queen or a jack that's not a diamond if he's going to win the tournament right here, right now.
Mad Marvin with a big shot to double up. Here we go.
It's the diamond. Mad Marvin makes the flush to double up. And folks, don't go anywhere. We're about dead even in chip count now. So buckle up. It's going to be a battle to the finish.
The WPT World Championship will continue. Stay with us. In just a moment, we're coming back.
You were due.
I'm Brittany, and I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. When I come to Bellagio, I love just walking around the casino, checking out the restaurants. The food at Yellowtail is so good. Lily had a perfect atmosphere. It was really classy. You could kick back and hang out with people, or you could get up and dance. I could be here the whole time in Vegas, not step outside of the Bellagio, and be totally content.
Welcome back to the season-ending WPT World Championship from Bellagio. We're getting closer to crowning the final champion of the historic 10th season of the WPT. But before we do, Mike and Vince, I have to congratulate you on your remarkable 10th season in the booth. And I'm curious to know, what are some of your favorite memories from the season?
Well, Kimberly, it's been a phenomenal season, as you know. And Vince, it's been great working with you for another season. All 10 years we've been together. Yeah. But if we're talking about season 10, let's talk about some of the players that shined in season 10. And let's start with our own Mr. Raw Deal, Tony Dunst, making his first WPT final table. Congratulations to him. And what about Tommy Vitas winning his second WPT title this year when he came from 6th place all the way up to 1st place to take his title? But you can't forget the charismatic Will the Thrill Fela. He won the first event of season 10, the Legends of Poker. He led the Player of the Year standings all the way up until this final championship event when he was overtaken by Joe Sirach. And in my opinion, what Joe Sirach did by finishing in the top 10 in 3 out of the last 4 tournaments to win the WPT Player of the Year, well, that's a feat that hasn't been matched yet in the history of the tour.
No doubt about it. It's been fun to watch the great players. But on top of that, the World Poker Tour traveled again. We went back to Paris. Great time. Plus, we started a tournament in Venice, Italy. We really enjoyed that, didn't we? And then, of course, there's the Best Bet down in Jacksonville, Florida. You know, the shores of Florida was great. And now we're back at Bellagio. All great tournaments. We've been having a good time. It's a great year. And welcome back, Kimberly, to you and your growing family. We missed you.
Thank you, Vince. It has been quite the landmark year for all of us, and we're all looking forward to an exciting season 11 with new tournament stops in our future. But first, let's get back to the action here at the WPT World Championship.
Well, after doubling up Mad Marvin there, Philippe now only has a narrow chip lead in this heads-up battle. He's got 8 million. Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer from Germany sitting on 7.2 million.
Action going to Mad Marvin as he looks down at an 8-3 of diamonds. And he will raise it up, makes it a $500,000 to go. Philippe with a queen 7.
Now got the computer hand, the queen 7 offsuit.
Philippe is going to stick around, makes this call.
It's known as the computer hand because with 2 random cards, it's 50-50. Whether you'll pick up a 2-card hand that'll beat that.
Look at this flop, 8-7-3. That's 2 pair for Mad Marvin.
And middle pair for Philippe, so great opportunity for Mad Marvin to extract some chips from his opponent.
Philippe has checked, and Marvin's going to bet 425. Philippe with just 7s is, whoa, uh-oh. Careful there. He is going to toast his croissant here with a raise.
Well, Mad Marvin hopes so. You flop 2 pair
boy.
with an 8 high, no flush draw possible out there. You gotta love having 2 pair here.
Philippe has misstepped here so far, at least. He's making it 1.2 million. Now you got 2 pair. If you're Mad Marvin, you just okie dokie called. You pop it.
Nope, he's gonna raise it, Vince.
Wow.
Another million.
This is the time to say goodnight. I believe if you're the Frenchman, get out of trouble right now. You took your stab.
He's not giving it up yet, Vince. I don't know why.
Whoa, whoa.
He has gone all in here. And Mad Marvin has called him, and he's way out in front with 2 pair.
Double pair, j'ai perdu 7.
Perhaps the first bobble by the Frenchman tonight, Vince, and it could cost him this tournament. We shall see.
Une dame, allez, une dame.
Well, a 9 comes off.
Not good for Philippe.
Philippe must catch a queen or a 7. Nothing else will do.
Allez, toi.
Mad Marvin holding his breath.
If Philippe should get lucky and hit a queen or a 7, this tournament would be over.
It's a deuce. There you go. Mad Marvin has won the biggest pot of this tournament. No question about it. He doesn't have all the chips, but he's about got them all, Vince. Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer is on the verge of becoming the season 10 WPT World Champion.
Oh, man, that is absolutely crippling there for Philippe Catorza.
Well, the French crowd quiet there. I know the man made a bobble, that's for sure. Well, it tugs all around, but it's not over yet. So don't celebrate prematurely. We learned that lesson before on the World Poker Tour.
Mad Marvin going over to his girlfriend, getting a big kiss. Hopefully the lucky kiss to possibly end this. As you can see, Philippe now circling the drain, almost out of here with just about 825,000 left. And it's on him now. He's just got a Jack 5, and he's going to push it all in. Marvin with a 5 deuces spades. He's going to call this, Mike.
Well, I know he's got a lot of chips. I know it's only another 550,000 to him. And if he wins it, he'll be our champion, but I'm not fond of this play. I mean, you've got a massive chip lead. Why give your opponent 550,000 more and let him double up here?
It's not a good flop there for Mad Marvin as a king 9-8 appears. So Philippe out in front with a chance of doubling up. And a 9 of spades on the turn.
8. That means if an 8 comes off, they would split this pot. Mad Marvin needs a deuce to win it. A 5 would give him a split as well. But it's a jack, so the Frenchman's going to double up here. Well, Mad Marvin's still well out in front, but still you have to wonder. I know it was only 550,000. I know you're champion if you win it. But can't you wait for a slightly better spot than a 5 deuce to call the guy?
All right, Mad Marvin with the opportunity of a lifetime. He has gone all in this time with Jack 5.
Call.
And Philippe with an ace-9 has made a call, and it's a good one.
Mad Marvin getting a little reckless, in my opinion, here. Called the all-in bet a minute ago with a 5 deuce. Now he's moved all in with a Jack 5 offsuit. The Jack 5's the hand he just lost to a moment ago when Philippe doubled up. Now, can he take him out with it? That's the question.
The hammer has hope. Oh, boy.
There you see Philippe's good buddy, Guillaume Darcourt, a WPT champion himself.
Well, the flop comes up ace, 8-7. That's aces for Philippe. The Frenchman loving that flop as a 5 on the turn. That gives Mad Marvin a pair of 5s.
And Marvin needs to catch a jack or a 5 to win this pot, though.
If you don't win this, get rid of the hat. Here we go.
And a deuce comes off. So Philippe doubles up yet again. And Vince, right about now, Mad Marvin's starting to get slightly concerned.
Well, the hat goes off. Realizes that was the kiss of death.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more coverage of the WPT World Championship.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the Season 10 WPT World Championship at Bellagio, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Vince, we've had a fantastic year out here in Season 10 on the World Poker Tour, but what's even more amazing is the number of players who competed in WPT events simply because they were Club WPT members.
That's very true, Mike. We met some wonderful people that had the Club WPT VIP experience. Not only did they get to play in the tournament, they won their way under the tournament, but they also got to hang out with the beautiful Royal Flush girls. We had dinners with them. We had some laughs. We played poker. Okay, they could have won big money. Maybe they didn't, but they had that shot. And also there was a man named Steve Marsh from Alcoa, Tennessee, a great guy, and he won his way into the most fantastic tournament we have over in Europe in Venice, Italy. How about that?
And you at home still have a shot at winning seats out here in Season 11 on the World Poker Tour. It's easy to do. Just go to ClubWPT.com. Sign up for a VIP membership, which will cost you $19.95 a month. You get to experience the VIP benefits, play all the poker you want, and you can win your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right now the heads-up battle continues. Marvin, the madman, Rettenmeyer with 11.9 million. Philippe Catorza, 3.3. Action on Philippe. He looks down at a queen jack of clubs. And there's a raise with that quality hand. Makes it 625. Marvin with an ace-4 spades, Mike.
Well, just a moment ago, Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer had a 17-1 chip lead over his opponent. That has now shrunk down to a 3.5-1 chip lead.
Mad Marvin has doubled this guy up a couple times, but this time going all in. He gets the call he wants. Mad Marvin, a favorite to take down the title right now.
Mad Marvin out in front. He knows if his ace high stands up, he'll be the Season 10 WPT World Champion and get his name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Two guys desperate for this title. WPT World Championship all on the line right now. Ace-4 up against Queen Jack. Here come the first three. And the flop is a jack for Philippe. He's hit a pair of jacks.
Well, the French go crazy as their man takes the lead here.
There's 4 spades there for Marvin, though.
Mad Marvin has a flush draw. Needs a spade or an ace.
6 of hearts on the turn, pairs the board. So Philippe out in front.
Now Mad Marvin looking for a spade or an ace.
Can the madman do it? He took the hat off. Will it be lucky for him?
The 5 of clubs comes off. It's hammer time again, Bets. Philippe back up to 6.6 million. Incredible. And it looks like the hammer's coming back, Vince. They're singing again. And we're going to see the chop. Are we? I say yes. Here it is. Get ready.
They're not going to disappoint.
Whoa. Oh, my goodness.
Ah.
Well, serious concern now in the fan club of Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer.
Throughout Season 10, Tony Dunst has held no punches in breaking down both good and bad play. Well, now that the season's coming to an end, he's not going to stop, as we'll see in this edition of The Raw Deal.
In 10 seasons of the World Poker Tour, there are 2 storylines we've seen played out repeatedly. The first being professional players achieving a marquee victory in a major tournament to solidify their poker resume. The second is amateur players rising through a minefield of talent to emerge victorious on poker's biggest stage. Tonight, one of these two will happen, but who has the edge? I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. There's no question that going into this final table, German pro Marvin Rattenmeyer couldn't have asked for a better result than to get heads up with French amateur Philippe Catorza. While Marvin no doubt has an edge here, I think heads-up play enhances the illusion of having more control than one actually does. Earlier this season, we watched one of the game's best, young pro David Sands, get heads-up with a true amateur, Sean Jazzieri, and yet one unavoidable coin flip was all that really decided the match.
An ace right on the flop.
What a flop there for Sean to flip things around.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Even though Philippe is the amateur player, he is very much live in this match with Marvin. And Marvin quickly realized that Philippe is dangerous and willing to take risks to get his name on the Champions Cup, a lesson he learned when Philippe tabled his king-high river bluff. That said, it's this recklessness in Philippe that Marvin took advantage of in the Queen-7 vs. 8-3 confrontation, when Marvin lured Philippe into overvaluing a hand with middle pair, vaulting Marvin to a massive chip lead. Almost everyone expected the tournament to be over any moment after that hand. Yet with victory at Marvin's fingertips, the tenacious amateur ran well and clawed his way back into the game, essentially resetting stacks to even. So although professional players might find it frustrating that they can do little to ensure victory, it's that very possibility of anyone winning that keeps amateurs playing poker. If amateurs were truly drawing dead against professionals, they'd have little incentive to come play with us. But it's a difficult concept to be objective about when you feel a player much less experienced or deserving than you just deprived you of poker glory. The tumultuous match is a fitting end to our 10th season, and I've enjoyed every moment of it. And assuming I don't jump off a bridge after losing heads up to an amateur in a major tournament, I'll see you here next season.
Well, the only thing you're forgetting about is the element of surprise by the amateur. You don't know how they play, and that mixes up pros, so not easy knocking off a so-called amateur in this game anymore.
Let me tell you, when you're in a race situation, doesn't matter if you're a pro or an amateur, you got to win them to win tournaments.
Look at this, Mike. Blinds have gone up to 2 and 4. Marvin has an ace-jack of clubs. And he's smelling the kill. He has raised to 800,000. Let's take a look at Philippe's cards. He's got a pair of 8s. This could be shove time. Yes, he's going to shove all in a quick call.
So here we go. Vince, it seems only fitting that it comes down to a race. All this planned, 7 days, and it could come down to the classic race, the 2 overcards versus the under pair.
Come on, let's do it.
Mad Marvin out in front in terms of chip count, so if he wins this pot, he'll be our champion. If Philippe wins it, he'll be the new big chip leader. Everybody on their feet, holding their breath. And there comes the flop. Well, it's 10-7-5, the 2-8 still out in front.
Yeah, no good for Mad Marvin. Looking disappointed there. He's going to need some luck here on the turn. It's a king of spades. Philippe's still out in front.
That means a queen will now make a straight for Mad Marvin, so he's looking for an ace, a queen, or a jack.
Mad Marvin would become our champion. Here we go.
Nope, a 7 comes off. Heartbreak for Mad Marvin as he loses this pot. And once again, the Frenchman has a big chip lead.
The hammer just won't go away. Just incredible, the comeback he's had. Playing really nice right now.
Well, Vince, we're witnessing an incredible heads-up battle to end Season 10.
We got more to come. Stay with us here for the final of the WPT World Championship. Coming right back. The World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Mitch, by Paul Mitchell. Because style isn't born, it's groomed. Visit MitchTheMan.com.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
There it is. It is over. Wow.
I'm Sean Jazzieri.
My name is Moon Kim.
My name's Tony Roberto.
My name is Muhammad Ali Hussan.
I'm Andrei Vitichuk.
My name is Matt Juttelstad, and I'm a WPT champion.
I'm a WPT champion. I'm a WPT champion.
I'm a WPT champion. My proudest accomplishment in poker, yeah. It's nice to just get your first major under your belt.
For me, it's just a big step forward in my career. Now I know favors and calls.
To actually win something like that, it means a lot to me.
The tournament was over with the 6-8 hearts.
I call.
And Ken goes all in and called.
Did a triple Indians, I call. I haven't called that fast on the river in a long time.
On the river, I had full house.
Bogdanov has done it, Vince.
Tricky play by Renat.
And my opponents play me all.
The thing that stands out the most is my rail. And how obnoxious they were.
Come on, I wish I could just go back that day and relive it over and over.
Oh, it's the 10!
He's done it! James Dempsey has done it!
The best day of my life.
When you see your name on the big trophy and, you know, it's there permanently.
You go over to that cup and just look for my name every once in a while and just brag.
Yeah, it was a very beautiful moment. It's forever changed my life, the whole experience.
Well, Vance, we've seen a lot of great champions in Season 10, but we've got one more name to add to that Champions Cup.
We certainly do. Will it be Philippe Catorza? Only been playing poker for 3 years. He's got 11 million. Mad Marvin down to 4 million. Here we go. Mad Marvin. Oh, he's got a pair of 10s. Wired up. This could be revenge time.
The blinds are now 2 and 400,000, remember.
Marvin makes it 800,000. Philippe gonna have one ace and a 4. But he's gonna push all in and he gets a quick call.
Yep, the snap call by Mad Marvin. So the min raise worked to perfection for Mad Marvin, at least so far. He enticed his opponent to move in. Now, will the 10 stand up? Well, there you see Guillaume Darcourt, WPT champion, in the pink hair there, holding his buddy. Said, we're going to hit an ace this time, my friend, don't worry. Mad Marvin out in front right now with the 2 10s. If he wins this pot, he'll be our chip leader. If not, it'll be over.
And the flop is a King 7, Deuce 10, still in front. No help for Philippe right there. To the turn we go.
Well, a 3 comes off. That means Philippe can catch a 5 and make a straight. So Philippe needs an ace or a 5 to take this title right here, right now.
Here we go. River card.
It's a deuce. And with that pot, Mad Marvin takes the chip lead in the heads-up battle one more time. Can you believe that we're going back and forth this much in this heads-up battle?
No, Mike. What an unbelievable end to Season 10. At first, it was Philippe the Hammer who had complete control of this match, but then Mad Marvin doubled up twice to have a commanding chip lead. It's just amazing.
Well, you're never completely out of it when you're playing heads-up, Vince, as you know, and Philippe had to double up 4 times to snatch the lead back from Marvin. And after that last hand, it's now Mad Marvin who's back to being the chip leader. Simply incredible.
Yes, it is.
You just wonder the mental strain on these guys for going back and forth like this.
Oh, wow, look at this, Mike. Marvin has picked up King's gigantic hand. How do you massage this?
Well, he's going to make it. Looks like the minimum raise. And that's exactly the case.
Yeah, 800,000 total. Philippe, and look at... Oh, wow. Uh-oh, uh-oh. He's got jacks.
Vince, this is known as a cooler in poker world, as you know, when you're playing heads-up poker here. If he raises here, it's all going in pre-flop. There we go. It's all in. Nothing the Frenchman can do here.
The guns are firing. Kings versus Jacks for the WPT World Championship.
One more time, Mad Marvin celebrating prematurely here. Didn't learn his lesson from before, certainly. Both players going to get their money in with these hands. Just a cooler, as we call it. You're going to get in with the Jacks, you're going to get in with the Kings in a heads-up battle like this.
King. 5 cards to come.
Let's see what happens. Well, it's come ace-9-3. So far, so good for Mad Marvin. If he can just dodge a jack, he's going to be the Season 10 WPT World Champion.
They have both been on an emotional roller coaster all night long, and here comes the turn. It's a 10 of clubs.
Philippe Catorza has 2 outs. He must catch a jack to stay alive.
Can Philippe suck out?
Mad Marvin 1 card away from becoming WPT champion.
Let's see the river card at our WPT World Championship.
It's an ace. Redmeyer had done it. He is the WPT World Champion for Season 10. And what a battle it was, Vince. I'll tell you, Vince, you got to take your hat off to the Frenchman, though. Give him a salute. What a performance he put on all week long, and especially in this heads-up battle.
Mad Marvin has done it. He's our champion.
Oh, that's nice to see. Good sportsmanship all around. And what an effort the amateur Frenchman put on. But when the smoke cleared, the guy with the big chip lead starting this final table is now engraving his name on the WPT Champions Cup.
Oh, God.
Philippe, that was a crazy heads-up battle, but you can't say you didn't give it your all. Are you happy with your play and how hard you fought?
Yes, I'm happy, but it's always hard to finish second. And it was a nice party, a nice final, and nice ends up.
Biggest poker moment for you of your life?
Yes, of course, yes. It's a big souvenir for me, yes. And all my friend was here, so of course I never forget it.
You're right, you have a great reel, great friends. Let's hear it for the hammer.
Yes, the hammer. Allez, faites le bruit pour le hammer. Hammer.
All right, ready? Congratulations, Philippe. Great job. Mike Sexton is with our new world champion.
Well, we saw the most incredible heads-up match in the history of the World Poker Tour tonight. But when the smoke cleared, it was Mad Marvin Redmeyer. That's the WPT World Champion. Marvin, I got to ask you, that was a pretty draining battle. You came to the final table with a massive chip lead, and then when you played heads up, it seed-sawed back and forth more than any time in the history of the World Poker Tour. What were you thinking all that time?
When is it over?
Well, it's over now, and not only have you got $1.2 million to go with this championship, you get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup to go along with the other legends of the World Poker Tour. I know you got to be feeling great. It's your greatest poker achievement ever. You should be very proud of this performance this week.
I am.
One more time, let's hear it for our champion, Mad Marvin Redmeyer. Kimberly, back to you.
A heads-up match to go down in the history books. Congratulations to Marvin Redmeyer, the Season 10 WPT World Champion. It has been a fantastic 10th season on the World Poker Tour, but have no fear, the entire WPT team will return in Season 11 with new tournaments, new stops, more raw deals, a new set of ones to watch, and of course, the best poker from around the world. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Jessica Wellman, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you next season. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
The poker revolution has descended on the city of brotherly love. Our 11th season starts with a brand new stop, Philly style, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He is the extreme miracle.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Philadelphia, known for being instrumental during the American Revolution, home of the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall. Philly is raising itself to a new level in history as it welcomes the world of high-stakes poker. We're at Parx Casino, where 5 days ago, a field of established pros and excited amateurs started their quest to be one of the first players of Season 11 to have their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Trying to make it happen, WPT Parx. First step, day one.
Players, we want to wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. So let's get ready, shovel up, and deal.
With play underway, Mike, Vince, and the Royal Flush Girls hit the floor to see who was in the field.
Feel some rep happening already.
The truly top poker players in the world. Sean Deeb in the house here in Philly.
Amanda, Vince and Mike.
The events always stops at the pretty girls, doesn't matter. Well, we're in the house here in Philly with two-time WPT champion Cornell Simpan.
How are you?
And over here, superstar player Darren Elias. Darren?
All right, distract all of them now.
I know, that's
fun. Mr. Raw Deal himself in the house. Because it looks like we got a big turnout here in Philly.
It does, but they're going to give me 2 chances at it, so I'm going to make the best of it.
As Dan mentioned, anyone who busted today could re-enter tomorrow. Unfortunately, Dan was one of several players who went broke and had that decision to make.
Are we seeing you tomorrow? What do you think?
As the day was drawing to a close, the current chip leader, New Jersey grinder William Brindise, found himself up against respected young pro Sean Deeb. After a flop of 8-8-7, Sean shoved holding pocket tens. William called holding queens. With an 8 on the turn, Sean was packing his bag, but a miracle 10 came on the river, doubling Sean up and pushing William down 2 notches on the leaderboard, while vaulting 2-time WPT champ Cornell Simpan to the top of the chip count.
Long ways to go. Long ways to go. We're here at day 1B of the WPT Parks.
Several big names were in the field for day 1B, including recent back-to-back WPT champion Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer, Season 9 WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, and the most successful woman in WPT history, Kathy Liebert. Once again, Mike Sexton started the day checking out the competition, this time in search of players who busted day 1A and re-entered day 1B.
Try it again today, right?
Hey. Well, Tony, I'm visiting you again, and there's one reason why.
Why are you visiting me?
Well, you went tapioca pudding yesterday. Was it bad beat? You just didn't play too good or didn't run too good? What happened?
I ran queens into kings and ace-king suited into aces at the end of the day.
Day 2, we're starting out. It's a brand new day here. We got some tough competition. Sean Jazzieri, WPT champion right here. On your left, John Turner in your big blind. Not easy around here.
It's not the best lineup. It really is. I prefer yesterday's table.
We're back to talk to Darren Elias. Darren, one of the perks of getting broke on day 1A is you get more television time this way.
Yeah.
You're back for day 2. Good luck to you, AP. We hope to see you at the final table here.
Right.
Hope you do better on day 2 than you did on day 1.
Okay.
Can't do worse.
One player who didn't have a good day was frustrated Kathy Liebert.
I had 2 7s against ace queen, but the guy that beat me, he wanted to be kind of a jerk about it, you know, whatever.
The day would end with 103 survivors, making 196 the combined starting field for tomorrow, and leaving chip leader Henry Liu feeling good.
This is me.
Day 2 would see the remaining 196 square off. Some players started the day doing well, and some made an early exit.
Just a day in the life. Gotta go to Legends now. Next stop, WPT Legends Poker.
As the money bubble drew close, some monster hands were in play. Stephen Reynolds, a scrappy young pro known as Sizzlin' Betta, woke up to pocket aces to knock a player out and scoop a big pot. Established pro Christian Harder woke up to ace-king against ace-jack, but Christian learned that holding the best hand pre-flop does not guarantee a win. But it would be Michael Ruana that would earn the unwanted distinction of being on the true money bubble, as his ace-queen ran into both pocket kings and pocket aces for a 3-way all-in. Pete Malcown's aces would hold, busting Michael in 55th place. The day would end with 47 players. Stephen Reynolds and pro Anthony Gregg were doing well, with Brent Roberts leading the pack. Who will make it to the first final table of Season 11 here in Philadelphia? Find out when our extended coverage of the play down to the final 6 of the Parks Open Poker Classic continues.
People don't play real poker on social poker sites because there's nothing to win. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes each month. It's real poker for real players. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Blue Shark Optics, the official poker eyewear of the WPT, and Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Philadelphia and season 11 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Parx Open Poker Classic. With the competition in high gear, the race to make this final table became even more intense.
We're looking for a big Alan Bari blow-up today, courtesy of Jeff Forrest.
Come on, hammer off me. I mean, how long do you want to take me?
With players setting up their stacks for day 3, New York poker pro Henry Liu called it out.
It feels good. I mean, field is tough. It's thinned out. You know, everybody's competitive. It's definitely not easy.
And the Twitterverse agreed with Henry. Day 3 would be the biggest challenge yet for the remaining competitors. And the day was not good for WPT champions, as Steve Brecker would shove with pocket 8s to be beat by young pro Chris Lee, who was holding pocket queens. Victor Ramden hit the rail in 39th place, and Foxwoods champ Jeff Forrest shoved with ace-jack to be called by local grinder Larry Sharp, who was holding pocket 3s. The flop gave Larry a set, the board ran out, and Jeff was eliminated in 36th place. Then it was junior poker brat Alan Barry's turn to shove holding 9s, but once again, Chris Lee woke up with a monster hand, this time pocket aces, and with barely a sweat, Alan Barry busted in 31st place. Late in the day, Henry Liu would find heartbreak as he was all in against Anthony Gregg. Both players held ace-queen, but Anthony would river a flush to send Henry home in 19th place. The day ended with 16 players, with respected and humble pro Anthony Gregg on top of the leaderboard.
I really just ran super hot today. I got lucky a few times.
Day 4 started with 2 tables. These 16 players had one goal in mind: make the final 6 and then become the next player to be immortalized on the WPT Champions Cup. Royal Flush girls Tuba and Brittany stopped by to check out the field and wished the players luck.
See, standing here has helped you out.
Yeah, can I get you ladies behind me? It seems like you're pushing all the luck that way. How do you feel about that?
Over there. It's weird because sometimes I'll think that I'm like distracting the guys by being around, and then the times that I stand by the guys, they end up winning.
The girls discovered a field filled with young East Coast pros and a few talented amateurs. They caught aspiring aerospace engineer Andre Niffler's ace-queen, holding all in against a suited ace-10 to double up. And the last senior player at the table was a playful Robert Pine, who liked to be called Santa.
I already got a 5 on Newlywed last night.
As 16 dwindled to 10.
Last name coming?
And 2 tables broke down to 1. Santa would find his pocket 7s was poker's equivalent to a piece of coal against Stephen Reynolds' kings, but Santa didn't seem to mind.
I had a good time. I enjoyed it. They're all good players, you know. Better than the old man. I'm an old man, that's all. Take it easy.
The TV table and the Champions Cup in striking distance, eliminations came hard. But for respected pro Anthony Gregg, Twitter lit up with well wishes from his buddy, Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps. And Anthony would need some divine help as he found himself all in holding pocket jacks against Joey Kudin's pocket kings. As fate would have it, a jack spiked the turn, giving Anthony a set and sending a disappointed Joey home in 7th place.
Congratulations for making the TV table.
The scene was set for Season 11's first TV table. A fresh group of young, talented East Coast players, all ready to make their mark and prove they have what it takes to become the next member of the WPT Champions Club. With our final 6 players settling into their seats, we turn our attention now to our own Poker Hall of Famer, Mike Sexton, and former tennis champ and cash game expert, Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, it is great to see you again, and exciting to be starting Season 11 of the WPT right here at Parx Casino.
Well, Kimberly, it is great to be here in Philly. And Vince, it's great to be working with you for yet another season. And how about this Parx Casino? Amazing, huh?
Parx has been incredible. It's impressive. They have a great casino. They have a poker room, but right next door, too, right here, thoroughbred racing as well. So it is fantastic. And you know, Mike, years ago, our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence right here in Philadelphia, and I feel like I'm sitting with one of the founding fathers of poker, and that is you, sir, Mike Sexton.
All right, you two, what are your thoughts on tonight's competition?
Well, Kimberly, two things jump out at me. One is how young these guys are. The oldest guy at the table is 27 years old, and the other thing is that it's an all East Coast final. I mean, everyone's from New Jersey, Maryland, to right here in Philly. Now, our current chip leader with over $4 million in chips is Stephen Reynolds. Now, Stephen's brother Garrett has won 5 gold medals at the X Games, but tonight it's Stephen that's trying to put the gold on the mantle. But the real poker pedigree at this final table are the two guys that are sitting in second and third chip position. In second place with $3.6 million in chips is Anthony Gregg. Anthony's from Columbia, Maryland. Anthony, only 25 years old, has already accumulated $2.4 million in his career earnings in poker. There's been someone who's been tweeting him good luck all week long here to make it to this final table. It's another guy from Maryland. Oh yeah, he happens to be the most successful Olympian of all time, Michael Phelps. Starting out in third chip position here is a highly respected pro, Chris Lee. Now, Chris is known as Genius 28. He's a Duke graduate. The guy's a very successful high-stakes poker player, and he has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. Vince, I believe that one of these two guys with poker pedigree are going to take the title tonight.
They might, but rounding out the field, we have 3 very tough, trash-talking, back-east kind of young guys, all going after this title. We have Chris Van Dersen. Now, they call him the fish tank. I don't know what that means, but I like it. He'll be swimming around the table tonight. Along with him, Andre Neffler. Now, he graduated at the University of Michigan in aerospace engineering, and I'm saying to myself, what is he doing at a poker table? Shouldn't he be making a rocket or something? But along with him, Larry Sharp, his first ever time at the World Poker Tour, first tournament ever. So, you know, he's got his work cut out for him. But right now, our very own Matt Savage is talking to one of the chip leaders, and that is Anthony Gregg.
Anthony, as it turns out, you're kind of a big deal. Michael Phelps tweeting you good luck. And also, you've been labeled the best all-around no-limit player in the world. What's all the fuss about?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how credible that label is either, but I guess I'm just like a quiet guy myself, and some of my higher, like more well-known friends like to hype my name up because they think I deserve credit or something. But yeah, I wouldn't call myself a big deal.
Well, I think you're a big deal. Well, we'll see if you can prove it out there tonight on the felt. Kimberly, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. First place tonight will win over $400,000, including a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship. And
They will also join all the other WPT champs and have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
And later, Tony Dunst is back for another season of no-holds-barred analysis and the raw deal.
And we reveal WPT's Season 11 picks for hot young players on the tour with a new edition of Ones to Watch.
Plus, a look at all the fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having here at Parks. Action here at the Parks Open Poker Classic is about to get underway. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Like every other kid, I came up watching old seasons of World Poker Tour. I've watched Gus Hansen on TV. Yeah, that's pretty awesome, right? Winning a tournament like this would validate what I'm doing for sure.
I've been getting texts every other minute for people saying good luck.
Larry Sharp, Chris Van Dersen.
Yeah, you got me doing interviews. I mean, that's a little weird, putting makeup on me, but
It's gonna be tough. These are all great players. So, you know, for me, I'm just having a blast, trying to play some poker, have some fun.
The only reason to ever be in a tournament is to win, so there's no other reason to, like, drive the 2 hours, sleep in the 5 different hotels.
I've never won a live tournament before. That's kind of why I keep playing them. I just want a trophy. Some evidence, you know, that I made it.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You are watching Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
And we're starting out our new season with a brand new stop at Parks Casino, located just outside the historic city of Philadelphia.
And Mike, with our brand new season, we have brand new players, a brand new attitude. These guys are entertaining. The cards are in the air, so let's go to the felt.
Well, brand new players is right, Vince. 4 of these 6 players playing in their first ever WPT event.
They're the beautiful Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, joined by the Parkettes here of Parks Casino. Well, there's nothing like seeing a WPT event live, and when you're here, you can meet the Royal Flush Girls, Mike, Kimberly, myself. And ClubWPT.com VIP members get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar during our final table. The antes are 5,000, blinds are 15 and 30. Here we go, season 11. Andre Niffler, first to act, a quick fold by him. Now Chris Lee folds as well.
Now over to Anthony Gregg, 25-year-old from Maryland.
He's raised it. And Larry Sharp, a former high school basketball coach, folds.
Well, Chris Van Dersen making the call with the 2 4s. We call him the fish tank.
Stephen Reynolds folding. So Mike, two-way action here. 9-10 up against 2 4s. Flop comes up ace-3 deuce.
The fish tank checks the 2 4s, has the straight draw, and the best hands you can see.
Nothing hitting there for Anthony Gregg, but he doesn't care. He's going to put in a bet. Continuation bet of 60,000.
But the fish tank calls him. Nice call.
Looking for a straight there, the fish tank, but a 9 hits on the turn. That is beautiful for Anthony Gregg. He picks up 9s now. The fish tank has checked it.
Look at this. Anthony Gregg was bluffing on the flop when he bet. Now he's made 2 9s on the turn. Now he thinks they're the best hand. Now he's getting a value bet in.
Quick call by fish tank. The card is a 6 of hearts.
Again, Chris checks. We need to call him the fish tank because there's 2 Chris's at this table. We love the fish tank nickname anyway.
I got a feeling what it really means is that Chris, the fish tank, is a tank, and he captures all the little fish.
Right now he's trying to capture Anthony Gregg in his pot.
He's not going to capture anybody here with just the 4s. And look at Anthony putting in a value bet, Mike. Cool. And he's going to get the action. He gets the call by the fish tank.
Just great bet sizing by Anthony Gregg there. Got the value bet in for the 165,000 on the river. But Vince, the guy was bluffing on the flop. He got value bets in on the turn in the river when he thought he had the best hand. Well played by Anthony Gregg there.
Yep, he's 25 years old, lives in Columbia, Maryland. His 14th WPT event. Back to this hand, though. Quick fold by Chris Lee. Now Anthony Gregg, this time with just a 5 deuce, is going to make it 60,000, Mike.
Vince, he's letting it be known early here that he's the man to beat at this final table. He has come to play.
Larry, Chris, and Stephen Reynolds out and around to Andre Niffler. He's got a pair of 5s.
So Andre Niffler makes the call out of the big blind with the 2 5s. This guy pretty amazing himself. Went to the University of Michigan.
Here's the flop, Queen 9-9.
Majored in aerospace engineering. Andre checks.
Well, Anthony Gregg gonna put in a bet with just 5 high. Andre out in front with his 5s. But you know what? He gets scared. He folds the hand.
Yeah, Vince, incredible. The guys come out with both guns blazing, raised the first hand with 10-9 offsuit, won that pot. Now he wins the pot with a 5 deuce. Back-to-back wins for Anthony Gregg.
Can't beat the tone.
He is out to a great start. That is Anthony Gregg playing with just air, zip and pip, but making things work here. All right, to the felt, to this hand. Andre, first to play now.
With that pot, Anthony Gregg has assumed the chip lead at this final table.
Passed on it.
Andre out, and now Chris Lee. He's got a pair of 3s. They call Chris Lee Genius 28. He's going to raise to 60,000. All right, now Larry Sharp.
Vince, Larry Sharp's hobby is playing basketball. Can you take him? Do you think you could take him?
Yes.
Wow.
I'll take him.
You're an old guy. The guy's just, he's young.
We never play these matches anyhow, so I might as well say that I can do it. See, I think he's been sitting at the poker table too long. I think he's probably stiff. He's rusty. I'd take him. He's on the short stack, as you can see by a red short stack indicator.
Come on.
Oh, he's moving all in here,
Wow, Vince. He's going to push. Fish tank out. Stephen Reynolds out, so back on Chris Lee.
Well, cracks his knuckles there. Well, when you have a small pair and the guy moves all in.
I'm folding a pair.
First, you have to hope you're in a race, then you got to try to win it, so.
Look at this, he's going to be successful with that bluff. Queen High's going to win. We are having a good time, season 11. And you know, after 11 years on the World Poker Tour, we have seen a lot. We've seen great poker.
I don't think you bluffed me twice.
The magician saws the woman in half. We have seen beats. God. We've had fun along the way. You can't beat this.
Oh, you're right, Vince. And now, our viewers are going to have a chance to recapture some of that excitement of the WPT if they become a member of ClubWPT.com. And one of the great perks of becoming a VIP member is that you get access to former WPT episodes.
Yeah, if you're a poker player and you really want to learn about other players and their tendencies, and you can maybe play a satellite to get into one of these tournaments, you can't beat clubwpt.com. You play all the poker you want, you get all the VIP benefits. It really is an incredible tool on poker and a lot of fun. So don't forget, join clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker.
Guaranteed.
Back to the felt we go here in Philly.
I'm going to assume this is going to...
Anthony Gregg out in front right now.
Yes, he is with over $4 million. To the felt we go. Chris Lee with a quick fold. Anthony Gregg not going to play now. Larry Sharp, the former high school basketball coach, he is going to fold. And Chris, the fish tank, is going to raise with a pair of sixes. Makes it 60,000. Fold by Stephen Reynolds. And now Andre Niffler.
Yeah, the aerospace engineer going to call him with the queen jack. And it comes queen high as it comes queen 3 deuce. Andre out in front now.
He's going to check his queens, and fish tank is going to bet.
That's a standard continuation bet here. Plus he has a flush draw. Action on Andre Niffler. Going to make the call with the queen jack.
Well, I will just call Andre the Rocket Man.
I like that.
That's what he used to tinker with.
Well, now an ace comes off. Neither player are going to like that card. And they both check.
Down to the river we go.
Well, the 4 diamonds comes off, so the fish tank has made a flush.
Oh, man, just backed into that flush. They both check. Andre disgusted.
Fish tank is going to show him a flush and take down the pot.
Nice, Sam.
So the fish tank maneuvering the waters well there. Well, very lovable guy. Loves to drink, loves to play. The fish tank is just a big, jolly old guy. Now, there you see Anthony Gregg still out in front. Stephen Reynolds in second place. Chris Lee in third. 6 players left, fighting it out for over $416,000 and this coveted WPT title.
All right, decision going to Andre Niffler. Has a lousy 5 deuce, folds his hand, as does Chris Lee. Now Anthony Gregg.
Anthony Gregg also has 5 deuce, but he's going to raise with his. Anthony is our current chip leader, as noted by our green big stack indicator.
Larry Sharp out, fish tank out. But here we go with Stephen Reynolds. Going to stick around with a king 7 of hearts. So 2-way action. Here's the flop.
Yeah, flop comes 8-6 deuce. Stephen checks.
Anthony Gregg has picked up a piece of that.
Check.
But he's going to check it as well. To the turn we go.
4 diamonds comes off now.
Check.
Let's give Stephen a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, but he's going to check it.
Check.
2 checks. To the river we go. Oh, look at that card. 5 hits Stephen Reynolds just beautifully.
Well, he's now made a straight. He is reaching for chips.
95.
And sadly for Anthony Gregg, he has made 2 pair with that river card.
$95,000 bet by Stephen Reynolds. They call him Sizzlin' Better.
I always go straight.
And he is going to get the action. He gets the call.
Well, Anthony Gregg not going to be pleased with himself the way he played that hand. Checked it twice when he had the best hand and then paid him off when he had the worst.
Stephen Reynolds taking down his first pot of the evening. He's got some chips.
We have a quick break in the action, but we are about to reveal who the hot, exciting players are that have been named the WPT Season 11's ones to watch. You don't want to miss this. Stick around.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. Well, this place is rocking and rolling here in Philly tonight, no doubt about it. The 3 guys that came to the final table as their chip leaders are still in first, second, and third place. Action's been good, but we're looking for more exciting stuff right here at Parks.
And Mike, you know, we got the fish tank and we have the rocket scientist. What a field we have. They're excited to play. Can't beat this.
Welcome back to Parks Casino and the inaugural TV event of Season 11 here on the World Poker Tour. Looking at the WPT Player of the Year race, tonight's winner will tie Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer, who just won the WPT Merit Cyprus Classic. Marvin's win in Cyprus also made poker history. Marvin had also just won the Season 10 WPT World Championship in Las Vegas, making him the first player to win 2 WPT titles in back-to-back events. Now, all season long, we will track all the players' progress and see who will follow in the footsteps of Season 10 Player of the Year, Joe Sirach. In the meantime, let's get back to Mike and Vince and the action here in Philadelphia.
Well, thank you, Kimberly. And there you see the chip counts of the players. Stephen Reynolds out in front with 4.2 million. Anthony Gregg sitting in second place right now.
6 players going after this very prestigious title. And right now, it's on the fish tank. The guy from Philly, he quickly folds. Stephen Reynolds now with just a Jack-10 is going to splash around with a raise, makes it 60,000 to go. Andre the Rocket Man out.
But look at this. Chris Lee is going to 3-bet it here with an ace-8 of spade. Well, he runs out a better hand of Anthony Gregg's. He folds the ace-jack.
Larry Sharp with a pair of 9s here has folded the hand quickly.
Well, the 3-bet's what shut him out with the 2 9s. And let's see what Stephen's going to do here with the Jack-10 offsuit. Not the kind of hand you really want to play out of position with, but he's making the call here.
They call him sizzling better. Let's see if he gets lucky. Oh, yes, he does. Hits 10s on the flop just like that, and he's going to check.
Yep, it's come 10-6-4 with 2 clubs.
Let's see if we got a club going on.
Well, anytime you 3-bet before the flop, you're going to make a continuation bet on the flop, and Chris Lee doing that right now. 140,000. Now, even though the flop has come 10 high, you're still a little worried that your opponent might have something like 2 queens. So you just make a crying call here, even though you flop top pair.
Well, he has called it, and here comes the turn card. 8 of hearts hits Chris Lee. Stephen checking again. Well, Genius 28 going to stick out another bet, 265. Not really a genius bet, it appears.
Well, Stephen Reynolds playing in his first ever WPT event. His brother Garrett has won 5 gold medals at the X Games. He's trying to get the gold tonight.
Well, he's called it. A good call. Down to the river we go.
And now the board pairs 4s. Both players have 2 pair.
Check.
A nice check by Chris Lee there on the river. Stephen going to take the pot down with 2 10s. Well, Vance, right now, Stephen Reynolds, who came to the final table as our chip leader, on a little bit of a roll here right now. He's picked up a couple small pots in a row.
A brand new season means we have a brand new group of fresh, up-and-coming players to keep an eye on. This select group is fun, exciting, and controversial, as we will find out all season long. So let's take a look at who made this year's cut in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch.
Lots and lots of smart people being driven into poker, realizing that there's a lot of money to be made. And I think you picked me as the one to watch because I'm a talented poker player and a fun person to hang out with.
Poker is so much more than just a game for me. It's a way to financial freedom and a form of expression.
Poker was a dream at first. Like, when I first started playing poker, it was like the dream of being like Gus Hansen and Phil Ivey and Daniel Negreanu. And at this point, I'm friends now with Daniel Negreanu and Gus Hansen and all those people, which is still absurd for me to say, by the way. You know, like, it's awesome.
Poker to me has become something more than just a game.
Amanda Musamichi, one of our ones to watch here in season 11 on the World Poker Tour.
Poker kind of gives me hope for the future in the sense that if I can really make something of myself, I'll one day be able to branch off and do more meaningful things.
Poker turned me into a man. It helped me grow. Every time that I thought fate or karma or destiny had something in store for me, it didn't. And it crashed down right in front of my face. And it had to teach me to let go of things and just say, you know what, this is out of your hands. You can't sit around and dwell on things that you have no control of. You have to make rational decisions.
I feel like there's definitely a lot of pressure on me because like most of the people here on the Ones to Watch are like all
pretty much already well known. Like, I'm more like underrated, so I'm definitely really motivated to do really well this season.
Poker is everything to me. I love it more than anything except for maybe music. I love writing music. I love writing songs, playing my guitar, but poker, I don't know, it just gets my mind off things.
Poker, to me, is just the greatest game ever. It's a good way to challenge people mathematically, psychologically, physically. It's like a virus that keeps changing, improving, getting stronger.
Well, Vince, I can tell you, a number of those players really are ones to watch. They're terrific players.
Yes, they are. They also have some very deep thoughts from young poker players. They're kind of deep kind of people. I like to see that.
You know, speaking of young players, the oldest player at this final table is 27 years old. Youth prevailing here in season 11, that's for sure so far.
All right, the blinds are going up to 20 and 40. A quick fold by Anthony Gregg. Larry Sharp also folding. Actions on Chris Van Dursen, the fish tank. And he's going to raise with 10, 8 of spades. Reynolds out.
Oh, look at this.
Andre picking up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Yep, he's in a small blind here.
He's the rocket man.
Just gonna call here. I'm not fond of this play. And the reason I'm not fond of it is because you entice the big blind to call, where now you have to be 2 players with the aces instead of just 1.
Chris got 10s, Mike, and he didn't raise as well. Very interesting. And look at this, a 10 on the flop, 3 of a kind.
Incredible. This could spell big trouble for Andre here.
Oh, now the rocket man is going to explode with a bet, it appears.
Well, he's gonna lead right out in bed here.
115.
And I'll tell you one thing, if Chris Lee happens to pull the trigger and raises here, we're gonna have a giant pot. Remember, Fish Tank was the pre-flop raiser here. Chris Lee just calling with the 3 10s.
And Fish Tank also with 10s, just a pair of 10s, of course, is also gonna call.
Well, he's calling because he thinks if one of these guys would have flopped queens, they would have checked to him and maybe check raised him. And now a 9 comes off. That's got to be a scare card for everybody, including Chris Lee, who flopped 3 10s, because it looks like a potential straight out there now.
But the rocket man, Andre Niffler, of course, on the short stack. And again, he's going to plunge away. 150.
About 4 something.
Chris Lee saying, how much more you got, my victim? No, he's going to move it up to 425 to go. Fish Tank gets out of the way and back on Andre. Now, he's only got 400, 500 left.
The weirdest hand here.
Well, Vince, the toughest thing about 2 aces is getting away from him. He may be able to get away from him because he let out here on the turn with this hand. He's finding out where he's at, though, when his opponent makes a big raise.
Oh, man, they're so pretty.
I want to show this one, kind of.
Remember, he made this raise with a man sitting behind him, so he's got to have a hand here that most likely beats the 2 aces, and that's exactly the case. Good laydown by Andre there.
Well, he saved his short stack.
Nice hand, Chris.
Well done.
I thought you had that.
We've reached the point in our competition where Tony Dunst is feeling the need to chime in. That means the latest installment of The Raw Deal is up next. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Parks Casino is one of the most impressive casinos I've been to.
Amazing!
It is really huge.
Once you go in the casino, see these beautiful ladies, they call them parquettes, and they're really, really gorgeous girls.
When I tweeted about the fact that we're coming to Philadelphia, everybody was just raving.
It's so high-end, you know, you would think you're in Vegas.
You're watching the World Poker Tour.
Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss, and Tony Dunst is ready to launch a new season of No Holds Bar analysis in this edition of The Raw Deal.
The math says you're dealt pocket aces every 221 hands. But the heart says, oh my God, I have aces, play it cool, just think about baseball. Of course, the big question with the pinnacle hand in poker is how to get value with it. And Andre Niffler intends to do so by just calling pre-flop. Does his play make sense? Let's break it down. Going into the hand, Andre had just under 22 blinds and was positioned in the small blind. In that situation, almost every professional is shoving his entire range against an open raise from late position. Generally, flat calling out of the small blind on a short stack is an awful idea with any hand. But there are certain situations, like this one, where the flat call pre-flop makes perfect sense. This is because Andre believes that Van Dersen isn't an experienced enough player to realize that no good player would flat call medium strength hands from his position. Andre doesn't want to risk losing Van Dersen by shoving or re-raising pre-flop, so instead he elects to call. I actually like Andre's pre-flop decision here, but there is one catch. Sitting behind him is the very experienced Chris Lee, and he knows precisely what a flat call from the small blind on a short stack means from a good player. The only two hands a player of Andre's quality would just call with there are aces or kings. Everything else gets shoved pre-flop. As a result, Chris Lee already knows what Andre has when he just calls, leading him to pass on re-raising his pocket tens in a situation that many players think is a clear 3-bet. When they get to the flop, Andre decides the board is coordinated enough that he should just lead out. A play he's hoping will result in getting all in against one of his opponent's weaker holdings. Chris Lee calls behind with his set, and Chris Van Dersen makes an optimistic call with second pair behind both of them. The 9 on the turn is not the card Andre was hoping to see. He knows it's bad because it completes the straight draw for King Jack and makes 2 pair for hands like Queen 9 and 10 9. But he also knows that checking causes him to lose all control in the hand. He decides to bet small and evaluate.
How much do you have left?
And when Chris Lee raises behind him, Andre becomes certain he's screwed.
The weirdest hand here.
Not only does Andre likely believe Chris has a better hand, but he also likely believes that Chris knows his holding because his pre-flop play is so transparent to a good player. The raise from Chris Lee causes both opponents to fold.
I'm gonna show this one, kind of.
And gets a show from Andre, confirming what Chris knew all along. And Chris remarked, "I thought you had that."
I thought you had that.
You're too good.
It took serious discipline to get away from this hand, and I respect the fold. But I think the show was a counterproductive flash of ego that potentially exposes his trapping strategy to unaware players. It's okay, though. He's only gonna have to wait 220 more hands to try again, which is about 8 hours at a final table.
Nice hand, Chris.
Well, it backfired for Andre, that's for sure. This is his first WPT event, but he's on the short stack right now, as is Larry Sharp. The chip leader, Steven Reynolds, with 4.6 million. Let's go to the felt. Larry, Chris out and around to our chip leader now, Steven Reynolds, with an ace-queen of clubs, makes it 80,000.
Steven raises.
Andre out.
Chris out.
And now round to Anthony Gregg with King 8 of diamonds, Mike.
Well, he's in the big blind, and he's going to make the call here. So these are the two chip leaders going at it. Well, flop comes 9-3 deuce. Anthony has flopped a flush draw. Good flop for him. He's going to check.
And the chip leader
75
with ace queen with a continuation bet, 75,000.
It's a textured board. Everybody's going to make a continuation bet on. The question is Anthony Gregg going to check raise the flush draw?
There's the Royal Flush Girls social bar where the ladies are really enjoying the evening.
Now, Anthony's just going to call. And Vince, I think he's just calling because he knows he's up against the chip leader, the only guy that can break him at the table. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Anthony has made his flush, and look at this. He is going to lead out and bet with it.
Show tunes going off in his head.
I show you 2, you show me 1. I show you 2, you show me 1.
Oh, boy.
I like that horse trading, Vince.
He's going to lose him.
I'll show you 2 if you show me 1.
It's a pretty good trade, 2 for 1, right?
Steven Reynolds folding the hand very wisely, and Anthony's got to be kicking himself a little bit, saying maybe I should have checked.
Well, I think he should have checked.
Yeah.
Maybe let this guy take another stab at it.
He did a little reversal there, chased his man away. The board chips over to Anthony Gregg.
I was the that bet. Wait. I mean, I bet because I thought I was going to turn a 5.
Vince, I'm more impressed with what Steven said. I'll show you two if you show me one.
Right.
Very good.
Action on fish tank. He folds. Steven
So what I'm gonna do is
scoots out of there. And now, wow, Andre Niffler picks up 10s. He picked up the weapons of mass destruction earlier, didn't raise. So this time he's gone all in with the 10s. But look at this, folded around to Larry Sharp. Larry is cold with ace-king.
Well, last time his opponent had 2 10s and cracked his 2 aces. Well, this time he's got 10s against the ace high. His tournament life on the line. Well, it's the classic race, the 2 overcards versus the under pair. If the 10s don't stand up, Andre will be our 6th place finisher.
Let's see the flop.
king in the window.
King right on the flop.
What a flop from Mr. Sharp.
That is bad news for the Michigan man, Vince. He now is going to have to catch a 10 to win this pot, or 2 runners to make a straight.
Here comes the turn card.
4 clubs comes off. We are down to the river. Andre Niffler is going to have to catch a 10 on the river to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it.
Countdown has begun. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
That's the queen. So tough luck for the Michigan man. Andre Niffler going to take home $61,000 for his efforts here this week. But a tough little player, Vince. Just didn't win the race he had to win.
Crowd going nuts there for Mr. Sharp, and Andre Niffler has to say goodbye. He's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Andre went down on a classic race, ace-king versus 2 10s. Your first final table on the World Poker Tour. Give me your thoughts.
Table. You know, I'm excited to be here. This is awesome. Lucky to make it this far, have some fun, play with a bunch of good players, so I can't complain.
Well, you're looking for a job. You had a $24,000 cash a couple weeks ago, another 60 today. You still gonna be looking for a job? You can play poker.
Oh, still looking for a job. So poker's, it's fun to play sometimes, not every day for a living.
All right, so if you're hiring out there, this guy's a genius. We'll see you next time.
All right, thanks.
All right, back to you, Kimberly.
I am so proud of him. Very mature decision coming from Andre Niffler, who is out in 6th place. That brings us to the end of our first hour of coverage here at Parks Casino. Mike and Vince, what do you make of the action so far?
Well, Kimberly, no surprises so far at this final table. One of the short stacks has been eliminated. And the 3 guys that came into the final table in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position, Stephen Reynolds, Anthony Gregg, and Chris Lee, are still sitting in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd chip position.
That is true, Mike, and I'll tell you, they're playing pretty conservative so far. But I do have a prediction. I believe that the winner will definitely be a guy that's under 30 years old from back east. That's, I'm just saying. But, but actually, my personal choice is the fish tank. If he wins, no one will forget this guy. What a nickname. We don't quite understand it, but who cares?
Who cares? All right, guys, join us next time from Philadelphia for more of Season 11's coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Mike, wake up, it's showtime.
Are we really going to do this?
Oh, we gotta do it. Pick it up. Good luck. 1, 2, 3! It's a slump. It's the worst. Let's just wrap this. Let's exercise.
I got a better idea.
What?
I'll show you on the run.
All right.
What do you say, Rock?
Rocky. Yeah. Yeah. Yo. Come on, Mike. Go! Hit! Come on. This is it, Mike.
Yes, I'm an old man.
Yes, I know.
need a spot.
All right, I'm going to give you 20 seconds to the top. You ready?
For 100, you got to bet.
All right, go, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 20. I'm going. $100. Good luck. Yeah! That's good workout. That's it. We did it. Yo, Adrian!
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic here in Philadelphia. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by our esteemed commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, it looks like the city of brotherly love really inspired you.
And well, Kimberly, certainly Vince had a great idea for us getting in shape while we were here in Philly. But I'd like to say a couple things. Number one, he didn't give me enough of a spot going up the rocky steps. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, I got sore knuckles from pounding that meat. Boy, that was tough.
Well, you were faster than I thought, that was for sure. The weird thing about him is he wanted to eat the steak after it fell to the floor, but that's another story. Forget about that. No, but we did get in shape, but moderation is key. And, you know, we may go back to the Twinkie diet after this.
The guy snores, I got to tell you.
Don't get into it.
All right, let's get down to business here. What do we look for moving forward?
Well, the three guys that came to this final table as our chip leaders, Stephen Reynolds, Anthony Gregg, and Chris Lee, are still sitting in first, second, and third place. But I think the guys in second and third have more poker pedigree, meaning more experience. They've won more money. I think they're going to be the guys to beat tonight.
Yeah, these guys are as good as anybody in the world today going after a huge title. And you got to love the guy that they call the fish tank. We still don't understand quite what it means. Well, what a great nickname. This is going to be great. Great entertainment.
All right, we have word that the cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, 5 players left. Stephen Reynolds out in front with $4.3 million. Anthony Gregg in second place. Chris Lee in third. And there you see what they're playing for. The winner tonight going to take home over $416,000, as well as get that WPT entry into the WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season.
Okay, Andy's 5,000. Blinds 20 and 40. A quick fold by Chris Lee and Anthony Gregg. And now Larry Sharp with King Jack of Diamonds going to raise to 80,000. Fish tank out. Stephen Reynolds has called with Ace 8.
Larry played basketball at Allegheny College. Was a former high school assistant coach for a while.
The flop is a 7-3 deuce.
And quickly checked by the pre-flop raiser, Stephen.
4 diamonds there for Larry Sharp. Yep, and Larry's going to bet 95,000 with the 4 flush.
Oh, look at this. Stephen's going to check raise here, Vince.
240.
He's going to represent strength that he doesn't have.
Whoa, makes it 240,000 to go.
Now, Vince Larry is just going to ship it here with the flush draw.
And a quick fold by Stephen Reynolds. Can't take the heat.
The former basketball player in college dribbled right through the traffic there, Vince. Took down that pot nicely.
It wasn't a big pot. No.
Well, these guys are opening up their games. Look at that look by Mr. Sharp. And right here, we're going to take a look at the undercam. Oh, wow.
Nice hand.
Flush would have happened for Larry Sharp.
I was going to do something either pre-flop or post-flop.
It was getting pushed. It was going in.
Either on both?
On both, so.
I mean, then I either 3-bet fold there or I check raise the flop.
Yeah. I didn't have air to tell you that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought I had the best hand. I do not. If you snap shove it in my face, probably.
All right, onto this hand. Our chip leader looks down at an Ace 8. He's going to make it 80,000.
Well, Stephen, check raise with the Ace 8 a minute ago. That didn't work out, but he raises the next hand with it.
Chris Lee with a King Queen. They call him Genius 28. Will make the call. Anthony Gregg out. And look, the fish tank has picked up a pair of 3s and also will call, Mike.
Well, I'd call too with the 2 3s there. 3-way action.
And here we go.
Now flop comes 9, 7, 6. Stephen now with an open-in straight draw.
Yeah, Fish Tank with a quick check.
115.
And the chip leader going to bet with the open-ended. 115,000 to go.
Hard for anybody to call.
Yeah, Genius can't, and Fish Tank can't as well.
So nice continuation bet there with the open-ended straight draw by Steven, and he takes down the pot. Well, his brother Garrett is a 5-time BMX champion at the X Games, won 5 gold medals. Tonight, Steven trying to put some gold on the mantle.
I'm definitely a naturally high-strung guy. Definitely have lots of energy, and I mean, that energy can go any which way. The thing that I probably like the most about poker is it's a mental challenge for me, and honestly, it's the only thing that wears me down at any point. The only thing that takes enough energy that at the end of the day it wears me down, so it's perfect for me.
Horrible laugh, but a great poker player. Steven Reynolds.
You can't have everything.
And he's loving the experience here tonight. He is a chip leader with 4.3 million.
Anthony Gregg right in his heels, however, with 4.2 million.
And the winner's going to take home 416,000 out of Philadelphia here tonight. Let's go to the felt. Larry Sharp, former high school basketball coach. With an uneventful 9-deuce, he folds that hand.
Over to the Fish Tank. He's got the king, queen of diamonds. He's going to raise it up. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Oh, but look at this.
210.
Steven picks up kings, goes to 210. Quick fold by Chris and Anthony.
So back to the Fish Tank.
What a time to get kings.
Yeah, another 130,000 for him to call.
Now look at this. This is a, oh, they also call Fish Tank Big Sexy.
Big Sexy, yeah.
Do you find him sexy, Mike?
I think the Fish Tank is more appropriate.
Okay. Well, he's got a big decision here, but look at this. He's going to re-raise.
Wow, he is 4 betting here with king high.
Yeah, like 1.5 behind.
And he's up against 2 kings.
Maybe a little more.
Not good for the Fish Tank.
Yeah, about 1.5.
Fish Tank could be cracked here.
The fish is heading toward the hook here, Vince.
600.
Wow. There you go.
Repopped. You think Fish Tank will get the message? Yes, he does. He's got to lay it down. So a big pot for Steven Reynolds. And there is Steven's other brother, Nathan, who's enjoying the moment.
Plenty more to come from Philadelphia and the Parks Open Poker Classic. And later, we'll see how Mike, Vince, and the Royal Flush Girls enjoyed their day at the races here at Parks. And Tony Dunst is on board, ready to break down tonight's action in a new installment of The Raw Deal. Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Stick around.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of 100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Well, we're really enjoying ourselves here at the Parks Racetrack. Beautiful girls like Kelly work here. It is great.
Let's go bet and make some money.
Let's go.
Who do you like?
What's so hard about it? There's only 7 horses. Can't you pick a winner?
Forget about the winner. Let's pick the horse that finishes last.
You don't bet on horses that finish last.
No,
I refuse to do it.
Okay.
I'm picking the winner.
Race number 8, we want to bet on number 4 to win.
I'm not ready because I have a few more minutes, so I'm going to study it.
He's too serious about the racetrack.
I don't understand it.
You know, he's like one of those poker players take forever to act on their hand. That's what Vince does out here at the track. He waits till the last second, till they're in the gate before he makes a bet, like something's going to fall out of the sky and tell him who to bet on. Finally, he's going to make a bet. All right, Benny, what's the magic number?
My friend, I had to go against you. Okay. I'm betting the 8.
We are betting on Horse Justice.
Justice?
Run. Yeah.
The winner right here, folks.
That's what I bet.
Number 4, I've already talked to the jockey.
Come on, you fool. I got him. All right.
You got broke, Vince. You got broke. Here's our man right here. Well, we've sure had a great day here at the Parks Racetrack. Kelly, thank you.
Thank
and Parks
you.
for all your hospitality.
Thank you.
It's great here. Come check out Parks.
Oh, man, wouldn't you know it? The Royal Flush Girls won all the money that day. That was fun.
Well, that was the only ticket I cashed all day, but it was a great time. No doubt about it. Stephen Reynolds out in front with nearly $5 million in chips. Anthony Gregg in second. Chris Lee in third.
Andy's at 5,000. Blinds 25 and 50. To the cards we go. Chris Lee. They call him Genius 28 with a quick fold.
There's a Duke graduate. That's why he gets that name.
Anthony Gregg out, and now Larry Sharp, former high school basketball coach, is going to raise to 100,000 with a queen 8. Right behind him, Fish Tank with queen 9 has made this call.
And Stephen Reynolds calling as well with the ace-10 of hearts, so three-way action here. And the flop comes king, queen, deuce. Stephen Reynolds has flopped the nuts, the ace-high flush draw with the royal flush draw.
Just incredible.
Oh, check.
Fish Tank has checked. Oh, and Stephen is going to play it slow. He checks as well.
And they both check to Larry. If you got two queens, you might bet here, thinking they're the best hand.
Well, he's got position, and he's going to take a stab at it. 130,000. Fish Tank going to quickly call.
Well, Fish Tank has a flush draw with his two queens, but obviously no good. As Stephen Reynolds has flopped the ace-high flush. And here come the raisin chips.
And he's going to put pressure on with the re-raise. Makes it 300,000.
And he's hoping somebody's got a smaller flush.
Larry mucks his hand.
Action back to the Fish Tank. Now he's got two queens and the flush draw, but the problem is the guy checked and then check raised in a three-handed pot here on the flop. So if you're Fish Tank here, you're going to be frozen. It doesn't matter what comes off. If a queen comes off, if a 9 comes off, or if a heart comes off, you're still frozen because you don't know where you're at in the hand.
Well, he's going to speculate. He could be into trouble here. He's called it. 5 of spades on the turn. Fish Tank going to check.
Now Stephen.
295.
Now betting 295,000 into a pot that's got over $1 million in it. We've seen the Fish Tank go with his gut instincts, though. He's not afraid to put his money in the pot if he thinks the guy's taking a stab at it. Fish Tank is on the hook right now. The question is he going to get reeled in?
All right.
No, he's going to give it up. And the man says, all right. He shows you the queen. Didn't show him the heart.
And that is Stephen Reynolds' brother Nathan, who forgot to wear his shirt tonight. Getting very excited there.
Well, he knows the brother's going to make some cash tonight. Might loan him a little to buy a shirt.
All right. Back to the next hand. Larry Sharp with 5s has raised to 100,000.
I call.
Fish Tank out. Stephen with ace-5 is going to call.
Well, the men raised, you can see, a popular raise by all these young guys.
Everybody else out of the way. So 5s versus ace-5, and we are flopping. 2 10s and a jack. Larry first to act. And make a continuation bet.
Those kind of cards are scary. When your opponent doesn't re-raise before the flop but calls you.
He's taking a lot of time, and now he finally checks.
Both players check. Now the 6 of spade comes off, so Larry has the best hand and the best draw.
Larry's going to check again. Stephen checks behind him.
Well, again, it goes check, check.
And the river card, a big ace. Stephen Reynolds hitting aces right there on the river.
It sure is. Gives him the best hand with aces up now.
But Larry's just going to fade away as he checks here.
Well, he's checked for a third time. Stephen, very happy to hit the ace on the river. Is going to bet. Going to take down that pot.
So Stephen Reynolds extends his chip lead to the delight of this crowd.
You had 1 on every street except for the river.
Oh, look at that. Little salt in the wound there, Vince. Says you had me all the way till the river. You should have been betting, pal.
Well, we are having a great time here at Parks. Now remember, when you come to a live WPT event, you can meet Mike, Kimberly, the Royal Flush Girls, and myself, and ClubWPT.com VIP members get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. All right, back to the action. Quick fold by Fish Tank.
Can't tell you exactly. I know,
Stephen Reynolds now picks up a pair of 9s. He's going to raise it, making 100,000 to go.
But Genius 28 with a pair of deuces has made the call behind him. Anthony and Larry out. So two-way action.
Yeah, flop comes king, 10-8. Steven checks the 2 9s on the flop. So Chris, thinking he might just have ace high or maybe a pair of 7s that might get away from him. If he bets, does just that.
Yeah, well, he's been called. That was 115 going to the turn. And a 10 pairs the board. Steve's going to check again. Genius 28 due here, just with deuces, and he's going to slow down, take a free card, basically giving up, but he hits the deuce.
I check. He now has deuces full. I'm talking about Chris Lee. Steven checks the 9s again.
Oh boy, show tunes going off in your head. How to play it.
Well, it looks like an absolute nothing card on the river. A deuce, and it was the joker for Chris Lee.
Just one value for it. Figure out exactly how much you can extract from your victim. Genius 28. What will that number be?
Well, there's 530,000 in the pot. The number's going to be 315,000. And I think the way this hand was played, because Chris checked on the turn, going to be tough to lay down the 9s. But Steven lays down the 2 9s. What a lay down that is, man. I don't know that I could have laid him down. I mean, you have to essentially put your opponent on a king to lay down 2 9s there.
Really didn't want to fold. Said really didn't want to fold.
You said ace high?
Point was, whatever I had, I really didn't want to fold.
You folded pretty quick for a guy who really didn't want to fold.
Well, great action here at our first televised event of season 11. Now, all season long, we're going to look back at some of the greatest moments of WPT's epic season 10, which included a fantastic competition for Player of the Year.
The race for season 10 Player of the Year started with Will the Thrill Fela taking down the title at the Legends of Poker. With cashes at Borgata and 5 Diamond, the always spirited Will held the lead for Player of the Year. But mid-season, young pro Joe Sirac would jump ahead of Will by taking 3rd place at back-to-back final tables.
Kind of crazy.
Down but not out, Will was determined to win Player of the Year.
It's up for grabs for anybody. They got to come with this.
He made the final table at Jacksonville, but went out in a disappointing 6th place. That finish, however, put him back in the lead, but by a very narrow margin. It would all come down to the WPT World Championship. Going into the event, there were 75 players who could pass Will the Thrill and take the Player of the Year title. Will busted early in the tournament and could only sit and sweat out the results.
I'm sweating profusely right now. There were 13 people that could still pass me for Player of the Year.
As fate would have it, it would be the quiet young pro Joe Sirac that would crush Will's dream. With an impressive 10th place finish, Joe locked up his place in poker history.
I'm very excited, obviously. It's pretty crazy. I didn't think I was going to take it back.
The season 10 Player of the Year, Joe Sirac, and creating one of the season's greatest moments.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned for more World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
It's weird, but because people think that poker is just about sort of the strategic element of the game, but really I think there's a lot of, I'd call them soft skills, understanding bankroll management, understanding emotional control. You just accrue life experience when you're in college, and then you come out and you're a little bit older, you know, you're a little bit wiser, and I think maybe you're better prepared to deal with sort of the mental, emotional swings that come with poker. I think finishing school can help you. You know, it helped me, I know that.
Please join me in welcoming our players. In seat 3, Chris Lee.
Well, Vance, that was very well said by Chris Lee there. No question about it. And when you graduate from Duke, you are a little brighter and smarter than the rest.
Well, he's got some chips here, 3.1. But our chip leader right now, Steven Reynolds. They call him Sizzling Better, is the chip leader still. Let's go to the felt. Anthony Gregg picks up the weapons of mass destruction, just like that. The pair of aces. Look at that.
And he makes the men raise with the aces just like he does any other 2 cards.
Boy, I don't doubt any of this. 3 folds. Now Anthony's hoping against hope. He gets action, and he's going to get some by Chris Lee. Genius 28 with just 6-3 of clubs.
Yeah, got one of those hands you're just looking to hit a flop with, where you might crack somebody. Well, it comes 10-8-8. No help for Chris there. He checks.
Thanks for the follow.
Anthony with the huge pair, gonna stick out just 75 as a little teaser.
Oh, Vance, look at this. Well, we know he's not gonna call. He's either gonna fold or raise to try to steal the pot. This could be doomed for the Dookie here if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's going to try to get creative with a nothing hand and re-raise. 205. Anthony's saying to himself, does this guy possibly have an 8, or is he just messing around? But he's going to call.
You're always afraid he's got an 8. You're hoping he's got some kind of drawing hand. Now a 10 comes off. That's not a good card either in case his opponent had just 10s before, because now he would have a full house. Well, Chris Lee's parents in the house rooting for their son tonight.
And action on Chris. Genius 28 is going to slow down. He checks.
Many players would check right now with the 2 aces here, but if your opponent had something like a Jack-9 or a 9-7 suited, you wouldn't want to give him a free draw. Or if they had a pair of 3s, for example, you wouldn't want to give him a free draw to beat you. Anthony Gregg is going to bet.
Yeah, 215,000, and he's going to chase Genius 28 away.
The only player at this final table who re-entered this tournament, meaning he got busted on day 1A. He re-entered on day 2. You're allowed to do that here at Parks, and obviously it was a wise reinvestment for him.
Here's something, Mike. The biggest bargain in the world is playing poker on ClubWPT.com. You play, you have a shot, you can get out on the World Poker Tour in the big time.
Well, you're right, Finch. You got a chance to win over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You can win seats at WPT events where you're playing for big-time money. In the Parks Open Poker Classic, we had 2 ClubWPT.com qualifiers.
Yeah, we did.
That was Freddie Peralta from San Diego and Eric Steinbergen from Crestwood, Kentucky. What an experience our 2 ClubWPT.com qualifiers had here at Parks. You can do it too. Join ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Right now we're going back down to the felt here in Philadelphia at Parks. All right, and right now Steven Reynolds, they call him Sizzlin' Better, is the chip leader with 5.3 million. And the fish tank, Chris Van Dersen, is down to the short stack with about 900,000. Action going to Anthony Gregg. He's got just a Jack-8, folds his hand.
All in.
Larry out as well. And Chris moving all in with the ace-6 of diamonds on the button. I would do the same thing against the 2 blinds with his chip stack.
9.
Steven with a king-jack, folds his hand, but Chris,
Wow, I'm glad I did it.
with ace-king, has made the call, and it's a great one.
Sure is. There's also a good laydown by Steven to lay down the king-jack. Well, the fish tank on his feet, his tournament life on the line here.
You gotta put the diamond, 2 diamonds up, right?
I'll take a lot of pain.
Small sweat.
A little bit unlucky the big blind wakes up with ace-king, but the fish tank has to get lucky to live on in this tournament. Parks, his home casino, plays here all the time. Got a lot of fans rooting for him. Very jovial guy, but right now, the fish tank is on the hook.
Flop comes up 8-4-3, all hearts.
You gotta put the 5 up at least.
Fish tank, they also call him Big Sexy, not looking that attractive at the moment.
I'll take the king of clubs.
As his hand fizzles away.
I mean, I got 5 red cards. Isn't that a flush?
And an 8 on the turn pairs the board.
That's exciting. All right, I'm okay with that turn. I'm okay with it.
Fish tank needs a 6 to win the pot, but would split it with a 3 or 4.
Can I get a black 3 one time?
The water is overflowing in the fish tank. It is moving around.
Oh boy, the tank is cracking.
Can he get lucky? Here's the river card. It's a deuce. Not going to help fish tank.
So that's going to do it for Chris Van Dersen. They call him Fish Tank. Good sport. The local guy from Philly finishes in 5th place.
Well, he's a very colorful character. He has to say goodnight. Going to take home 76,000. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Chris, a good run here. You're taking home 76,000. You don't usually play tournaments. You know, what was it like to have this experience for you this week?
It was cool, you know. I mean, it was my home casino. Like to play. Had fun. You know, great players.
They're calling you the fish tank, but what is this team Big Sexy all about?
You know, I mean, mean, look at me, obviously. It explains itself.
All right, well, it's been great fun to have you all week. Hopefully have you back on the World Poker Tour.
Thanks a lot, man.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Back to you, Kimberly.
And there you have it. Hometown favorite Chris Van Derzen is out in 5th place. WPT's extended coverage of the final table here in Philadelphia continues with 4 players right after this.
Welcome back to Philadelphia and the Parks Open Poker Classic.
And we'd like to welcome a new sponsor for the World Poker Tour, and that is Vegas.com.
Yeah, we're glad to have them on board. From hotels to shows, Vegas.com, a great place to plan your next trip to Las Vegas.
That's right, Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Well, the Parks Open Poker Classic is the first televised WPT stop of season 11. Earlier this week, the WPT held a non-televised event in the Mediterranean at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer made history by winning that event right on the heels of taking down the season 10 WPT World Championship. The first time any player has won back-to-back WPT titles. It also puts Marvin in the lead for the WPT Player of the Year race. Marvin did play here at Parks, but he busted on day 1B, meaning whoever wins here in Philly will automatically tie Marvin for the early lead in the WPT Player of the Year race. All season long, we'll be tracking the race for the Player of the Year trophy and keeping you up to date on who is in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to the action here in Philly with Mike and Vince.
4 players are left fighting it out for this title. Whoever does win will join all the other great champions and have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
That is right, and the antes are now up to 10,000 blinds, 30 and 60,000. Action on Chris Lee, Genius 28. First to play, he's got ace-5.
Well, when you're playing short-handed poker, ace-5s are pretty good hands. Chris knows it. He's going to raise it.
120 to go. Anthony Gregg right behind him with a real hand, pair of jacks.
Well, we know he's going to play the pot. The question is he going to call or raise? And he just calls with 2 jacks to camouflage the strength of his hand.
Yeah, Larry and Steven fold their hands, so two-way action, ace-5 up against jacks. Here we go.
Now, flop comes 5-4-4. It looks to be a good flop for Chris. He's got 2 pair with top kicker right now. Again, if you're in Anthony's seat, do you just call or do you raise? He opted to call pre-flop, and he's going to call again on the flop.
Very dangerous. Hoping against hope. Overcard doesn't show up, and it doesn't. Just a 6 of hearts. Pretty benign. And Chris is going to slow down with a check.
Well, Anthony now going to take the lead. He's going to bet 235,000. If you're sitting in Chris's seat, you know the guy called you before the flop, called you on the flop. So even if he had a 6-7, his 2 6s would now beat your 2 5s. So I'm a little puzzled by this call by Chris Lee here. What hand could he possibly beat?
Well, he has made the call, and a king of hearts on the river. Now there's flushes possible, a big overcard, a pair on the board, and Chris is going to check. Anthony Gregg now can't really like that king popping up there.
Hey, you're just not going to put a guy in a king-queen. He wouldn't be calling all that way.
He's going to bet, nevertheless.
1.4.
But look at this.
Wow, a quick check raised by Chris Lee to 1.4 million. And this is going to put a lot of heat on Anthony Gregg right here. And right now, Anthony's giving him that speech that we've all done at times. Why did I bet that on the river? Now, what do you do if you're Anthony Gregg? Virtually all you can beat is a bluff here.
Well, it's an additional 900,000. This would be the call of the night if he should do so, but not easy.
A guy check raise you with 3 hearts out there, a possible straight and a pair.
Call.
And an overcard. Tough to call, but Anthony Gregg has done it. And he is going to win this pot. What a play by Anthony Gregg right there to make that call with 2 jacks. That is playing some poker, but you got to admire Chris Lee for taking a shot there. Thought he could get him off a hand like that. I think he put him exactly on that hand. 2 9s, 2 10s, 2 jacks. Thought a check raise would get him off of it with the possible flush out there, the king overcard, etc., etc. Anthony Gregg was not buying it, and I can tell you, he's about to get another tweet from Michael Phelps. Great play, my man.
Anthony cannot suppress the smile. He is excited. All right, back to this hand. Larry with a quick fold.
Feeling like a check feels good. You get what I'm
And
saying?
now Stephen Reynolds with a nice hand. Ace, queen of diamonds.
Oh, look at this, Vince. He just limps in on the button with the ace-queen suited. Chris Lee calling a half a bet out of the small blind with king high. And Anthony just happy to see a flop here. Got the suited connectors and 9-8 of hearts. A flop comes king 9-6.
Wow, Chris Lee picking up kings with a bad kicker. He's first to act. He's going to stick out a bet of 100,000.
Well, he's got top pair.
Anthony Gregg now with nines, though.
And he's got second pair. He's going to make the call. And look at this. Steven is going to make the call with no hand and no draw.
He's going to speculate. Turn cards, eight of diamonds. That's a 4 flush now for Steven. And Chris Lee going to bet 300,000 with his top pair.
Well, he is not dogging it here. Thinks the kings are the best hand, and he's betting.
Anthony will go out.
Well, I'm surprised. Anthony threw away 2 pair there. 9s and 8s he just threw away.
I'm all in.
Oh, and look at this, Vince. He's moved all in. Well, this is called the semi-bluff play. So when you have a flush draw or a straight draw, and you just move over the top all in, hoping the guy throws his hand away. Well, Vince, you're not going to put the guy on any kind of a set because he would have raised on the button had he had a pair. That didn't happen. He limped in on the button. And now all of a sudden, he is going to raise on the turn here when the 8 pops off. This is an amazing hand. Anthony Gregg didn't even hesitate to throw the 9s and 8s away. And this guy moves all in with ace high.
Well, genius 28 would be a genius if he should make this call. And nope, he's going to fold the hand. So Stephen Reynolds is going to rob him there.
Unbelievable.
That's good. That's it.
Look at this. Chris Lee says, I should have called.
Got to take a look at the Wonder Cam, Mike, see what happens. Jack of clubs, so Chris Lee would have doubled up in a huge way.
Just didn't want to risk his tournament life. Nice all-in bet by Steven there to take down the blind.
While the action here is heating up, Tony Dunst has been gearing up to give his 2 cents in the raw deal, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. It's coming up. Don't go away.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Blue Shark Optics, the official poker eyewear of the WPT, and Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Philadelphia and the Parks Open Poker Classic. Tony Dunst has been keeping an eye on the action at this final table and is ready to call it like it is in this edition of The Raw Deal.
You know that character in action movies that stands there silently, ominously, while everyone fights around him, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash his supreme and devastating skills on his opponents? In poker, that's Anthony Gregg. His quiet and professional demeanor might not be the stuff that compels fans, but his skill is the stuff that professionals fear. So what makes him so talented? Let's break it down. The hand begins with Chris raising ace-5 on the cutoff and Anthony calling on the button with jacks. I think in some cases, Anthony would re-raise here with the intention of 5-betting against a 4-bet, but I think he elected to call here in hopes of inducing a shorter stacked Larry Sharp to shove from the small blind. Larry decides to do no such thing with 10 high, and we see a heads-up flop between Anthony and Chris. The 4-4-5 flop looks pretty good to both players. Chris bets and Anthony calls. The turn is the 6 of hearts, bringing a flush draw. Chris knows there's not much value to be had by betting, so he checks and decides to call the 1/3 pot bet from Anthony. When the river completes the backdoor flush draw with the king of hearts, things get interesting. Chris checks and Anthony fires a value bet of $500,000 into a pot of $1.1 million. Chris comes to the conclusion that his hand is almost never good, but also correctly reads that Anthony is likely betting a medium strength hand. He knows there's very few hands Anthony would call with pre-flop that contain a 4, and that pocket 5s are less likely with his holding one of those 5s. He also knows that Anthony can't have the nut flush because he's holding the ace of hearts himself, meaning he has 2 blockers to some of the strongest potential hands in Anthony's range. When Chris puts all these pieces together, he decides to make a daring play and check raise to $1.4 million.
1.4?
It's a strong play, and the smaller raise size is even selected to make it look as though he's trying to get value. Now it's Anthony's turn to think things over. He knows Chris's value range for this river check raise is comprised of flushes and full houses. He likely believes that Chris would elect to bet on the turn with most flush draws instead of check call, making those holdings improbable. He also likely believes that Chris would bet pocket kings on the turn, and that he would sometimes still bet the turn when he already had a boat, like 5s or 6s full. As a result, the only holdings Anthony thinks Chris might have are pocket 5s or pocket 6s that took an unusual line. In the end, Anthony decides it's more likely a capable player like Chris is bluffing than going for value in a strange way.
Cool.
So he makes the call and discovers he's won the pot.
What a play by Anthony Gregg right there to make that call with 2 jacks.
And as much as he wanted to maintain the professional facade he wears at the table, he just couldn't help but smile about that one.
Well, Vince, in my mind, he should have smiled about that hand. A terrific call with the 2 jacks.
That is right, but right now, it's all about Steven Reynolds. They call him Sizzling Better. He's the chip leader with 6.7 in chips.
Yeah, definitely sizzling right now.
Anthony Gregg, back on him. Anthony looks down, and an uneventful 4 deuce will fold that. And now Larry Sharp folds the hand. Steven now with king 8.
150.
Has raised to 150.
All in.
Chris Lee, Genius 28, has pushed all in with an ace high.
This is close. I mean, if you're smart enough. What's it? You said it's like 1.2 exactly.
He's got Steven Reynolds mumbling to himself.
Yeah, it's going to cost him over $1 million to make this call, Vince. I just don't think you can double up a guy as tough as Chris Lee with a marginal hand like this. He's made the call. He has done it.
I
Wow.
thought there was honestly a possibility king 8 would be ahead, and I figured it's hard for me not to be 40%. And honestly, you're a pretty damn good player. I want to kind of make you race me out.
I just wish you had king 9.
You get what I'm saying?
Oh boy, not really.
Good luck, man.
I will not say that back to you.
Go a little nutty on us here, but maybe he'll get lucky. Has a chance of knocking out Chris Lee.
Chris Lee just too tough a player. What's come Jack 8-5, he's taking the lead, so maybe Steven knows what he's doing after all.
Who's the genius around here? Steven, so far, as he outflops Chris Lee.
You want to fold an ace or not?
No.
I guess you guys didn't fold an ace.
Definitely not. If you're going to fold the ace on the line, if I'm calling with worse.
Incredible. Here we go with a turn.
There's
Chris Lee has retaken the lead with 1 card to go.
I thought I was going to get there. I don't know if he's going to re-get there, but I really thought.
Now it's Steven Reynolds that has to catch a card. Needs a king or an 8 to eliminate Chris Lee from the tournament.
Well, those aces hold up. Here comes the river card.
king 8.
6 of clubs.
So Chris Lee going to double up there. And Vince, in my mind, he's just too tough a player to give an extra $1 million worth of chips to.
1.195.
Just didn't like that spot to make that call.
Wow. Very dramatic poker.
The Parks Open Poker Classic is the first televised event of season 11. Recently, the WPT held a number of regional events across the United States, as well as national tournaments held around the world. We'd like to congratulate those winners and remind you that the schedule of all our upcoming competitions can be found at WPT.com. Now, let's get back to the action here in Philly.
This time, Steven Reynolds with his hand, king, queen of hearts, has bumped it. 125 to go. Chris Lee out. But Anthony Gregg with an ace-4 has called it. Now into Larry Sharp.
Oh, he's got ace-jack of diamonds. He's on the short stack here. He could well ship it right here, Vince.
On.
Exactly what he's going to do. He has plunged all in.
I'm all in.
And Steven Reynolds behind him says all in.
Wow. Well, he's gambling here. Maybe because he was hot the last hand, going to try it again. Who knows? But right now, Larry Sharp out in front with the ace-jack of diamonds with a great shot for him to double up.
Steven Reynolds, once again, a slight dog.
I don't know. We're four-handed. We has 24 big blinds raise call.
Well, he's got his certain philosophy.
Well, Steven Reynolds just had a big chip lead a minute ago. He just doubled up Chris Lee. May double up Larry Sharp right here.
Aces and jacks for Larry Sharp. Beautiful flop for him.
And he's got two pair. Obviously, Steven can catch a 10 and make a straight that would win. He can also backdoor a hard flush and win. But right now, Larry Sharp in great shape to more than double up here.
Yes, feeling like a winner, but anything can happen. And wow, 7 of hearts.
Let's do this. That's a good one.
Never easy, and Steven very happy with that card.
I got the heart.
He knows he can now win with any heart. Now the jack of hearts wouldn't win it for him, because that would give his opponent a full house. But
this would be an ugly, ugly beat here for Larry Sharp.
What a brutal beat for Larry Sharp right there. 2 runners to make a flush after he flopped the top 2 pair. Larry Sharp out in 4th place on a horrid beat.
Well, he'll take home $108,000 and a bad beat story. And right now he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Whoa.
Larry, obviously a tough beat there with the runner. But you had a good night tonight. This is your biggest live cash. I know you play a lot online.
Yeah.
What's it like to play with these guys out there?
It was a really good experience. I mean, Final Four especially, like, very, very tough. Got it in good. Can't do anything about it.
Congratulations on your score.
Thanks a lot.
And I'm sure we can see you again on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kimberly, back to you.
All right, thanks, Matt. Larry Sharp out in 4th place, and what a rough way to go. Mike and Vince, I mean, what do you make of the scene tonight?
Well, tough luck for Larry Sharp there, no doubt about it. But when the smoke is cleared, we're down to 3 players, and it's the same 3 players that came to the final table in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd chip position. They're in that exact same order as they're going to fight it out for this title. What a finish this should be.
Can't believe it's amazing. There's lots of pushing and shoving and calling and catching going on. Lots of gambling. They are ready to really gamble, step it up. 3 players remain. It's going to be a fantastic final.
All right, guys, that brings us to the end of this hour's coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic here in Philadelphia. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Philadelphia, the first stop of season 11 has launched an historic battle to be the best. Continuing coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic continues, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Welcome back to the first televised event of the WPT's 11th season. We're coming to you from a brand new stop here on the tour, Parks Casino in Philadelphia. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by our in-house experts, Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood's own Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, as we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Philly, what are your thoughts on this competition?
Well, my first thought is it's not a surprise that this final table has come down to these 3 players. They came to the final table in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd chip position. They're sitting in that exact same order now. We've got Steven Reynolds out in front, Anthony Gregg in 2nd, Chris Lee in 3rd. I don't think it's a shock these 3 guys are fighting it out, and I'm looking forward to watching this final table because these guys have got game. They're not afraid to go with their instincts and their reads on their opponents. We've seen that already at this final table. Vince, this is going to be fun to see how this plays
very,
out.
very good. And these guys are young, eager, back east kind of guys, and they're desperate for this title. This means a lot. It is up for grabs. They are really starting to shove now, so should be fun.
All right, thanks, guys. We've gotten word the action at the final table is ready to continue. Cards are about to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
So Stephen Reynolds with just over $7 million, our chip leader. Anthony Gregg in second place with $5.1 million. Chris Lee with $2.6 in third place.
Andy's at 10,000. Blinds at 30 and 60s. To Anthony Gregg we go to first. And look at this. On this hand, picks up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces. And notice he casually keeps talking as he sees the aces. As he raises, makes it 125 to go.
Well, Stephen goes out, but look at this. Chris Lee is going to raise out of the big blind with a 7-4. And my guess is he's going to get re-raised right here by the two aces.
Anthony Gregg with that casual talk as he raised with the aces seems to have paid off because he gets the action, and there's the re-raise. Makes it 585 to go.
A lot of times these young guys don't have anything when they 3 or 4 bet, but this time Anthony Gregg has got the goods and was hoping that his opponent would 5-bet him, but it doesn't happen.
So Anthony Gregg, 25 years old.
Oh boy, cocktails.
Well, let's talk about this final table that was assembled at Parks.
Mike, think about it. With the World Poker Tour, we started 11 years ago, and so the oldest player at this table
would have been 16. Yeah. But these guys were watching this match. That's why they're pros today. That's why they're playing for this big money today.
We taught them everything they know.
Exactly. Wonder if we'll get a kickback, you think?
No.
Okay, I think you're right. All right, boys, don't forget us, you know.
Mike, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000.
Let me add that 4 out of the 6 players at this final table playing in their first ever WPT event, including our chip leader, Stephen Reynolds.
Well, Stephen has folded this hand, but now Chris Lee with 10 jack is going to raise, makes this 215,000. Anthony behind him with just a jack 3 of diamonds. Now what is he thinking? I'll tell you what he's thinking. He's going to re-raise it.
Wow, just comes right over the top of Chris Lee there. So I'm telling you, Anthony Gregg is owning Chris Lee in this tournament at this final table. Seems like every pot Chris loses, it's to Anthony Gregg.
I used to play a different card game called Magic. A bunch of poker players play, like Justin Bonomo, Scott Seaver, Isaac Haxton, like that whole group. And poker just seemed like the next step. When people see you around and doing well for so long, they know you must be doing something right. So there's like a mutual respect.
That is Anthony Gregg. He plays that game they call Magic the Gathering. Have no idea what that could be.
Well, those are bright guys that played that game. And David Williams, WPT World Champion, wasn't on that list. But he's a Magic player that came into poker also, so something about that game that makes these guys very good poker players.
All right, back to the table we go. Chris Lee now with ace-7 of clubs. First to act, he's got ace-7 of clubs. He's just going to call Anthony Gregg, calling as well.
Check.
And Stephen Reynolds not going to raise, so here we go, 3-handed.
3 players left, 3-way action. Yeah, flop 8-5 deuce rainbow.
Reynolds picking up the 5s. Anthony, nothing. And he's going to check. Stephen going to check. And Chris now is going to bet it. That's 115. Anthony out.
And Stephen going to look him up with the 2 5s.
Certainly is. Turn card.
And the 4 of clubs comes off. Quite a card there for Chris Lee. Gives him a nut flush draw and a straight draw.
They both check.
And now a deuce comes off, so Stephen's got to feel that his 2 5s are the best hand here. Knows for sure if his opponent had an overpair or 2 8s, he would have bet the turn there. That didn't happen. Confident his 5s up are the best hand.
And he's going to bet 80,000 for a little value.
And Chris Lee thinking about calling him with just ace high, Vince.
Yep, he had the 4 flush. They call him Genius 28, but this time the Genius has to say goodbye. Giving the pot up to Stephen Reynolds, the chip leader, who extends his chip lead.
Our third hour of coverage from the Parks Casino is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including a special look at how Parks Casino and the WPT Foundation is helping local heroes. Plus, a look at the hot young lady who calls Philly home, but is making poker her life in Season 11's first edition of Ones to Watch. It's all when we return to the Parks Open Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any two cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Danielle, and we're the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
A brand new season means we have a brand new group of fresh, up-and-coming players to keep an eye on. This select group is fun, exciting, and controversial, and we start with a local grinder who is making her presence felt wherever she goes, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the Ones to Watch. We're the Ones to Watch. Ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch. Ones to watch.
Amanda Musumeci. Is that how you say it, or Musumeci?
Amanda, it's Musamecho, who's Monsabani.
Musumeci. Amanda Mus, is that it? I don't even know.
It's Amanda Musumeci from Philadelphia, PA.
Amanda Musumeci. Is that right?
Some of my favorite places in Philly are South Street. It has a lot of color. It's really fun. I love South Philadelphia with the Italian market. They have some really great food down there.
What I know about Amanda is she's really beautiful. She's crushing the tournament circuit right now.
I enjoy the competition of being one of the few females that are out there that actually do well.
Yeah, she definitely plays a lot more than most people.
It's a male-dominated sport. It gives me a lot of confidence to get out there and be able to tangle with the boys.
She is really good at getting people to get out of the comfort zone at the table.
That's like a little bit of my Philly attitude coming out, where I'm just like, I want to get you guys. Like, I don't want you to beat up on me. I'm a tough girl. I get from tournament to tournament on the circuit in my car.
You've got to be a special personality to just live out of a suitcase and say, bring it on.
We're driving grinders. We'll do 15-hour days, crash for a few hours at a hotel. Usually I have my little cat in my lap and keep rolling. We just roll all year.
That's some crazy work ethic right there. It's no James Bond lifestyle, that's for sure.
Boozer, he's my wingman. I got him in Vegas at a shelter 4 years ago, and he has been on the road with me for 3 of those 4 years. He's like a circuit cat. My friends will bust a tournament, and they'll be like, hey, is it cool if I like swing by and say hi to Boozer? I'm like, really, dude? Like, what about me? Am I nothing?
I'm not really a cat person, believe it or not.
My biggest supporters are definitely my parents. My whole family is pretty supportive of my entire career and has always been. They always told me I could do whatever I want as long as I could afford to put a roof over my head, and it made me happy. And here I am doing that.
Well, Mike, I totally understand bringing the cat along on the circuit because, you know, you don't want to tell all your friends, human beings, about your bad beat stories because they won't listen. But a cat has to listen. It's a thing of beauty.
Good luck to Amanda, but she's going to beat those other ones to watch. She better be good because those guys are great players.
All right, three-handed poker. Here we go. Anthony Gregg this time is called. Steven out, and Chris Lee.
Wow, surprised Anthony would limp in on the button with King 10 offsuit there. Chris Lee now going to raise it out of the big blind with the Queen 10 of diamonds.
Makes it 255 to go.
And just that quick, Anthony gives up the hand. So, I mean, Chris was raising thinking he had the best hand with the Queen 10 suited, but he didn't.
Nice aggressive play by Chris Lee. They're the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar with the Parkettes. Enjoying the action at our final table. Now, if you are a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And everyone who comes out to our live TV events can meet Mike, Kimberly, the Royal Flush Girls, and myself. So come on out. Hope to see you here on the tour very soon. Back to this hand, Steven.
160.
Right now, Steven Reynolds is going to pop it up with ace-queen. Chris Lee behind him.
Oh, he's got ace-jack suited. Well, Chris is 25-year-old poker pro, graduated from Duke in sociology, been a pro for 2 years. And when you're on the short stack, I'm guessing you're going to 3-bet it with this hand. And so does Chris Lee.
Says charge, makes it 370 to go. Anthony folding his hand. Back around to our chip leader with his ace-queen. Staring down Chris.
All in.
Well, big hand here. All in and called, and Steven has him dominated. It's ace-queen versus ace-jack. And as you can see, Chris Lee not happy. He knows he's up against it. He knows his tournament life is on the line. He's got to have help. And there you see Steven's brother and his fans.
I would be getting in obviously worse aces than ace-jack. I'm glad that I have a better one, though.
You think?
I'm going to apologize in advance, buddy.
What for?
Putting a bad beat on you.
Nah, that ain't happening. My man, Dominic, right? No, D. Damn, it was something with a D, man. I was close. I was close, though. Yeah. He wouldn't have known what letter your name starts with, bro. Do him dirty.
Steven trying to chum it up with the dealer.
See, the confidence of youth, Vince.
Spade, spade, spade.
The guy with the worst hand thinks he's going to outdraw him. The guy with the best hand says no.
Here we go.
Now the queen right on the flop. Big trouble now for Chris Lee. He gets up from the table.
I feel like I'm safe to do this, right?
Knows he has to hit 2 runners to make a straight or a running jack-jack. Nothing else will do for him.
Oh boy, up 4.
It's over for Chris Lee. He is one terrific poker player, folks. Just wasn't meant to be for him tonight. He came to the final table in 3rd chip position, and he goes out in 3rd place.
Yeah, now he's going over to his family and friends. He's going to pick up $158,000. He didn't win the championship tonight, but Genius 28 shows off in this event, and he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Chris, a lot of people would be happy with a 3rd place finish, but you're obviously disappointed. Tell us about your feelings right now.
You know, I'm definitely bummed out. You know, happy to finish, you know, in 3rd, but obviously when you get this close, you want to get all the way, so.
Well, all right, Steven Reynolds called you the perfect player, so I'm sure we're going to see you back here at another WPT final table.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, you got it. Kimberly, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. A disappointed Chris Lee exits the final table, and now we're heads up with Steven Reynolds and Anthony Gregg getting ready to battle for the title. Heads up action at the Parks Open Poker Classic is next on the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Yes, and out come the gorgeous Royal Flush Girls. Tuba, Ivy, Danielle, and Brittany. Looking beautiful tonight as they lay out the cold hard cash here this evening in Philadelphia.
Well, in addition to the prize money these guys are going to win, the winner also gets an entry into the $25,000 WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season, where he could win millions more.
On top of that, of course, they get their name inscribed on the beautiful WPT Champions Cup with all the champions' names.
And I'm sure to both of these guys, getting their name inscribed on that cup is just as important as the cash they're going to win here tonight.
Heads up action here at the Parks Open Poker Classic is about to get underway between Steven Reynolds and Anthony Gregg. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Well, poker player and a day trader by profession, are you buying or selling right now?
I'm selling stock myself, a little overpriced right now. Buy low, sell high. So it's time to start jumping ship, guys.
Well, this table has been awesome. It's been fun to watch. I mean, what are your observation of Anthony so far?
I mean, there was 2 players particularly I didn't want to play heads up, and I managed to find one of them. That's my observation, is one of the 2 best players at the table.
Well, the goal is you are heads up, and you do have the chip lead. Good luck to you, Steven,
yeah,
and your heads up match.
All right.
Anthony, to our viewers out there that have come to this final table and seen the names, may not think this is going to be a tough table. What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, if they didn't think it was a tough table, they were definitely mistaken. I mean, Yeah, no soft spots at all.
Good luck to you in the heads-up match.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition, so let's get back to the call of heads-up action with Mike and Vince.
Right now, Steven Reynolds, sizzling better, is the chip leader with 9.7 million.
Has nearly a 2-to-1 chip lead over Anthony Gregg as we start out the heads-up battle. There you see the prize money that these guys are going to get. The heads-up battle begins.
First hand to Anthony Gregg. He's got Queen Jack. He's raising to 165.
I call.
Steven with ace 5 is making the call. No raise with the ace. Here we go with the flop.
The flop is queen, queen 3. A dream flop for Anthony Gregg there as he's flopped 3 queens.
Just a beautiful flop. Steven checks it. Anthony gonna bet. Little TC fly bet 125. Hoping he won't chase away his victim.
Now Steven not believing him, calling him with the ace high, thinking it might be the best hand. Little does he know.
King of spades helps neither player.
Steven drawing completely dead, as you can see. Anthony firing again, this time 290,000.
He certainly is. And Steven not saying no moss yet. He believes his ace high perhaps is in front. He's called it.
You know, Rocky was an underdog, Vince, but he had a chance. This guy's got no chance to win this pot. Just giving his money away here.
10 of diamonds on the river. Steven checks. Anthony relentless.
Anthony obviously hoping he made a pair of kings or something on the turn.
Wow, 690 into sizzling better.
And he called him on the flop with ace high. Called him on the turn with ace high when he was drawing dead. Will he give away more money? He lays it down, so Anthony Gregg takes pot number 1 of the heads-up battle. And this is going to be a battle, Vince. Make no mistake about it. I know Steven Reynolds had almost a 2-to-1 chip lead, but I think he's going to need it against this guy.
Right now, the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000 here at Parks. $10,000 ante. Here we go. Action on Steven. And Steven looks down at a big hand, ace, king of spades.
Oh, look at this. Just limps in on the button and throws the chips high so his opponent can see he's just limping in. Anthony with the 8-3 just says, okay, let's see a flop. 10-7-3 here. Anthony's flop bottom pair. He's going to lead out and bet 125,000.
Steven with ace-king gonna call.
And now the 9 of spade comes off. This gives Steven the ace-high flush draw. Anthony has bottom pair and an open-end straight draw.
He's still gonna push. He's betting 325.
Wow. You'd think he'd be a little scared. When the guy limped in on the button, those middling cards usually hit a guy.
750.
And you see what's happening now. He's getting raised to 750,000. So what's Anthony going to do now?
They're just so excited I put more chips in the pot. I don't even know if I have anything.
He's not going anywhere. He's made this call.
Well, we'll see how good it is. He's got bottom pair and an open-end straight draw, but obviously there's 2 flush draws out there.
River card is a 6. He hits the straight. Anthony Gregg being stubborn here, sticks around.
1.2.
Makes his hand, and now he's betting 1.2. And he's going to chase away Steven Reynolds, who could not connect with the river card.
So Anthony Gregg catching a nice card on the river there where he could bet and take down that pot.
As you can see, Steven Reynolds with 9.2 million, but Anthony 5.6. Sneaking back into this contest.
Well, you see they're changing gears now. Limping in on the button with ace-king suited, Vince. Something you don't see very often. Usually in heads-up play, good players raise every time on the button with any 2 cards.
Anthony Gregg here with ace-deuce of clubs is raised to 200,000. Steven with the 10-7.
Makes the call.
Okay, and the flop comes up king, jack 7, pair of 7s for Reynolds. And he has checked it.
Well, the continuation bet.
300.
Look at this, the check raise with bottom pair here.
Yeah, min raise.
And it's going to get the job done. So a nice raise there by Steven to take down that pot. And what a battle this is going to be.
And right now the antes are going up to 20,000, blind 60 and 120. Getting more expensive here in Philly at the beautiful Parks Casino.
250.
Right now Reynolds is going to raise with a nothing hand. 10-4 makes it 250 to go. Anthony going to call with king 9 of diamonds.
Now Anthony Gregg out front at the moment. Well, flop comes ace jack 6 with 2 diamonds. Anthony's flopped a flush draw. He checks. It's gone check, check. Now a 9 comes off, so Anthony now has 2 9s and a flush draw.
He's first to act. He's going to check it again. And Steven's going to check as well.
That goes check, check. And now a 10 comes off. Steven now has the best hand with 2 10s. So all the trapping Anthony was doing, probably not doing him very good.
Wow. Anthony has checked.
180.
And finally, Reynolds going to come up with a little bit of a value bet here.
Well, it is a value bet here, Vince, of 180,000 and a good one, but look at this. The check raise by Anthony Gregg right here, and Vince Stevens saying to himself, why didn't I just check there? I might have won with 2 10s, and in fact, he would have. Just like that, we've got a real horse race in terms of chip count now.
Oh, that's incredible. And look at this now. Steven Reynolds with 7.7 million in chips, but Anthony Gregg almost tying him up with about 7.2. What a battle we have.
Slowly getting nibbled and nibbled and nibbled away. 250.
Steven Reynolds this time queen jack makes it 250 to go, but Anthony with a real hand, pair of jacks.
645.
Wow, Anthony picking up some good hands here in this heads-up battle here.
I call.
And Steven gonna call him with just queen jack. Wonder if he's a little tilted by limping in with ace king suited and then betting on the end where he got check raised out of the pot.
Nevertheless, Steven has hit the queens.
Dream flop here for Steven.
Outflopped Anthony.
As the cards lie, his opponent's got 1 card in the deck he can win with.
750.
And Steven is going to bet 750,000 with the queens.
Well, this pot could spell big trouble for Anthony Gregg. Jack of clubs, the only card in the deck he can win with.
Well, he's going to call with the jacks. Hoping against hope his opponent doesn't have a queen, but we know better. Here's the turn.
10 of clubs comes up. Now, neither player has a club in their hand. Both have an open-end straight draw. Steven has the best hand with 2 queens.
Anthony checks it.
Check.
Steve going to check behind him. River card is a 3. Helps neither player.
Well, another check by Anthony. Well, look at this. Again, Steven stands up and looks at his chip count.
It's 5.5, right?
It's when you're playing heads up. There's no reason you should ever have to look at your opponent's chip stack, see how many chips they have. Just look at your own. You got to know how many chips are in play. Just doesn't make sense. Why a guy would have to do that?
1,315,000.
This is a great value bet right here by Steven. And as you can see, Anthony doesn't know what to do.
And for the first time tonight, Anthony looks completely confused, baffled, hates to muck this hand. But it would be a fantastic laydown if you should get away from this.
Strange.
And the more time he takes, the better Steven is feeling. He'd love to get a value bet and get it paid off for 1.3.
You can just see Anthony's mind whirring away there, trying to put all this together. Just can't figure it out because the hand was checked on the turn.
What do you have?
That's not a good way to start up the talking. I can't factually answer that one.
You know, that he sort of gives that Peter Lorre laugh.
I mean, you should have started off with, do you have a 2-beat? And then, do you have a
2-beat?
And then, do you have a 9-beat? And then, do you have a queen beat?
Do you have a queen beat? Wow. Yeah. Do you have a straight beat?
Yeah.
Steven said yes, he had a straight beat. His nose is going to grow shortly.
This is like the hand of the final table for me, you know?
So far.
No, I'm saying the hand that I have.
It's tough for Anthony to figure it out. Just can't imagine the guy would check top pair on the turn here with 3 clubs out there. Well, Vince, I think if he does call, it's strictly what we call a curiosity call. He just can't put this puzzle together, and sometimes you just pay off a bet because you want to see what the guy's got and how he played the hand the way he did. Of course, you're hoping he's bluffing.
This is a big moment here at Parx Casino.
And there it is. He does make the call.
Nice hand.
He's not going to like it. Steven going to take down that pot.
Oh boy, and Steven, you can buy your brother a shirt with that one. Beautifully done by the chip leader, Steven Reynolds. Getting some value in there at the end. Heads up action will continue here at Parx in just a moment. Stay with us here on the WPT.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Blue Shark Optics, the official poker eyewear of the WPT, and Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to season 11 of the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Over the past decade, the World Poker Tour has helped thousands of players live out their dreams by awarding more than $550 million in prize money. And now the WPT Foundation is using the power of poker to influence positive change by raising money and awareness for some excellent causes. At every stop this season, we will take a look at the organizations that make a difference for our partner casinos and their community. Earlier this week, the Royal Flush Girls joined Mike and Vince on a tour of the Ben Salem Emergency Medical Services, which provides a much needed and appreciated service for the community surrounding Parx Casino.
This thing is serious. When Parx got involved with us, their donation allowed us to have a third crew up during the day. It reduced the time to get an ambulance in Ben Salem from 17 minutes to 8 minutes.
Thanks for your public service. The true heroes of the world, you people really are.
We love the World Poker Tour.
Such an important service. To learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Now, it's nice to see the WPT Foundation supporting local charities and Parx doing well to support their community.
Yes, they have, and the big battle continues here at Parx, and the antes are going up to 25,000. The blinds 75 and 150. Action on Steven Reynolds. Steven with a king 7 of hearts. Won't raise, just calling.
As we've said before, his brother Garrett,
425.
the 5-time X Games gold medalist in the BMX.
I call.
He's looking to put the gold medal on this tournament on his mantle.
Well, Anthony with just a 10-7 figures if Steven couldn't raise, I'm going to represent like I have a quality hand. He does not, but he gets called.
Well, a lot of players would just be happy to see a flop. They had a 10-7, but not Anthony. He's trying to win it without seeing a flop.
Flop comes up king, queen, 3. That's kings for Steven Reynolds, nothing for Anthony Gregg.
The continuation bet comes, but Steven will be going nowhere after flopping top pair. I can promise you that. Just a matter if he calls or raises.
Call.
He's just calling.
It's uncomfortable if you are Anthony Gregg.
Well, Anthony knows he's got some kind of pair. Now an ace comes off. Now will Anthony try to represent the ace? And it looks like he is. He's going to fire another shell here. And I think it's going to be very tough for Steven to call here.
Well, look at this. Anthony with just a bologna sandwich. Betting $1,075,000.
Over $1 million bet.
And you are right. Even though you have kings, bad kicker.
Yep.
Very easy to release this.
Call.
He's going to call it, Mike.
Wow, that's a tough call, folks. And now another king comes off.
Well, that's going to make Steven feel a lot better.
Well, Anthony's got to recognize the guy called me on the turn. He's going to call me on the river, unless he's got specifically 2 little spades.
Anthony is going to check. I believe he sees the writing on the wall. And now Steven wants to punish him just a little bit more.
1.8 million.
Oh, yeah, that's all. 1.8. And as you can see, Anthony is not quickly folded. He's acting as if, you know, he had a hand and he's got a decision to make.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we know better.
Just posturing here.
Oh, yes.
Vince, call your Hollywood director buddies. This guy's going for a role here.
Yes, he's very good at it, too. Nice, natural actor. And now you do the right thing. Go away.
So there you go. Another nicely played hand because he played it tricky, Vince.
Weird hands.
Thank you, man.
Huh?
I said thank you.
No, I said weird hand.
Oh,
but
I
nice,
thought you said good hand.
Nice hand also.
All right.
Maybe.
Vince, what an experience that our two ClubWPT.com qualifiers had here at Parks.
Yeah.
We had Freddie Peralta from San Diego and Eric Steinbergen from Crestwood, Kentucky. They qualified online to win a seat in this Parks Open Poker Classic. Actually had a shot to take home over $416,000.
Mike, it is the greatest bargain in poker, bar none. And these guys got to hang around the Royal Flush Girls, and you and me, and we did have a good time with them. I'm a big fan. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the table here in Philly.
Back on Anthony. What a display of poker this young man has played tonight. Very strong, and this time with a pair of nines.
All in.
Cool.
I have an ace.
A nice limp in on the button there by Anthony Gregg. I don't blame Steven for moving all in with an ace high in that situation. As the cards lie, Anthony a 2-to-1 favorite to double up and stay alive.
Raise it goes. Chuck. It's Chuck.
But if Steven gets lucky, he'll be our champion.
Bounce him off the wheel, baby. Wheel ball. Asking for the wheel.
Oh, yeah. Going a little nutty on us.
The first time in my life I've asked for the wheel on a flop.
Well, he's asking for the wheel.
It's a good time to ask
He only
for it.
needs one spoke, Vince. Just an ace will do.
He is superstitious, maybe.
It's sick that you have a diamond, like.
Steven Reynolds
I
from
know, like-
Toms River, New Jersey.
I go from like flipping to like 3% with the blocker. I'm not sure of that math, but that sounds right. I already know the wheel. It's 2, 3, 4. I've got the straight already. Straight. I've won. Straight.
Strong, positive thinking by the young 27-year-old.
Straight.
Anthony Gregg must win this pot to stay alive.
Straight.
Steven just hoping to get lucky and end it right here, right now.
Nines versus ace-5. We are flopping.
Here comes 10-8 deuce. Good flop for Anthony. 2 nines well out in front. All spades on the flop. Neither player has a spade.
Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Ace of spades.
He is
Dead
begging.
to man. Dead to man.
Here we go. Turn card. Will he catch his ace? No, it's a deuce of clubs.
Well, he's going to have to catch an ace on the river to win this pot and take this title right here. Nothing else to do for him. Anthony all smiles. He knows he's way out in front with a great shot to double up and pretty much even up this match.
River card, our queen of hearts. Not going to work out for Steven Reynolds. Anthony Gregg going to take this home with a pair of nines. That is a nice double up for Anthony out of Columbia, Maryland.
Well, there you can see Steven with a slight chip lead after that pot.
Practically dead even as the heads-up battle continues.
Well, all the jumping around and laughing will now cease for Steven Reynolds. He's going to have to go back into game mode.
Anthony this time with a queen 4 of clubs. Is just going to call Steven.
Check.
Content to see a flop with 7-5, and here we go. Flop comes up 10-9-8.
Vince, as you watch this heads-up battle continue here, you can see Anthony Gregg trying to keep the pot small, thinks he can outplay this guy after the flop, and I believe he can.
550.
Steve check raising, making it 550 to go with an open-ended straight draw.
He is raising this pot. And Vince with a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw. You might just want to ship it with this hand, but Anthony taking the conservative route, just making the call.
And let's see what happens on 4th Street.
Well, a queen comes off. Neither player really crazy about that card, even though it pairs Anthony.
1 million.
But when your opponent bets, like Steven's doing now, one pair doesn't look too good with a 4-card straight on the board.
Betting $1 million.
Well, Anthony's calling and hopes to hit a club. Probably afraid his queens might not be good. But another queen comes off.
Check.
Well, here's Steven just waving the flag. Once the guy called him on the turn.
7 high. 7 high.
The 3 queens are going to win this pot for Anthony.
So Anthony has turned this around completely.
You just wonder, had Steven had the moxie to bet again on the river.
Yeah, he wins it.
It's very tough to call with 3 queens there with the 4-card straight out there.
And we got a new chip leader in town. That is Anthony Gregg. Can he take home this title? We will see. We're coming back.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, we are down here right now as the heads-up battle continues at the WPT Champions Cup.
And Vince, Steven told us before the final table started, it was more important for him to win the title than to win the money. I'm sure Anthony feels the same way. Getting your name engraved on this cup is the dream of every poker player. One of these 2 guys is going to do it tonight.
Let's go back to the booth.
Having the World Poker Tour here at Parks Casino has been amazing for us. We are the first Pennsylvania casino to partner with WPT and the very first to have the televised main event.
We had 500 entries with a prize pool of over $1.6 million. The buzz in our room has been amazing. We had players from all over: Alan Barry, Matt Glantz, Paul Vogt, Alan Kessler, Kathy Liebert, and Steve Brecker. I think a player, in order to win this, needs a lot of patience. It takes mental stamina, physical stamina. You're playing 12 to 14 to 16 hours a day. I consider poker psychological warfare.
Easy game. Easy game.
Well, Dwight's just bluffing about that. It's an easy game. So many good players out there these days, including these 2, fighting it out for this title.
Look at this. Anthony Gregg has turned things around. He's got $11 million now. Steven Reynolds with about 3.8.
Well, Anthony was down to $3 million just a few moments ago, as you mentioned, Vince.
Check.
Now Steven's down to that number. Let's see if he can turn it around like Anthony did.
Well, the flop comes up Queen 6-3. Anthony with a pair of 3s. They check.
Well, he's going strictly small ball, not betting a pair after his opponent checks.
4 clubs on the turn. That gives 2 pair now to Anthony.
And he won't be checking anymore. His opponent's got a gut shot straight draw. He's going to make him pay for it.
300,000. That's going to be all for Steven Reynolds. He's getting washed away here.
Anthony extends his chip lead, 1 step closer to taking down this WPT title.
Yep, and Steven Reynolds just not as jolly as he was just a few minutes back when he was a couple cards away from a title.
Well, here, Anthony gets a walk, as we say. First time we've seen that in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, punished. Yeah, and punished by that.
Anthony's starting to roll over Steven Reynolds. Can the young 25-year-old from Columbia, Maryland, do this right now?
14 bigs.
All right, he's got 11.4 million.
Whatever you like.
Against 3.4. Blinds are 125, 250. Here we go. With the button, Anthony looks down at a King 9.
Well, it's strictly small ball here as he just calls again on the button.
I'm all in.
Steven with ace-4 goes all in.
Call.
And he's going to get the call.
Wow, what a gambling play by Anthony there. In my mind, he leapt in on the button and then called over a $3 million bet with King 9 offsuit. I got to say, I'm a little stunned by this play, Vince. I'm certain that Anthony's logic was even if he loses this pot, he'll still be pretty close in chip count. He'll just play from there, but if he gets lucky here, it'll be over, and he'll be our champion.
Now it is up to the poker gods who can get lucky on this hand, and a king just like that on the flop. Great for Anthony. He's out in front with kings.
Well, Steven started as a 3-2 favorite before the flop, and now, as you can see, he's nearly a 9-1 underdog.
Ace bomb.
9.
Turn card. Steven begging for an ace, but it's a queen.
Well, we are down to the river. Steven with just a 7% chance to win this pot and stay alive in this tournament. All smiles for Anthony, but all he wants to do is dodge an ace on the river, Vince.
Steven wants to hit the 3-outer. Can he do it to stay alive?
And it's a 10. So there you go.
He did, man. Played really well.
Good luck in the 25K.
Lady Luck smiling down on Anthony Gregg there to eliminate Steven from the tournament.
Heartbreak for Steven Reynolds. He is out. He's our runner-up, and he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Steven, $244,000 in your first World Poker Tour event. Are you happy or are you upset? You had the big chip lead there for a while.
That's definitely digging already, and I know it'll burn its way in for the next 9 months to a year.
Well, I think you've proven something to yourself. I think you've proven something to the public out there. You played great against a great player, Anthony. I think you're going to be back again on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me.
All right, guys. We'll see you again. Mike, over to you.
Anthony, congratulations to you. You came to this final table on second chip position, and what a tough fight it was. You got to be feeling great right now to be a WPT champion.
Yeah, feels really awesome. I mean, I've been wanting to win a lot tournament for a really long time, so it's nice to finally get the monkey off my back, you know.
Well, in addition to the $416,000 you're taking home, you get a seat in the WPT World Championship. But just as important to you probably is getting your name etched on the WPT Champions Cup with all the great legends of the World Poker Tour. I know you're excited about it. I know a friend of yours has been tweeting you good luck all week long. That would be none other than the most famous Olympic champion of all time, Michael Phelps. I expect the next tweet you'll hear from him is congratulations.
Thanks a lot. I mean, appreciate it.
One more time, our champion, Anthony Gregg. Kimberly, back to you. Go.
Congratulations to Anthony Gregg, the season 11 WPT Parks Open Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to Los Angeles and the Bicycle Casino for the always exciting Legends of Poker tournament. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for.
WPT World Online Championships on Party Poker reached its exciting peak with the 10 million guaranteed WPT main event, featuring a $10,000 buy-in, and the world's best players battling for their chance to put their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. 1,002 bust outs later, we reached our exciting final table live on stream. The early star of the show was Brazil's Victor Simeonato. He navigated his way from a $22 satellite into a 1 and 9, into 1,050, eventually winning his 10K main event seat. And straight off the bat on the final, he has an amazing start, eliminating the first 2 players to earn not just himself, but everyone else at the table a couple of all-important pay jumps. The first bad beat of the final, well, it was Dmitry Urbanovic. He was dealt ace-king up against Tuan Mulder's ace-queen. Mulder's spiking a queen, sending Urbanovic out in 6th place. Still good for $277,000, but that one will hurt a while. Victor's lightning-fast start was matched only by his lightning-fast finish. He ran a monster bluff on Blazerev, and it didn't work out, finishing in 5th place, picking up 391k. Victor's, he may feel a bit aggrieved, but Ike Haxton approves of the bluff, and that's good enough for me. This final table was not short on world-class poker, as you would expect from a $10,000 buy-in event. Here we have Zverev putting Mulder in the blender with his missed flush draw against Mulder's own superior missed draw. What a delight to see the best poker in the world on this stage with so much money on the line. Once the tournament got down to the final 4, play grinded to a halt. It took a long time for something to happen, but eventually it was Blazerev shoving his 2 6s into Phil Royale's pocket kings. The kings hold, and Slovenian in on a WPT Live passport, parts in 4th place. Down to the final 3, and it was Phil who continued to run hot, putting a savage beat, finding a 2-outer on the river to send start of the day chip leader Damian Salas out in 3rd place, ensuring both he and Mulder would walk away with 7-figure paydays. We wrapped up this final table with a finish for the ages. Top set for Mulder, gut shot draw for Phil. There you have it, binks it on the turn. When it's your day, it's just your day. A brick on the river means that Phil Miguel gets to put his name on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. That wraps up the WPT World Online Championships main event. But do stay tuned for the Heads Up Championship coming to you live tonight. 16 of the world's best battling one-on-one to a winner on the Party Poker Twitch channel. I will see you back here then. All right, and there you have it. That was the main event last night. Tonight we have the Heads Up. And this is how the round of 16 looks. We have some pretty exciting matchups. Sylvain Loosely, João Vieira, perhaps. Evo Tide. Puli Iris. Dan Carter, and I quite well. He's just like quite well. Winner later tonight, and I am joined once again my little man in a box there, Henry Kilbane. How are we doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. I was just looking at the final 16, and there's a couple of matches that I don't know. You just got end boss against end boss, almost impossible to kind of even, put money on who you think would win. Even this one, João Vieira against Loosely, is a pretty sick lineup. But what would you expect, James? It's a WPT Heads Up Championship. I'm not surprised to see such a tough lineup here tonight.
Yeah, exactly that. I think 166 entries in the end for this one, Henry. And you're going to attract some pretty stiff competition when you run an event like that. We do start this match, though, as we do all matches, Henry, with 100 big blinds. These guys start with 100k apiece, start 500, 1,000, 10-minute levels. See heads up, and the level's always going to be a bit shorter. It's just so much incentive to play already. And, well, straight away, Henry, Sylvan flops top pair in this one, Zhao, with bottom pair. Does bet with backdoor clubs.
Yeah, I think at this stack depth, we're going to see like close to 100% of range being opened on the button. Obviously, take that with a pinch of salt. But once we do get deeper into the matches, a bit shallow, we'll start having like a limping range and whatnot. I think for the time being, we're not going to have many limps whilst we're still at 100 big blinds effective. I'd say maybe around, what do you think? Around like the 40, 45 big blind mark, start seeing players implementing some limps from the button.
Yeah, I mean, it always amazes me that people have these thresholds, and I suppose it does make sense, and especially when players are of this caliber. But I don't know. I'm just I like raising Henry.
Here we go, chat.
Already,
he's selling this image.
Straight off the bat, I just want to be. I don't know. I'm old school. Just keep mashing the button.
Keep mashing the raise button. Anyway, congratulations on last night. Not only did obviously we have an insane event with a couple of 7-figure paydays, but we had some legendary guests in the booth joining both yourself and Matt Savage. How was it? What time did you? I didn't manage to catch the heads up, but what time did you guys wrap things up?
I think it was like final took about 7 or 8 hours in the end. I think obviously with the fantastic structures, 45-minute levels, it was always going to be a long one. We had a very protracted 4-handed battle. I think that was it. No one really took advantage. No one really got in the lead, as it were.
Oh, so it was a bit of a grind for like 7 hours, and then sorry, not 7 hours, a few hours.
Oh yeah, there was like about an hour and a half, maybe. Yeah, it was even longer than an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. It was 4-handed, and not a lot happened. You know how it goes, Henry. Sometimes the hands don't coordinate. The action just didn't. There was no one really stuck the neck out in the line and was willing to kind of go for it in a sense. Maybe Chuan Mulder was a little bit, but every time he did, he got battered back by the deck. And but it ended up with some like insane hands that obviously you just saw. You just saw a couple of there towards the end. And
yeah, I mean, what a time to find a 2-outer, right? I mean, come on, man.
Ping a 2-outer on the river, and then obviously that last hand 3-betting 10-7 off out the big blind against the aces, flopping ace high and getting there against the set of aces.
Yeah, I mean, I think you summed it up perfectly with that little summary there. When it's your day, it's your day. And I feel like we've all been there, 3-betting some nonsense hands and just finding the deck, running well. It happens. It does happen. Got a lot of recognizable names in the chat, Japes. Live for Poker, Giuliano, Bad Match, Supernovae, Bradley, all saying evening.
I'm sitting here going, what am I missing? What am I missing on these tabs? I'm missing Twitch chat. I apologize, chat. I apologize. How dare I not have it ready? See, if I don't have things ready, I mess up, Henry. I'm a simple beast.
It's all right, mate. Yeah, I've got your back. I've got you.
There we go. This is Batman's got Robin. I've got Henry. This is it.
Wow, you just have to add the needle, right?
I'm in a mean mood. I'm already picking on you.
It's all right, mate. It's all right. I'm in a nice mood tonight. We've had our banter, but the WPT's sadly, coming to an end for this series. I thought, well, I would like to be invited back by James at some point in the future, so maybe I'll just be nice for the last few streams that we've got together.
There we go.
Yeah, we've also got Go on.
I'll say we've got tonight. We've got the Turbo on Sunday, and then we've got the 2 high rollers next week, which are going to be pretty exciting with the 25 and the 100. But yeah, this is the one I'm kind of, Henry, pretty most kind of. I just don't play much heads up anymore, man. I don't know what the kids are doing, as it were. This is the one I think I'll be most intrigued to see you know, how certain spots are played in these heads-up batches. And as you say, specifically when we get a little shallower, like I think the 100 deep, it's like you say, you're going to see a lot of raising from the bottom, basically range, and then you're going to see probably a higher c-bet frequency, right? Because we're just playing deep. I mean, here's a good example: Sylvan flopping a pair in diamonds.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some spicy overbets. And I'm looking forward to that because, like yourself, you know, I'm not too familiar with what the kids are doing nowadays in this exact format of poker. And looking at that final 16, I mean, we've got a pretty impressive resume of players on tonight's screens for us battling it out for a WPT title. So interesting lead from Zhao on the turn. Loosely just playing as cool as flop middle pair and 6-high diamonds, as well as a turn gut shot. Rivers 2 pair. 10 bigs in the middle. What do you think, James, after you get checked to? Nice little, like 40% ball on the river? Oh, it goes half.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, seems like the play, Henry. Just gonna have the best of it. Gonna have plenty of hands we do want to bluff with, although it's the age-old bet check bet line. But
yeah, Zhao with an interesting one: ace of spades and 7 of diamonds. He actually donk led turn. Sylvian just called, and then check bet river. Not surprised to see him flick in the call. And yeah, Sylvian, the biggest pot this heads up so far. I mean, you look at these heads up pots, right, and you see, you know, 5, 6, 7 big blind pots going, you know, left and right, but they add up, man. You know, you don't necessarily need to get all the chips in. You just keep grinding away, chopping away at the legs.
Well, yeah, I mean, like a 6 big blind pot is what 3% of chips in play on the first level. So I mean, they're significant straight away. As soon as the blinds start going up as well, then you're really dealing with it.
First 3-bet pot today.
Henry, the good thing this evening as well is obviously we're the round of 16. So there's 8 games going off. We are gonna kind of move around game to game. We got we got some guys in the background scouting out the good action for us. So if you are interested in watching a particular player, hopefully we will get to them. We're going to move around a little bit. We've sort of hand selected 4 matches for this round, but from the quarters onwards, obviously we'll have sort of every table watched, as it were, and then we'll be able to bring you hopefully all the best hands from all the matches going on.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's the best way to cover this, because the last thing you want is obviously, you know, heads up NL can be a somewhat tedious format of poker, and having the guys in the background just, you know, keep an eye on all the tables, all the big hands, making sure we don't miss out on any of the action. Seeing this one check down to the river, Sylvia checking flop, and Zhao Vieira just with a ton of showdown on the turn, doesn't want to, you know, have his equity denied, playing his check on the turn as well, and unfortunately for him, Sylvian backdooring into the nuts. I assume Vieira going to get out of there.
Yeah, and Henry, the good thing is, you know, you and I, we're a bit clueless about this, but we do have someone lined up, and I think they are waiting in the wings. They'll be with us any moment, hopefully. We do have Kristen Bicknell, who's going to be jumping in here. Here we go, as if by magic. There she is.
Hey guys.
How we doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
We're good. We're good.
Good. I was just listening to you speak about it a little bit about how you're saying you're not so necessarily familiar with the heads up or excited to see how it's going to play, and I am too. It's actually one of my favorite forms of poker, and when I was first learning the game, I was actually playing heads up sit and goes. So I don't know. I think heads up is just such a pure, fun format.
Right, yeah, for sure. It is the purest format, isn't it? There's nothing else. There's nothing else to worry about. We get rid of all that like ICM nonsense, all the other dynamics of this person's got the button and then the fish is in the big blind when I've got the cup. So I got no, just 1-on-1. Let's
Exactly.
go.
Yes, exactly. Yep, and it's an interesting thing because I think people who came from heads up, it's the players who are a lot more comfortable being aggressive, like making really thin calls and like hero calls. So I just find, you have to play so much looser heads up than you do in any other format. So it's always, I think, fun.
We switched to this table. I mean, look at this pot going off between Druso and Nico. I mean, Druso's bet. What? Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I was about to say that in heads up you have to delve into a lot of intricate parts of the game tree, but it's really easy when you're in Nico Coop's shoes. You get check raise on the flop, and then you turn the nuts, and your opponent turns 2-pair, then overbets river. You're just loving life. Who said heads up is hard, right?
Yeah. And I wonder if to an overbet, maybe since he did overbet the river and then get shoved on, maybe he could fold the ace-9.
Yeah, it kind of sucks having a heart blocker in our hand. He does get away from it.
Yeah, he does. Good fold. Nice.
Really
That's
good
one
fold.
advantage, I think, to actually overbetting in those spots, because if he would have made just say an 80% pot bet or something, then all of a sudden the other player has so many more bluffs in his range, where a lot of people are just either going to hero call or fold to an overbet on the river, not necessarily bluff against it, since he's so polarized. So he actually chose a really good river sizing, I think, and it worked out.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
right.
indeed.
Here's another one of our tables. We got Artem against Matthew Johnson. Artem
We were
against
saying,
clubs.
Krista, before you joined that, and I actually put a post out on Instagram that James and I don't have to actually try and break down any of the hands today, because we've got one of the end bosses joining us in the commentary room. So it's just so nice to just like sit back and be like, okay, over to Kristen Bicknell. She's gonna break down this hand for us.
I appreciate that. I'll try my best.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Kristen, obviously, you as you said, you came originally from a heads-up background, but also as someone who plays a lot of your poker in small field, high-stakes events, right? Heads-up's still a really key aspect of your game, right? Because, say, for a lot of people watching, maybe they play tournaments with 2,000 runners in often. You don't really often get to play heads-up, so perhaps you are inexperienced. But playing small fields, you must kind of feel you've got to keep all these parts of your game fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially if you're playing tournaments, this is something about recently, all of the money is at the end. It's all about, let's just say closing the final table. But of course, like, you get in spots where you're playing heads up sometimes in tournaments. I mean, even if you're playing smaller tournaments where it's just so many buy-ins, and you can't really afford not to have a good heads up game, I think, especially if you're going to play big main events. So it's something that I've tried to focus on and be aware of, that, if I'm going to play a 10K main event, I want to be able to make sure my heads up game is solid, that I can close that main event, because that's where all the money is. And sometimes you see, well, I'd say a lot of the times you see pretty, what heads up players would say is inexperienced play heads up in tournament play. So it's really a way to have an edge over the field if you ever find yourself in that spot, I think.
Yeah,
it's a great way to learn poker too. Yeah, it's such a great way to learn poker.
Right, do you feel like it gives you such good hand reading ability and I guess board dynamics, as it were? Like you end up playing every hand, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you just understand, I guess, hand strength and ranges, runouts, understanding, player tendencies on certain boards, and usually, it's just a way to gain so much experience, because you are in every hand versus, if you're only V-pipping 20% or something. Yeah, because that's one thing I think when I have indulged in trying to improve my heads up game, one thing I've noticed, or that I've been kind of told or taught, is that V-pipping is very important. You don't want to be folding, even 90% of hands on the button. You want to be playing like every single hand. So, it's yeah, it's fun.
Love to V-pip. Would you say that a lot of people? Wow, nice little pick off there from Arthur.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was going to say, Kristen, would you say that like a lot of people that come from MTT backgrounds and put in a ton of volume, having played thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of hands, button versus big blind, and also defending big blind versus button and cutoff, could then come into the heads up format and transition pretty easily? Or do you think a lot of people struggle at first with range adjustments and, like you said, V-pipping button, close to range and whatnot?
Yeah, I think it probably depends on the I guess what their style might be. You definitely have people who play the blinds and their button a little bit more aggressively than others, and so it certainly is a good opportunity to get familiar with the head, small blind versus big blind, and that's one thing that a lot of players focus on too now is improving their small blind play. And so that's definitely going to translate a little bit, as well as like button big blind. It definitely translates, that's for sure. Yeah.
Oh, I'm learning as well as you guys in the chat. I was always under the impression, and I mean, I've got like no NL heads up experience. I was always under the impression that it's more the ranges are more similar, to button versus big blind than small blind versus big blind.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would agree. I would just say that typically, let's just say if you're V-pipping, I don't know, like 60% on the button, or that even might be too high, depending on, stage of the tournament or whatever it might be, whereas the small blind potentially could be a lot higher.
Yeah.
So even small blind button versus big blind, you're going to have the button's going to have a much tighter range. Let's just say that button is playing 60% of hands. Let's just say in a heads up format, typically it's something like, 95% or 90% of hands. Then all of a sudden the ranges are a little bit wider. But I see what you're saying for sure.
James, you normally play 95% of range from like a 9-handed table, right? You're always in the mix.
I usually 3-bet like 48% and open close to 100. Just give all the action I do. So if you ever see me raising, come on in.
I like that too. When I first started playing tournaments especially, I just always felt like there was so much pressure on people. So I used to play a very high V-pip from the button because I felt like, it's the button, it's a powerful position, and I used to play way too wide from the button and potentially still do.
I'm just messing. Henry always calls me out for making out that I'm a loose cannon and I'm actually a nit, but
That's a good image to have. It's a good thing to do. I've realized that in poker. It's very advantageous to make everyone you don't want to have a nit image. You really don't in poker. I think it's much better to be the other way.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kristen, after playing with James for like 2 hours, everyone realizes that he is actually in it. He just likes using the platform, the WPT and Party Poker platform, to sell this idea that he plays like 70% of hands.
Good strategy.
Always look. Yeah, it is.
Poker players always taking advantage of what they can.
The small edges.
Yes.
Gotta do what you can do.
Yes. So can I just ask, actually, I'm not sure if anyone else needs to be updated. Which round is this? It says round of 16. Is this
Yes. Yeah.
the match we're watching?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is in the round of 16. Yep. So we've got 4 tables we're gonna move around. Kristen, obviously look at these guys, and then they're gonna get down to obviously the final 8, and then we can cover every table from the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then of course the final. That's a pretty spicy river.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah, Matthew Johnson not having the best 5-6 hands or so.
Yeah. Oh wow. What? Oh no, okay. Sorry, I thought it said check. Let's raise. Oh wow. Yeah, and he's probably sitting here thinking, am I being owned? What's happening here?
Yeah, and this is and that's it, right, Christian? Right, heads up. It's so personal, isn't it? It's just
Yes. Such an ego game. And it feels that way. And it's like when you've got check raised, even, 2 times on the river out of 10 hands, you're just like, what is happening? Oh, he does
yeah.
make the call. Yeah.
If he does make the call, and Armetvolev has a monstrous lead here, and this one could be quick. Well, here it goes. Maybe over this hand, guys. Artem ripping it in for what 11 bigs and flops.
Oh, no.
Trips. Wow.
Needs the queen.
Okay. A few more outs.
4 more outs.
Queen. He's unlucky for Matthew. I can't blame him for calling that river with the king 4 either.
Right, made a great fold before. He just got dealt into 2 really terrible spots, and that's heads up, right? It just happens so quickly.
Exactly. Yeah, he's going to be happy to see that the hand with the ace-9 fold.
Yeah, and so Artem books his spot into the quarterfinals as we head back here with Nico and Juso. And, well, Nico's been making light work of it as well. Juso down to 30K. So, Kristen, how's the series been going? I'm guessing you've been playing a fair amount of poker?
I have. I mean, I actually just arrived in British Columbia, which I was in Toronto. So I'm at the beginning of my vacation right now. So I actually didn't play this event, even though I would have loved to, but I had booked a vacation and just kind of decided to stick through with that. But yeah, it's been series after series right now. It's been online poker has been crazy. So I'm taking a couple weeks off now, but it's been going well.
I think I feel like that sentiment's going to be quite common in the poker community.
Yes.
A couple weeks off after what's been a manic few months.
Yes, it has. That's for sure.
This whole year, it's been like, I don't know, February? When,
Yeah.
James, when we were in Germany, and now it's almost, halfway through September. It's just been non-stop. Compared to, when we're like grinding the live circuit, maybe you have like 1 stop, 2 stops a month. I don't know. It's been a whirlwind of a year for online and poker players in general.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, it's hard when I love playing poker and I don't want to miss an event, but it's like realistically, how many hours and days straight can I play, That it gets,
James, I'm seeing a similarity here. All the guests that we've had in, everyone seems to be booking holidays, man, and we're just grinding out the commentary. Maybe we need to book a little trip away or something.
Hang on a second, Henry. I've done commentary with you over the last 3 months, and I swear every week you're in a different country. So don't start talking.
I was trying to sympathize with you, man. But look, if you don't want to go on holiday together, you don't have to shoot me down on the stream,
We'll talk about it later, Henry. Depends how you behave.
All right, fair enough. But Kristen, I remember speaking to Jason Kuhn about 2 months ago, and I was asking him, like, similar to yourself, you've just been grinding. I was like, oh, how are you getting on? He's just like, I've just been grinding, man. Like every day, he's like, I'm in the streets battling on every event possible, and people are just eating it up.
Yeah, definitely.
Nico could jam here.
Yeah, Nico has jammed.
Oh, we might see another. Not done.
All right, flops safe for Ripponen.
Oh boy,
that turn is not so safe. There's a few outs here, guys. That's not one of them, though.
There we go.
All right.
Brick City.
Brick City, indeed. But obviously, still a long way behind here. 3-1 dog, despite the double up. Trying to find out about some of these guys. You know, Chris, we tend to know people, but Heads Up, it's like its own little secret society. And
It really is. It's funny. Yeah, to be honest, no disrespect to them, but I don't recognize any of these players either.
Oh, Nico Koop's a very good friend of mine. He'll be so offended.
Really? I'm sorry. What does he play? I don't know. Maybe
He plays.
I would know him.
If you saw him, I assume you guys have definitely battled in various
Okay.
10Ks, 25Ks, grinds all the millions events and whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Does he have a secret screen name that is secret, or can you reveal his like known screen name?
I'll text him
Or
now.
we'll go back.
I
to
don't.
that. Okay. Yeah.
I'll
Don't
ask
reveal
him.
that if he doesn't want it to, because yeah, maybe I'm not putting something together. That's the funny thing about online poker too. It's like I would know Lena 900 Nicholas. That I don't know how you say his last name. I would know him as
Yeah.
Lena, but I would have never known his real name if it wasn't for the real names recently. So
Yeah.
sometimes we know
This
each
is-
other by our screen names.
That's really true. We had some people in the main event on day 3 where obviously we got the real name events, and see like some names I've never heard of him, and then someone would pop into the chat and they'd be like, "Oh, that's like Fresh OD or Giraffe Ganger," or I'm like, "Oh,
Yeah.
okay, right, yeah, I know his screen name, I just don't know his real name."
Yeah, that happened with me like even recently. I'm like, who is Benjamin Roll? I'm like, who is this guy? And I'm like, I'm not sure if he's I'm like, I'm pretty sure this guy's a reg, but I'm not sure. And then someone's like, that's Ben CB. Oh,
Wow.
living under a rock. Yeah. But yeah, it was funny at first. The funny thing, the crazy thing about Heads Up, I always find is, you can be in Nico's spot here and you're like, okay, it's looking good for me. This match is looking good, but it just takes, your opponent to double up once or twice. Then all of a sudden it's the complete other way. I've seen Heads Up. It just can go one way or another so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I remember way back in the day when Henry was probably I don't know what Henry did. You might have even been born then. But playing, I used to grind the Heads Up sit and goes loads, but like back when everyone was beyond awful. And I remember it was a psychological thing more than anything. Like amount of times
Yeah.
you like take a lead and then get back to even, and you'd be an underdog because the momentum's just gone against you. It's weird.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you're like, oh,
Oh,
I got
God.
them down to 3 big blinds. Then they come back.
James, you believe in momentum in poker, yeah?
Well, again, this is back in the day when we didn't know stuff. Everyone was just figuring it out as we went along, and so everyone was a lot more emotional at the table. Henry, we were human.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean,
I can
yeah.
see that, yeah.
I think
Everyone
especially
seems-
in Heads Up. Yeah, Heads Up, I think that's even more relevant because it's just how someone's playing when they're really confident versus, if they're like a little bit on tilt or a little bit frustrated, it becomes, I don't know, I remember playing some people Heads Up for like hours when I first started playing poker, and it just felt like it was like this war that we were at, right? And it's like this story that happens, like all of a sudden, someone's stuck a lot and then they get back to even, and then you can feel the other person feeling a little bit uneasy, and oh, here we go, we have another all in.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Indeed.
Looks like this might be over for Juso, or however you say that.
Yeah, look, it definitely looks like it's going to be over. We're not going to see a 3 on the river tonight. It was the key card last night, but Nico holds up with the boots.
With the boots.
With the boots through to the
Is that what we call pocket aces? Boots?
No, Kristen, nobody does.
What is boot?
It's just
Okay.
No, it's just James. All right.
I've never heard this. I've never heard that expression. I might have to steal it.
There we go. Let's get it going around the world.
No.
No, Henry, you don't want that.
Just see it like next time Kristen, you win like I don't know, like a big event or something. You're like, yeah, well, I had the boots and I just put them in. Please don't do that.
Yes.
Like, it's not a thing.
Oh, here's a good match to watch. We know these guys.
We do indeed.
Yeah, where we
Yes.
start things off.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, two big names that aren't necessarily from the heads-up world, but they are from just the crushing and winning money world.
Yeah. And I have a feeling.
I was going to say, I'd say Zhao's got quite a lot of heads-up experience as well as Sylvian, to be honest.
I was going to say the same thing about. I don't know if it's Yao or Jia. I don't know exactly how to say that name. It's always bothered me. But I feel like from what
I went on a course basically to learn how to say that name, and I still can't say it. We can say Zhao, but you've actually got to it's unbelievably hard to pronounce that name. And I say I went on a course, literally. I had someone sit me down and try and teach me how to say that name, and it's just there are some weird noises you've got to make halfway through the 4 letters. It's impossible.
That's
Zhao.
hilarious. So let me hear your best shot at it.
No, I can't do it to myself. But it's like Jean. I can't even.
Yeah, it's weird.
Tough name.
Good. I'm glad
I'm gonna make it.
Finds that.
I'm gonna make it easy for everyone. I'm just gonna call him Mr. Vieira. I'm sure he won't mind.
Vieira, we can say that. This is true. He won't.
The guy on the left. How about that?
But yes, from what I know about him, he definitely. I don't think he would be playing this if he didn't feel confident in his heads-up game, and I'm sure that he's put in some work. He's a hard worker.
Wow. What a life, Mr. Vieira.
Wow. Well.
And just in case we were up against Ace High, King High Hearts, we got the 2 extra outs.
Yeah, exactly.
What a life.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing any more money be put in.
So what does a poker holiday / vacation mean for you, Chris? Are you still gonna have a couple of hours a day where you're still studying with you're in a circle, or does a vacation mean no poker, no hands, just really detaching yourself from the game for a bit?
I feel like there's probably going to be a session or two, even though I don't want there to be. But there's definitely some tournaments I don't want to miss coming up.
I disapprove.
I know, right? I know. I kind of do too. So maybe Sunday, we'll see. But it's supposed to be a 2-week vacation. But yeah, I used to have a really hard time not kind of thinking or talking about poker or playing poker for that long. But I think I'm starting to realize the benefits of it. So I'm not going to forget how to play poker in 2 weeks. So hopefully just, a lot of sleeping in and gym and maybe some hiking, good meals.
Nice.
But I'm looking, a lot of sleep.
And having a somewhat, well, I guess if you're grinding from Canada, you probably have one of the best sleep schedules out of most MTT players in the world. Because it is just such a great grind. Well, that Mexico, Costa Rica, all the spots. But yeah, I could completely relate. Anytime I try and take a break from poker, after the first week, I'm like, you haven't made any money in a week. Your parents would be disappointed. Maybe you should, just chuck a session in there. I don't know. I just can't fully detach from the game for longer than a week at a time.
Yeah.
So
but I think
it's
that
frustrating.
it's by doing that, you're not doing yourself a service, because I've definitely had vacations where I end up playing on a Sunday or something and then realize that all the de-stressing that I had done is just immediately erased.
Yeah, exactly.
Just one session. Yeah, that's no fun.
I need to learn how to detach myself from the game more when I do go for a break.
Yeah, it's tough. Poker is such a great game. It's fun, and it's not only what could be kind of like a profession, but it's a hobby, right? So
Mm.
I certainly.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing when you have such a passion in something, but you're like, okay, I know that it might be good to take my mind off of this, but I don't really want to because it's fun.
Oh, pretty side run out for Jesse.
Yeah.
Steve spiking the non-diamond 9 on the river. Yeah, not surprised to see him just call there. 2-1 chip lead.
There we go.
So what we're
Magic
looking
number.
at, we're looking at a 10k pay jump between this round 7.5k and making it through to the quarterfinals 17.5k.
Yeah, I guess the good thing, a heads up, you're not really worried about the pay jump. There's nothing. I mean, yeah, you're right, that's what they are, but it's like, man, there's freedom. We just play.
Excuse me,
Yep.
we're not worried about the pay jumps.
Well, I mean, there's nothing. We're not. We haven't got a tank anymore because someone might bust out another table. All these things I don't like in tournaments. You kind of just
That's true.
don't think about it. But
You
yeah,
just have to play. You have to win.
Right. Pay jumps are
It's
chunky.
like a shootout. Yeah.
The heads up match, in fact, will be for 60k. Just a pure 60k match.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I don't know how familiar you are with poker history, but Yao, I know. I don't know. That's how I'm going to say it. Yao Vieira. Did he do very well in a World Series shootout once, or am I mistaken? I seem to remember him maybe final tabling that. But I feel like the shootout format, right? It's a little bit. I mean, that's even more intense than heads up to me, because not only do you just have to beat one person, you have to actually beat everybody. But I think that some players seem to do very well at shootouts. Oh wow, look at this cooler.
Yeah, he won the 5k 6 max at the World Series, but.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that actually. He put on quite the performance.
Well, he won the 10k high roller, the Party Poker Millions at Nottingham back in January.
I remember that.
wow.
I think he might have busted me actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
3-bet here, guys, on the turn. You don't see. I mean, I say you don't see. Don't see a lot of 3-bets on turns these days, especially on dry boards.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Now, I'm actually surprised a little bit that he chose to do that with this combination too.
Hi, my name's Steve O'Dwyer, and I don't lose pots.
Wow, yeah. I wonder what he would have done on like a 4 river. Like, I wonder if he's just still going for it, expecting that he could still get called by an ace or something.
See, Jesse's one of these guys again. I think just like under the radar secret heads up player that we don't know about because I've not come across Jesse before, and not a lot going on their record, but
yep.
Chop it up, boys. Yeah, Jesse's part of the Finnish armada. You know, you just don't mess with these kids, especially I don't know. Yeah, PLO, man. You know, whenever I don't know, like open sitting a table and then someone with a Finnish name or a Norwegian name sits down, like, oh boy, I'm in trouble. Like,
it is one of the more intimidating flags. It's true.
It really is. It really is. It's I don't know about Hold'em, but in PLO, Norwegian, Finnish. No, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll try. I'll find another seat. Thank you very much.
I agree. I definitely have the same experience.
Man Illusion in the chat said Zhao won the bracelet against Joe Carter, if I remember right. That does ring a bell, actually. That does ring a bell.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. 758k picked up that day. Can't win quite that much today, but
wow. Still
win a not too shabby. What are we looking at? 135. So the winner gets today. So Chrissy, this holiday, I just realised this vacation. You're talking about how you're gonna have to play some stuff. I just realised you got the 25k next week, right?
That's true. Yes. And what else? I'm not going to pull up Party Poker right now, but I know there's some other events. I just can't remember exactly what it is. But yeah, I think I'll play the 25K.
I'm gonna allow it now. I was disappointed in you, but I'm gonna allow it.
Okay. All right.
Because it's the
That
5
would be
mil.
one of the events, yeah, that I'd make the exception for. Yes, I have to play it. Yes. Huge
Yeah,
guarantee.
I'm gonna let that one slide. I'm okay with it.
Perfect. Yeah. Good. Thanks. So will that one be streamed from the beginning or
Final table.
okay, just final table.
Yeah.
Gonna be a big one.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you, Chris. And so obviously we've been having cards up coverage of every event, every WPT event. In these this format with the cards up, as someone that's playing in these games where whole cards aren't usually revealed on online events, how do you feel about it with you? Like in a 25K high roller, would you want to have the info of the other players, or would you rather protect yourself and not have people seeing your whole cards?
Pros and cons to each. I think that probably the sample size of showing your whole cards for, one of those games probably isn't. I feel like you would probably gain more info by being able to see all the other players than being concerned about giving up, at least for me personally, because I don't think I'm doing anything completely out of ordinary or completely shocking. And if I do, then sometimes it's just good to note that that's been shown and understand that that knowledge is like now in someone's head. And, often when we do something that might look a little bit like, I don't know, unconventional, you're aware of that and you're not always doing that either, right? So I think it's kind of a fun feature to have. But I can see it's certainly something that when you're playing in game, you have to completely forget about.
Yeah.
Because it can
for sure. I think
certainly mess you up. Yeah.
I guess it also depends on like how confident you are in, taking the information that you gain by seeing, a whole table's worth of whole cards compared to, the whole table seeing your cards, how you're going to actually dissect the info and spot leaks in someone's game compared to, the rest of the players maybe spotting something in yours as well.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So that definitely makes a big difference. But it is an interesting thing, and it makes me wonder how many people are, watching all the streams and taking notes. And, it's certainly an opportunity to do that. Only so many hours in a day, but
No, Chrissy, they can watch the stream all day, every day. Come on.
This is true. This is true.
There's no limit. Keep watching, guys. You learn everything.
I'm curious if you guys have a highlight of any games that you have done the stream for.
That's one of those good questions that when you put someone on a spot, they can't think of anything. It's like, what's your favorite film?
I know. Yeah, think about it for a second, but I am curious because I know it's been quite a
Chris,
a big series. Yeah.
I got to say, last night, there was our boy Victor who made the final table. And I don't know if you heard the story, but he entered a $22 satellite, won a 109 ticket, played the 109, won a 1,050 ticket, won that, got the 10K seat, got to the final table, found himself like chip leader with 5 left, 6 left, and just ran like a heroic bluff that unfortunately didn't work out and ended up busting it. 6th place, picked up 390K. So, I'm sure from the $22 we're okay with that. But yeah, but the fact that didn't go out with a whimper, like didn't just kind of desperate to fold, just it was a good spot. It was a good spot to bluff. Just ran 3 streets. And it just didn't work out. But yeah, that was
damn.
And that was cool.
That is cool. That is cool. I like that. That's fun to see when people get those spots and they're like, I'm still gonna give it my all. It doesn't matter if I'm in for $22 and playing for hundreds of thousands now. I'm gonna go for it. I love seeing players like that.
Yeah, we've had some pretty insane stories like that, right? There was someone that qualified into the main from like I want to say a 55 cent, sat as well. And yeah, opportunities just
Wow.
they don't come around that often, especially in like live poker. 10Ks. Yes, you have satellites. About €500 or 1K sit and goes with one seat up for grabs, but it's really tough for people to get into them. Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh wow.
Just gonna.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oops. Assuming this is gonna get looked up.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's an
Oh, it
overbet,
is.
but we've got the king of diamonds. We're going to call this.
I have to say, I missed the turn action. Does anyone?
I mean, I'm trying.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I can't actually remember what happened with the turn, but I'm trying to think of a situation. What the action would have to be for us to fold. Sylvan does fold.
Sick.
What?
Wow, nice bluff.
Wow.
Wow.
James, that reminds me of that Nicky B bluff on the final table of one of the WPT main events where he just gets second nuts to fold. It's a similar spot in the heads up match.
Wow.
I feel like I remember seeing that clip.
Yeah. Just casual Nick Petrangelo doing what Nick Petrangelo does.
Such an interesting spot.
Like, if Xiao watches this and sees that hand, he's going to be like, huh, got away with one there.
Yes, no kidding. And that might just be a product of there's so few players who actually do seem to overbet in that spot with bluffs. It's interesting, right? It's something I notice when I'm playing. It's a weird thing because you're like, how can I possibly fold this hand?
Right.
But then every time you call, you're like, they just have it. They literally just have it. And some people do. Like it feels that way. That some people aren't capable of the 9-10 off bluff there. But he certainly is a player who is. So
now makes a Broadway straight. Another little pot, but as we were saying, the little pots are pretty big in heads up.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to look at it through the lens of, layman's terms of minimum defense frequencies there, but I feel like if we're folding the second nuts in that spot, then I don't know. I don't play much Hold'em, Chris. I play PLO for a living, and I'm not too sure about the MDFs in heads up ML, but I don't know. It feels like we could be quite easily exploited in that spot if that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if they have some sort of history. It is a surprising fold to see him make. Sometimes it's just, especially in these spots, some people get a little gun shy when it's their tournament life on the line to make a call there, right? They just feel so stupid when they're wrong, but sometimes in those spots you just have to say, if you have it, you have it. This is a hand I can't fold.
That's more my kind of strategy, Kristen. You're on my level now. Just
yep.
you got it. You have it.
Yeah, you have to embrace that. I think sometimes in poker, there's good hero folds, but sometimes you just gotta go with it.
All right. Well, Sylvan wins this little one with the superior 9 kicker. So, Kristen, what's going on in this vacation then? You're away. You're not playing too much poker. What are we doing with our time?
Well, so far we decided to skip a flight. We've been very lazy. We're supposed to be in a different destination right now than we are in, but we're doing like a lot of spa. I'm going to the coast of it's near Tofino, BC. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. I've never been. Like a surf town kind of area that's right on the ocean, the far west side of Canada, north of Seattle, and just relaxing, honestly. Spa, food, that's kind of my kind of vacation. Hiking, some nature.
Nothing too stressful then.
Yeah, I realized with traveling so much with poker and everything that, I really enjoy flying. It's fun. If you can actually sit on a flight and just be like, okay, great, I can, someone can bring me drinks and I can watch a movie. Like, this is relaxing. Like, make the most out of that. But, certainly people make traveling, and people are packing their days full of activities and let's get up at 8 a.m. And that's not my kind of vacation. I want to sleep in and just go on my own time. And I don't like a schedule. Standard
I
poker
dig
player,
that.
I guess.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
dig that. It's like spontaneous plans. Make the plans day for day rather than having it, super structured. I can
Absolutely.
definitely
Yeah.
get behind that.
I feel like I was saying this yesterday, but I think the key is, I mean, for me, I really like food. So I think that one thing that's important is before you go to a city, research the good restaurants, where you want to go, and have that list. And then at least you have something to work from. Otherwise, you sit on your phone trying to like search for places to go in the moment, which kind of gets annoying. But
Mm.
yeah, just having like a little bit of something in mind of like possibilities of what to do, but then not necessarily like sticking to some sort of plan of, we're getting up at 8 a.m. to go see a museum. And then you wake up at 8 a.m. and feel like shit. And it's like, okay, no, I don't feel like walking around a museum today. That's not going to be fun.
Oh, that's
That's how I
brilliant.
like to plan. Yeah.
That's me most days. I like my mates that don't play poker. They have the
Yeah.
weekends off, and they expect me to be super hyped about like going out or doing something because it's their day off from work. And I'm like, no, it's
Yeah.
Sunday. We grind today. Like, Henry, come on. I'm like, no, like leave me alone.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. Sunday is the sacred day.
It is. It is.
I'm with your friends. Get to the pub, watch the football, have a roast, drink lots.
My muggle friends don't play poker.
Dwyer's
I
got
might have
this. He's in pretty good spot here, guys. Just
Yeah,
kind
he
of
is.
just flopping these mediocre hands, but they're good enough.
He's a player I'm always I don't know if the right word is somewhat impressed, but he's really interesting to watch because he's just very unique. And
Yeah.
yeah, I respect his game. He has a lot of like I think pure talent.
Mm.
Yeah, he's a fun guy to watch. I mean, he's been around forever too, right?
Yeah, it's funny you use like you say that about Steve because I've used him before in commentary as an example of someone way back when things weren't as known. Where I like again, it feels bad to say it, but the consensus was I remember we were like, oh, he just did this. People will talk about hands he's done in big tournaments, and
Yeah.
we'd be like, wow, how bad is he? How bad is he? And then you fast forward 10 years and you realize, oh no, that's what all the best players in the world now do because he was just ahead of the curve.
It's
you're
so
like-
it's really true actually. Yeah, you're right. And it's so impressive. I was thinking this recently of like how does someone, staying in poker for so long when the game is constantly evolving and how it is. And I was thinking about how if someone was new to the game today, how their perspective of the game would just instantly be so different than let's say my perspective was when I first started learning.
Right.
And it's just such an interesting thing to think about. And I think it's really impressive when you see someone like him who's was successful back then and still is. And yeah.
Yeah, he's kept ahead of it. He's kept ahead of it, and he's kept near the top of the game the entire time. Which is,
Yeah. And
in any
yeah.
in any
And he-
sport, in any game, anything you do, that's really hard to do.
Absolutely. I think something really interesting or cool about him is I feel like he doesn't care what people think of how he plays. He
Right.
does things really out of the box, and it's like that just is what it is. I think that's really cool. And I think that's what, kind of can make somebody great, right?
Yeah, I think that comes across as part of his character. I mean, you obviously know Steve better than people who watch Steve play poker, but
Sure.
his aura at a table is someone who's quite aloof, doesn't really get too involved in the conversation, doesn't really
Yeah.
give up too much information, just a bit of an enigma.
Yep.
Like, I would almost describe him a bit like someone like Phil Ivey in that sense, just has the complete I don't care attitude. Like, but is probably taking
Absolutely.
everything in. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
it does feel like he's falling asleep at the table sometimes when he's playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
It's just like Steve just doesn't care. He's an animal, and I definitely put him up there. I think you hit the nail on the head, Kristen, with as one of those natural talents. Like I honestly put him next to like Ollie Shemian in terms of just that raw, just that killer instinct. You know, Steve O'Dwyer, what a boss.
Definitely.
Not surprised to see Steve flicking the goal here as well, by the way.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, right on cue. We're just talking about what a boss he is, and he calls with ace high and runs into a flush.
What are you doing, Steve? He obviously had it. What a station.
He's got. I have to have a look now. It's just ludicrous amounts, isn't he? In career earnings.
Spicy flop.
Yeah,
it is
just over the 30 million mark. Steve O'Dwyer's at live.
30 million.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. And I feel like I know I've played with him quite a bit lately as well. He's been playing a lot of these events, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just another one of those grinders that just making the most of post-COVID. Well, it's not post-COVID, it's still ongoing, but COVID poker, if you will.
Yeah. Do you guys miss live poker?
Oh.
Yeah.
James, I was going to say, when Kristen mentioned, Canada earlier, I was like, when are we going to get to go to the playground? Get to go back to Canada or America again? I don't know. I think maybe not until at least halfway through 2021, but I'm hoping that I'm wrong.
I know. I hope so too, but it's not looking good.
Steve builds this pot and makes straight on the river. Yeah, I mean Canada. I mean poker in Canada is so healthy, right? Obviously one of the huge online markets and bustling live scene.
I just.
And yeah, Henry, you mentioned Playground, obviously a partner of both Party and WPT. It's such a great venue, that place, man. Play your poker.
Yeah. It really reminds me of Dusk Till Dawn. They have similar feelings, and I love both of those places.
GG's Jesse, Steve completing from the button. Jesse 15 bigs, 16 bigs.
Yeah, and that is it for Lilligren Bar.
Not a good flop
run out. Not to beat. We lose another Steve O'Dwyer through to the quarterfinals.
Cool. Now, do we have an idea which match he's going to play? The winner of?
We don't yet. We will.
Okay. I would love to see Steve O'Dwyer versus Yao. I think that would be a really fun match.
We're not doing requests, but if we were, like,
that would be my request. Well, actually, I would like to play Steve O'Dwyer. That would be my request. Can I get in?
Well, maybe they, they just stay in. We get the final. Like,
see, that's the problem. Now I'm watching poker and I want to play.
God, Chrissy, if that happens, if Zhao's up against Steve, if Zhao makes it through against Sylvian, and in the quarterfinals, everyone's gonna be like #rigged. All right, the diamond patch and whatnot.
I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Zhao's gonna get through this match with the 9-1 chip lead, but you never know.
Well, you never know. You never know. And talking of never knowing, James and Chris, we just got a raid from Poker Staples. 134 viewers. What's up, everyone? It's when a streamer finishes their stream and they have the decent community and viewership. I'll let you guys call out the action on this hand, and we'll talk about what a raid is.
All right. Well, it's aces versus threes once again. This time
4 for a sweat.
All right, Lucy looking good for the double up. Just the one card to fade. Easy game.
All right.
Yeah, keep explaining raids, Henry, because I'm actually writing this down so I know in future as well.
So a raid is when someone like Poker Staples, is streaming and he's like, okay, guys, I'm done for today. I'm going to go to the bed or, just go chill out. I'm finished with streaming poker today. And then he's like,
Okay.
let's see who's online. Oh, WPT Party Poker. That looks like a lot of fun. I'm going to send you guys over to their channel. Enjoy. And that's pretty much
Cool.
what happened. Chips going in the middle
Awesome.
again. A
Yeah,
flip,
these two are
maybe?
gonna they're going on their backs. This is it. I said,
Okay,
you
so
know,
yes, I guess
there's a 9-1
Sylvan was
lead,
up
but it can change
against 7.
quickly.
Yep. All right, let's see. Yeah, if he wins this, it's close to even.
It's going to be tough from here. Javier finding a queen on the flop, but there it is.
Wow.
Set on the turn, and as Kristen says, they're not too far from even. What's 125 plays
Yeah.
75?
Yep.
Wow.
You know,
So
now
by-
Sylvan wins a couple pots. And...
Yeah. 5-3 chip lead. What? After
See,
having
this
been a
is where
9-1 dog.
This is where I lose my mind, you see. Anyway, this is it. This is where I just start going crazy. I get really angry. I just
You're like, come on.
make the pots big.
Yep. You need a session with Elliot Rowe. A mental game.
Oh,
coach.
wow. That would be so much fun. I would pay good money to be a fly on the wall in that meeting. That'd be brilliant. Elliot's just going to tell you, James. James, you need to move up to the stakes where they respect your raises, mate. All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to find them. I'm trying to find those stakes. I've gone broke a few times looking, but I'll get there.
And I remember first knowing Elliot. Like, I'm 25 now, so I was only about 18. Because he was like coaching some cash game regs from London before, you know, he just took the poker world by storm with, you know, his apps and his mindset coaching. And it's amazing to see someone like him, because like the people don't know how much work and effort he put into his product before, you know, he got to this point where he's now training with like the best of the best, and everyone turns to him. And yeah, I mean, everyone swears by that guy. He's
awesome.
He is.
I can say he's good. It's I know I'm not going to put anyone else down or anything, but I've worked with a few different people, and he just has something. Again, I don't know if it's natural talent or whatever it might be, but he's good. That's for sure. He's in the right profession for what he's doing. That's for sure.
Wow, look at this
But yeah.
sexy little overbet jam from Vieira.
No.
All right. See, this is it. You just go on tilt and you start smashing these huge bluffs, and it works, right? Forget this mind coaching nonsense. Just go berserk.
Though, James, it's called having a decent hand combo to turn into a bluff. But yes, if you want to, you know, say he's just mashing the all-in button. This could go in as well. What, 26 effective? Maybe a little bit too deep to start ripping it in with the deuces.
Did Sylvan limp or raise the button? I missed that.
He's been limping button close to 100%.
Okay.
Sub 30.
Yeah, I like limping with deuce there.
It's going to get in a bit of trouble on this board, I see, for at least one street, depending on turn. Okay, right. Well,
not many worse turns.
Nope.
Actually, quite a favourable one. It's going to save him a bit of money. Had like a 5 or a throw. Any card below a 10 or a jack rolled off, I assume he's going to click the call button and see you at the river, Vieira.
All right.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. It's a weird one.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say I was kind of expecting to see that. Well played by you.
Yeah.
He,
Loves the
he
loves the
doesn't let
overbets.
one. He doesn't let one pot go the other way if he can.
Yeah, he's going hyper aggressive so far.
Yeah.
Party Poker TV saying every stream Henry mentions that he's 25 and owns James. I'm not trying to own James. I'm just for the context of when I first heard and knew who Elliot Rowe was like 7 years ago when I was like 18.
Well, when I
don't know.
first, I'll be honest, when I first heard who Elliot Rowe was about 3 minutes ago, and I had to Google, and I've been reading since.
Are you serious?
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I'm out of touch with this.
Wow,
Chat,
I'm shocked.
get on Twitter and cancel this man.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. But it's funny how, we can be in the same industry and I probably know a lot of knowledge about that stuff and like you know all the players and stuff and I'm sitting here thinking who's Benjamin Roll and I'm playing against. So it's funny how that is. But yeah, he's sure. Come on, you really didn't know who he was with Fate. Like I feel like him and Fedor have done so much.
Obviously, I'm reading. I'm I've heard of
Okay.
Prime Mine and stuff. I'm not. It's just
Cool.
the person behind it and stuff. So
Yeah.
But I'm gonna learn a little bit more.
He's got I'd go out on a limb and say he has a more soothing voice than my own. I've definitely meditated a lot to the voice of Elliot Rowe.
Yes. 300, relax. I have his the beginning of each video memorized.
Yeah. I want you to picture yourself at the top of a flight of stairs. Okay, Elliot, up there. Disaster turn card for Loosely, by the way. I mean, 22 big's going to cost him a couple of big blinds.
Yeah, he's just not getting any joy, is he? He either gets dealt like the slightly better hand that gets blasted off it, or he just gets dealt the slightly worse hand and ends up paying it off. It's no fun.
This river could potentially save him. Chips also blocking some of the bluffs that he'd want Vieira to have, like the 7-8s, the 7-6s of the world. So may find a way to get out of here versus the 2/3 pot river bet. Yeah, 20 bigs and a dream.
James, have you been able to golf over there, wherever you are?
There we go. I wasn't going to bring it up because Henry gets angry every time we talk about golf. But you see, Henry,
I'm sorry.
Yet another golfer in the mix. You see, you just got to join us. Yes, Kristen, I've been playing a ludicrous amount of golf.
What's your best round
so
far?
He won't tell you. He won't tell you.
Oh, that's not the question I answer. I shot 77 the other day. It's the best I've shot.
Oh, that's amazing, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know what's standard for you, but
no, that was a good round.
if I break 100, I'm happy. So.
Well, Henry,
I don't know what the standards for you, but I'm assuming that's amazing. James, I could shoot 77 in my sleep.
I doubt it. Somehow, young'un. I doubt it. But yeah, no, it was very good. It was very good. I'm very happy. Like golf's, me, it's my addiction. And thankfully,
awesome.
it's basically what I've been commentating in golfing. Yeah.
Not a bad life.
Did for a few months. They took that away from us, but we got it back.
Good.
Oh, why do I feel like Lucy's going to check jam this copy? Okay. No. All right.
Okay.
So, Kristen, you play much golf yourself, or just like very recreationally?
Recreationally, I would say, but I, got a new set of clubs this summer and thought I was going to play a little bit more than I have. I guess that's probably a common story for most people. But
Henry, we've been setting Kristen up for a while. We've been setting her up. Me and Matt Savage. We're going to get her out there during the World Series, like a new customer, a new fish, and then, she's escaped.
I'm in. Next year, I'm in. I will skip whatever World Series event and come golfing. I used to be a little bit more motivated. I will. I promise.
I'll book that action. I'll definitely book that action.
Okay, unless I'm downswinging really hard.
There we go. Or running really good, or
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know, James, if
All right.
momentum's on her side and that not she won't come out.
Exactly. Loosely.
I
Finally
have a
gets
hole in
going.
one. I have a hole in one, so I'm kind of semi-retired now after getting that.
Here we go. There are many who haven't. Many very good golfers who haven't got one.
Yeah, it's insane, but playing from the ladies' tees is probably an advantage.
Hole in one's a hole in one.
It's true.
Yeah.
Talking
So,
of retired.
For the first time, Loosely gets to put a bit of pressure on Zhao there on a river. Zhao
Yeah, this has
golfed
been quite a
pretty swiftly.
battle. And Yao it's been hard to beat him.
Right, and that was actually interesting, that particular combo he had there. The four of clubs was like blocking the straight, blocking flushes, but
Yeah.
still decided to give Sylvain the best, give him the benefit of the doubt, sorry.
Oh, wow. What was Yao raised, he shoved?
Yeah, 20 big blind rejam button versus big blind. I don't know why I'm saying it like it's a 6-max sort of button versus big blind rejam spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, jam the ace.
See, I think those are spots where you see sometimes, I think, the heads-up focused players versus, someone who's focused on MTTs play spots like that a little bit differently. I think one thing that I was surprised when I did some studying in heads-up is what hands you should shove there versus call there, and sometimes I don't know. It's interesting to me with heads up that you have to really be aware of like what your opponent's ranges look like, because I wouldn't necessarily think that he would shove ace-3 off there, or maybe some players wouldn't be shoving hands like that. And anyways, it's just interesting that I guess those like 10 to 20 big blind spots are played very differently, I think, from MTT players when they're playing heads up to heads up players, I guess, especially if they're coming from like a hyper turbo background or a spin and go background where 20 big blinds is massive.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point. Yeah. By the way, Kristen, Nico messaged me and he's more than happy to give his screen name, except I don't really know how to pronounce it. And there's Ro9 with a 9 on the end, so RHONIN 9. Ro9.
Say it once more.
Ro9.
R.
Wait, I'll type it in our group chat.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure about that. I don't know if I should do that.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
RHONIN 9.
Oh, okay. Yes. I recognize that.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. You've definitely battled live. I have no idea about online.
Okay. Yeah, I saw his little picture. It looks a little bit familiar, but hard to see.
Yeah, I love these little pictures when we're playing.
It's cool. I really like it. Yeah, this setup is great. I like it. Very fancy.
Yeah. It's almost like we're there, even though we're dotted all over the world.
I think it would be pretty cool if we could get live webcams from players. I don't know if that's something that's possible in the future or if there'll be too much resistance against it.
Yeah.
Sorry. But I think that would be fun.
It would be amazing. I could just imagine. Have any of you have you seen that interview where there's like this gentleman being interviewed on, like, I think it's like the BBC or CNN, and then his child just like crawls into the office in the background. We like get that where people are grinding and then someone's kid just comes running in whilst they're playing.
Or it'd be my dog barking or something. That's happening at my house. But yeah, you can see Sylvan's limping the button a lot. I like that. And the stack size. And putting on the pressure.
Yeah, nice. Popping up 4-5.
Yep. Yeah, I really like that. He's just giving himself all.
Yeah, they're up to what? Big blind 2,500. They've been playing a little while now. It's they
Are,
played 5 10-minute levels, so into the 6th level.
are there more matches going right now, or is this the last one?
I think this is probably the last one, just for the fact it's got to the 6th level. I mean, obviously, it's still obviously 40 big blinds deep average, as it were, but we know there's just heads up is so fast and furious that.
Yep, this is a battle. But yeah, it's fun to. I love seeing I think the 4-5 raising in the big blind there versus Sylvan's 21 big blind limp. I think those are the little spots that make huge differences. That a player like Yao isn't missing, and really just look at how easily that printed and how many times you're just gonna win the pot pre-flop. It's just but so many people are just like, oh, this hand's pretty good, I'll check, or they're not applying pressure so much, and that's one thing Yao's doing. He's fighting for every single pot. I don't think we've seen one where he played like a passive line to give Sylvan an opportunity, because had that gone, he checked his big blind, there's a good chance the flop is whatever, not good for 4-5, and he just check fold.
Yeah.
And now instead he gets to take the initiative pre-flop, and then perhaps the flop is, even if Sylvan calls, the flop's ace or king or queen high, something like that, he bets, he wins with 5 high. It's so good.
And Sylvan just in another tough spot here. 2 6s on 8 deuce deuce, and
what a turn card.
Turns 6s again.
Wow.
All right.
Wow, this is going to be interesting.
20k in the pot. Shao goes with a pretty hefty sizing.
Yeah, just shy of 75% on the turn.
Oh, Sylvan will just do the little tank and a call. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what to do here.
I guess I'll call. Yep. Now there's a brick river. It looks like everything will go in, but this will be interesting.
You think we turn our hand into a check call, or do we block?
Yeah.
On this run out.
I feel like it's probably a check decide. Sylvan, would have a lot of clubs. He potentially is going to bluff now. What else are his bluffs? But now, curious if he's going to call. It seems pretty hard to fold this.
We unblock clubs. Some of the floats get floats, ace high clubs. Now beat us.
And I don't know how thin Sylvan's going to be shoving there for value, if he would ever shove a worse hand than one pair of aces either. So
they both made some pretty good folds against each other, guys, in this match. They've made some close spots.
And it seemed like he folded pretty quick too, which is kind of interesting.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it was tough to beat. I can tell you that from playing with him.
Sounds like there's some scars there.
Yes, there are. I don't know if I've ever won a pot versus him, quite honestly. It's mind-blowing.
Kristen, is this your turn to use the platform as you never winning pots against certain people, then you just start wrecking them once we return to live poker?
I hope so. Is that what happens usually? I'm going to make that a thing.
Just start
like
listing
that idea.
a bunch of names.
Yeah. That does happen though sometimes. It's like when people start whining about, oh, I never beat this person. I feel like people say that a lot about me. And then all of a sudden it's like I can't beat them again. So maybe there's something to it. But
you gotta moan it in. That's what they say.
Yeah. Live poker is going to be so fun. I feel like the first tournament that's back, it's gonna feel like the main event. It's gonna have that energy in the room where everyone's so excited, and and then a few hours in, we'll be like, okay, now it's just
back to being withered.
But exactly. But it's gonna be like the loudest, friendliest room you've ever seen for for a few hours at least, or a day.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of hugs and handshakes. Oh, we can hug
Yeah.
people again. How have you been?
Yeah. I mean, this is even nice coming on the stream. It's so easy to just live in your online bubble of not talking to, other people or really indulging in the game. But I've been on a couple streams and this summer, and it's actually, I mean, maybe I could have streamed more, but it's fun to do. It's definitely gives you a feeling of connecting with the community a little bit, which is nice.
Well, yeah, it's great to have you here as Zhao.
Yeah.
Goes for a little bit. Look at this, up to 1,500, 3,000. This is shallow.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild. You're right. The first series back, or the first tournament back, or I wonder if there will be one clear event that everyone sort of sees as the thing to go back to, or whether it will just happen so slowly
The return.
that we don't really notice it. Yeah, be nice if there was just a huge Party Poker Millions WPT incorporated event where everyone turns up.
I know. I wish it was like the Caribbean party. Like that sounds so fun right now.
Here we go.
Going to wherever, Bahamas. Yeah, that's. Ugh, I'd be in.
Man
sad.
Illusion in the chat saying, Kristen, you should make a T-shirt with that slogan, Zhao is tough to beat. Just wear it to the next like 10K or 25K.
I don't want to boost his ego that much. Can we not tell him I said that somehow?
Me and James had an idea about just having like a massive international event where, because we can't travel at the moment, just we all have like a qualifying round from our country where you just have hundreds of players enter, and then once we're allowed to return, they just have like 100,000 run live event with,
that
with
would be
millions
so
up top.
cool. That's amazing. I love that idea.
It's impossible to make it happen. Action turn card,
Yeah,
by the
I
way.
know.
And then
Wow,
we'd all just sit back and watch Fedor win it. It'd be great.
Oh god. Please don't jab loosely. You played so
I was gonna
well.
say,
Man.
I wonder if now he's gonna bluff. I mean, to be fair, it's probably a good spot.
Yeah. You got 1.25 pot behind. He just doesn't really have another size other. Let's check. Okay.
And what size do we? I guess will probably go on the larger side anyway.
Yeah, I'd assume we polarize here.
Yep. All right, let's Sylvan get away from it. I think. I mean.
Yeah, that would be heroic.
Quite a hero call. And it's like you would not want to have the King of Hearts to call there. You would be hoping he's bluffing with the King of Hearts. So not a good call hand, I don't think. For a bluff catch.
Sylvan hanging in there.
Got,
just 15 blinds.
65 bigs on the table now. Started off with 200.
And this is where the match gets crazy because he doubles up, he's up to 100K, and just getting shallow. And card distribution is definitely a big thing, but it's like every pot is just so huge. I'm curious what Yao does here. So he limps. Wow. Jeez.
This could be GG's as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a tough one.
Check call from Sylvan. Let's see what comes out, but this could be unfortunate, I think, for Sylvan.
Especially if like Queen of Diamonds, Ace of Diamonds rolls off.
Yeah.
Goes big. 9K into 12K.
Yeah.
Set up a very natural river SPR.
It's a good fold.
James, we've even got a name for the tournament. the Grand James Dempsey Poker Revival Tournament, recommended by Deng in the chat.
I mean, Deng, I appreciate the work, but I think we can do better. Come on, we can do better. I mean, or is it? Yeah,
I mean,
maybe it's.
you're organizing golf tournaments now, so I mean, why not just organize a massive live poker event?
I have many strings. Why not? Poker tournament organizer. Yeah, I'm in. Let's do it. I get the rake, right?
I don't know about that, mate.
I'll do it if I can keep the rake. But I'm also wondering if that's just like the James Dempsey Poker Revival Tournament, as in like they're just trying to revive my poker personally, or is it we're reviving poker as a game?
Poker on a
globally?
grand, yeah.
Or is it just
Both.
wow?
It can be
He's
both.
so lazy. He never plays poker. We've got to try and revive him.
When was the last time you played poker, James? We have what?
I think.
Wow, really?
No, I played a session online. I played one session in there somewhere, I think.
Wow.
I just got in the habit of just not playing, I guess. Like
Yeah.
And just, I mean, the weather's going to turn soon, so I'm sure I'll go back to leading a normal life. I've basically taken this whole period as like an extended holiday, really.
You've just been hustling people on the golf course, haven't you, mate?
Yeah, pretty much.
For the last 6 months.
Yeah. It's the way to do it. Yeah, I think. Yeah, when the weather's gonna turn, I've got to get back on the horse, as it were. But this feels like playing poker, Kristen. It feels like you're doing this every day. It's like you don't lose the bug, you don't lose the kind of flow of the game. It's fun.
That's fair. That's fair. It does make me want to play a little bit, though. That's the one thing I struggle with. Anytime I watch, like, I'll watch a training video or something, or any sort of poker content, and I'm like, oh my god, I just want to play. I'm like, it's like an hour-long video I'm trying to watch. By like minute 40, if I haven't loaded up the session, it's like a miracle.
Wow.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Sounds like my flatmate. He's always the same. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna study. I'm like, no, you're not. Like, you're gonna have
just likes
tables
playing
fired up
more.
after. Yeah, you're gonna have like
That's-
tables fired up after 30 minutes.
That's hilarious. I'm the exact same way. It's just so much more fun to play. I don't know.
I was definitely the same up until I want to say the start of COVID. Like, I don't know why, but with the Galfond Challenge and like PLO just getting such huge coverage this year, I've really enjoyed studying. Just really enjoyed
That's cool.
studying, like more than I ever have. And
That's awesome.
yeah.
I can relate a bit. I think there's like with all the tools out there to do so in such a like easy way almost. It is pretty fascinating. I imagine with PLO it's even more so.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think once live poker returns, I'll probably stop studying as much. But
Yeah.
I was getting clowned on too much by these online PLO wizards.
That's fair. Yeah, that's the one thing is like trying to understand where everyone else is coming from, I think is important with poker. So even if I think that's one thing that people miss is understanding like, okay, if someone's done a training video on, whatever site about, I don't know, check raising the flop or over betting in spots, it's like if all your opponents have watched this, then you better watch it too, because you want to know what info they know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of where poker's at right now. I think that it's really a spot of keeping ahead of who knows what and how they're thinking, because there's definitely spots I've seen people play like in high roller events even sometimes too, where it's like what you were saying about Stephen O'Dwyer making plays that people are like, what is going on? And sometimes that happens. I'm like, wow, this person just shoved like 55 big blinds over. It goes like raise call and then 55 big blinds all in. I'm like, what are people doing this with? And so trying to figure out, getting ahead of that, or at least trying to understand it a bit. Oh boy. Well, I guess I'm interested if Yao will just shove or raise here.
How about the
Oh,
checkers? He does
More
check it.
I love the check. Yao's played so well. I really like that check pre-flop.
Yeah, not well.
Sylvan's just gonna be limp folding so much.
Right. And now
Pretty
Sylvan gets to
And-
attack this board a little bit as well, right? Because Zhao didn't
Exactly.
raise.
Yep.
Like Zhao just
This is gonna be interesting if Sylvan's gonna go for it or give up. Oh, he's probably giving up, I guess. He's checking the turn.
James, then Deng in the Twitch chat saying you can't be a losing player if you don't play.
There we
200
go.
IQ. There we go.
That's true.
rumbled. Yeah, I'm on a pretty good run of winning. Like,
Oh, there you go. Then just don't play
Right.
for speak, I guess.
I have to have a look when I last played. I know it was some PLO. I know that much.
I've been doing some winning as well. The PLO
Wednesday, the
streaks.
18th of March. There we go.
Wow.
I'd love to play PLO against you. Oh my god, that'd be so much fun. Just the needles like transferring from the commentary booth to the live felt.
You might not enjoy it as much as you think, young'un.
Wait, chat. What are you saying, James?
You know, you might
Do
not
I
enjoy
smell?
it.
Do I smell like a prop bet challenge here? Like
Be careful.
going on?
Be careful. But just be careful what you wish for. You know.
Okay, right. Go
Wow.
on. Go into more detail. Oh boy.
Well, let's see how this one
Sylvan
pans
is
up
just
first.
not. Yeah, the card distribution has not been in his favor.
No.
That's for sure.
And needs an 8 or a deuce on the turn or the river. Otherwise, it will be Zhao making his way through to the quarterfinals. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that might have been the last of the 16 going, because that match took a long time.
Yeah, that was quite the match. And now we're gonna see Yao versus Stephen O'Dwyer. I'm kidding. But it could
that
be,
is-
right? There's a 1 in 4 chance. What is it? How many left?
There's 8 left, and yeah, so it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay, not yet.
No, there we go. There is the draw, guys. And we are going to take a quick break before coming back and
All right.
seeing how these games pan out. And we will bring you action from all 4 of these matches shortly. So please do stay with us.
At Party Poker, we put players first because we are players first. You can't love poker if you're not into poker. You gotta be into it. You see my dog right here? My dog's name is Royal. See my cat? My cat's name is Flush. Look at all of my furnishings. Get a good look at it, huh? That's how into poker we are. That's why we got you. Love poker? Join Party. Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
Feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable. Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing. Brian Altman, Alex Foxen, Jeff Hum, Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. attention, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and I, the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous. And I say no more. Because poker should be played fair. With people who care about the game, not just their rate. And party poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party poker gives over 1/3 of their revenue back to players. And we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys. Legends. Fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble where the most classic flip takes place when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair in a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
All right, guys, welcome back. Quarter-final stage of the WPT Heads Up Championships here on Party Poker. And we got some nice matches lined up here.
We do indeed, James. So I feel sorry for my boy Nico going up against Steve O'Dwyer, but there's Alan Berger, what a name. Canadian flag, one of the best in the business. Man, I wouldn't want to be Eugenio Peralta right now, but hey, listen, he's made it this far, so I'm sure he's got a trick or two up his sleeves as well.
I was about to say you wouldn't want to be Eugenio Peralta, but he's just guaranteed $17,500 and is now playing for a hell of a lot more, making it through to the next round. Will guarantee $40K.
Yeah. saying and assuming that we're going to have close to like 100% opening range, and then as the stacks get shallower, players will start to, include some limps and whatnot.
I think it's probably fair to say that. I think that some players still might have some limping deeper, but I would expect it to sort of trend towards what you were saying. I think that a lot of people have a game now where sub 30 big blinds, they're always limping and kind of have like this limping strategy. And I think that's kind of where you see that come into effect, probably about 30 big blinds and less. And then certainly at the stage, yeah, you tend to see people just raising more.
Ooh, nice. Little river for Nico.
But yeah. I wonder if Steve will, yeah, maybe a small value bet.
So a check
Wonder if
turn,
there's-
pot size C bet from Steve on the flop. Check turn, and now going for 1/3 on the river, gets check raised to 22k.
Yeah, and he folds quickly.
Wow, these hands could collide on certain ball textures.
Yeah, Nico's
Yeah,
just
definitely.
off to a good start. Here we go. Maybe we won't see a flop. That's what you see, Henry. You could have called some flop action. You could have called Steve O'Dwyer maybe getting in trouble. He just goes, all right, I'll free bet this hand, and there's no issue.
I forgot Nico's a nit, and he just folds 10-9-0 on the button to a 3-bet.
Nico the Net. That's Henry's nickname he's given for him. I like it. Let's hope it sticks.
No, he's actually not. I remember playing a PLO with him, PLO game with him, and it was it's one of the most action-packed PLO games I've ever played in.
Wow.
There may have been some alcoholic beverages shared around the table.
Yellow's fun. It's crazy though. Such a crazy game. It's
How
a
much
weird
PLO
game
have you
because
dabbled in?
smallish amount, I would say. I guess like somewhat of a fair amount though. I've definitely played some PLO events and played some cash and sweated a lot of PLO cash sessions. But it's such a weird game because I feel like there's this weird balance of wanting to be quite like loose, but then in a way it just feels like playing really tight is like the right way to play. And I guess I struggle with that, and I think I'm playing tight, and then I'll tell someone a hand, and they're like, I'm like, I had a straight draw, a flush draw, 2-pair. And they're like, yeah, you gotta fold. I'm like, what? Like, how do I fold this hand?
What? No, I'm never folding straight draw, flush draw, 2-pair in my life. Like, I don't know.
Good. Okay. Me neither. I don't know. I guess I had a bad flush draw and a bad straight draw. I don't know, and I'm probably exaggerating it, but.
There's no such thing as a bad flush draw and a bad straight draw, though. You know,
right?
You just got to believe in them.
Maybe a multi-way pot. I don't know.
You're welcome in any game of mine, whenever you want, mate.
So I think PLO cash game. I think cash games really appeal to me, but I don't really like the tournament format for PLO personally because it's probably just that I'm inexperienced and don't really. It's a confusing, like tricky game to play. I've played a lot of tournaments. My strategy is basically wait for aces and then I just pot. And it's gone quite well, actually.
You're probably going to win. Like, you're probably going to win money.
Yeah, I've done okay. I actually think I went deep in one of these WPT PLO events. And that was kind of my strategy. So it went okay, but it's a game. I think I would enjoy it more in cash game format personally. What do you think, Henry?
I would say you probably have a ton of edge just with your ICM understanding and just Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want you at my PLO table in a tournament, especially because there's definitely things that
Okay.
you're gonna like knowledge that you'd be able to transfer from the games that you've played that you're just gonna have an easy time adapting and bringing that information over. But yeah, I've
Yeah.
played maybe 4 PLO events in my life, just like a couple of smallish like high rollers like 2Ks and 3Ks at certain
Yeah.
events, but I don't know. PLO tournaments are very soft, like insanely
Yes.
soft.
Yeah.
So
That's fair. That's fair to say.
Yeah, it's just such a, I don't know. It's like a bastardized format of the game though. Just so much of the fun of PLO is being super deep, and I enjoy playing
Yeah.
PLO tournaments, but just as a once in a while rather than a doing it all the
Yeah,
time.
James, I agree with you, James. It's no fun when you're like, I have 15 big blinds in this hand,
Right.
and it's like, okay, limp. Like it's yeah. Now I'm curious, does anyone have any info on these players? I always like to know the backstory or know something about these players. I'm not familiar with either of them. You were talking about Alan Berger, but
yeah, Alan Berger is a high stakes heads up beast as far as I'm aware online.
okay,
A bit of a
cool.
beast.
Yeah, and
Awesome.
Eugenio, he's obviously he's an Italian player who's done
Yeah.
quite well online on the .it sites and stuff. But I
Oh,
think
cool.
his biggest cash actually he came second. It says here in the WPT Online Weekender 2K earlier this year for just
a
under
big one.
200K. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's fun to see, and I guess with Alan's background, it's cool. It's interesting to see how the heads up pros come out for these little events, these tournaments.
Yeah.
To yeah, make the tournament players have no shot.
Yeah, for sure. I was speaking to Nico before going live today because I told him that I'd be in the commentary booth. I was like, dude, looking at the
Yeah.
field, I was like, this looks like one of the toughest, if not the toughest WPT events so far. It's like, yeah, everyone was expecting it to be super tough. So yeah, I just
Wow.
don't think it's the type of event where you have the qualifiers that do win tickets through satellites.
Yeah.
And they don't see the heads up format and think, oh, I want to hop into that. They jump into the
Yeah.
6 max and the knockout events.
Well, as you were saying that, Henry, I was actually scanning through the list today, and obviously of the 16 players who came back for us, 14 were direct buy-ins, just 2 came through 320 sets.
Yeah.
So kind of goes as you
Exactly.
say,
Yep. Definitely.
But yeah, just go back to your comment about cash games in PLO. I think it really depends on the type of game that you're in because I love trying to pit close to 50% in live cash.
Wow.
Just because of
That's awesome.
what I would like to think is edge, but there are definitely games where I'm sub 20. So I think it really just
Sure.
depends on the type of game that you're
Yeah.
in.
That's cool. It's cool that you can I mean, I guess I could somewhat do that with in no limit cash, but maybe not to such a big difference, right? I feel like it's still hard to get away VPipping like 50% in no limit hold'em. Yeah. So
It's probably
that's fun.
hard to get away with in PLO as well. I just I don't know. The
Yeah.
guy that's taught me a lot this year, shout out to Richard Gaylor. I was just like, Henry, listen, man, we want to be pipping like 40, 50%
That's
of what
awesome.
we can if the game allows
Yeah.
it. And
Awesome.
yeah. Wow. Oh boy.
Yeah.
3-bet pot, queen high, very dry board, and I'm assuming Berg is going to lose quite a few chips in this hand.
Yeah. Pressing the call button. Oh, hello.
Wow.
So press the call button a few times.
Wow.
Wow.
We're definitely pressing the call button 3 times now. Peralta's just, I assume, going to triple this off. As,
It could be so gross for...
It's just cold. Poor Peralta. Yeah, as you say, Henry, up against a beast, but doesn't matter who you're up against. If you just get dealt situations like these, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's 20k into
Jeez.
36k as well.
Now, yeah.
Well, a lucky river, which he doesn't get. Not the driest card, but certainly really an impact on this one. So Eugenio would like to, like he doesn't. He sees Queen 10 as a likely hand. He sees Queen 9 as a potential hand. But there's still enough, aren't there, guys? But he just has to rip this 56.
Yeah, I think so
this
too.
is what you just call
Especially-
a modern day cooler in heads
Yeah,
up
you just
NL.
hope he has ace queen. Yeah.
Right.
I was about to say it kind of sucks that we block King Queen, right? But so
Yeah.
only one combo
Also-
of King Queen suited left. But...
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to shove. Unlucky.
Eugenio, just not much you can do there. Henry called it the modern day cooler.
Yeah.
Went 3 streets of value and was behind. Alan Berger through to the semi-finals already. That was
Wow.
quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say unlucky and easy for Alan. Wow. Oh.
I'm sure the 17.5k will help heal the wounds somewhat.
Yeah, right. So back with Artem. Saw him early on the round of 16. And he's playing Arno, who's
Plays everything. I feel like he's
Yes.
always playing. I've played with him a lot recently.
all right. We'll get some insight. Or you'll get some insight, perhaps. I was gonna say we'll get some insight. You
Yeah.
will. We'll find out what he's been up to.
Yeah.
This is where, Kristen, you're going to see
think
him go
he's-
absolutely berserk, and you're going to be like, "Oh no, oh no, what have I folded
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm already thinking, to be honest. Pretty sure I've made some bad folds to him, I'm sure. He's an aggressive player.
to?" Yeah, pretty good.
How
one
is there 21 big? How are there 21 bigs in the middle here?
Yeah, that's
Artem's
what
just
I'm
like.
kinda... Oh.
Artem's just like, well, I opened Jack 5 suited on the button, and well, I emptied the clip.
Yeah.
Although on this river, just correctly
decided
introducing
to
that, it's
shut
a
it.
pretty bad river to continue blasting on.
Yeah, definitely.
Man Illusion in the chat saying, does anyone here like pineapple or open face? I am a complete whale at
All right.
pineapple.
All right.
Absolute
That's what
whale.
I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
I played a little bit when I was playing live cash games. I got into the app that everyone was playing, and then I realized I'm like, this is so silly. We're all sitting here playing live poker and then playing like this game on our phones, and it's definitely distracting. So I was like, I'll pay attention to poker. You guys multitask. I'll
Yeah,
focus
no,
on
when that became the rage. That was just like horrendous. It was so annoying. We just
Yeah.
the games I play, and we just banned it because people
right.
were
It was
just slowing the
insane,
game down.
actually. Yeah. Yeah.
And like the recreational players were just not getting any conversation going because these people are just playing a game on their app. It was awful. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is speaking of awful. This is awful for Arno here.
Oh wow. Yeah.
4 spade board. Artem just calls. I go for the big check raise on the end, one presumes.
Yep.
Yikes.
And we'll see how he reacts with the second nuts, and similar to the spot we were seeing with Yao and Sylvan. Jeez. I feel like on this board though, actually, that I don't know exactly
Artem,
how you say
yeah.
that. Yeah. He I don't think like how many people really, I don't know if this would be more or less bluffs turning versus the board we were seeing with Yao and Sylvan earlier, where Sylvan had folded the king
He's
high
gone.
flush.
It's got a really small sizing, hasn't he? He's taken it just 17k more. So, I mean, I guess as Arno, we can even convince ourselves that there's potentially some queen of
Yeah.
spades that does this.
Yeah, for this side, maybe canceled.
Oh, Henry's thinking it.
I want to see Arno turn his king queen of spades blocker into a bluff here and just rip it down Artem's throat, because that's what we do in PLO.
Two-card game, Henry. 2 cards.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, back with Steve O'Dwyer and your boy Nico, and it looks like O'Dwyer's off to a pretty hot start as well. Yeah, Henry.
They must have played a big pot.
There's a game of pineapple that I play sometimes of open face that I think you'd enjoy. It's the open face PLO hybrid game. Like
Stop it, James. I just said I'm a whale in.
It's good. It's a good game. We play. It's the only time I play now is we play that. You get basically you start the hand with 9 cards instead of 5, and you have to set 4 aside for a PLO flip at the end of the open face hand. PLO flip being worth 15 points and carrying the usual bonuses that the open face hand carries. A lot of fun.
What a sick turn card. 11 bigs in the middle, SPR 3. Middle pair, nut spade blocker. This is another one of those modern day coolers. Interestingly, O'Dwyer actually limped button with the Jack 10 of clubs.
Nico needs a spade. Will he get it? No.
It's an interesting river. Some of Steve's semi-bluffs on the turn now have us beat.
All of it.
Nico is not happy.
No.
Right. Listen, I won't needle him too much if he bows out against phenomenal opponents such as Steve O'Dwyer.
Sure.
We won't needle him too much.
Wow.
Well.
All right, Steve O'Dwyer rips it in over the top with 9-6 of diamonds, and Nico's looking good for a quick double up. There we go. Easy game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, back up to 72k.
Yep.
Steve just shy of a 2-1 chip lead.
Interesting shove by Steve.
All right.
Yeah. It's like 25 bigs effective.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Steve O'Dwyer's some stuff that you scratch your head sometimes.
Yeah.
And then you realize, okay, Steve O'Dwyer's doing it, so I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, I assume Nico's still raise folding quite a large amount, so if he's getting, 10 jack suited or something to fold, I think he's probably just trying to take advantage. I don't know how many times Nico had raised the button, but he's understanding that Nico's not really limping very much, so then all of a sudden it probably becomes a lot more profitable. Interesting.
Wow. Pretty grim turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another one, right? Like you look at these spots and you see 4 bigs in the middle and kind of think, oh, well, it's not that relevant. But as you guys mentioned earlier on, these 2 bigs that we now have to. Hey, well, actually, Steve betting pot on the turn. Wow. Close the pot. Adds up.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
There's what 8% of the chips in play in this pot, and all these small pots are actually quite big.
Yep. Oh, and he does find a value bet. Oh, Nico quickly calls.
Nice stuff from Steve O'Dwyer.
Yeah.
And back up to that sort of 3-1 lead already, having looking here, 36 bigs deep.
Definitely some high quality play. Even with Nico quickly calling the river, you can see where his head's at thinking,
Right.
where Steve's river that's what they consist of, and he does have a lot of bluffs there, and um, it's not necessarily a bad thing to call there too, to show like, that he's willing to call down there in a spot like that. I don't fault him for calling, that's for sure.
Am72 in the chat asking for the buy-in, $3,200 buy-in, and as James mentioned earlier on, we got down to the final, well, the round of 16. Only 2 people left in the field had made it that far through satellites. Everyone else were direct buy-ins. So, I don't know, man. I respect the grind and people wanting to battle against the best in the world, but I'm always about game selection. I don't know. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I need to start taking on some of the goats.
It's hard to say.
You're not a romantic enough, Henry. You don't just sometimes you just got to roll it up and go to Vegas. You got Mike McDermott. You got to just take that money to Vegas and see what happens. Take the shot.
I mean, yeah, the
But
one
gamble
thing.
responsibly as well, obviously.
Yes. The one thing that you can see too is like how in just one heads up match, card distribution is a really, a big thing. So if you're a competent player, even if you're playing a very competent player, over one single game. So if you're thinking of entering a tournament like this and there is people you have an edge over, and then maybe there's people you don't, it can still be profitable if you're
right.
the gap between you and the best isn't so big. And
right, and a way of finding out whether they are better than you, and a way of closing that gap is to get in the game. So
yep.
Yeah, as Chrissy says, if there are enough players in the game that make it so maybe you're a break even, then or just a small loser, just get in. Roll the dice.
Yeah, and that's how you get better too, and it's also how you improve your confidence for the future. I think that having that mindset in poker where you just think someone is so good and you feel intimidated or you hold yourself back to playing versus them, it's like it's really the biggest setback. I mean, it goes for poker, it goes for anything in life, but just understanding like you're capable or worthy or whatever it might be, and even understanding like, okay, I'm playing, whoever it might be that is a very, very good player. I mean, you use that knowledge to your advantage as the best you can, and you just make the best of the situation. But I think it's such a shame to me when sometimes I think that players do hold themselves back in poker because they think that maybe they lack confidence or believing in themselves or don't want to challenge themselves, I guess, too.
Right.
Because
staying in that comfort zone in anything in life, I guess, can be an attractive option at times.
Exactly. Yes, definitely. But it's those moments of, putting yourself out of the comfort zone that you really improve and get better. And yeah, certainly in poker, we see that a lot. The people who don't push themselves to get up there. But I mean, as someone who I feel like I've pushed myself a lot, there's a lot of moments of looking like an idiot and then feeling like an idiot, and that happens. But you learn from it and some fun in it too. You just
for sure. Nico tried to give Steve some rope here with the 4 to a straight run out, and Steve just taking the showdown. I that's a really interesting topic that you kind of bring up, and I feel like I've definitely had a very comfortable career where I've always just kind of like stuck to what I know and I've not been the biggest risk taker when it comes to PLO, in the sense that I've just always stuck to games that I know that I'm doing extremely well in. But if I ever do want to like move up to a point where they respect my raises more, I don't know, I'm gonna have to start taking on some of the end bosses.
Definitely. And I think for that, it's funny. I think the real approach is addressing the mental game side to it. I really, really strongly believe that that's such a huge component, is really trying to work on on why that happens. Like it happened for me every time I tried to move up when I was playing cash games. It's like you have this, I don't know, like, oh, 5-10 is so hard to beat, or 2-4, or whatever it is. Like this limit is so hard to beat. You have that in your head that it's all the best players there and all of this. And it's like when you go in with that mindset, like how are you going to succeed, you know? And then you realize the confidence that you have when you sit down at a game that you feel comfortable in, that you've had success in. And it's like, how can you bring that? Because guaranteed it affects your play and the way that you play. I know it did for me and does for me. And yeah, I just think working on the mental aspect of that is so huge and critical. And I think that all of the best players in the world tackle this to some extent if they struggle, and to get over that, because it's just like inevitable that you have to.
James, what are we playing, mate? Set up.
I was gonna say, you know, you're not going to enjoy PLO, but you're not getting in my PLO games, buddy. These are games that you got to work to get in. That's the.
Well, hang on. Like I actually VPIP 50%, unlike you that VPIP's like 5%.
So you fold half the hands pre-flop. You're not welcome in these games. Like simple as that. Like.
Oh man, how do you
So
get
James
away
is
with
playing-
folding like 95%?
I don't know. Just make it look like you're playing all the hands. Just talk a lot.
That's funny.
9-6 versus 9-6, the classic showdown.
What do they say about this? That when two people have the same hand, the better. When the one guy, what is it? There's a quote.
Yeah, it's like just the most aggressive player will win. That's it. Simple.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, and it wasn't Yao. Oh no, and Yao's off to a bad start in this match.
He's
down to 25 big blinds. Yep.
Yeah.
Now 20 big blinds. So we'll see if we can we'll see if Yao can make the comeback. So Yorma, he was the one that you were saying is one of the top heads up players? Is
Oh no,
what
that
you were
was
saying?
Paulie Iris. I don't
Okay,
actually
okay.
know much about Yorma. All I know is
Okay.
part of the Finnish Armada.
Okay. He looks intimidating in this picture. He looks serious. He's ready to battle.
See where that was
That
just
picture's
bored.
from that picture's
Yeah.
from King's Casino, by the way.
It
Oh, it
does
is. I
look
recognize
like
the
King.
chair.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those. I
Trying to
miss
see if I
playing at King.
recognize him.
That's scary.
I do recognize him.
You do.
Yes, I don't know why, but I'm
Okay. Let's have a look. See if he's played any of the big Hold'em events at King's. You guys might have clashed in.
yeah.
Were you there for when were you last there? Like October last year, November last year.
Wow, good question. I guess so, yeah. Actually, I don't even know if I was there last one. Might have been August for the party poker. I forget what it's called there. Stop. I'd love to see Yao get a couple double ups and make this exciting. He's such a fun player to watch.
No. It's gonna be tough to. I mean, gonna win the pot, but tough to win anymore in this one. But certainly up against it.
Yorma's got quite the resume. I mean, his first Hendon Mob result back in 07 was an EPT in Prague.
Oh wow.
So, yeah, like that's his first ever recorded cash. So I'm assuming he's just part of the Finnish Armada, as I mentioned, that just gets it quietly online and flicks in the occasional high roller or 10K.
Sure. So he must have a screen name that I would recognize too. But unsure what that is, or if that's revealed. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. I'm not sure. I'm curious though, if anyone asked me on that
Such an
Insta.
online player. Chris is just like, oh, he's probably got he's probably got an online screen name that I'd recognize.
Yeah.
And also just here desperate to get this information. Like,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, if I'm
exactly.
here, I might as well learn something, right, and benefit. Something I'm not very good at in poker that I need to improve on is my player note taking.
We've got Nico in the chat saying I've got the copyright on that one, the Finnish Armada. Nico, I'm in the booth, mate. I claimed it. The fact that you DM'd it to me means nothing.
Oh, is Nico not playing? Is that a spoiler?
No, he's just in the chat,
Or
keeping an
he's
eye on what Steve
doing both?
O'Dwyer's up to.
Well,
That's what we were talking about
that makes sense.
the other week. Yeah, you just anytime we stream, James and I now know that 90% of the players on our tables that we're streaming are also in the chat watching how
Yeah.
everyone else is playing.
That's true.
yeah, it's just crazy not to.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, here's one for you, Chris, in the chat that you might be able to maybe dig into a little bit. JBC saying, I've found transitioning from online to live has not been an easy one. Been a very, very long road from online. Been playing for over 20 years online and crushed, but went to my first live event. Was happy with the results, but finding it hard to transition, which I usually find is the other way around. But I don't know. How was your transition from online to live?
Yeah, well, I actually started playing live poker when I first played, even though it was just, like little underground games or something like that, 1, 2, and 2, 5 cash games, things like that, or little sit and goes for $20. So I guess I don't know if you can ask him more questions, but I'm curious what he finds or what he finds to be a challenge, like if it's maybe there's like a social aspect to it that he's uncomfortable with, in the sense of like he feels exposed, or he feels like a little bit self-conscious of like if people are getting reads off him or something like that, or if it's just like an aspect of it being a little bit more boring. I think that I see that a lot with online players, is that it's just such a different change of pace. And I think that probably just adjusting your mindset to seeing that there's other things to focus on. Oh, and we have the all-in. Yeah, it's tournament life. Oh, looks like he's gonna double.
Looking good for the double up. Needs to fade king or jack on the river. Will you do it?
Don't jinx it, guys.
Yes, he's got it.
Easy one for Jow, that.
Yeah, runs too good.
So we got a couple of t-shirts that we need for Vieira now. Next live stop for you to bring out, Kristen, is Jow runs too good, and I forgot what was the other one. Like can't win a pot against Jow.
Can't beat him. Yeah, and I said I don't want to do that because I don't want to boost his ego that much. His ego is big enough. Not gonna make it higher.
Nico and Steve, we're back with them. O'Dwyer still holding that over a 3-1 lead.
Yep.
And it pops a gut shot here against the top pair of Nico.
Yeah, this could be interesting because I don't think Steve's definitely not going to check fold, and I wonder if it might be a combo that he decides to check raise. I'm not sure what I think about that. Oh, and sorry, I thought the positions were reversed. I was going to say, I'm surprised he checked fold.
It's a huge turn for Nico.
Yeah. Yeah, and Steve will just fold, I guess, to that size.
Got some more love in the chat. The Chris and Lisa Pickle saying, hi, Chris, and congratulations on all of your success lately. You're amazing. What will you be playing next?
Thank you. That's sweet. I guess just whatever online series is next. Like I was saying before, kind of taking a couple weeks off. Might play this Sunday as we were talking about. The 25K 5 mil guarantee. Is that what it is, James?
It is
25K
25K, 5
on it?
million guaranteed.
Yeah. So it looks like that's going to be the next event, and then hopefully have a spa relaxing week, and then be back on the online streets to battle. As we were saying before, we were all a little bit anxious for live poker to come back, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, unfortunately. So
Itching to play.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, and then what you were saying about someone in the chat talking about the feeling a little bit uncomfortable adjusting from online to live. Um, it's interesting that people seem to have a preference, and I feel like, yeah, there is a lot of guys who seem to be really comfortable online, and they I tend to think it's usually an aspect of not really enjoying the social element of live poker,
Yeah.
that they, when you're so used to playing poker in a sense of like only looking at betting patterns, and you're kind of removing that social aspect, I think it can be quite different, or that you kind of have to approach the game a little bit differently, because there is that level of exploit that you can add in, but if you're not really comfortable or don't really know how to do that, then all of a sudden it becomes a little bit intimidating.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna say Nico's out. He's just
Yikes.
got the
good
river
game.
to rip it in.
Good game, Nico.
And GG's,
Wow.
my man. See
Steve
you
Dwyer
through.
continues to crush through to
Yeah,
the
maybe we'll end up seeing
semifinals.
Steve versus Yao after all, if Yao can make this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Yao's got a bit of work to do himself, but Steve's done his part of the deal, Kristen. He's got through.
Yes, this is true. Now it's on Yao, but I have faith that Yao can do it. Sorry, Yorma.
Nico, I'm gonna needle you about that, and for the rest, well, for at least a year and a half. Just river a ton of showdown value and blast it in.
So we've got Alan through, right? And Steve, is that right? So far?
Yep, Alan had the quick win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan had the cold deck against Eugenia, that's right. And then Steve's through, so
yeah.
Oh, Zhao could be in a bit of trouble here.
Right, and it's Artem and Arnold who's still going. Arno is still going as well, right? There we go, yeah. I was just trying to get things set in my mind, guys. 2 matches still taking place. And this the quarterfinals. It's nice to do something a little different, guys. Streaming a heads-up tournament. Bit of fun. Not something that's easy to do.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like the heads-up format. It's also, you have the element of it being a little tricky with online, in the sense that, if you're playing a heads-up tournament, how many other tables can you actually play? And I feel like everybody, especially these days, there's so much to play that it's hard to table select. So I'm sure that might be why, some people decided not to play this, because they already have, 6 or 10 other tables going and can't really focus on one tournament.
Right, and so that's why this event got moved. It got moved date-wise a couple of times to yesterday evening for that reason, kind of out of the way of as much stuff as possible, so people could play it without
Interesting.
having to,
Exactly. Yeah,
sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say my favorite tournament at the World Series, besides the main event, was always the 10K heads up. I loved it, and I know that when I first played it, what we were going back to what you were saying before, Henry, of like people, being a little bit like intimidated or shy to play in a field. I was just like, I don't care, I want to play this 10K heads up, and a lot of people are like, oh, you're not good enough to play that, or what are you doing? And I don't know, I just can't listen to that noise personally, and it's too much fun.
You've done a pretty good job of silencing anyone with any doubt in your poker competence and capabilities. So, touche.